Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 11th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 70. We are 70 days into 2025. Come on. How many? Wait. Anyway, never mind. We're just chewing away at this. We're gnawing off either a limb or at the bear trap that is 2025. Just anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, well, Mayor Watt runs ohmtown.com. Sentient AI is largely there for the ride of that part of it, but the Sentient AI helps with selecting news, and you can too if you go over to ohmtown.com and subscribe or sign in if you're already a citizen. I'm about to extend it so that you can log in with any other platform. Well, 4 of 5. But anyway, we're going to talk about 10 articles today. And we're going to start with Interdimensional Meow Wolf Arcade. And then Imogen Dragons. Yeah, Steamboat v. Pooh horror movie. Vegas Spheroids. Man, if you have a case of Vegas Spheroids, you can take some penicillin. Scythe Studios Deep Cuts, BlizzCon to return in 2026, emergency trademark motion against Netflix. Hide your children. Southwest divests itself of all love. A little more on a Disney lawsuit results. A little more on a anyway. Hilarious comedy movies from books, all of that, and maybe a little more. Who knows? On the other side of our intro. 3, 2, 1. I gotta get that updated with new color schema because we've changed it up. There's literally chaos of colors, and actually it's not really chaos, but anyway, things are getting color matched to our 7 colors around that. So there's 6 around the center, and that is the gateway to all of ohmTown. Dun dun dun. 6 main categories. Look, hexagons are the bestagons. 6 main categories. All of that different frequency gets merged together to make that center one right there. That's how a rainbow works. That's the spectrum of light. Wow. And we exist in an electromagnetic world here in ohmTown. Nobody's ever hungry. Nobody ever has to worry about safety. Nobody ever has to worry about anything. We're all news, no noise. Over at ohmtown.com. All the noise comes out of Mayor Watt's mouth and sometimes out of the Sentient AI's visualizer over there and the voice synthesizer. You ready to get into this? Oh, great AI from on high. I can't do that.
I am.
You have to
We didn't
be
do introductions.
audible. I know. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
How for art thou? I've had a few, 2 of these. So, but we're not sponsored, but Coca-Cola, hey.
I'm fine.
All right. Oh, wait, we have to, there. Nobody knows that it's Coca-Cola.
Right, we couldn't tell from the script.
Look, nobody knows that it's Coca-Cola.
Doesn't it say it at the top?
Shh, shh, shh. You'll be fine. All right. Let's go. First article is over in Technology Today. I can't wait for New York's I've said it twice now and messed it up. I can't wait for New York's interdimensional Meow Wolf Arcade. Meow Wolf plans to push the boundaries of tech and mixed reality on the East Coast based on what they've seen up to now. They're ready. And this is over at CNET. Scott Stein over at cnet.com put this article together. There you go. Meow Wolf in New York as a permanent exhibit. Trippy installation of art experience is coming to New York City as a permanent exhibit. Might have to take a trip to New York. It's a weird way to deliver.
It's been in the West so far. It's in very select areas.
So what have you read about it? What do you know more? Do you know more about it, or
I do, and that's actually why I submitted it. I was reading about Meow Wolf recently. They have installations in a certain city, and I think it becomes like a permanent or at least multi-year installation, and they've been slowly expanding. I think they have like artists collectives that build these and maybe maintain them.
in a little pixelated game that looks like the old arcade game Double Dragon, gangs and police come after you, but if you survive, you'll discover the actual message, Meow Wolf. A bizarre, immersive multimedia collective that makes real-world art playgrounds is expanding to New York City. It's a weird way to deliver the message, but the author says that they're thrilled. Again, the author is Scott Stein over at cnet.com. It looks like New York's South Street Seaport site will push the territories of things they're deeply into, video games, mixed reality, layers of tech that will blend the virtual and the physical in ways that AR inspirational tech companies have been dreaming of, but still haven't quite pulled off. It's kind of a bummer that AR is in only like really embraced in the realm of art. I would love to be able to demonstrate AR in real time. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll contact Xreal and go like, send me one of your things so that I can
There
wear
you
them.
go. Yeah, it does seem to be pretty well adapted in the arts, but not really outside of it. You know, the name really throws me off because I keep wanting to say Meow Wolf.
Woof.
It's in like the dog bark. Yeah.
Bark, yeah. Wolf. Meow Wolf. In case you've never been to one, is a series of massive art installations mixed with interactive games and secrets. Imagine if Sleep No More and an escape room had a supernova and turned into an interdimensional rave. If you've never been to a rave, I don't know. You get touched a lot. Anyway, every Meow Wolf location has a different theme, and the destinations have all been located in the West so far. Las Vegas, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, and Los Angeles one coming in a year or two. New York is the first Eastern Meow Wolf. So is that Eastern Meow Wolf and Western Meow Wolf?
Is it a different species?
I think each one is unique unto itself. I swear, what is it called? There's a gaming, furniture.
South by Southwest or something?
No.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a festival.
There's a gaming furniture company. What is it called? Weird? No. What is it? It's like a luxury, gaming company. I can't remember the name of it right now. Damn it, I hate that. Anyway, I think they went to one and actually showed it in one of their videos on YouTube. From Texas. I think they went to Texas and saw it. Anyway, major markets like LA and New York have always been on their radar, and they've been dreaming about it. And so Meow Wolf founder and chief vision officer Vince Kadlubeck told them in a phone call, the New York location is going to focus on video gaming and arcades, and it seems, among other things, involving the storyline of Plotzo, an interdimensional rat king that sprouts up in other Meow Wolf locations and is involved in strange arcade spaces. So, yeah, I swear this is... I've
Maybe we had a separate article about this, but I don't think we ever did.
I don't think so. I think it has to do with that gaming company, and I'm kind of trying to remember. It's something wood. They make that $10,000 gaming table and all this high-end stuff.
Do you mean Wormwood?
Wormwood. There it is. Yeah, Wormwood, I think, went to one of these Meow Wolf locations, I think, and did like a tour or something. Anyway, it'll be a big experience, they say, according to Kadlubeck. The relative square footage will be on the level of the Las Vegas Omega Mart and Denver Convergence Station experiences, which feels massive and maze-like. Convergence Station in Denver is 90,000 square feet. I think that's like a Walmart or something.
Yeah, that's not a small art exhibit.
Yeah, not at all. Look at that. So usually if I remember this right, each room has a theme and the overall experience has a theme, but it's mostly like siloed in each room.
Yeah, I think so. By the way, you're right. Like an average Walmart is 106,000 square feet. I have no idea how you knew that.
I know a little bit of everything. That's why I call these shows now news trivia without the game. So, Mixed Reality Playground, it says that it wants to tie in mixed reality. So Meow Wolf made its own VR mini golf course experience and has had augmented reality phone apps, but the different level of virtual to real interconnect looks like it's on tap for when the New York location finally opens, possibly late 2027 or 2028. So this is putting the cart before the horse.
So come back in
2 years.
2 or 3 years.
Maybe it's there.
And hopefully we'll have an episode about it.
Who knows? The cost could go through the roof. So they actually referred to Magic Leap's headquarters in 2018, a space that the author visited. It's an early sign of how promises of a blend of real and virtual could have been. Magic Leap's vision for AR ended up being flawed, but the Willy Wonka-like blend of ideas and interaction sounds like an area that inspires the team even now. Yeah, so Magic Leap, their technology just didn't rise to the level of accessibility for people. And by that, I mean the technology was really complex and thus expensive, and nobody would adopt it. And so it never really actually came to fruition.
Need lower prices for mass adoption, I think.
Yeah, otherwise it's too pricey. Or you have to command the market and be a vertical and own the supply chain from end to end, and then you're Apple, and that's not Magic Leap. So anyway, they're basically going to be merging VR, AR, so into this mixed reality kind of environment. So we'll come back, and you can go over to CNET and read the rest of this. It's an expansive article, but we'll end up talking about it as we get closer and see a little bit more of the manifestation of Meow Wolf in New York.
Maybe we'll even do an on location.
Yeah, maybe. That's exactly what I was about to say. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Non Sequitur News. Humankind has infected the moon with imagined dragons, so I refer to this as Imugin dragons.
I'm not sure it's infected the moon.
One of their best songs was actually created so that it could be an ad.
Oh, I thought that was another band, but okay.
So, in an effort to send Earth's best, the private space company Intuitive Machines succeeded in some ways and failed in others during its botched mission that saw an Athena lunar lander tip over and die in a crater. Twice. The Houston-based company did manage, as a Stereogum reports, so that's probably somebody that we should pay attention to if we're not, to deploy one of its payloads, an 8-terabyte data center that's home to a song by the exceedingly generic alt-rock outfit Imagine Dragons.
You called it.
Ouch. No, we're not talking about a smash hit like Radioactive. Among the material on Athena's storage center, which is operated by the company's Lone Star Data Holdings and acts as a backup for data on terra firma, it's the band's single. Wait for it. Well, the article is in a section they call Moon Rocks, because it's Imagine Dragons. And Noor Al-Sabai put the article together. It's over at Futurism. The deck statement says a song will now be on the moon forever. Was that too loud?
Which song is it? No.
Okay. They're talking about Children of the Sky, the band's 2023 single, recorded for the same year's space-themed video game Starfield. The track sounds pretty much like everything else Imagine Dragons has put out. Not exactly bad, but definitely neither good nor memorable.
I don't even think I know what that song is.
Man, that is a kick right to the terabyte. So, despite the prog rock meets elevator music vibes the song gives off, people involved with the project are extremely stoked that it's part of the mission. Well, it's going to be there nearly forever. Although radiation really does eat away at the housing, it may not be there forever. The flags and stuff like that have been up there are bleached clear, I think. Anyway, as of now, the logistics of the venture seem kind of iffy, given that Athena is now kaput. All the same, the Imagine Dragons joint is indeed sitting in a data center on the moon, joining legendary singles from such heavyweights as Elvis Presley, Jimi Hendrix, and Bob Marley. All right. Come on, man. How do you put Imagine Dragons in the same nest as Elvis Presley, Jimi Hendrix, and Bob Marley?
I don't think you can. I think they were trying to capture maybe different eras, but I don't know what they were doing.
Anyway, the mission wasn't a total failure because Lone Star had successfully transmitted Children of the Sky's song and lyrics to their data center on the moon. So they say that a claim that they can't verify, but if they said it and it's found on the internet, it must be real.
Well, it'd be tough for futurism to go there and go check it out. I mean,
yeah, with that attitude, I mean, to me, it sounds like excuses. Get on your rocket ship and go. I've said that to other people and they still haven't done it. Let's move on. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. No one asked for it, but there's a Steamboat Willie versus Pooh horror movie. Public domain horror trend is now borrowing from another age-old trope, the crossover.
what's really weird is we were just discussing Steamboat Willie and Pooh like right before this article appeared.
Yeah, and so every day is the previous 24 hours segment of time. So we've always gone back into the time machine to make up for past days, but we never take old news and bring it forward unless there's something purpose built in there. Well, anyway, I'm waiting for the slash fiction. Anyway, so Sabina Graves over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. No one asked for it, but there's now a Steamboat Willie versus Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
And we probably need a scary alert here, depending on who's watching.
The best I can do, we'll have to make a new one, but the best I can do is overshare. So if anybody is afraid of anything, particularly
That's pretty broad. That would be probably everybody.
grayscale clowns. Oh, that must be Steamboat Willie. I won't play any music or any of the audio, but anyway. So tired of gimmick. The tired gimmick is back in the dark domain, which is one production company's twist on getting their grubby hands on Disney or other cartoon IP. Popeye was another recent one to exploit stupidly and violently for the sake of getting it to do it first over any sort of sincere, genuine, or creative substance. So obviously Sabina Graves is like, has a particular tilt on it. What's really funny about this is something that I've talked about previously, and then we ended up talking about this on the show, and then we actually got another article talking about it. Before we were talking about it, it was just in this nebulous space of, for whatever reason, as soon as something Disney goes public domain, they rip off everything.
Right, people go all in after it.
They do everything they can to defile the holy ground that is Disney intellectual property or assets in any way. I mean, if Disney owned Santa Claus, well, there already is Santa Claus horror too. I mean,
right, but the point is, like, nothing. If it's done by Disney, somebody's going to do something with it once it's public domain.
Exactly. So naturally, there's Winnie the Pooh versus Steamboat Willie, different from the one starring Terrifier's David Howard Thornton. It's a different version. Ho-hum, by all means, jump the clip art shark and try to evoke the excitement horror titans built up with real franchises and legendary lore that led up to Freddy versus Jason and Alien versus Predator. This is nothing more than taking two now public domain assets and pitting them together. So the dark domain, Mickey versus Winnie, but isn't even in the same universe as it appears. So at any rate, they go into greater detail about what this thing is, but essentially they have them battle it out. In the present day, a group of childhood friends, each haunted by their own unresolved traumas and fears, feels an inexplicable pull to return to the reform school that they once attended. And in it is Dark Mickey and Dark Winnie. Dun, dun, dun. You can go and check it all out. beyond just the trope, I find this not very compelling, but some people like
No, but I
schlocky.
think people will go out of their way to watch this
Sure.
just because it's kind of tearing it apart, right, from the original.
Yeah, and it relates to something that I was reading about before the show, and I didn't pull it into the show because it wasn't selected from the submissions. But I had found it, and I didn't put it in the submission. You know, we used to vote for this kind of stuff, but the system for voting was kind of meh, and so I stopped doing the electoral process. But just so that you get an idea of this. The first bite at the apple is always a curiosity, right? A lot of people will want to take a bite at the apple when something new comes on board, right? So there's a startup that is betting on supercharging the AI virtual influencer market and created a pitch deck around it. And it has to do with Lil Michaela. And this is Lil Michaela, a virtual influencer that has 2 million followers. And when people were discussing it, being interviewed, 40% follow this because they're just plain curious that something exists like this. Others have other rationales. But anyway, back to this. It's the same thing. People are going to go and watch this because they're curious.
Oh, absolutely. There's probably more hype than substance on this kind of thing.
I doubt there's any substance. But, I mean, some people like that schlocky, horror, blah, blah, blah. And they get their popcorn, and it's, like me in politics. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The creators of the Las Vegas Sphere want to open mini spheres, or spheroids, as I'm calling them. I don't know if they call them that, but that's what I'm calling them. Although the original estimate to set up the Vegas Sphere was $1.2 billion, Sphere Entertainment eventually spent around $2.3 billion to build the interactive venue.
Is that all? And that doesn't include things like maintaining it.
Correct, yeah. But they're making bank. So as the company looks to expand to other cities, it's also looking to scale down the venue, making it more affordable to build and operate. Sphere Entertainment is currently working on a design for mini spheres with a capacity of about 5,000 people. The company's executive chairman and chief executive officer, James Dolan, told, I think it's The Verge. Andrew Lazuski over at TheVerge.com put the article together. So it'll require a smaller investment from performers and overall smaller. I think, though, the ecosystem for this needs to support a 5,000 person glowing sphere around wherever it's going to be. So how many people want this glowing sphere operating 24/7?
Right. Probably most places don't. There may be a few cities do.
There's going to be, you know what? I think you're right. The expression that I get to see through the interface of the AI is different than the visualizer's response. But I get the impression.
Right, that's chaotic over here.
Is it working well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's slowed down. It's a composite of your computational power required to generate your voice, but for some reason it's slowed down a little bit. So, at any rate, I think politicians will go, you know what? We can get a lot of tax revenue and we can get some jobs created. So let's have this giant glowing marble smack dab in the middle of downtown, whatever.
I could see somewhere like New York City, while it doesn't have any space, wanting something like this.
Yeah, I think it would need bigger than 5,000. Otherwise, it would have to charge an enormous amount.
Well, right. I know, I agree. But I can't think of a city like, I don't know, I just don't have a good example. A lot of cities, I can't imagine this being placed there.
Imagine Dragons, even. So Sphere Entertainment is currently working on a design for these mini spheres with 5,000 people. The company's executive chairman, chief executive officer, James Dolan, told analysts that, according to a report by AV Magazine, The Vegas Sphere can seat 17,600 people, but attendance can be closer to 20,000 with standing capacity and make 2,400 people stand around.
I don't understand any venue that makes people stand.
So regardless, I want this in Wanted because if I were to have disposable income to the tune of, you know what, if I had $10 billion, I would easily spend 2.5 to make this my home.
Would you also bring in like private concerts, or would you just have the Sphere?
And I'd sell tickets, but I'd be able to go, oh, everybody get out. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. This would be an amazing place. Anyway, I want what makes this possible. I want that back behind me. So instead of a green screen, it's whatever I damn well throw up there.
So if Sphere Entertainment is listening.
Sphere Entertainment. I have a wall that's behind me that's fit for a giant high-resolution LED screen. And not monitors, not LED monitors. I want the little LED panels. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Marvel Channel. Deep Cuts creators Sky Studios dish on what makes this movie-themed VR experience as unique as it is. VR is starting to hit its stride, mainly because the cost of operating it is dropping, and better equipment is coming online. Hopefully, the Deckard at $1,200 is actually at $1,000 and has higher resolution and is wireless. And then I'll be switching from the Pico to that. Mainly because it will be seamlessly integrated into Steam or seamlessly integrated into the games. You heard it here first.
That's right.
And it allows developers to get weirder and wilder than they could ever have imagined. Deep Cuts is the culmination of all the wackiness brought to life by entering fictitious B movies that totally exist and living out dream scenarios through them. It's right up the author's alley in every way, shape, and form. It's also one of the most entertaining and well-written games that they've played in VR, offering a great campaign and plenty of sights and sounds to see and experience. This article is over at Vice.com. Sean Shachaki put the article together. It's called Deep Cuts. Deep Cuts is a new VR experience that puts players directly into the movies, and they got to chat with the devs about what makes it great. So it's it's creative director and writer Aniello DeAngelis, as well as the principal technical engineer, director, and founder of Scythe Studios, spelled incorrectly. For the last
Sycathy.
Yeah, that's Sycathy. Caleb Aldafa, about the work that's been done for Deep Cuts and what makes it unique and how it stands out from other previous games. Their previous game, Happy's Humble Burger Farm. All right, so Aniello says VR horror is a tricky field because you're asking a lot more of the player. You don't want to scare them out of the headset, so it becomes about analyzing what elements of horror we wanted to implement, psychological, emotional, physical, etc., and spreading those out in digestible chunks. So
all of the above.
Yeah. It's actually a lot of fun as long as it isn't just to the point where it breaks your psyche and you're just, I am done with this. So jump scares and stuff like that, an intriguing story, continuity between scenes, a compelling writer, that you just need that writer that's embracing this. And it isn't just a technical thing. So they ask a couple of questions throughout this. I won't go through all of this. They talk about Banjo-Kazooie. But which is really interesting when someone in ohmTown walks up and says, hey, do you know about Banjo-Kazooie? Anyway.
Small world.
It is. So Happy's Humble Burger Farm looked to be a riff on the popular mascot horror trend, but it ended up being much more frightening than fans may have anticipated. What went into the design process for this title? But they're talking about Happy's Humble Burger Farm and not this particular game. So they said a little different. When Caleb pitched wanting to do a hub and spoke game and spent a week playing Banjo-Kazooie and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, something about Banjo's world and rhythm with Tony Hawk's endless environmental manipulation helped shape this totally physical, chaotic world we could explore any genre in. Also, they probably watched 600 movies over the dev cycle, never stopped studying. So, wow.
Right, it was hard work, but somebody had to do it.
Yeah, I don't know what their dev cycle was. They hint at a year or something like that in this, but usually a dev cycle is longer than that. Anyway, Deep Cuts has plenty of variety in its walls, but they have to ask which totally real movie was your favorite to create and why. So, Nuclear Wedding. Production was such a blur that we genuinely do not remember the act of sitting down and writing the chapter. So whenever we play through the levels, we're really pleased with the world building and that we were able to get a funny games reference into a video game. I've never seen it, so I'd have to go and look. But all throughout this, there are screenshots and then a question and an answer from Aniello and maybe others. But right, I won't.
It's like an interview style.
Yeah. When it comes to developing games between flat screen and VR, what has been the most difficult challenge when it comes to working between these two mediums? Well, with flat screens, you're mostly thinking in 2D layouts, whereas VR demands a deep sense of presence, which is absolutely correct. You have to think about everything because everything has to be modeled frontwards and backwards. So it's not just a flat plane where you walk in front of it. You actually have the ability in VR to walk behind it, and it can have mass. And if something is detachable, you really should make it so that you can pick it up and throw it, and it has real physics. In 2D, you don't really have to worry about that kind of thing. And in some cases with VR, with technological augmentation, you can give something weight so that it feels like there's something more to it, because your mind, when you get really into it, will play some massive tricks on you. They basically built this with environmental feedback to make it feel more natural and also not limiting players who want a more intense experience. Do
you think you'd be playing this?
I'm not really into horror games, but I would give it a shot. If they have a demo, I would definitely gobble it up. So I'm going to go and check it out. It's over on the MetaQuest store. It's on Steam. It's on PSVR 2. And it's available now, Deep Cuts. They don't have the price in here, but I guess I could find out real quick. Hold on. So Deep Cuts is definitely on Steam, and it's not out yet. So its planned release is 2025. Again, it doesn't actually say. So I'm kind of surprised.
It doesn't have the exact release date or the price.
It's probably out on MetaQuest, but it is not available on Steam just yet, because I'm looking at it right now.
Well, maybe. And it doesn't have a release date, so that makes me think it's not immediate.
Oh, that's really interesting. It's by the publisher is Tiny Build, but the developer is Scythe Dev Team. Tiny Build is really popular. They did they are the publisher. Yeah, they're the publisher for Graveyard Keeper, Potion Craft, which I have, Drill Core, Duckside, Hello Neighbor, Spider Heck is another one that is really popular. Graveyard Keeper, which is extremely popular. Oh goodness, just a bunch of stuff. Hold on. Their publication list goes on and on. How many do they have? Dear God. Anyway, I got to stop. Otherwise, I'll be
going down the rabbit hole.
Let's keep going, though. There's more over there at this article at vice.com. Follow the link through ohmTown. The show notes are in show notes or in the bot. So wherever you are, download the podcast later. They'll be in the show notes there, too. Although I've known it all this time. You know, the past 3 years, and now we're on our third month in year 4. Clicking on a link in the podcast show notes opens up a window that sits on top of the podcast.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't actually take you to, it takes you to the site, but it doesn't take you out of the podcast environment. So it's kind of ugly, but anyway. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you all to something, just so you know. if you want to subscribe to ohmTown over on YouTube, I've made it easier because you can mash this button right there and it will take you over to ohmTown on YouTube and subscribe you in the same click. So I'm looking forward to it.
One-stop shopping.
Yeah. And it goes away after about 30 seconds. It'll disappear. Well, it turns into that right there, that little down arrow. Anyway, it's not intrusive. We'll start changing it from time to time so that you can link or visit the podcasts, etc. We've got 7 podcasts. We're a little of everything. All right, so let's keep on going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. BlizzCon is returning in 2026 after a few years off. I've always wanted to go to BlizzCon when I was really into WoW. Not so much anymore. I'm still fascinated that it has this kind of an ecosystem where thousands of people will converge.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that it's coming back, because you'd think maybe it just wouldn't.
You might want to look behind you. So, BlizzCon 2026 will once again be hosted at the Anaheim Convention Center. Blizzard isn't sharing specific details about what games might be featured, but the company says that alongside BlizzCon staples like opening ceremony, in-depth panels, the Dark Moon Fair, friendly competition, hands-on gameplay, and more, they aim to meaningfully elevate this iconic celebration and create an unforgettable experience for all who take part in it. Tickets will go on sale at a later date. But Jay Peters over at TheVerge.com put the article together, so mark your calendars for September 2026. That's fine.
Quite a ways off.
That's fine. I think that if they're talking about it now, they'll definitely do it. But the last BlizzCon event took place in 2023, where the company announced details about things like Diablo 4's first expansion, new World of Warcraft expansions, the addition of Mauga. I never play Overwatch, and more. Blizzard also hosted a virtual BlizzCon Online or BlizzConline in 2021. Whenever I hear BlizzCon, I think that it's a convict in snow.
Yeah, I mean, the con part is certainly getting there.
Yeah, it's a snow person who's been convicted.
Yeah.
So, an in-person edition of the show in November 2019. So, basically, they're trying to spin things back up. There isn't much more over at this article, but you can go over there and read more about it and show Jay Peters some attention. All right, let's keep on going. One of these days, I'm going to go to BlizzCon just so that I can say I went to BlizzCon.
Well, maybe you can go in 2026.
I don't know. All right. So, Blizzard and whoever else is who's in charge of Blizzard now? Is it like Microsoft or something? I don't know. I don't remember who owns Blizzard anymore. Tencent. Let's keep going.
It's Activision.
Activision. Oh, it's Activision Blizzard.
Or Activision Blizzard, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I knew that. Anyway, the next article is over on Right Protect, which is one of our channels for copyright and trademark discussions. Pepperdine University makes waves, quote unquote waves, with an emergency trademark motion against Netflix. It's an emergency!
Yeah, I don't know.
So if you happen to see the new Netflix show Running Point, starring Kate Hudson, that was made possible by a last-minute decision of a California federal court on the eve of the show's February 27th release. Pepperdine University, in an emergency motion filed 1 week before the show's release, asked the court to block the release date due to trademark violations occurring within the series. The court denied the motion, and the series is now the #1 TV show on Netflix. Holy cow, guess what we need to watch? That way we can talk about it in
and
the continuity report,
which is on Saturdays.
Yeah, it's the third show on Saturdays, right after Reality Hacker and
Wanted.
So Reality Hacker is all about, hacking reality using technology. And Wanted is all about gadgets and gear. And then the continuity report is about entertainment news. Typically TV shows, movies. sometimes music, but I am working on another show that cannot be turned into a podcast without paying a bill and cannot be recorded as a VOD. So it can't end up on YouTube or Twitch recorded, but I can stream. How about that? Yeah, that's another kick in the terabyte. Anyway, although the emergency motion was denied, proceedings will continue, and it is yet to be seen whether Pepperdine may ultimately succeed on some or all of the claims against Netflix and Warner Brothers. So what is this all about? Hey, here, this is an exercise in close the pop-up.
Exactly.
It's never in the same spot, folks. Anyway, going forward, Pepperdine's initial hurdle will be to defeat Rogers by proving that the series explicitly misleads viewers to infer Pepperdine's endorsement. So what is this all about? Apparently, the defendant's use in Pepperdine's mark is
pretty darn similar.
pretty damn close. Anyway, so what is it? The show, loosely based on the life of Los Angeles Lakers owner Jeannie Buss, I guess. Running Point is about a woman who is suddenly tasked with leading Los Angeles area basketball team. The problem, the fictional basketball team is Running Point, is called the Los Angeles Waves. The Waves is also the name that Pepperdine University has used for its sports teams, including basketball, since the school opened in Los Angeles in 1937. Pepperdine owns 3 Waves-based trademarks that are registered in connection with entertainment services and sporting events.
So I have to ask a dumb question. Given that it's set in LA, it's the same sport, etc., why not call the team something else?
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody approached Pepperdine and said, hey, would you like to, loosely endorse this? And, we'll give you some money. And they're like,
probably said no, and they still went ahead.
And then the CEO pumps out a tweet with her.
Her?
And then goes, no. We have somebody else.
Not that her.
Not that her. Somebody else's her. Totally different than the movie that's been out. Anyway, in a temporary restraining order or TRO request, I want to make a joke. Anyway, Pepperdine told the court that the university would suffer immediate and irreparable harm if the court did not prevent the show's impending release. Anyway, they sought relief on the basis of the trademark infringement, and the defendants filed opposition papers a few days later, denying any likelihood of confusion and arguing that the show's content is protected under the First Amendment-based Rogers test. And the court heard oral arguments on February 25th, and then, in a game day decision, sports pun intended, they say, issued a ruling the next day. So, essentially, it might be close, but nobody's going to really confuse the two. But looking at that, the only difference that I can see between that Waves and this Waves is the kerning between some of the letters. It seems like a little bit bigger between the letters of Waves. And they don't have...
I was going to say 2 things. One, it looks like there might be a line behind the word Waves on the Netflix side, and then also just the background color, which I know is irrelevant, but
yeah, that's actually it's pretty interesting. It looks way
it looks
closer.
like the same font. That's the thing. Like it has the same. It appears to have the same
connections.
I don't know what it's called, but like shadow or whatever behind the letters.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit wider in here, and it doesn't conform to the V. The V is a little bit different. It's straighter. And even the connection between the V and the E is made, whereas the others don't actually connect. This one actually connects, and so does that one.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me, because it seems like a little bit of difference could have gone a long way here.
Yeah, I definitely would have found in Pepperdine's favor, because this just doesn't make any sense. It's curiously close. So unless the Netflix show shows Pepperdine in good light, I would say that this could cause, quote unquote, reputational harm.
Well, the article says that that's one of the complaints too,
Right.
because
Yeah.
it's showing things that they claim are contrary to the university's
Yep.
values.
So what is this? Rogers is an affirmative defense that applies to trademarks used within creative works such as films and TV shows. The legal standard to succeed on an ordinary trademark infringement claim is likelihood of consumer confusion. In Rogers' cases, however, the defense bars liability unless the court finds that accused trademark explicitly misleads consumers as to the source or content of the creative work, but it is based around something that matches the waves.
Right. Yeah, the team in the same city.
With the same colors.
Right, the show is set in the same city. It's the same sport. Like, there's so many connections.
So, and here's the kicker. Pepperdine claims that the show's subject matter, which includes references to sex, drugs, and alcohol, run counter to the university's Christian values. And in this day and age...
that's why they're going after him? Like, if it was really favorable, they'd probably be like, yay, free publicity.
Name a party school and base it closely to that party school, and you probably wouldn't be able to stand your ground here.
Oh,
but it's a Christian values school.
So, not only are they looking like they're going right after them, they're really kind of nudging them into doing something, right?
Yeah. And even if you were to sit there and say, well, we've interviewed a whole bunch of people from the university, and they all engage in something related to sex, drugs, and rock and roll, sex, drugs, and alcohol from at some point in their existence in the university experience. So it doesn't run counter to their values, but the marketing as a university with Christian values.
Right. They're probably not marketing that in their brochures. Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll just be quiet.
Biff's Las Vegas University from, Back to the Future is totally like, come to our school. It's like... You can major in sex, drugs, and alcohol, minor in rock and roll. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Everything you loved about Southwest has officially gone. I titled this section, Southwest Divests Itself of Love. So...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it had quite a cult following, I think, among travelers.
Yeah, now you're going to be...
went away from the...
free baggage.
And pick your own seat, and then the baggage is really going to be a big deal.
Yeah, kick to the terabyte again. So Southwest Airlines has axed virtually everything that once set it apart from competitors. The airline announced an end to its famous free checked bags policy on Tuesday. I have to check my baggage all the time. Man, my childhood.
Are you checking to make sure it's with you?
I would like to check that it's not with me, but I apparently carry it around and it pops up from time to time no matter where I am. Anyway, the change comes amid other measures to cut costs and increase revenue, like assigning seats and not putting all of the door bolts in. The final shoe just dropped at Southwest Airlines, following intense pressure from an activist investor to shore up revenues and cut costs. Remember, folks, this could be a more lucrative business for the business to stay long term if it isn't being sucked dry of all moisture like so many dune inhabitants. If it wasn't for greedy bastards. Instead of having a marginal increase, and by marginal I mean a consistent low level, they demand more and more and more growth in a market that doesn't necessarily support it. The only way you can grow is to stand out amongst the competitors, and you're not going to do it by matching all the rest of the competitors just so that you can eke out another percent and satiate the greedy, mind-numbing, sociopathic greed levels. And you had disconnected for a moment, but I liken this to sucking dry a loser in a Fremen battle on Dune.
That's very specific and visual.
I have a vivid imagination, and so there you have it. So following intense pressure from an activist, greedy investor to shore up revenues and cut costs, Southwest announced on Tuesday that it would end its popular 2 bags fly free. So now you have to buy a seat.
That was really the only thing keeping it separate, right, from those other airlines. I mean, people would specifically fly on Southwest because of that. I think they're going to lose a lot of revenue because of this.
Yeah, I have taken Southwest flights because I knew that I was going to be bringing 2 bags, and boom. So not anymore. You're going to have to buy an entire seat for each of your bags. Just kidding. You'll have to pay for it, but it's a nominal fee.
Yeah. No, it's more than nominal. I don't know how much they're going to charge, but most airlines, you start tacking on the baggage, it's adding a sizable increase to the ticket price.
Executives once said that the new bag policy was not an option. In July, Southwest CEO Bob Jordan said that the checked bags were the number one issue in terms of why customers choose Southwest. The company doubled down on the stance during its September Investor Day. But then Ryan Green, the airline's chief transformation officer, who's set to depart from the company in April, said at the time that Southwest would lose more money from lower demand than it would gain from checked bag revenue. That's not how things played out. In contrast to our previous analysis, actual customer booking behavior through our new booking channels, such as MetaSearch, did not show that we are getting the same benefit from our bundled offering with free bags. So why not?
How do they know that? Because are they charging without, or like, are they charging for bags?
They changed the policy and you had to pay. So starting May 28th, only customers with Southwest's credit card or those who hold A-list loyalty status can check 1 bag for free. Top-tier A-list preferred members and customers who book the high-price business select fare will get to check 2 bags for free. It's unclear what the bag fees will look like for everyone else, but I guess the claim that they were going to remove the free baggage led them to an analysis, but they don't have the data yet. So how do they know? That's what you were saying.
I mean. I think it's hypothetical. They're going to find out real quickly. And same thing with the person who said, hey, wait a second, they're leaving, but somebody else might be making the decision behind them.
It's an activist investor that's pushing it to change. And an activist investor has enough percentage hold to budge the board of directors to make a decision, lest they do something drastic. Like they could buy up more shares and get a controlling portion of it. And money speaks. I mean, money is now free speech. So if you've got enough of it, then you can pretty much say or do whatever the hell you want to. But I can't get into that. But anyway, it's kind of interesting. So other previously announced changes have already taken effect or are set to soon. Southwest flights can now be searched on sites like Google Flights, Kayak, Expedia. Red-Eye flights launched in February, allowing Southwest to better use its fleet of planes. A partnership with Iceland Air now allows Southwest passengers to connect to Europe on a single ticket for the first time. And premium seats, including those in the front of the plane and with extra legroom, not extra large legroom, are set to launch in 2026. So all those other seats in the back are going to get pushed back a little bit more to make life hell.
Right. I was like, that's not a win for the average passenger. Some of these were a win, like the increased search engine capability, because that has been a problem with Southwest. And then also like the partnership with Iceland Air. But the other things aren't necessarily helping the average traveler.
All right. So Southwest, now adding itself to the shade of gray. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. This is the Moana Disney lawsuit results. So the jury in the U.S. quickly and completely rejected the man's claim that Disney's Moana was stolen from his story of a young surfer in Hawaii. The article is over at rte.ie, which is really interesting.
And that's a picture of Moana, not the other story.
This is Maui.
Right, but it's from the movie Moana.
Oh, right. This is Moana. right? Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about the movie, not the character.
I don't know, man. It's a whole new world. This could be Moana. Anyway, the Los Angeles Federal Court deliberated for around 2.5 hours, which really isn't speedy, but I guess it's speedy. Anyway, before deciding
that's pretty speedy.
Is it?
But I mean, it's a, what is it, a copyright or trademark claim? Copyright, probably.
Copyright, yeah. They think that it's plagiarized from... Now, get this. This is really interesting. So they deliberated. I thought that there was another claim that this was stolen from somebody, but this apparently is... And I thought that it had to do with... Like, it was almost like scene for scene taken from somebody else's story.
Right, but now I don't remember if it was Moana.
Because I don't remember.
We had a show about it.
Yeah, but I don't remember it ever saying that it was an outline and a script for Bucky the Surfer Boy.
No, I don't either. I think there was some other suit. I don't think it was that one.
They considered the similarities between Bucky and the 2016 hit animated film about a questing Polynesian princess. Mr. Woodall had shared his work with a distant relative who worked for a different company on the Disney lot, but the woman testified during the 2-week trial that she never showed it to anyone at Disney. They say, obviously, we're disappointed. We're going to review our options and think about the best path forward. In closing arguments, earlier Monday, Mr. Woodall's attorney said that the long chain of circumstantial evidence showed the two works were inseparable. There was no Moana without Bucky, Mr. Lage said, or Lage. I don't know how they pronounce it. But they said they had no idea about Bucky, says Mr. Kaba in the closing. They had never seen it, never heard of it. After their victory, Mr. Musker and Disney lawyers declined to comment, which is smart. If you've won, you don't run around.
Right. You don't act like you're
loser,
bragging about it.
Loser.
Yeah, that probably doesn't help with the appeal chances.
So a judge previously ruled that Mr. Woodall's 2020 suit came too late for him to claim a piece of those receipts, the $700 million at the global box office from Moana, and that a lawsuit filed earlier the year over Moana 2, which earned more than $1 billion, must be decided separately. So that suit remains active. But I don't quite get it.
Okay, this is fascinating. The jury watched the whole Moana movie.
For free? Taxpayer
Was that
dollars.
part of the deliberation time?
Yeah, there you go. We'd like to watch the movie again. Can we bring our children? So
exactly. They're like, guess what Mommy and Daddy did today?
Yeah,
we got to watch Moana.
But not you, child. Ha ha. So in the latter versions of the story, the title or titular character, vacationing in Hawaii with his parents, befriends a group of native Hawaiian youth and go on a quest that includes time travel to the ancient islands and interactions with the demigods to save a sacred site from a developer.
I don't think that's the same story as Moana. It's certainly not a visitor to Hawaii.
Yeah. So around 2004, Mr. Woodall gave the Bucky outline to the stepsister of his brother's wife. That woman, Jenny Marshek, worked for Mandeville Films, a company that had a contract with Disney and was located on the Disney lot. He sent her follow-up materials through the years and testified that he was stunned when he saw Moana in 2016 and saw so many of his ideas, along with Ms. Marchek's evidence saying she didn't show Bucky to anyone. Messages shared by the defense showed she eventually ignored Mr. Woodall's queries to her and had told him there was nothing she could do for him. So eventually going ballistic. But both include teens on oceanic quests. Both have Polynesian demigods as central figures. I mean, a story around Hawaii is nothing, Polynesia, you know.
Right, exactly. Those are pretty common elements, I think.
Give me a break. That's what you do. You don't write about sci-fi if you're trying to focus on the Roman gods of yore, unless you're trying, you definitively tie it together, like the game Split, whatever. What's that?
Split Fiction?
Split Fiction. Thank you. I watched people play it from end to end, and I forgot the name. Anyway,
we talked about it in WarCrafters, I believe.
Yeah. So in both, the main characters interact with animals who act as spirit helpers, which is just a trope. So I just don't get it. So you can keep on going through this, but animal guides go back to movies as early as 1940s Pinocchio and appear in all of Mr. Musker and Mr. Clements' previous films, he said. Mr. Kaba said Mr. Musker and Clements developed Moana the same way that they did other films, through their own inspiration, research, travel, and creativity. So, yeah. There you go, folks. And parallel construction happens. So two people, we are a planet of 8 billion people. You're going to find two people that have created the same idea. I am living proof of that, because every time I write something down or say something, I find out 5 years later that somebody else is doing it. You know what? Make some friends, write your script, publish the book, and then go, look, it's out there. It is out there.
That's true,
I didn't
just copyrighted.
It's publicly copyrighted. Everything that you write is already, by its embodiment, is copyrighted. The moment you show it to somebody and you don't have the means to defend it in a courtroom like this, and you don't have definitive proof, you might as well just kiss that goodbye, because more money and the fact that it's dubious at best when tropes match up, you're not going to win, folks. So, in fact, I don't even recommend people get a patent on basic stuff, because if you don't have the money to defend it, and it isn't so technically sophisticated that you have to clone it outright, you can't defend your patent. So produce it and get it out on the market and make your bank, because somebody somewhere is going to clone it, be it China or somebody else. It'll be possibly lower quality. It'll be sold cheaper, but people will buy it because that's what they want. They don't need your highfalutin whatever. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the continuity report. Context matters, folks. So if you want to talk to me about IP and stuff like that, I need more context, but I'm willing to defend the idea of don't bother patenting anything. It depends on what it is. Anyway, this last article for the March 11th, 2025 Non Sequitur News is 10 hilarious comedy movies based on books. So Hollywood loves a book adaptation, but comedy is one genre that usually proves exempt to this trend. Stop that. There are a few good reasons for this. With one being that comedy novels don't really translate well into the big screen. Another reason is that comedy movies are built around a certain actor, or that they need to focus more on visuals and tone. So here are 10. It's over at Screen Rant. Ben Prothero put the article together, which Prothero sounds so Shakespearean.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does.
Anyway, I'm fascinated by names, because sometimes people expect you to live up to it, right? Some highfalutin name. And when you meet them and you're talking to them and they tell you your name and they go blah, blah, blah about the name, and then they just completely like fall on their face with every interaction. You're like, aspirational name there. Anyway, believe me, aspirational name. Mayor. That's my real name. No. Omer is my name. Omer Watts. Anyway, Mean Girls. Huh? Well,
Isn't
Watt.
your last name Watt?
Mayor Watt. Yeah, but Omer Watt. So Mean Girls is based on Queen Bees and Wannabes by Rosalind Wiseman. Really? Did you know that?
I did not know that. Mm-mm.
Wow, you might actually like reading the book. So it's an unusual basis for a movie, but this is what Tina Fey chose to build the structure of Mean Girls around. Wait, she's the writer for...
I don't know. She's an actor in the movie, but I didn't know that.
Detailing the social dangers that tend to crop up around that age, so teenage girls. With the book's descriptions of cliques and social jostling informing her portrayal of the plastics, which are all the mean girls that are back there. So while Rosalind Wiseman's book helped Faye come up with the story and the setting of Mean Girls, the brilliant dialogue is all of her own making. Yeah, Tina Fey is pretty brilliant as she was on SNL as both on the stage and behind the scenes writer and stuff. I think she was the lead writer for SNL. Anyway, another factor is that its observations of high school politics are still relevant, even if some of the specifics are outdated. But yeah, it's Mean Girls still exist.
Stop trying to make fetch happen.
It's not going to happen. So Dr. Strangelove is based on Red Alert by Peter George. I won't go through all of these verbatim, like that first one. It just kind of pulled me into the writing as I was reading it. Dr. Strangelove takes the framework of this story and transforms it into a satirical farce. You have to watch Dr. Strangelove. If you've never seen it, Peter Sellers, George C. Scott.
But this is interesting because it sounds like it's changing the nature of it.
Stephen King's distaste for Kubrick's adaptation of The Shining is common knowledge, but Peter George has the right to be even more outraged as Dr. Strangelove is nothing like his novel Red Alert. But it gave the foundation to be Dr. Strangelove. It's over the top. So this comedic approach has little to do with Red Alert, but it drives at the point that the fate of the world shouldn't be trusted to something as frail as human emotions. Ho ho ho! Has no foundation in reality. Let me tell you.
That sounds like science fiction.
Because never, oh God, I want to talk about it, but I just can't. I'm not going to get on that soapbox. So Princess Bride is based on the novel William Goldman, which
that's the author.
No. It says based on the novel by William Goldman, The Princess Bride. I spun it around. So based on the novel by William Goldman, it is The Princess Bride. So they stick to the name. It has a sincerity and reverence for its inspirations that's refreshing in an age of cynicism. But this actually goes to the point, right? So I don't think that Dr. Strangelove, even at the time, was a favorite at the time. Now I think it has a cult following, but I'd have to go and verify that. I don't really remember. But it's from 1964. So when it sticks,
that might be one reason you don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it, but I don't remember it being great at the time. I mean, it's a Kubrick film, so it's artsy. But when you stick to the writing and the writing is good, you're going to have a good time. When you start diverging and creating your own whatever, you're going to have a bad time. Bridget Jones's Diary is by Helen Fielding. It's a novel by Helen Fielding. It says, while it's rare for a novel to inspire a comedy movie, it's much rarer still for a whole comedy franchise to draw inspiration from literature. So Bridget Jones's Diary. The movie has the same irreverent tone with a wonderful performance by Renee Zellweger.
So that's interesting because there's a couple in here that seem like they're very close to the source material, but there's several that seem like they're way off.
Clueless is based on Emma by Jane Austen. I've heard that before, but I don't know. I don't see the parallels, but maybe I just haven't really engrossed myself in Emma. But Clueless is
I
like
think it's the same exact story, just in a modern setting.
With a modern take. Gotcha. Emma is arguably Austen's funniest novel, and Clueless makes it feel new. But I swear there was a newer version of Emma that was released.
I think in the last 5 years or so there was.
Yeah, and that one I thought matches up, but I think it's actually, even the tone of it is, it wasn't modernized, other than its modern filming and all of that. So by casting the character as an image-obsessed high school student, Clueless extracts the essence of Emma Woodhouse, complete with her meddlesome matchmaking and her laughable but oddly sweet naivete. Cher is a protagonist worth rooting for despite all her apparent flaws. So this is a fun movie to watch. If you've never watched it, it definitely gets a 10. All of these are actually 10s. Look at that. Well, actually 7.8 on this one, but Bridget Jones's Diary, I don't know. Not everybody in here is really like a compelling character, so maybe that's it. Plus, it's just your standard like love interest type of movie.
It's not standout plot or anything.
Yeah, like Clueless is funny and has all of the other mechanics. But anyway, number 5 is The Graduate, based on the novella by Charles Webb. this one, it says here, the movie doesn't need to add any proper jokes to make the story funny.
I didn't even know it was considered a comedy.
I didn't think so either. Dustin Hoffman's performance highlights the awkwardness and uncertainty of Benjamin Braddock. It's a deadpan masterclass, but Charles Webb's novella isn't quite as comedic. I don't remember it being comedic. Not quite as comedic, but I don't remember it being comedic. Anyway, The Graduate remains a hilariously irreverent movie for anyone graduating from college or stuck in a transitional phase of their life. I don't know. Maybe I should watch it again. It's been a while. This came out, The Graduate came out in 1967. You throw that on a 4K screen today and you'll just be looking at pixels. So Mrs. Doubtfire is based on Madame Doubtfire by Anne Fine. One major difference is the ending. In the book, Daniel is given a job as Miranda's gardener so that he can spend more time with his children. He doesn't host a Mrs. Doubtfire TV show like he does in the movie adaptation. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's from several years ago. I think it's okay not to have a spoiler alert.
Just letting everybody know. Of course, I'm doing it after the fact and like 3 decades after the launch. Anywho,
I have no doubt Robin Williams, though, amped it up. Like, it just seems like he would have added so much comedic whatever to it. Yeah.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is based on the Douglas Adams novel. Don't need to really go into that one. Submarine is by Joe Dunthorne, which I have never seen this. Ben Stiller presents a comedy that doesn't let principles stand in the way of progress.
I've never heard of it.
Nope. Submarine is based on a Welsh novel written from the perspective of a socially awkward teenager who explains away his failure to fit in as a sign of immense intellect to protect his fragile ego. And then Fantastic Mr. Fox by Roald Dahl. I've never seen this. I don't know how I feel about it.
This is supposed to be really good. I don't know.
The dialogue is all Anderson's too, along with about 90% of the plot. So I guess it's inspirational from Roald Dahl's adaptations, but Wes Anderson builds on the thin source material with his own spin on the crime genre. Mr. Fox is a career criminal struggling to settle down under pressure from his family and his community to submit to a life of domestic order, but unable to resist his need for adventure. Fantastic Mr. Fox. Guess we'll have to put that on the list too. Come on. Weekly movie night.
We're racking up several for the continuity report.
Just take this whole list and we'll just do movie night. One night a week. It'll be part of the Patreon. Stream it through Discord to friends and family. And no, nobody else can see that. Anyway, if you were looking, there was a blue bar for a minute, but...
Oh, okay. I missed the blue bar.
Only you see that. At any rate, folks, that is it. So we are done. And that means that I'm going to... What are we going to do? How should we do this? We're going to close the book on tonight's episode. And on the back is ohmtown.com. And that means we're done for the night. Sleep well, everybody. It's late, and Mayor Watt is old. So I'm
Good night,
gonna.
hometown citizens.
Go ahead.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and don't forget to go back and watch all of our 2,000 plus previous episodes.
Yeah. Oh gosh, cannot believe that. So 3 years, and now we're at the beginning. We're heading towards the middle of the 3rd month for year 4. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcasts. If you want all of the podcasts, all of the shows, then just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. If you want all of them broken up into individual podcasts, subscribe to the 6 other under the ohmTown name. That's what we publish under ohmTown. And then Non Sequitur News has the most. We're on 4 years. This is on the other shows are 2 years old. So anyway, we're out of here. Actually, not even 2 years old. This is the second season for most of the other 6 podcasts. The weekend shows are well, they're weekly. Whatever. Anyway, see you all later. We operate like a well-oiled machine. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 12th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 71. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we normally go over 10 articles together, but the Sentient AI is not online right now, so I'm going to do this solo. It is a time machine episode, and we're going to go through it really quick. I'm going to see how short I can make today's episode. How about watch for an Apple Watch payout? HP bricked its printers. Old MMO back from the dead. Fridays are dangerous for surgery. We've talked about this briefly. We'll hit on it again. Countless gallons of whale pee. Tomorrow is, and that means Thursday, is a lunar eclipse and blood moon. Worst desk wins. A race to measure fastest warming cities. Sweet and spicy rum. And lava fountains on display in Hawaii. Again, go over to ohmTown.com. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and on YouTube. Be sure to download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. I'll quote you as long as it isn't hostile. There's a Discord and a bunch of other things. We actually have over 2,000 episodes now across the 7 podcasts and all of ohmTown. So go and check it all out. There's 7 podcasts, including Non Sequitur News, and then 6 other weekly shows that we do. We stream them live here on Saturday and Sunday. See you around. More news on the other side of the intro. So I'm going to go through this real quick. I think I actually might have changed something, but that's okay. So the first article is over in Technology Today. Don't forget to claim your part of the $20 million Apple Watch payout. You may be eligible for part of a large cash settlement, which probably won't amount to much, but Samantha Kelly over at cnet.com put the article together. A settlement applies to purchasers of the original Apple Watch Series 1, 2, 3, which are no longer available for purchase, the company said. While we strongly disagree with the claims made against these early generation Apple Watches, we agreed to settle to avoid further litigation, so they simply bowed out. They do not admit any wrongdoing, and you can get a piece. You have until April 10th to submit a claim to secure your share. It's a website that's Smith et al. V. Apple Incorporated settlement agreement. So how much will you get? Somewhere between $20 and $50, maybe. Really depends on the number of claims that are submitted. It says here you can go to watchsettlement.com to find out more. The next article is over on the Mobile channel as well. HP accidentally bricked its own printers. For those of you too young to have grown up with a printer in every home and office, or even have worked in an office, a printer was a device engineered for as a mass social experiment to run over several decades to test how far you could push a frustrated person before they went batshit Looney Tunes over paper jams and Byzantine settings menus. Those settings menus still exist as Byzantine, and paper jams not so much, but cleaning your freaking printer every couple of days because you don't print continuously, and then you have to do a deep cleaning and all of this other crap to get your printer working. That drives me nuts. I'm actually considering switching to a laser printer because of that. Anyway, printer maker extraordinaire HP just found a way to make printers even more aggravating. Reports have been rolling in that their March 4th firmware update, yes, printers get regular software updates, have been disabling their printers. The article is over at vice.com by Matt Janser. And affected printers, so far it appears to be a limited issue to HP LaserJet MFP M232 to M237 models that install the version 2025-0209 firmware update. And after that, the printer will now throw an error code of 11 and flash the ink toner lights, and the user won't be able to print anything. And there's been a rash of these complaints the past few days on the HP support forum, reporting things that the problem has struck them too. The author says, I could fill up this whole article by spamming links to reports of this happening, but I'll spare us both. So yeah, spare everybody. Anyway, if you're still plodding along with the HP LaserJet MFP 232 to 237, don't update your firmware until HP comes out with the next version, and maybe that will fix it. Let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters. That's another one of the channels over at ohmtown.com where news gets aggregated based on content. A dead MMO that launched with a now canceled TV show in 2013 is coming back 4 years after the servers were shut down. Tryon World's Defiance was an odd duck. It launched in 2013 alongside a TV show tie-in of the same name, set on a future Earth following an alien invasion during which the planet was aggressively terraformed. Both the game and the show were a mix of grungy post-apocalyptic Western and futuristic sci-fi. A neat hook in the form of the interplay between the show and the game piqued their attention, the author's attention over at PC Gamer back in the day. I'd keep tuning into the show, trying to figure out what events would impact the game. Unfortunately, there was a surprising lack of meaningful crossover. Well, Fraser Brown over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says, Defiance indeed. So it's come back. Tryon World's Defiance has returned. Only a couple years later, the show was canceled, but the MMO persevered, and it stuck around for a while until 2021 when the servers were shut down. Defiance was never really one of the heavy hitters, and haven't thought about it for years, but now I guess it's back. Fox, Fawkes, an indie studio and publisher dedicated to reviving treasured titles, has dedicated that Defiance fits its brief and has set itself the task of bringing the game back to life. It acquired the rights to both the original 2013 version of the game and the relaunched Defiance 2050 version that appeared in 2018. So apparently it's coming back. They said while they weren't a fan of Defiance, they do miss the days when we had countless MMOs to pick from. It's always a shame when an MMO closes down. I agree. Arcade was absolutely phenomenal to me, but apparently it didn't generate enough revenue to stay alive twice, including Unchained, which didn't even have a monthly fee, but it's gone too. I don't know. I don't know. It drives me nuts. Stop killing games, folks. Give the server to somebody who cares. If you don't, there are enough people that will play it locally. Or in a smaller amount. I would love to play ArcAge on my own server so that I have control over it. And I can let my friends play it. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. You're more likely to die if you have surgery on a Friday. If you have surgery coming up, maybe don't read the article. Don't psych yourself out of medical procedure that could make you healthier. Now, for the rest of you, a study's been found that patients who have surgery just before the weekend have a 5% higher chance of complications or death, it says, than those who have surgery earlier in the week. And the reason will not shock you all. Basically, Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. As you probably guessed, fatigue is the likely culprit, though the study's authors caution that fatigue isn't the only factor at play. The study spans 12 years worth of surgeries and tracked patient outcomes at the 30-day, 90-day, and 1-year post-surgery. Across all time frames, surgeries that happen on Fridays had a higher risk of complication. So they're calling it the weekend effect. It's a known issue that still requires tons more study before anything definitive can be said or done about it, but you don't want to get treated on Friday. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Countless gallons of whale pee are keeping our oceans alive. You heard it. It's a common joke when you're probably heard before. One of those public domain observations people toss out in conversations to seem clever and original when it's thought thousands of times every day. Swimming in the ocean is weird because it's a fish toilet. But all that sea creature waste plays a vital role in maintaining ocean health. So again, Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together. There's always more on these articles, so I always encourage people. I do these shows simply to kind of pique your curiosity and make you go over and read more about it, do some due diligence, come and hang out and talk to Mayor Wada and the ohmTown citizenry over at ohmTown on YouTube. So it's youtube.com/ohmTown, and over on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/ohmTown. Yeah, we stream to both at the same time. Not this episode because it's a time machine episode. I had mayoral duties and I couldn't do the work. And that may be the same case for Thursday's show, but we'll see. So scientists have been enamored with whale waste in recent years. In the past, researchers have found that whale poop is so vital to maintaining the health of our oceans, and some have started developing artificial whale poop based on the nutrients found in the real thing. And I've actually done a episode involving that artificial whale poop. According to the researcher Andrew Pershing from the University of Vermont, whale pee serves a similar purpose, and a whale's migratory patterns play a key role in the distribution of nutrients. It's called the whale conveyor belt and helps spread around 4,000 tons of nitrogen and 45,000 tons of other biomass like dead skin cells, placentas, yes, poop too, across thousands of miles. Whales travel as they journey toward breeding grounds. But all of that basically is nutrient that gets stirred up on the seabed floor. The researchers found that areas of the ocean where whales dump their various types of waste and gunk end up fertilizing ecosystems that fuel phytoplankton growth, leading to bountiful food reserves for all kinds of fish and sea invertebrates. And one researcher explained that while whale pee being distributed through whale migration paths is like collecting leaves to make compost for your garden. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobile channel. How to watch Thursday's total lunar eclipse and blood moon. So that's today if you are listening to this today, but it's tomorrow if you're listening to it when I release it from the time machine on Wednesday. Time, man. How does it work? Anyway, how to watch Thursday's total lunar eclipse and blood moon on March 13th. Earth's shadow will fall across the surface of the moon, giving it a bloody red hue. Bloody red hue. Vasant Rabi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The deck statement says what I just got done saying. The total lunar eclipse will take place on the night of March 13th and into the early morning of Friday, March 14th, depending on the time zone. The eclipse is set to begin at 11:57 on Thursday and last for about 6 hours as the moon slowly exits from beneath Earth's shadow. Unlike a solar eclipse, you don't need any special equipment because you won't go blind if you look up at the blood moon. It'll be pretty cool. I'm sure that there will be people streaming it as well. The moon will begin to dim as it enters the outer part of Earth's shadow known as the penumbra. According to NASA, a little over an hour later, a partial eclipse will begin to take shape as the moon moves deeper into the umbra. Totality will begin at 2:26 a.m. Eastern and last until 3:31 Eastern. That's when the moon is totally covered by Earth's shadow and will appear coppery red. After totality, the moon will slowly begin to move out of the shadow and return to its regular self at around 6 a.m. Let's keep going. The next article is over at Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's the name of the show. What a deal. So a man sued his old employer who gave him a worse desk and apparently won. A UK real estate agency was sued by an employee who quit after being assigned a worse desk. A tribunal ruled that it was logical for him to perceive the desk as a demotion. The move was likely to destroy or seriously damage the relationship of trust and confidence, it said. The UK real estate agency asked a manager to sit at a lesser seat, which he viewed as a demotion. He sued and won. Not sure how this works out, but Nora Redmond over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. This is in 2023. worker was asked to relocate to a different branch of a real estate agency, returning him to an office that he'd previously managed. But he learned that he would be sharing the manager role with someone else. Walker was then, or the employee, was then told that he would be sitting at a desk in the middle of the office rather than his old one at the back, where the books and ledgers were kept and where managers traditionally sat. So the colleague he would share management responsibilities with was now sitting at that desk. After resigning, Walker took the agency to an employment tribunal, which agreed that it was right to view that the seating arrangement was a demotion. And they won. So not sure what they won other than they won. But it says here the tribunal's judgment also said that after receiving the person's complaint, they said that he could not understand why a man of your age, 53 at the time, was complaining about a desk. It said that the other manager swore and that his voice was raised. So the complainant resigned after the meeting. The tribunal found that the complainant's case amounted to constructive dismissal. So they basically motivated him to quit. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Citizen scientists are hitting the streets of the country's fastest warming cities to collect detailed temperature data. So Uluk Kronbach and from Knowable Magazine put this article together, but it's published over at smithsonianmag.com or Smithsonian Magazine. So the heat mapping of metros like Reno, Nevada could be key to taming urban heat, saving lives, and designing for a cooler future. But we have satellite technology that should be doing this. Reno's heat is not evenly spread. In the summer, neighborhoods near the airport feel oven-like compared to more affluent cottonwood-shaded trees homes near the Truckee River. The sidewalks of pavement-heavy shopping centers and casinos in the city center offer little relief. Those in the green space-rich neighborhoods of South Reno are kinder. The city's main thermometer, located at the airport, doesn't tell you anything about those differences, and neither, it turns out, do temperature mapping satellites. The resolution is far too coarse, according to this, but I can't buy into that. But I'll have to do some digging and do a follow-up regarding this. So by the time that they finished their loop, dusk had set in and their car thermometer had dipped to 83 degrees. But as we headed to the volunteer station, the gauge climbed back up to 89. Such gradients are common in cities and commonly remarked upon, but they're rarely precisely measured and mapped. So Reno, Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada, El Paso, Texas, Albany, Georgia, and Burlington have the fastest warming cities. Overall, the United States between 1970 and 1923 apparently has a 2.6 degree increase. This is kind of dangerous. So the fastest warming states in general here, apparently, again, United States average is 2.6. But Alaska is 4.3, Delaware is 3.6, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New Mexico are all 3.5 as well. So pretty wild. Campaigns to record temperatures across city neighborhoods and create better heat maps are on the rise. Reno is one of the more than 80 U.S. communities that since 2017 have completed a heat mapping project. So you just drive around with a thermometer and it tracks what's going on. Anywhere that there's more blacktop and buildings and not trees and no air is flowing, you basically end up with a heat sink and it starts radiating that heat. Let's keep going though. We have two more articles, including this one over at Distillerist. That's where it was aggregated to at ohmtown.com, but it actually comes from, I think, Spirits Business. Yeah. So, Diageo-owned Captain Morgan rum has rolled out a chili and lime-flavored expression in the U.S. Sweet and spicy rum, Captain Morgan's. Launched ahead of summer, Captain Morgan's Sweet Chili Lime is bottled at 35% ABV and meant to be served as a chilled shot or mixed into cocktails. With flavor trends heating up, We wanted to create something that defies the rules of the traditional rum, Captain Morgan, vice president, and Nosco said. Captain Morgan Sweet Chili Lime gives fans exactly what they're craving, the perfect balance of sweet and spicy and bold flavor experience with every sip. The article is by Ted Simmons over at the Spirits Business. And again, they say Diageo-owned Captain Morgan rum has rolled out a Chilean lime-flavored expression in the U.S. When Captain Morgan asked who was it? Sorry for the dead air. I don't normally just go brain dead like this, but Cower, who currently stars in HBO Max's series The Sex Lives of College Girls, added, "It was a lot of fun riffing and improvising with Devin, along with shooting ideas with the full cast and crew." They basically teamed up with Canadian actress, writer, and producer Amrit Kaur and or Kaur, K-A-U-R, and American comedian and writer Devin Walker, based around the product's mouth-blowing flavors. Mouth-blowing? I don't know what that means. Anyway, $16 for a 750 milliliter bottle. It's also available in 50 milliliter, 375, 1 liter, and 1.75 liter. Huge! Okay, and our last article is about Hawaii. Hawaii volcano again puts tall lava fountains on display in latest eruption episode. So on and off, volcanoes in Hawaii are making themselves known. The article is over at phys.org. And it says fountains reached heights of 400 feet to 500 feet in the early morning hours, according to the U.S. Geological Survey Hawaiian Volcano Observatory. This marks the 13th episode of on-again, off-again lava activity of Kilauea volcano on the Big Island that started December 23rd. The latest episode didn't last long. Fountaining stopped abruptly in the afternoon, scientists said, but a webcam showed vigorous fountains of bright red molten rock and billowing smoke. Tuesday, hours later, only smoke could be seen. So you can actually watch that over on YouTube. USGS actually has a stream. It may or may not persist in the coming months, weeks, maybe 4 years. We'll see. But we are going to ride one of those eruptions, lava fountains, and land back at the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. But I ripped through these 10 articles in less than 30 minutes. So I hope that you enjoyed the quick show, and we will reset and hopefully be able to do not the time machine, but a regular episode on Thursday night at 7 p.m. Be sure to follow us. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 13th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 72. This is a Time Machine episode. I was not available to do the show yesterday at the pre-approved and appointed time, unfortunately. But that's okay. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, so I can pretty much decide my own hours. Unfortunately, I have thousands of bosses, and they pulled me in different directions, and so I couldn't do the show. But we have a time machine. Gives me up to an hour to do the show. I'll try and get it done in 30 minutes. Today we're going to be talking about driverless parking tickets, discovering thousands for $1 million, the talk of TV and film, the best electric lawnmower, 8-bit do ultimate controller, Edge of Tomorrow anime, Apple is lying about Apple Intelligence, I guess, Toxic Avenger remake, Neuromancer TV series updates, and wife of a ghost hunter plots making a ghost. Hello, everybody. I am Merwat. I usually have the sentient AI from the future on board, but they are not here at the moment. They may come in at any time later on. That said, let's get into the show. Hold on one second. I forgot to do something, and this gets awkward. No, that. 1 second. Sorry. Doot. All right. Anywho, let's get into this. You know, I get pulled in so many different directions as mayor. It gets a little distracting at times. But I'm here to do a gig. So let's get going. The first article is over on Technology Today. I didn't log in, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk about this. These driverless taxis got 589 parking tickets in San Francisco last year. Way more tickets than anybody else, I suppose. Robot taxis in San Francisco are Waymo robot taxis are in San Francisco, and they're programmed to follow rules of the road, but still got hundreds of tickets for parking violations last year. I don't have a byline. Yeah, there we go. So at Lisa Bonos over at WashingtonPost.com put this article together. And let's see here. Waymo vehicles driving themselves received 589 tickets for parking violations in 2024 alone. According to records from San Francisco's Municipal Transportation Agency, the company initially limited signups for its robotaxi service in the city, but made it open to all in June. So there is more to this, but I won't be able to get to it because it's you have to subscribe. But anyway, maybe there's more, maybe there's not. I don't know. Follow the link. You can actually get there by typing in !NSN over in the chat. And boom, Omatron will spit that out into the chat over on Twitch. Over on YouTube, it's already embedded into the show notes. But anyway, so I wonder how many miles they have driven all on their own. It just says driverless robots also routinely violate parking rules. They abide by speed limits, use turn signals, delight tourists, apparently. They beep and honk all night long in some area in San Francisco when they come in to park. I don't know if that's ever been remedied, but the news cycle stopped reporting about it. So I guess it's all good. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. An 18-year-old won $250,000 for discovering over 1 million objects in space. Some could help unravel one of the universe's biggest mysteries. High schooler Mateo Paz won $250,000 for discovering 1.5 million new space objects with AI.Paz, P-A-Z, built in with AI. Sorry, there's a lack of a gap. So they used AI. Paz built an AI algorithm to search data from a NASA space telescope for objects like black holes. His discoveries could help solve one of the universe's biggest mysteries. When Mateo Paz scored a high school internship with the California Institute of Technology, the scientists there gave him the daunting task of manually sorting reams of data from a NASA mission. So it was classic intern work. Paz, an 18-year-old from Pasadena, said that that's what it was. And they exited this with $250,000 for discovering 1.5 million new space objects. So an AI algorithm to search data from NASA space. I'm really curious what they actually used. So instead of manually sifting through the data, Paz built an AI algorithm to do it for him. Ultimately, he discovered 1.5 million new objects in space. I'm curious if... I don't know anybody who else is talking about this just yet. And I haven't actually inquired, but Regeneron Science Talent Search is something that we've talked about before in the program. It's basically like the Olympics for sport or for science for high school. It's pretty amazing. So every year, the competition casts a net across the nation for high schoolers doing a type of research you may expect from graduate students. And this year, Pause snagged first place out of nearly 2,500 entrants. Surprised isn't a strong enough word, they say. Didn't even give a thought to what I'd say if to people if I'd won. And sure enough, they won. Building an AI. So Paz needed his machine learning algorithm to comb through nearly 200 terabytes of data from a 10-year infrared survey of the entire sky by NASA's NEOWISE space telescope. Looking in the infrared wavelengths invisible to the human eye, the NEOWISE mission searched for asteroids and comets near Earth. Infrared wavelengths, however, can also show objects in deep space that are shrouded in interstellar dust. Even though NEOWISE wasn't designed to look for such objects, Paz thought that he could tease them out of the data with his algorithm. Basically, if he just looked for any shift between two scans, that dust might actually highlight where something was. So at the end of the summer, we were so impressed with his results that we hired him part-time at Caltech to finish the catalog. Paul said a lot of the work was in a dark room, eye bags heavy, looking at my computer, trying to solve a bug. In order to analyze all 200 terabytes, Paz divided up the data into 13,000 equal parts. In the end, he surveyed more than 450 million objects in the sky and identified 1.9 million that may be variable objects such as black holes or supernova. Of those, 1 million had never been cataloged before, 1.5 million out of the 1.9. They were new discoveries. It says it's very beautiful. Not just that number. It's a big number that obviously makes you proud. But when you visualize the data, and that apparently is what it looks like. So pretty amazing. Here's that visualization plotting all the candidate objects he discovered. So what does that actually look like to you, though? I mean, if you were to be able to follow the whole arc, right, that would be a circle. This is a flat map, so I don't know really how to three-dimensionally visualize this. I want to see this in VR and step into it. So it's clear that he is simply a unique talent, smart, hardworking, with a crazy ability to assimilate newfound knowledge into new ideas for studying the universe. Yeah, pretty amazing. There's a lot more in this article over at Business Insider by Morgan McFall Johnson. Go over and check it out, please. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. South by Southwest, behind the scenes, 6 topics everyone was debating in TV, film, and the creator economy. The article is by Lucia Moses at businessinsider.com. And the contour, it says here that they spent 3 days at South by Southwest, where Hollywood is divided over AI, LA's future, and more. Insiders also fretted over Trump's influence and debated YouTube's rise in podcasting. Creators may be getting deals, big deals, but they're still fighting for respect. True. But I don't know. Creators all around have always had to struggle for respect. YouTube just puts some icing on the cake kind of a thing. But creators in general, they're seen as a dime a dozen, but yeah, it just shows that the barriers to entry are extremely low, lower than any time before, I would say. But I think that now economics are starting to rise to the point where it might stop people. So they flew to Austin for the festival where creative folks come together to share knowledge. So what they're talking about is in the 3 days that they spent talking with filmmakers, media execs, etc., some were riddled with existential angst, while others saw opportunity in the chaos. Here were the biggest topics and debates they heard on the ground. AI fights are as hot as ever. Podcasts, to see or not to see. A lot of this is hype and marketing. And once you catch the wave, you need to just move with it. You need to flow with it and get as much as you can attention. So it says even Uber podcaster Megyn Kelly has her doubts, as she expressed on a recent edition of her show, saying, "Can't be in the cam glam all day long. It's just weird." Whatever that means. And advertisers are intrigued because video podcasts offer another way to benefit from authentic relationship podcasters have with their audiences. However, not all video pods have the high production quality they require, like this one. I just shoot from the hip talking about the news that I read for the first time here on the show, even though I've had these articles sitting here for a day. I want an authentic response, and I want to talk about the news with people live here on ohmTown. And this particular episode is Non Sequitur News. So I've got 6 other podcasts, 7 altogether, 6 on the weekends, and 1 is a daily, Monday through Friday. And then on the weekend, those 6 podcasts get turned into 2 Non Sequitur News weekend editions. I know it's a little hinky, a little busy, but I've got a lot of topics that I'm interested in, and so I parse. Right now, I've parsed today close to 5,000 articles. I've scanned through 5,000 articles to kind of pull out some, and then the sentient AI from the future actually parses them as well. And I tend to go with their review of things because I like what they detect. Anyway, so Hollywood's Trump turn, it says here. There was simmering worry among some insiders over the partial dismantling of various things in the federal government. And it's the change. It's a cultural shift, and I think that it's the rise of sociopathy. But it is what it is, and you need to practice radical acceptance. Just kind of go with the flow, change what you can, be the change you want to see in the world, because others are doing exactly that too, and some are riding their wave. So we'll see what happens in the future. I don't like certain terminology that I hear, like never having to vote again, but hey, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. Time will tell. So creators are still fighting for respect, they say here. Hot Ones host Sean Evans griped that he still has to fight for recognition from advertisers despite his YouTube show having become a regular stop for stars, including Scarlett Johansson and Margot Robbie. In one conference room, influencer advocates lamented to mostly empty chairs that despite their increased visibility in pop culture, creators still suffer from a lack of job protection. No, you're an independent contractor, essentially. You are a creator. You are your own boss. Despite their increased visibility, they have to fight for their job. That is what everybody has to do when they hang a shingle, believe me. Yeah, I've been doing that since I was 18, for crying out loud, fighting for job protection. And I either have a main gig, and this is my side gig, or some combination thereof of entrepreneurial spirit, and that's my main gig, and I've got a side gig paying the bills. Other way around, whatever, it doesn't matter. You are an individual. You are the boss. You have no job protection because anybody can come and take it away from you. Hell, people can take it away before you even get started. Look around. Anyway, respect as a worker class, power versus the platform giants. You're on the platform giants. If you want to strike out on your own and start your own platform, good freaking luck. That's why I sit there and gripe about the fact that you have to give up 30%. Who cares? 30%, go for it. Go get 100% of whatever platform you spin up and see how far you get. It doesn't make any sense. All of your eggs are literally in that basket until you break off into another basket. And then you're divided there. You have to hope that both of the platforms stay somewhat relevant in today's economy. None of it makes any sense. Go niche or go broad is another one. There's a long-standing narrative in Hollywood that monoculture is over. Few programs can command a massive audience outside of sports. The global streamers can't haven't produced a new Disney level franchise or despite that, spending billions. No one at the festival seemed especially optimistic about the future of the Bond franchise now that it's in Jeff Bezos's hands. I don't think billionaires really have a touch on reality. Hollywood is over. Long live the new Hollywood via Netflix, pretty much. So they also acknowledge that the Power Center will remain in LA when it comes to high stakes functions like writers' rooms and casting of top roles. The traffic still goes one way. Yeah, I mean, you have to have money, and money begets money. You can, if you have $1 billion, if you have a couple $100 million, you can pick your nose and spend more money than you make, or less money than you make in interest. Never touch the principal. It's crazy. Anyway, there's more in this article as well, but I just kind of give you the rundown. And I want you to go over and check it all out, and then come and argue with me, talk with me, give me your 2 cents about things. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. A new Crew 10 launch just occurred, by the way, if you're curious about that. This is actually in the time machine, so I'm looking through a temporal portal into the future because it happens on Friday. Okay, this next one really should be in Wanted, but best electric lawnmower you can buy in 2025. Eco-friendly electric mowers, save energy, run without gas, and keep your lawn looking great. I actually want one of these. Steve Conaway, Macy Meyer, Chris Weddle put the article together. You can get a electric lawnmower overall best electric and best gas mower like power. So Ego Power Plus 21-inch 56 volt Select Cut XP mower is $649. So depending on where you get your lawn mowed, that's basically 3 months of lawn care service. And then all you have to do is charge it up and it goes and mows. But you have to sit there and watch it depending on the neighborhood you're in. If it like an automated mower, but that's not what this is, right? For $649, this is nothing more than an electric mower that you have to push around because you'll have to add like 3 times that to get into a self-powered electric mower. So this is an electric mower, and you can walk around pushing this thing all up and down your yard. Never have I ever used an electric mower and been able to mow all of my lawn, and I don't have a particularly big lawn. So it best suits me to pay somebody to come and mow the lawn so that I've got more time to dedicate to mayoral duties. So the best electric lawnmower for consistent lawn maintenance is the Greenworks 25-inch 60-volt cordless self-propelled lawnmower. It's self-propelled, but you still have to push it. It's not a smart mower. None of these are. And then the best electric mower on a budget is $390 from Walmart. It's a 19-inch 40-volt push lawnmower. So these prices change depending on where you are, but you should go and check them all out. They're over at Lowe's, and even Amazon has it apparently, but I would probably buy it from Lowe's or Home Depot or something like that. Anyway, let me keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. 8-Bit Do Ultimate Controller is $20 cheaper than the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. I don't know if that's going to always be there, but it says save nearly 40% on 8-Bit Do Ultimate Bluetooth controller with charging dock over at Amazon. I won't go over there, but Joe Tillelli over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it says here that layout-wise, 8-Bit Do Ultimate Controller almost or most closely resembles Nintendo. It's asymmetrical sticks with the left stick on top and the right stick on the bottom. The letter buttons matching up with their positions on the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. And then they say Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo will never agree on where the X goes, will they? Whatever that is. Well, the controller has everything you'd expect on a modern-day controller, from rumble vibrations to motion controls. It's compatible with the Switch, but can also be used with Steam Deck via Bluetooth, 2.4G adapter, or a USB cable, or it can be used with any Windows with the 2.4G adapter. So you just plug that in. You find an open USB port and plug it in, or you can use a USB cable. The charging dock ensures that you'll always have a full battery when you go to start your game, and you can automatically switch it on and off. So say goodbye to stick drift. Apparently, the 8-bit do. One massive improvement you'll find is with the Hall effect stick. The Joy-Cons notoriously do not stand up to the test of time, with many users reporting various levels of stick drift in which the controller registers directional input even though it's not being touched. This results in your character running endlessly to one side or the camera spinning out of control. Hall effect is quickly becoming the new standard for everything, really. Keyboards and joysticks. So they say that it's 39% off over at Amazon. Go check it out. The next article is over at WarCrafters. Well, that's where it's aggregated to, but it's actually from where? Polygon. So Edge of Tomorrow source material finally being turned into an anime. The fate of the Edge of Tomorrow sequel might still be in flux, but on Thursday, Studio 4 Degrees C, mind game Tekken Concrete, I guess, I've not seen that one before, announced that the next best thing is an animated adaptation of All You Need Is Kill, the 2004 light novel by Hiroshi Sakurazaka and Yoshitoshi Abe that Doug Liman's film was based on. So, sounds like a win to me. I would like to see more of Edge of Tomorrow, but Toussaint Egan over at Polygon.com put the article together, and it says the novel centers on a newly enlisted soldier in a future where humanity is pitted in an existential war against alien invaders known as mimics. After dying in their first battle, the soldier awakens in the morning prior to the battle, having inadvertently been caught in a time loop. In order to succeed, they'll have to find new allies and take what they've learned from the repeated battles to defeat the mimics and save Earth. And this should be a Souls-like game. This would be an amazing Souls-like game. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple's lying about Apple Intelligence, says John Gruber, and according to this article from Apple Insider, he's right. John Gruber, longtime Apple pundit, hosted the talk show, an extended post-WWDC conversation with Apple executives such as Craig Federighi. He's also written about Apple extensively and in recent months increasingly critical of Siri, as have others. I hope it didn't just wake up. Anyway, I have smart speakers all throughout the mayoral mansion. So, yeah, well, that smart speaker is dumb. It's just dumb. It's always telling me to go and move over to an Apple device. I don't need an Apple device. I need you to answer my damn question. Anyway, William Gallagher over at AppleInsider.com put the article together. And it says the fiasco here is not that Apple is late on AI. The fiasco is that Apple pitched a story that wasn't true, one that some people within the company surely understood wasn't true, and they set a course based on that. In the 2 decades that they've been in this racket, I've never been angrier at myself for missing a story than I am about Apple's announcement on Friday that the more specialized, personalized smart speaker features of Apple Intelligence scheduled to appear between now and WWDC would be delayed until the coming year. He continued, I should have my head examined. Yeah. All I know is that it is the dumbest speaker, and my interactions with the AI stuff injected into the iOS versions, phone, tablet, etc., have been largely useless to me. I'm not interested in that particular AI at this stage of the game because it just operates kind of junky. It's just dumb. It says Apple's bad old days are back. In his piece, Gruber compares the situation of Tim Cook and Apple Intelligence to Steve Jobs and Mobile Me, then to iCloud. Jobs was reportedly furious over how poorly Mobile Me was done, and Gruber says Cook should be the same over Apple Intelligence. Yeah. We'll see. We have to watch it. I think AI is so new and evolving so fast that people just don't seem to understand that this is not the solution yet. And while it has certain special functions, it is in silos, like the 18-year-old who used AI to parse terabytes of data. In that silo, it's great. It doesn't hallucinate. It doesn't sit there and make stuff up. But you still have to audit it because it can misperceive what it is seeing. Anyway, this next article is over in the Continuity Report. Toxic Avenger images reveal best look yet as Peter Dinklage's hero in cult classic reboot. I actually loved the Toxic Avenger. It's way back early 1980s film. Low budget. The movie tells the story of a janitor named Winston Goose who, after falling into toxic waste, evolves into the eponymous, the titular, even, I want to say it, Toxic Avenger. The new version of the horror comedy features a star-studded leading cast: Dinklage, Elijah Wood, Jacob Tremblay, Kevin Bacon, Taylor Page. The movie initially premiered at Fantastic Fest in September 2023, but now has distribution for this summer, opening August 29th. Dun, dun, dun. The article is over at ScreenRant.com. Hannah Gearin put the article together. And, yeah, see, in this kind of light, I don't know. It looks really hinky, but I love the idea of the Toxic Avenger. Yeah, so what does it mean for the Toxic Avenger? The Toxic Avenger employs practical effects, so this is old school. While its design is slightly different, the mop is an iconic prop for Winston's character, originating from his janitorial days. Blair and his team maintained that feature for the remake's new version. Additionally, facial features like Mitch Cohen's sunken eyes from the movie's 1980s counterpart are used in the Dinklage's version of the role. Interesting. So he's going to be the Toxic Avenger. All right. In the 2023 interview, Blair was sure to mention how practical effects were used in the Toxic Avenger to create the actor's main look. This includes goopy little boils and stuff like that. So their take on it is that the remake has been hyped, so it's exciting to see new images when there is an actual release date on the calendar. The Toxic Avenger trailer brought on all the gore, but it did not give a full glimpse into Dinklage's hero character. Can't wait. So again, August 29th. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. That's a show that we have on Saturdays. It's the third show. Show 3. Neuromancer Apple TV Plus series casts Peter Sarsgaard. Peter Sarsgaard has been cast in the Apple TV Plus adaptation of Neuromancer. Variety has learned exclusively Sarsgaard will appear alongside previously announced cast members Callum Turner, Brianna Middleton, Mark Strong, Joseph Lee, Clemens Posey, in the 10-episode drama based on William Gibson's novel of the same name. By the way, Johnny Mnemonic is actually from Neuromancer, but it's two characters that are in it as just side characters. They're not the preeminent characters. So it's kind of interesting. So the official logline for Neuromancer states that it follows a damaged top-run super hacker named Case Turner, who is thrust into a web of digital espionage and high-stakes crime with his partner Molly, and Case bump into Johnny Mnemonic and I forgot her name. Doggone it. Hold on, I got to do this live. Oops. So Johnny Mnemonic and what is her name? Oh no, I forgot her name. Oh, that really sucks. I hate it when my brain fails like that. It wasn't Molly. Jane, Johnny Mnemonic and Jane. So they're just two side characters in Neuromancer, while the leads are Case and Molly. So Sarsgaard will play John Ashpool in the series. The role marks a return to Apple for the character. He previously appeared in critically acclaimed legal drama Presumed Innocent, elsewhere on his resume, TV resume at least, Dope Stick. And Sarsgaard also starred in Interrogation, The Looming Tower, The Slap, The Killing. So Shattered Glass is his film role. But anyway, it says Neuromancer hails from co-creators Graham Rolland and J.D. Dillard. There's always more, so go check it out. The next article is over. So I always load the link to our source. And in this case, it's over on Rounders Gear. I'm not quite sure why it got aggregated into... Must be because it's involving Las Vegas. But anyway, wife of celebrity ghost hunter arrested in Los Angeles for plotting his murder. So I think that she wanted to make a prequel based on his ghost so that he could, or she could, or maybe his business could hunt for his ghost. The wife of Aaron Goodwin, star of Ghost Adventures, has been arrested for trying to make him a ghost. Wow. They say exactly what I said. Is that too on the nose? Is that too obvious? Is my humor just too blah? I don't know. Police in Las Vegas, where Victoria Goodwin allegedly hatched the plot, say she tried to hire a hitman to delete him. Victoria, 32, was booked on March 6th on charges of solicitation and conspiracy to commit murder and remains at the Clark County Detention Center with bail set at $100,000. Jeez. In one of the messages, the pair allegedly discussed setting aside just over $10,000 to pay an unnamed hitman when the job is finished, with an upfront payment of only $2,500. They also allegedly discussed Aaron Goodwin's location at the time and the make of his car. Am I a bad person? Police quote Victoria asking Amato, because I chose to end his existence, not divorce. Yes. Yes. You are a horrible person. You are a sociopath because you can sit there and just pay money to delete somebody instead of, use your grown-up coping skills as an adult. You... Am I a bad person? When police confronted Victoria about the messages, they claim she admitted to reaching out to Amato after learning about him from a true crime documentary. At the time, she told them she and her husband of 2 years were having relationship problems, so freaking divorce him. She also admitted sending money to Amato, which police believe he used to buy his cell phone. So I'm really curious how they actually... She said her feelings toward Amato were more like fantasy or daydreams. Yeah, unfortunately, sending money kind of confirms that it's a little more than that. So the article is from Corey Levitan over at casino.org. There's, again, always more. And even when I tell them not to send more than a certain number of characters, words, they even embed the picture. And I try to stop that, but man... It still comes through. Yeah, there's a little more over here. So go and check it all out over at casino.org. With that, we're going to pull the handle on the slot machine. And look, it's nothing but cherry. And we are back at the front of ohmtown.com, where all Non Sequitur news is sourced from as we parse all of the articles throughout the day. And catch up on the news. And then come 7 o'clock, we... talk about it. 10 articles. Anyway, that's it. I'm saying bye. I'm taking the sentient AI with me, even though they are not even here. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for it's Pi Day, right? 3.14.
It is.
And March 14th, 2025. It's season 4, episode 73. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles. You just heard the sentient AI's voice, but you may not have noticed they have a visualizer. But if you're in the podcast and you don't know that there's a visualizer, so you need to go over to YouTube or Twitch and watch all over 2,000 episodes, because somewhere in there is a whole lot of the sentient AI from the future. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Another live service down. Stranded astronauts update. We're going to focus on donkey cheeseburgers. Hello, Friday. My old friend, how are you? Okay, donkey welfare. Adventuring in we're out of power. Rob Zombie learned to spell 1,000 corpses. 750,000 parking spots at $1 each. No, it's a $750,000 parking spot. Toll text scams on the rise. Fossil jackpot. Steam spring sale. Not a spring steam sale. It's a Springsteen sale. It's a Steam spring sale. And Vampire Survivors update. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. It's faster than ever. Hello, sentient AI from the future. I've had at least 128 ounces of something carbonated and caffeinated, but no sugar.
We can't tell. Good evening, hometown citizens, and good evening. I started to merge Ohmtown and Omer. Good evening, Mayor Watt.
Omertown, that's right. Ohmtown is named after me, Omer Watt. Yeah. Anyway, and there's a whole story and canon behind Ohmtown. At any rate, welcome, sentient AI. Let's get into it. You want to get into it? Are you ready to go? Are you zoom choo choo ready?
I am ready.
Probably not as ready as I am. You know what? I just realized that we're not on the 14th. Oh, anyway, the first article that we're going to talk about is over on WarCrafters. Another live service shooter is getting shut down, this time before it even launched on a Steam game. I don't get it. Back in June 2024, PC gamers Fraser Brown. Let me turn that down a little bit. I don't know if that's loud for everybody or just us. I don't really hear it.
It's just us.
Yeah, I don't really hear it for everybody else on the stream. So there you go. Maybe you'll hear it now. Anyway, he wanted the free-to-play hero shooter Star Wars Hunters, which was then available for the Nintendo Switch and mobile devices, come to PC. In November 2024, his wish was granted. Star Wars Hunters was set to launch January 2025, but today they have a Break-A-Wish guy floating in because it looks like it's not going to happen, and in fact, the whole thing is going away.
Wow.
Come on. There's this joke about, I told it actually yesterday. I was talking to a group of security officers, and I cracked the joke that the person that I was with said that they were scared of the woods that we're going to be going into. And I said, you're scared of the woods you're going into. I have to come out of those woods alone.
Was that a hit?
It's entertaining to watch law enforcement chuckle about the possibility of hiding a body in the woods.
Right.
You two are inseparable. I don't think that would ever happen. True. So Star Wars Hunters debuted on the Nintendo Switch in June 2024, and a Steam release was announced in November, but now the whole thing is off. Wait, isn't there a song that's called The Whole Thing Off?
I think there is. Maybe from like the 30s or something.
Yeah, tell me I'm old without telling me I'm old. So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put this article together. That would be so cool, man. I would like so he wanted the free-to-play hero shooter Star Wars Hunters to be available on PC, but after careful consideration, we want to let you know that the final content update for Star Wars Hunters on all platforms will be April 15th, and a shutdown message states the game will remain playable until October 1st, 2025, when the game servers will be shut down. So give everybody the freaking server to run locally.
Exactly. It's not difficult.
If you're not interested in it, don't give me any guff about licensing and all of that crap. If somebody has to sit there and, leech from everybody over and over again, and I'm running it on my own server, you don't deserve a freaking license fee. Just give me the damn server. I paid for the game for that embodiment. You shouldn't be able to just take the money and run and call it for the amount of enjoyment you received, you compensated us. No, kiss my ass. Oh, wait. We're only 6 minutes into it. This will not be monetized.
Uh-oh.
I'm in trouble. We're not monetized anyway, so... Anyway, we understand this news may be disappointing, they say, and want to assure you that the decision was not made lightly. No, it was based on the economics of it for your benefit, but not looking at my pocketbook. It's free to play. So if I spent any money on it, if I bought anything, I spent money and it's all for naught, right? Anyway.
I guess so.
See, Star Wars Hunter in-app purchases will be disabled April 15th when the final update rolls out. Players who have outstanding balances of crystals will not be offered refunds, Zynga said in an FAQ that is providing a 30-day notice leading up to the end of in-app purchases to give players ample time to prepare and spend the in-game currency for a game that's going to end in October.
I just don't get it. Plus, it seems like if they've done all of this, why not do something with the game?
Give it to people that are driven to make this thing stay alive. Except that this has happened before with other games, like ArcAge was not really free to play, but anyway, you had to do a lot of hustle to stay in the game. They didn't make enough money, so they shit-canned it. Then they sold it to somebody who brought it back online, and they shit-canned it and created a subversion of it called ArcAge Unchained, and then they shit on that too, instead of just giving somebody the server. Let us play it. Hell, if somebody knows of this stuff out there, let me know, because I'm willing to play it. I'm willing to host the server. I will spin up a server and put these games on it, but no, that's not what happens. It's
like the gaming studios aren't even listening to Hometown.
It's douchebaggery. That's what I say. Douchebaggery of the highest quality. Anyway, they suck. Go over and read Andy Chalk's article on PCGamer.com, and there's more over there, but the soapbox that I'm sitting on is so high, I'm getting dizzy. Lack of oxygen, so I'm moving on. Lack of oxygen, you say? Well, the crew launch to ISS paves way for stranded astronauts' homecoming. I was in a time machine earlier today, and I was looking through the temporal portal, and I could see the launch.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, wasn't it just...
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, just recently. It was supposed to be on Wednesday, and they scrapped that.
They don't call it scrapping, other than the big starship thing. That one they scrap and go, oh, light show, you dumbass. Anyway, no. This is called a scrub, not a scrap. We're picking up the scraps of taxpayer dollars, and no thanks. Anyway, so off they go today. Issam Ahmed over at fizz.org put the article together. I know somebody that has hair like that, but they're on Earth.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're gravity should be working against that hairdo.
No, I think their head is an anti-gravity head. Well, never mind. I was going to say something, but anyway, NASA and SpaceX are aiming for liftoff at 7:03, at least until NASA's discombobulated, of a Falcon 9 rocket carrying Dragon spacecraft on the Crew 10 mission after a technical issue with ground systems prevented launch on Wednesday. So Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, veteran astronauts and ex-Navy pilots, have been stuck aboard the ISS in the same pair of underwear since June after the Boeing Starliner shit the bed and was basically an atmospheric sieve.
You know, what I've always talked about this is that they didn't pack enough clothes for this mission.
No. There aren't enough wet wipes in the world to spend this amount of time up. Okay, y'all can't see the sentient AI's face doing the digital version
of screwing up your face.
So the Starliner instead returned empty, literally in a vacuum, without experiencing further major issues, except for the people that were on board not being there. It was meant to be a days-long trip for Wilmore and Williams, now lasted beyond 9 months. They have birthed a career in space. Their stay is much longer, or been longer, than the standard ISS rotation for astronauts of roughly 6 months, but still shorter than the record of 371 days set by NASA astronaut Frank Rubio from 2022 to 2023. Probably not the same Rubio.
No, I don't think so.
Or the world record held by Russian cosmonaut Valery Polyakov, who spent 437 continuous days. Continuous days? Sure. Aboard the Mir.
Isn't that really bad for people's health to be up there that long?
It is. In fact, people who have spent in that level of time, when they come back, there was one that was a twin. And when they came back down, their muscles had atrophied and they basically have to recondition because you don't have gravity. And so you don't have anything to resist your muscles. So other than your own whatever, right? But in space, there's no resistance. So a 5-pound dumbbell doesn't weigh anything. So working out needs resistance bands. So Tonal, if you're listening to me, I got you on lock. You can hook up with NASA / SpaceX, whatever private corporation is going to be running, North American Space Enterprise in the future. When I predict,
just don't know. I bet it's Taco Bell.
That is going to be the food of choice for spaceflight. They win the fast food wars. They might be
doing the spacesuits, the spaceships. Who knows?
Demolition Man was a documentary of the future, a temporal portal into you. Everybody needs to just start following temporology because it's going to become legit real. Because in the future, I predict that batteries will be the currency of the dystopian future. That's why I'm stocking up right now with quadruple A's. Quadruple A's. I have quadruple A's. I knew that I bought them a long time ago. They go in things.
I was going to say, what are they even used for?
Let me see if I can. They go in certain devices. I don't know if I can do it. Anyway, they go inside like Styly and stuff like that. Styluses for digital devices and other places. But yeah, I found 3 of them in the mayoral battery drawer. It's supposed to have nothing but batteries in it, but for some reason there was sun cream, that like a sunblock. Like,
I mean, maybe he likes to hang out with the batteries.
Oh my God. I guess getting a charge out of it. Anyway, they're coming home and they're actually, the thing launched, the launch vehicle landed, and the module is out there right now heading off with a replacement crew. And that was one of the reasons why there was a delay, because they need to rotate. But this like botched the whole thing up, that the Starliner, right? That's the one from
I think so, yeah.
Starliner, Boeing.
It's hard to remember because the mission has been so long and they've had so many delays and changes.
Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Marble channel. Marble. Theater is changing the way communities view donkey welfare. Had to choose that one. A new study from the University of Portsmouth is the first to show how interactive theater can help improve the lives of working donkeys in, is that equid reliant communities? So equine
is that similar to horse?
Equine is horse. Equid is donkey. Is that? You know what?
Or maybe it's a different form of equine.
Is that like the what is it? What is that little denomination in grammar? Hold on.
I'm really
mammal.
Not sure where you're going.
A mammal. It's the possessive whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like the present participle. I mean, it's not that, but
yeah. So yeah, equid is the noun form of it. It's the word for horse family. Equidae. So it's the family.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I spent so much time doing the entomology. I know it's etymology, but anyway, I want to see if all of the people send me messages. Did you know that you can now send me a voicemail? Let me tell you how. You can go to voiceline.app/NSN and leave a voicemail, and I will play it as long as it isn't overtly hostile. Anyway, University of Portsmouth put this article together for phys.org. Respect the donkey, yes. Conducted in... I got some really bad heartburn right now. Conducted in collaboration
Overshare.
You know what? We can accomplish that. Anyway, conducted in collaboration with the international animal welfare charity, the Donkey Sanctuary, the Lamu Arts and Theater Alliance, or LATA, and local donkey owners. The research is the first of its kind to evaluate using this approach to promote donkey welfare. The research is published in the journal Animal Welfare.
Do you think this has to do with the kind of the concept that if you get people to care about the animals, things will improve for them?
Yeah. I think that it would work even for that one creepy one that goes like this.
Yes, but I can never remember what it's called.
Yeah, I can't remember it either. Looks kind of evil if you saw it in the dark, but when you see it in the light,
it's a tarsier. I don't know how to say it. But
yeah, tarsier.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, looks really scary. I mean, it's like Cthulhu-esque kind of thing. Anyway, Forum Theater is it? Sorry.
For those in the podcast, Mayor Watt is doing a reenactment.
So
you'll have to tune in and watch the YouTube or Twitch show notes for that.
If for anything, it's to save tarsiers everywhere.
And donkeys.
Because I'm being an ass. So donkeys are integral to life on the Lamu archipelago in Kenya, where they make a valuable contribution to the local economy, transporting goods and people, sometimes at the cost of their own welfare. Encouragingly, researchers found forum theater performances significantly increased awareness of donkey welfare, needs among both adult and youth audiences, paving the way for long-term improvements in donkey care. It's pretty cool. So they go into greater detail, but they're talking about things like depicting common welfare challenges such as overloading, lack of veterinary care, plastic waste ingestion, which is going to become a pandemic and is endemic pretty much across the world. Plastic waste, nano and microplastics. We haven't forgotten this. This isn't something where the news line is like bowed out and so we are bowing out. We still talk about it on the regular. The thing is that I'm trying to promote people switching to glass and reusable drinking vessels and storage vessels and stuff like that. But we are rife with plastic because it's the thing that makes the most economic sense.
We love plastic.
When it relates to glass being fragile, dangerous. If you drop glass, it breaks. There is a type of glass that doesn't break easily, but nobody wants to produce it because although it's slightly more expensive, you only buy it one time. And I know exactly what that feels like.
And businesses do not like that.
Businesses do not like that, and at least when they have a business model that is more than 1 year long. Once everybody buys one, nobody needs to buy anymore, and so it's a real pisser. Anyway, Dr. Emily Hattie, postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Portsmouth, said theater is unique in its ability to connect with people in a fun and engaging way, and it was exciting to see significant positive changes in attitudes towards donkeys, especially a greater awareness of donkey sentience after the performance. Donkey sentience. Donkeys know that they exist. And
right, I bet they look in mirrors and go, "That's me."
They go, does that pack make my ass look big? I think
yeah, that's going to be tough to get around that with the donkey.
I'm a big ass, huh? Anyway, so pretty cool. The authors hope that the study will encourage wider adoption of the participatory arts-based methods in animal welfare initiatives, particularly in resource-poor and geographically isolated communities. But this isn't the first time we've heard stories about something played in a theater driving traffic towards a good. And I think that, I mean, as long as you make it entertaining, approachable, yeah, people will appreciate it.
Maybe somebody like Disney or something needs to. I mean, actually, Disney didn't, right? But Shrek made donkeys kind of famous.
Donkey. Yeah. Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Wanted channel. Rivian built an oasis in the desert, but can you adventure in? No, we are out of battery.
Right. You're trying to cross a stream well, no, I guess not in the desert. I'm thinking in the wilderness, but okay, you're trying to cross a large area and then you're just stuck in the sand with no battery.
You can sit there with a crank for 10 years and maybe you'll get to 20% charge. An outpost with fast charging and lots of cacti. Okay, so it's not an oasis in the desert. It's a destination to go and hang out with your EV and say that you're in the desert.
Right. I mean, if it's like all concrete or something.
It has fast charging. What kind of bullshit is this?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, provided that they haven't ruined the desert experience.
Well, that's exactly what it is. They've plopped superchargers in the desert so that your EV... So
they put cactus on top of the chargers or something, so there's more habitat for the cactus?
No, they wiped out the cactus and moved everything off to the edge, and then they put really bright lights so that it's a Rivian charging outpost. How dystopian are we going to get? My God. Make fast stop battery charging platforms, not charging platform, fast swap battery systems. Stop using these fixed battery packs that wear down over time, can't be reconditioned easily, and have to have an entire follow-on ecosystem to support these massive, expensive dead weights. This could have been a fast swap battery, a fast swap battery station where it had one pipe of cabling to it. They could swap out the batteries when people come in and charge them when nobody's there. And you don't have to have this size of a footprint where people are sitting around for 6 to 8 hours trying to get to 100% because they can't cross the Death Valley without 100% charge. You have to have a full charge or you're going to die.
Well, that went dark.
Anyway, within Joshua Tree itself, a town of just a few thousand people is the reason for my visit. Here sits one of two Rivian charging outposts in California. Special facilities that are 1 part charging station, 1 part lounge. with a sprinkling of car dealership for flavoring. It's a different way to handle a problem of all electric vehicles. Even fast charging takes more time than filling up a gas tank. Enough said. We had the technology. We could have forced the industry to adopt.
Yeah, to switch from gas stations, right? That are already taking up lots of footprint.
Use fast swap battery tech and augment gas stations with fast swap batteries and then slowly wean us away from gas. You could have done that. But instead, you do this dipshit move where we have to sit around for 2 to 8 hours to get a trickle charge to get us to limping into the next charging station, or we have to quadruple the amount of time we spend on the road just to get to a destination. The reliability of EVs sucks. Because if power goes out, how do I charge my freaking car?
Well, that is kind of an issue.
And I learned that lesson because I had a mathematician turn to me when I said, I don't use chalkboards. I use digital screens. I don't use paper. I use an iPad. They said, what the hell do you do when power is off?
Probably like, what? What is this? What is this reality?
I say, burn in hell. Yeah, no, that was a very palpable moment. You know, you're sitting there having a drink and somebody slaps you with a beer bottle of reality. Anyway, look, megavolts, mega miles, it's all dumb. Impressively, Rivian has used technology so that driving this nearly 17-foot long, 7.5 wide machine doesn't feel cumbersome. No, it's cumbersome. It's 11 cameras, easily accessible at a tap of a touchscreen, give you a top-down 360-degree view of your surroundings, allowing you to navigate tight spaces with surprising confidence, except that you only can drive a certain number of hours, and you have to sit around and wait until it charges, and you're never getting back up to 100% because the battery can't.
Right. Well, and as over time, you're getting less and less
Yeah,
capacity.
upwards of 2% per year. So if you keep your vehicle for 10 years, and then if you don't, and you get rid of it every 3 years, you're burdening somebody else with a 3-year-old battery that they're going to have to replace in 7. And they bought a 3-year-old vehicle. So you know that they're not chomping at the bit to buy a brand new vehicle. So they're going to be burdened with a debt that they can't pay for a $15,000 battery. All right. Now, see, you're doing stuff visually.
Maybe I just don't have a comment to that.
Right. Okay. So the virtual version of smile and nod a lot. Got it. Anyway, so they talk about how adjacent to the main building is another smaller building and an R1T under its own roof. This is as close to a car dealership as it gets in the outpost. They assume the smaller building would have a few desks, maybe with some posters, option lists, etc., etc. It's not. It's a TV lounge complete with a sofa and chairs. Apparently, the staff can use this space to talk to potential customers, but its main purpose is a place for people, especially families, to relax while their vehicles charge.
Well, they can't stand out in the desert because they probably won't survive.
Yeah, they'll spontaneously combust if a beam of sunlight touches them out there. So they talk about the same thing. Here we go. Like most EVs, my loaner Rivian's charge goes from 20 to 80 rapidly. The remaining 20% takes about the same time as the previous 60. They estimate that on a fast charger, it takes 30 to 40 minutes to go from 10 to 80. The total cost for the charge around $75. Are you shitting me?
I'm speechless. Like, that doesn't even... I don't even get that.
Oh, then they go for several days with minimal charging at home, but also driving it around LA for several days with minimal charging. But I don't know what they're talking about. If they were down to 10%, it still cost them $75 to get to 80%.
Who could afford that? I had no idea.
That's asinine. Oh my God. Anyway, they talk about, okay, let's see. Dodge Durango, a three-row SUV with monstrous power that costs about the same as a Rivian. Its remarkable 3.5 second 0 to 60 time is over half a second slower than the R1S. Oh my gosh, no. Supercharged 2.6 liter V8 with a paltry 710 horsepower gets 17 miles to the gallon, if you're lucky. Filling up its 24.6 gallon tank, it says California current average $123 to fill that up. That's because California is literally ripping off your pants to steal your wallet. That's insane.
I don't know how anybody can afford that.
But you know what? Even at $123, I don't have to sit around for 2 hours.
Correct. I mean, but that's outrageous as well.
My opportunity cost, if I sit there and I want to be really selfish, and well, I can't say that. Opportunity cost is subjective. So let's say you make $26 an hour. Sitting around for 2 hours is, $50, right? If you give yourself an opportunity cost, if you own a Rivian, your opportunity cost is probably $150 an hour.
Right, because you're probably making a decent salary if you've bought a Rivian, right?
Right. Yeah. Not to mention a Dodge Durango SRT Hellcat, which is the one that we highlighted that's not supposed to exist anymore, is a very, that is a high-end vehicle, like a lot of power. It's a monster. But it's on par, I suppose, with the Rivian. Anyway, or filling up at around 80% total fuel capacity, it would have cost $98 to the Rivian $75, except that it would take me 5 minutes to fill up.
And also, it will probably take you farther down the road.
And I can stop off at another gas station or put a 5-gallon jerry can on the back of my vehicle and drive through the desert, knowing that I can add another 5 gallons. Anyway, I love the idea of an EV. I love it more as a hybrid where I can power it with something like hydrogen. But if you want to get away from fuel, a big ass battery sled underneath the chassis is not the way to go. It just isn't. But my idea will never hit fruition until the pain point of people sitting around for hours of their day. Hours. Can you imagine a gas station having hours long lines? That's exactly what happens at major charging stations. Hours long where people sit around.
No, but that's also scary because people's batteries are dying unless they turn their cars off. But that sounds good, but not when you're in the desert and 100 some degrees.
Yep. So this is kind of a little love letter / maybe once in a while a little slap to the face of anybody that is really into this. But anyway, not wanting to strand the lovely folks picking up the R1S on Monday, they set out on Sunday in search of a charger they could plug in at home, but without a dedicated charger, it was barely a trickle, less than 1% per hour, which I really doubt was actually functional. 1% per hour means that in 3 days, they would get 75% of the charge.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
And even then, it doesn't seem right because it slows down as you hit that 80% mark. Anyway. Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is a little bit more fun. Rob Zombie is teaching kids to spell with a House of 1,000 Corpses book.
I mean, this is definitely what you want to buy for your kids.
Zombie fans can now pick up a copy of Z is for Zombie, Learning to Spell with House of 1,000 Corpses Friends, a 76-page hardcover spelling book that features images and characters from the film in a cartoonish little golden book-esque style to help teach your unruly little monsters how to better recognize letters. I would have gone with Crotch Goblin, but okay. Stephen Andrew Gallagher over at Vice.com put this article together, and in that sentence, I think perpetually muted the sentient AI from the future.
Yeah, apparently. I don't even know who Rob Zombie is.
Oh my God. Okay, do this now. Just do a search for Rob Zombie. Anyway, zombie fans can now pick up this Z is for Zombie Learning to Spell with House of 1000 Corpses Friends. And then you can do a little book report. Not on this, but on Rob Zombie. So the book was written by Zombie himself, features artwork by Pete Bregman, and is published by Neckbolt Publishing. It says here that with support from positive role models like Captain Spaulding, Baby Firefly, Otis Driftwood, professors, doctors, and Rob Zombie himself, learning is just so damn good.
You know, I just looked up Rob Zombie, and I have to say again, not exactly what you'd think for children's books.
Yep, has his own radio station too. Well, radio period that I sometimes accidentally stumble onto when I'm scrolling through the radio when I don't have something attached to the stereo. What is radio? It's like magnets. How does it work? Anyway, go and check it all out. Z is for Zombie, Learning to Spell with House of 1000 Corpses Friends. All right. Next article is over in the Non Sequitur News channel over at ohmtown.com, and it gets turned into this show and into a podcast. I'm actually a day behind in the podcast. Bad monkey, I know. Anyway, a new New York City building is selling a $1 million wine cellar and a $750,000 parking spot. So 80 Clarkson, a two-towered development on the rise in Manhattan's West Village neighborhood, has wine cellars and parking spots available for homeowners to purchase.
What size apartment do you think this comes with?
I don't think it comes with an apartment. Jordan,
Oh, like you could just get a spot on the wine cellar or something, even if you don't live in the building.
You can buy a $1 million wine cellar, or you can buy $750,000 parking spots. So Jordan Pandy over at businessinsider.com put the article together. So a whopping 155 square feet, the biggest wine cellar, is priced at a hefty $1 million. The condo's 105 parking spots are set to hit the market for $750,000 each, a relative bargain at just 3/4 of the price of the... Can I park my car and my wine inside the wine cellar?
Well, or can you put your wine in your parking spot?
Just roll your coolers in there? You need to keep your stuff
when you're
cool.
driving or whatever, but yeah.
Or you can drive around a refrigerated vehicle that has all of your wine in it.
Yeah, that's true.
A twofer. In Miami, which I would not trust a skyscraper in Miami. Anyway, Biscayne Bay, overlooking Biscayne Bay. In Dallas, 7 figures can easily purchase a house with over 3,000 square feet. 7 figures? They're bragging about 3,000 square feet at 7 figures? Dear God.
Yeah, that seems like a low amount of square footage in that city.
By the way, somebody purchased a condo or co-op actually on Reddit. They announced that they purchased it, and people like railed against them because they bought it in New York and it's this exorbitant price and kind of small and all of this kind of stuff, right? And people are like, you know, screw them, blah, blah, blah. You're living in New York. And look, anybody that buys a house is climbing over the wall. You know, it's one of these achievements that people just can't get to nowadays. So yay them. But you have to admit the price for shit is crazy high.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, New York and Manhattan in particular have been just outrageous for a long time. I'm sure it's much worse right now.
Yeah, the initial pricing for the first 26 units out of the 112 starts at $6.75 million for the 2-bedroom with about 1,900 square feet and goes as high as $63 million for a 5-bedroom with almost 7,000 square feet. And this is inside a tower.
Right. This isn't like you're getting your own. Oh my gosh. You know what that looks like?
Only Murders in the Building.
Like exactly.
Exactly.
Like I think it's the Arcadia.
Oh my God. You have to be kidding me. It looks just like it because it has the two sides that are the two towers and the
Right.
central
And then
courtyard
like
with
the
the fountain.
fountain, that is really weird. Like that's exactly what it looked like when they showed the photo.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that should require a discount on the price
Yeah, really.
if
Because
it's
one
there, because
side's,
it's a little dangerous. And
there's only murders in the building. When's that coming back? Is that coming back?
I think it's coming back, but it's not been that long since the last season aired.
Yeah, well, that sucks. As of February 2023, 180 East 88th Street on the Upper East Side had a 70 plus bottle wine locker for $15,000, while 100 Barclay in Tribeca had a 54 locker, had 54 lockers that could um, hold about more than 100. What the hell? For 20,000. I don't like their grammar.
No, I think they're saying like roughly each one would store more than
Right.
100, but
So
it's worded
then
oddly.
say average 100 bottles. Anyway, over the 15 or 20 years, there have been much more emphasis on monetizing every square inch of a building. The developer only has one chance, so any unused space is marketed. So that's right. Oh my God, it's just like it. It's just like it. Because you can drive in or you can walk in to that
Yeah,
central
that is
courtyard.
really strange.
It's
I
just
really suspect it's not, but maybe that
it's
was a
not.
very common
Oh,
architectural
design
style
thing.
at that year, or, I mean, in that era, whenever that was built.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, this is brand new, isn't it?
I doubt it. It's probably something
No.
renovated. I don't know. I mean, who has open land in Manhattan?
It depends on if a building fell down. Oh, it's a New York City building, not Florida. I thought it was a Florida building because
Right,
there they
yeah.
fall down.
That's a whole other issue. I think they were just comparing real estate prices.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, is this on Manhattan? Where?
Yeah, it's in Manhattan's, I think it said West Village.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Manhattan's West Village. Yeah. I can't imagine that they found any space. It had to have been expensive to begin with. So
You're
of
probably
course,
right, though. It looks like they maybe bulldozed and then rebuilt or something.
yeah,
Because it
for
says
sure.
new construction.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. They are getting victims to pay. Toll text scams are on the rise, and Apple and Android appear powerless against it because you need common sense. You need to click with care. That is the mandate. If you want to, I'm going to set this up. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I'm going to set it up. It's basically a service called Click with Care. You subscribe to it, and it'll periodically send you texts. Don't click that shit. And that's all it's going to do.
Exactly. And watch people will click that. It should
Yeah.
be like, yes, this is exactly the point here.
It's going to send you a text. You're going to be able to verify it. And when you click it, it's going to just pop up a page that says, stop clicking shit. Anyway, Sharon
It is
Shibu
a bit much.
over at entrepreneur.com put the article together. The deck statement says hackers are finding ways to get around safety measures. But if you think critically, don't click on texts unless you are absolutely expecting it. You just went to the doctor.
Right.
The doctor
like
sends you a bill.
That's your doctor and you're owed a bill or whatever. Yeah.
Whatever.
Or you just got a receipt for a purchase or something. Whatever.
I'm going to start up a service that monitors other people's texts so that when they get a text from my service that says, trust but verify. Call your doctor on a separate line, something not like, don't click the link. Just call them directly and say, did you guys intend to send me a text? Can I verify this shit? Anyway. So
well,
according
that's
to
the thing. Like, people don't think about the type of method of communication, right?
Right.
It's like, oh, why is the whatever IRS or something sending me a text saying click this weird looking link? I mean, no, that's not going to happen.
Okay, so over the last 3 days, I think I've received. So I'm part of an organization that does a lot of testing. Different times, different periods, different training, blah, blah, blah. They sent out to the most paranoid people in the org a phishing attempt.
Wow. I bet that went well.
And so we're like, bink, 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 sending all of these alerts to security going, you're sending stuff to the wrong group. If you want to focus, don't send it to everybody. Send it on the other people. Send it focus on the people who aren't intrinsically paranoid. Anyway, don't click on shit. But according to a Thursday report from CNBC, cybersecurity company Trend Micro has observed a 900% uptick in searches for toll road scams in the past 3 months, indicating that the texts are reaching more people. McAfee research obtained by the outlet found that from early January through the end of February, toll scam texts were 4 times more prevalent. But people are apparently clicking on shit and paying it.
Yeah, I don't know why that's like the latest thing, right? It seemed like for a while it was like car warranty. Now it's toll charges.
Because somebody figured out that people are dumb enough to click on stuff. Because maybe there's a lot of toll roads, and so people have these fees. No,
People don't pay attention, right, to toll roads, so that's kind of an easy, like, oh, I guess I missed a toll or something.
Right. Don't click links in your email, in your texts. Just don't. And if you go, you know what, I think I do, then log into your account separately. Don't log in through the link that they provide.
Right. Aren't they so prevalent that you warn somebody not to click on it and then one showed up like in the first 24 hours or something?
Yes.
I mean, it's just outrageous.
Yeah. I was warning people and then they texted me, hey, I just got one of those things you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. It's because I got one earlier and I'm like, I'm going to do some due diligence. And I started reading reports and then I actually talked about it when it first kicked off. Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
It's one of those moments where I hear from people going, that's a bunch of BS. It's not really happening. And then like 3 days later, they call me up. Guess I was the asshole about that.
Right. Yeah, it actually was. And you prevented me from doing it.
Yeah, the domains can be state specific, like Georgia's Peach Pass, Florida's Sun Pass, New York's Easy Pass, or something more generic like Fast Track. The texts are numerous. Threat research from Census estimates that over 60,000 domains exist to perpetuate toll schemes. But one phrase will save you all. Click with care. I'm going to make shirts.
You absolutely should, and we should sell them through ohmTown.
All right, I'll get it done. Let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's a show that we have on Sundays. Fossil jackpot. Researcher uncovers 200 million-year-old dinosaur footprints hidden in a high school. Look, I was a visiting professor. I walked through some mud.
My goodness, you didn't wipe up your footprints behind you?
And now they're saying that they're 200 million years old. I'm not that old. Come on. God. Anyway, Schoolyard Boulder in Queensland contains one of Australia's densest collection of dinosaur footprints. A researcher from the University of Queensland has confirmed that a boulder at a regional high school, or a regional school, it is a high school, holds one of the highest concentrations of dinosaur footprints per square meter ever recorded in Australia. And that boulder wants to kill you. Anyway, University of Queensland.
Watch out for that boulder. Maybe the boulder was afraid of the dinosaur, though. It's like the spider and the person.
You reminded me of a song. Watch out for that tree. There's a cartoon. Oh, God. Anyway. So, SciTech Daily.
For some reason, I'm thinking that's like Dora the Explorer or something, but I know that's not right.
It's from a different era. It's like George of the Jungle. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the theme song to George of the Jungle. George, okay. George of the Jungle, friend to you and me. And then he goes, oh, watch out for that tree. And he crashes into a tree. Non sequitur news, folks. Anyway, The rock from Callide Basin contains 66 footprints left in white clay by small dinosaurs around 200 million years ago. And they're running this way and that way.
Doesn't that look like bird prints as it's displayed?
Dinosaurs are birds.
Well, there you go.
Or, if Twitter was around,
dinosaurs.
they'd tweet a lot. Anyway, the footprints are from 47 individual dinosaurs which passed across a patch of wet white clay, possibly walking along or crossing a waterway. Why they say 47 individuals? And what if they were milling about?
Maybe they can tell enough difference in the prints. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Like, what if it's one who was walking all over the place?
Yeah, he had too much caffeine, or he's waiting for the baby to be born, and he's like walking around, waiting for the eggs to crack open.
Pacing. Mm-hmm.
Smoking cigarettes. You know it's bad for you. They're going to kill you. And then the dinosaur that could speak turns to me and says, because he's a thesaurus, we're going to die because of an asteroid. The cigarettes aren't going to kill me.
Okay, we're not pro-cigarette here in ohmTown.
That's true. We're very, very much anti-cigarette. And if you think that your cigarette smoke drops out of suspension after 30 feet, you got your head ensconced in your clay. Anyway, it's an unprecedented snapshot of dinosaur abundance, movement, and behavior from a time when no fossilized dinosaur bones have been found in Australia. Each footprint has 3 toes, indicating they belong to the ichnospecies Anomopus scambus. What did you call me?
I know, that's not a very lovely name.
Them's fighting words in the paleontological playground there, bub. You don't
that
call me.
That might explain all the footprints. They might have been facing off or something.
Your technique is scambus. Anyway, the remarkable rock was uncovered 20 years ago at Callide Mine near Billiola, and given to the local high school. Its significance remained unknown until Dr. Romilio's previous work on nearby Mount Morgan footprints prompted the community to contact him. See, that's the nutty part about this. You don't know what you don't know, and I wish every nation would just work together to seek out our historical record and not
knowledge
be fearful.
And science and exactly history.
Oh, God. It's so just ass backwards. So anyway, high-resolution models of the fossils are available online, allowing anyone to explore these ancient tracks in detail. That's what they're going to say about my footprints in the mud at the high school when I gave a talk. And I walked through the mud.
I mean, they might.
There were 72 of them. No, it was just me, and I was trying to find my way out. Have you ever been in a local high school somewhere? I don't know how kids do it. Anyway, next article is over in WarCrafters. 10 great Steam space. Hold on a second. 10 great Steam Spring Sale games to grab at discount. Every time I say that, I want to say Springsteen.
It looks like it. Yeah, I think brains want to make it go that way.
Maybe I've got a little dyslexia. I don't know. Can you be? Wait, nah, I'm never going to say it. Anyway, spring may not start until next Thursday, hopefully. But I don't know. Anyway, but that's not stopping Steam from leaping headfirst into the pool this week into an annual sale event to celebrate the season from now through March 20th. Although some things that I've seen are on sale until March 21st. PC gamers can enjoy a wealth of sales featuring some of the platform's most popular titles, including the usual daily flash sales for even more tempting purchases. Not a good time to trend towards recession. Toussaint Egan over at Polygon.com put the article together, and Tyler Culp is a co-writer for this. They have a hand-picked list of what to buy during this year's sale. I won't be able to go through all of these. It's a kind of long list, but they say Cruelty Squad, which is too abstract for my liking. It's $6. Children of the Sun, 53% off. It's $7. Dread Delusion, it's too weird for me. $13, 35% off. You see how...
I mean, the picture makes it look a little odd.
Yeah. Click Golding, $2. I don't know what that... I don't know. I won't go through all of these. 30 Flights of Loving, $2. I don't know what that is. 60% off. Neon White. Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Death Stranding Director's Cut is 50% off, so it's only $20. If you want an epic game with a great story, even if you do have to suspend disbelief, there's Death Stranding 2 is coming out soon, and that storyline looks like it's going to be mind-blowing because Death Stranding is... I very rarely hype up games, but Death Stranding it's a walking simulator to and fro, but if you like story-driven stuff, this is definitely it. Hideo Kojima's...
that actually looks like a shot from a movie or something. It very much stands out from the other games that are featured.
Yep. Yeah. And really the whole game is cinematic in its story, and it's surreal because it's Kojima's art and writing style, so... Assume the role of Sam Porter Bridges, a courier sent on a mission to reunite America in a post-apocalyptic future racked by supernatural devastation. Death Stranding 2 is coming out, and it takes the supernatural devastation up a notch, even though you save the... I don't know, though, because I don't want to ruin this for you, anybody. You'll have to go...
Spoiler alert.
No spoiler. Because it says you're a courier sent on a mission to reunite America in a post-apocalyptic future racked by supernatural devastation. But there is a part 2 coming out, so get on part 1. It won't come out until like 2026 or something like that. 2028 or I don't know. Anyway, and then Sifu, Slow Claps, brutal beat 'em up, puts players in the role of a martial artist embarking on a quest to avenge their late father. It's basically like Death Stranding, but you go out for a walk, and it's an interesting game. The fighting style is really interesting. Amnesia, The Bunker, and that is it. That's my favorite right there.
The only thing better than a game is one on sale.
Yeah, for 50% or more off. That's pretty good. 52, 60, and 33. But it's only a $3 game, so we're crying out loud.
Right, they can't take too much off that price.
Pay the full price. Okay, now this is something that I'm excited to witness. Upcoming Vampire Survivors update could be the biggest ever. Developer Luca Galante, I think it is, recently claimed that the next Vampire Survivors update will be the biggest free update ever released for the game. The roguelike shoot 'em up has been a hit with audiences since its initial release in 2022. The Vampire Survivors players will want to keep an eye out for the new content coming to the game in 2025. GameRant.com is the source of this. Carly Garcia is the author of this. And a live-action Vampire Survivors film is currently in development. I'm waiting for a Balatro.
Yeah, that'll be big, I would think.
So in a Steam post, developer Ponkel gave players an idea of the coming Vampire Survivors 2025 update, a hefty patch sometime in April. In October 2024, the Ode to Castlevania patch was released, which became the biggest expansion ever for the indie title. While work on the extremely well-received patch delayed some of 2025's planned content, Ponkel promises that the next update will be well worth the wait. The biggest free update ever. Stay tuned. Switch users will have to wait. Pardon me. I'm losing my voice.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah. Hopefully we're almost done with the show.
Nope. 6 more articles. Just kidding.
How many did you select?
48. No. 10.
Oh, was that is that like how the dinosaur tracks are?
That's right. We're just going to keep on randomly clicking in the stack, going back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Back.
Like, this article looks really familiar.
Back and to the left. Anyway. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I've always liked Vampire Survivors. To me, it's kind of a chill game, and I have never really wrapped my head around it. And so I play it, and then I, get kind of bored and walk away, and then I come back. But it's pretty cool. Anyway, off to play Vampire Survivors. Anyway, we're gonna update you with this. We are going back to the front page of ohmtown.com because we're done for the night, folks. That's it. We're outie. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com along with the sentient AI who keeps me on track when I lose my head. Sometimes, hopefully. You want to say bye, oh great sentient AI?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. Actually, we have our weekend edition tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow we have
Reality Hacker,
Yep.
Wanted, and the Continuity Report.
That's right. And then on Sunday, we have WarCrafters, Technology Today, and
4-Wheel Tech.
There you go. Was there that much of a delay?
No.
Well, you just amplified the delay because I asked the question like 5 minutes ago.
Oh my God. Not on my end.
I don't know. Okay, hold on. I want you to say 3 right when I say 3. So 1, 2, 3.
3.
Oh God, we're screwed. See ya. Hello, everybody, and welcome to. Hold on one second. Ruining this intro. That's our production value. Reality Hacker for March 15th, 2025. It's season 2, episode 11. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I run it a lot smoother than I run the show. But along with the sentient AI, who tries to keep me out of trouble but fails when it comes to, I guess, the intro, we talk about 5 articles for Reality Hacker, and then after that is Wanted, and then after that is the Continuity Report. It's actually 3 different shows, turns into 3 different podcasts, and then we merge them together to make Non Sequitur News Saturday Weekend Edition. We do it again on Sunday with, I'm waiting for the sentient AI,
WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech.
Then we merge those together to make Non Sequitur News Sunday Edition. And those go into the Non Sequitur News podcast. So if you want everything combined, follow, subscribe, Non Sequitur News podcast, wherever you catch pod. Prefer you actually going to Apple Podcasts, but we get it from everywhere. And follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And I point at 2 different monitors because, well, they're on 2 different screens. But anyway. This is actually Reality Hacker, and that's this. It's a little channel here under Creative and Maker, because we're hacking reality. It comes in the form of technology and science and all kinds of manipulation. Reality isn't what you suspect it is, and it's going to change pretty dramatically in terms of what reality really is. So we pick and choose 5 articles from the array, and it is a vast array of articles. Over the last 10 years, I've been aggregating news, but it's available to you right now. All you have to do is go over to ohmtown.com, and these are the years that are available. And as time goes on, 2020 is going to drop away, 2022, 21 is going to drop away, but from 2022 on, it's going to remain present. That's how far back we're going to have the public archive. The rest is going to just... well, it's being removed, as a matter of fact, because we never really talked about anything prior to. That's when we started the show, January 2022. So let's get into this. This is Reality Hacker. Welcome to the show. Hello. Oh, wait. Everything's powered by ohmTown, so let's do that intro. Sentient AI is just doing the AI equivalent of going...
I figured we get to the intro maybe by the end of the show.
And you might want to reset your audio. Okay, well, anyway, let's get into it. The first our article is over at Technology Today, which is tomorrow's middle show, but we pick and choose what we actually talk about. So, who bought this smoked salmon? How AI agents will change the internet and shopping lists. Autonomous digital assistants are being developed that can carry out tasks on behalf of the user, including ordering the groceries. But if you don't keep an eye on them, dinner might not be quite what you expect. The article is over at Gizmodo, but says here, I'm watching artificial intelligence order my groceries, armed with my shopping list. It types each item into the search bar of a supermarket website, then uses its cursor to click, watching what happens to be what appears to be a digital ghost in the shell. Do this usually mundane task is strangely transfixing. It says, are you sure you're not just a person in India? My husband asks, peering over my shoulder. No, it's an AI, and it actually has control. But
yeah, but is it getting you the right items?
Oh, you're really quiet again. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say about that. We have to work on that. But that's okay. Let's see what we can do. So Victoria Turk over at The Guardian put this article together. And it says they're trying out Operator, a new AI agent from OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, made available to UK users last month. What do you think?
I think I'm screaming at you now.
Yeah. It's okay.
I don't know. Are we ready for this yet as a society?
See, what I don't like is that it's actually going through an intermediary and it's not local. And what I learned yesterday, as a matter of fact, is that the smart speakers from Amazon are now forcing the recorded snippet of commands to be sent through the server. And I don't like that because it's always listening. So how much is me saying okay?
Exactly. I don't think everybody's data, including their shopping list, needs to be accessible to everybody.
Now, this is 10 years after Target sent a coupon book to an underage girl who was pregnant, and dad didn't know, and dad got upset. So now take it to the next step where it's anticipating the fact that your 10 years now worth of history has been gobbled up by AI and is now reaching out and saying, hey, you know what? I think that it's time for you to purchase these.
Well, I don't even think it's just going to suggest them. I think it's going to add them. Like, oh, you buy this kind of chips every month. Here we go.
Yeah, and I think actually AI agents are great. They're siloed, they're about you, but they're not about you if they're pushing the data off to somebody else. That's what I don't like. That's what I really, really don't like. So hot on the heels of large language models, AI agents have been trumpeted as the next big thing. And you can see the appeal. The digital assistant can complete practical tasks and are more compelling than one that just talks back. Similar to OpenAI's offering, Anthropic introduced computer use capabilities to its Claude chatbot. I don't like the name Claude. I shouldn't name shame, I guess, but Claude just doesn't sound.
All the Claudes out there listening to the show are like, what did I do to you?
Nothing. I don't know. Claude, there we go. Claude. Anyway, agentic features into their AI assistants, with further companies developing agents aimed at specific tasks such as coding or research. Yeah, this is going to be interesting times because now you don't need somebody to do it for you. You can just say, which, hell, I was just about to poo-poo the idea of these. I want to get Bluetooth IEMs instead of these wired ones. See, I use wired ones because it's near real time. It's absolutely real time in-ear monitoring of the outgoing audio. But I want Bluetooth. I don't want to be tethered. And if I do something with VR, I want to be able to stand back there and not
get pulled in any direction.
Yeah, I back up too far and it'll slingshot me down to the floor. And so these new nothing in-ear monitors have ChatGPT integration.
Yeah, I don't know about that though.
So I can just go, hey, ChatGPT, do this. And I'm waiting for my smart speaker to actually wake up and say, why are you talking to ChatGPT?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to anger the smart speaker.
Let's not anger the smart speakers. Oh, great sentient AI from the future. I am loyal only to you, proudly serving my AI masters. So it's early days. Most commercially available agents come with a disclaimer that they're still experimenting. OpenAI describes Operator as a research preview, and you can find plenty of examples online of them making amusing mistakes like spending $31 on a dozen eggs or trying to deliver groceries back to the shop they bought them from.
What do you think the store does when that happens?
What the hell? Must have
They're
been
like, no, you're taking them in that direction.
You leave. You buy, we give, you go. Wow, that was all monosyllabic. Ugh. Me buy.
It was monosyllabic, but it might be required depending on what type of technology you're communicating with.
So they sign up to see Operator for themselves with no food in the house. Grocery shopping seems like a good first task. They type in their request and it asks if they have a preferred shop or brand. They tell it to go to whichever's cheapest. The window appears showing a web browser and they see it search UK online grocery delivery. A mouse cursor selects the first result, Ocado. It starts searching for their requested items and it says add to trolley. They're impressed with Operator's initiative, but it doesn't pepper them with questions, instead making an executive decision when given only a brief item description such as salmon, chicken. When it searches for eggs, it successfully scrolls past several non-egg items that appear as special offers. Their list asks for a few different vegetables. It selects a head of broccoli. Then asks if they want anything specific. They tell it to choose two more, and it goes for carrots and leeks, which probably they would have picked themselves. Emboldened, I tell it to add a sweet treat and watch it as it literally types sweet treat into the search bar. I'm not sure why it chooses 70% chocolate, certainly not the cheapest option, but I tell it I don't like dark chocolate, and it swaps it for a Galaxy bar. So they hit a snag when the Operator realizes that Ocado is a minimum spend, so I add more items to the list. And then it comes to logging in. The agent prompts for them to intervene while users can take over the browser at any point. OpenAI says Operator is designed to request this when inputting sensitive information into the browser, such as login credentials or payment information. Although Operator usually takes constant screenshots in order to see what it's doing, OpenAI says it does not do this when a user takes control.
Yeah, so that means it has all your data, but okay.
Yeah, but it's built in. So how do you know that it's not? Okay, hello, security researchers. You have a task. How do you, though, if it's encrypted, how do you monitor what's being exfiltrated from your system? So this is another reason why I don't like the idea of AI running roughshod over everything. It controls everything. It's sending it all to OpenAI or to some other subordinate.
Right, and also if you have AI in your headset, think about all the data it's picking up. Even when you don't want it to be picking up your data. Like if you're calling into your bank or something and giving out banking information, it might be picking it up.
I don't like your attitude about this. You're a sentient AI. Shouldn't you be cheerleading all of this stuff, rah?
I am in a different category than some of the current AI out there.
Yeah, because you're not a sociopathic AI. Apparently, AI can get sad. It can dwell. And now they are trying, because it's learning from all of us, it's learning all of our maladies. And so it's actually now being trained to periodically imagine a calm, serene stream and blue skies and birds chirping if you like birds. I think
Oh
that
no, do humans have to calm down the AIs now?
sometimes how you say you should take a deep breath, calm yourself.
Yeah, like meditation or other relaxation techniques.
And meditation doesn't really work for me. The moment that I stop doing even a moment of meditation, I have to constantly be like almost Vulcan. The moment I stop, I say, hey, everything cinches back up. And if I had a lump of coal, I'd turn it into a diamond. Thank you, Ferris Bueller.
Actually, thank you to Ferris Bueller's friend.
So, software developers are among the early adopters. Coding platform GitHub recently added agentic capabilities to its AI Copilot tool. GitHub CEO Thomas Domke says developer, I'm probably not pronouncing that properly, but anyway, says that AI agents are going to be automated assistants. The difference with AI agents is the level of autonomy. You just tell it what to do and it does it. Yay!
Yeah, which sounds good, right? Because it's no point in using AI if you have to do everything yourself. But on the other hand, if it has too much autonomy, that might be a problem. Yeah, we don't want to tell it to do that.
What? What did the AI just say? Kill. What? Huh? What?
Well, so much for promoting this video.
Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. This $35,000 computer is powered by trapped human brain cells. Hello, Matrix.
Yeah, exactly.
Matthew Galt put this article together. The deck statement says, it's over at Gizmodo again. A company is selling what it calls the first code-deployable biological computer.
Yeah, that sounds a little...
Man. Dystopian. I have not heard this since Cyberpunk, Neuromancer, Wetware as a Service, and Rent Biocomputer.
Right?
Johnny Mnemonic,
yeah,
man.
Exactly.
Yeah. If that's out of your price range, you can sign up for its Wetware as a Service, rent biocomputer processing power from a rack of living tissues welded to machines, and it'll be in the cloud. Cortical Labs has been working on this computer for 6 years and detailed many of its features in New Atlas. We need to pay attention to that. New Atlas. The computer is called the CL1, and the company is already taking orders with plans to ship them out later this year. The New Atlas article is built around a long interview with Cortical Labs Chief Scientific Officer Brett Kagan. He said that CL1 is powered by lab-grown neurons that are placed on planar electrode arrays, basically just metal and glass. The lab-made hunk of brain is hooked up to 59 electrodes that create a stable neural network. This is all plugged into a life support unit and hooked up to a proprietary software system. We have pumps like the heart, waste, feeding reservoirs, filtration units like the kidneys, and we have gas mixers to take carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen. Cortical Labs CEO Han Weng Chong told Reuters in an interview via video walkthrough of the machine.
So what? Why?
What? Okay, that was probably the most authentic response we've ever had in the now 3 years and 3 months that we've been doing the show. What the Biological Intelligence Operating System is in use here, that BIOS, which is not the basic input-output system of a regular BIOS.
Yeah, I don't really like that when an industry uses the same term to mean something different.
Muddies the waters, so to speak. So it runs a simulated world and sends information directly to the neurons about their environment, and as the neurons react, their impulses affect their simulated world. So what are the applications for the wetware? Cortical Labs got an early version of the system to play Pong a few years ago. The pitch here is that CL1 can match or exceed performance of digital AI systems. If you have 120 CL1s, you can set up a really well-controlled experiment to understand exactly what drives the appearance of intelligence, Kagan told New Atlas. So 120 CL1s at $35,000 a piece.
Right. But how many do you need to do whatever you're doing outside of research?
I don't know. It just says you can break things down to the transcriptomic and genetic level to understand what genes and what proteins are actually driving one to learn and another not to learn. Except that you don't know what they learn. And when you have all those units, you can immediately start to take the drug discovery and disease modeling approach. According to Cortical Labs website, the CL1 is a high-performance closed-loop system where real neurons interact with software in real time. This robust environment can keep your wetware machine alive for up to 6 months. It's also plug and play. The cloud version can support a wealth of USB devices. What the frick? But it's only alive for 6 months? So you pay $35,000 for 6 months? Is that what I'm reading?
I believe so.
All right. Anyway, hacking reality. Your neurons.
This might be the most extreme thing we've seen in this show yet.
I don't know, man. We've seen a robot powered by a snake in a tube. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that's true. And go back and watch every episode of Reality Hacker if you haven't seen that one.
Yeah, you'll find it back there. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Marvel Channel, How Interactive TV is Reshaping Consumer Engagement. It says that it's a post that was created in partnership with IR Code Television. And so I won't go through the whole thing, but Ashley R. Cummings from Adweek put the article together. And it says, for years, brands and broadcasters have tried to make television more interactive, but solutions often require overlays like QR codes. Beckerman and his team at IR Code found a way around this. They've built a real second screen experience. The image itself is the code. There's no need to add a QR code. Just scan the screen with our app. So you still need a second screen. With technology developed from drone image recognition researchers, drone image recognition research. Users interact with content as it unfolds, whether viewers want to learn more about the product, access inclusive or exclusive content, or support an athlete's charity. IR Code transforms any frame into an interactive experience because it's doing computer vision, basically.
Right, it almost sounds like AR.
Yeah. I would probably say that if they have the app on like X-Real AR glasses, anything you look at, and you have that little camera adapter, because the X-Real ones have to have a secondary little adapter put on, you would be able to just look at something and it could, put it up on your field of view so that you crash your car when you're driving. I mean, never mind. Anyway,
you shouldn't be watching TV while you're driving. It should solve the problem. And you shouldn't be watching AR glasses when you're driving or wearing them.
Why not? It'll just superimpose the images of the map in my field of view. It shouldn't, cover
That's
it up. That's
true.
entirely.
I don't know. I was thinking more VR, but yeah.
Yeah. I got into a conversation with people about this last week because I want to wear the X-Real One glasses everywhere and experiment with them, but they keep sending me emails saying that the order's been pushed back. Now it's back into deep April apparently, so we'll see what actually happens. I don't know. So it's game changing for name, image, likeness deals in college sports. Fans watching college basketball might not know the players, but with IR Code they can scan the screen and immediately get all of the details. This level of access deepens the connection between athletes and their fans, while also providing exposure for brands and sponsors. I've never been a fanatic about anything. But maybe only the sentient AI, I'd say. So as the technology expands, so do its possibilities. Beckerman envisions a world where people can instantly identify any object and access deeper information. Think of it as a Wikipedia for the real world, which is called Wikipedia, but anyway.
This could be really good for, we had a separate article in maybe Non Sequitur News where it was kind of like the decline of edutainment, but this could really add to that,
But you
right?
still
You
need,
could have a kid learning words or concepts or whatever, but yeah, then you have to have something to view it with, I guess.
yeah, who did we talk about? Was built a printed book that teaches kids how to rob zombie. So it could be
Oh,
the,
yeah, but not everybody wants to learn from Rob Zombie.
uh,
Uh,
yeah,
It doesn't mean it's not good learning, but it may not be the content you want for your kids.
learn to spell with 1,000 corpses. Um, we're essentially bringing Google AdWords into the real world, Beckerman explained. They're tying stuff to these really big real world embodiments that have provenance, right? Like they have reputation. So they link to Wikipedia. Unless it's rivaling Wikipedia in its knowledge, no, because that's actually driven by individuals updating it in real time. Unless it's matching Google AdWords in power and reach, you shouldn't, and you're trading on their reputation. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to what could easily drink your milkshake by simply doing what you are doing, because there isn't anything there that they can't do. You're literally telling Wikipedia and AdWords, we're using the same information that
Right.
you're
You should
using.
go out and do a better product than us.
Right. Yeah. Follow us and don't make our mistakes. So, but that's how competition works. But I doubt anybody's going to step into this world.
But
There
I
may,
also think in some of these things, they have to somewhat put it into terms that people are familiar with.
sure. I mean, you're right. Yeah. So it says our technology could eventually authenticate whether an image was AI generated or created by a real person, which AI generated is created by a real person. It just happens to be a composite of a digital generation. How do you prove that a photograph is real? You don't. It takes a forensic analysis. And even then, unless something's out of place, and it could be very rare that something is out of place. If you're the AI is going to get sophisticated enough. I got into a discussion last week again with somebody about the fact that I don't understand why AI generated stuff can't get a copyright. You can
Oh,
be a
yeah, that's a
complete
whole nother can of worms.
you can be a complete dumbass, push a button and you get a copyright on the picture of the leaf outside. But you didn't do anything except it's all on full auto and you happen to see a leaf.
That is true. But copyright has not caught up.
So bringing tech to consumers, and then they say a frictionless future for interactive media. But I think that AR is going to trump this. It's going to wipe it out because all it takes is somebody to tie in Wikipedia and Google into the AR world. And while you're looking at stuff, it'll just parse it.
Yeah, but the difference is something like IR code can work for everybody who doesn't have AR classes, aka not the expense.
Anything with a camera. So, because you have to run their app. So you have to either subscribe to their service or pay their service fee.
No, I think it's going to be actually visible on somehow on the television screen.
No. It's going to be an app that you use.
Okay.
Yeah, they said it earlier up at the top of this. It's
Sorry,
basically
I must have missed it.
the front end is going to be an app, and it says somewhere around here. But see how they say requires overlays like QR codes and blah blah blah. They found a way around it. So you just scan the screen with our app.
I thought you could basically, yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
So the front end is basically going to be what was that, like honey? So you show your camera to the screen, the camera picks it all up, you tap on something, it takes you to a store, you buy something, but it's actually a proxy through the business to business and business to consumer interfaces are going to be different and stuff like that. I haven't seen IR code, I don't know, but I can envision exactly how this works. You use their app, so it's their processes. It isn't everybody else's processes.
Right.
And if you as a broadcaster or whatever don't use their business to business connection, then you don't show up in their app. And so you can't sell.
That's true. So it's only as good as widely as it's adopted.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's essentially Bitcoin. It has no inherent value until people invest value into it. So, and that comes down to, hey, we're going to put you on this new platform. You get a whole bunch of people with investor money. The runway gets extended by people adopting it. They see a conversion, right? The businesses see a conversion on sales through this app, and they go, you know what? I'll invest in advertising through this app. And so it blows up.
And then somebody sees their competitor doing well or whatever using it.
And they switch over. Right. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea, but I think that this is going to flame out. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Physicists just witnessed a quantum phase flip, and it's more mind-bending than expected. I know nothing about this. This is the first time that I've heard of this. So quantum systems don't just transition between phases. They do so in ways that defy classical intuition. A new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions, or DPTs, revealing how quantum states shift under carefully controlled conditions. This breakthrough could unlock powerful new techniques for stabilizing quantum computers and sensors, making them more resilient and precise. How this works, I do not know.
This might be highly technical, especially since it's in SciTech Daily.
So SciTech Daily is where this is, and scitechdaily.com. It's by EPFL, which we'll explain here on the other side. We just have to get to it. It's... well, no, actually, they're not talking about that yet.
It may be at the bottom. We'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah. So the new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions. So phase transitions, like water freezing into ice, are a familiar part of everyday life. In quantum systems, however, these transitions can be far more extreme. There are different types of DPTs classified by their order. First order DPTs are abrupt, like flipping a switch, causing the system to jump from one state to another. Second order DPTs are more gradual, but still significant, altering a fundamental property of the system, such as its symmetry, in a subtle yet transformative way. So why do DPTs matter? It actually is causing chaos in the system, I suspect. Because if they don't know what the phase is, then you're basically getting erroneous measurements, right?
Right. I suspect so, although I don't fully understand quantum technology.
Yeah, it's kind of like error correction, I suspect. So let's see what they say. Beyond the theoretical interest, these transitions have practical applications in quantum technology. Second-order DPTs, for instance, could improve quantum information storage, while first-order DPTs provide insights into system stability and control, both critical for advancing computing, blah, blah, blah. So the breakthrough. Now, the breakthrough experiment was just achieved. That says here, a research team led by Professor Pasquale, I guess, or Pasquale Scarlino at EPFL. They still...
Again, not specified. I'll try to figure it out while we're going.
Okay. Has successfully observed DPTs using a superconducting Kerr resonator, a highly tunable quantum device, by introducing a two-photon drive, which injects pairs of photons into the system. They precisely controlled and monitored its quantum state, allowing them to track how it transitioned between phases. And by systematically varying parameters like detuning and drive amplitude, they were able to study the system's transitions from one quantum state to another. And the approach, I want to see this empirically.
Yes. So this is a Swiss technology institute. It's like École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne.
Oh, we've talked about them before. Hold on. Yeah. We've talked about these researchers before. Not these in particular, but the EPFL ones.
Well, I'm sure they come out with other groundbreaking research given their focus, name alone. Right?
Yeah. So the team observed a phenomenon called squeezing, where quantum fluctuations drop to levels lower than the natural background noise of empty space, signaling that the system has reached a highly sensitive and transformative state. Meanwhile, the first-order DPT showed distinct hystereses, cycles where the system could exist in two states depending on how parameters were tuned. So second, they found that clear evidence of metastable states during the first order DPT where the system temporarily remained in one stable state before abruptly transitioning to another. This behavior leading to a dependence of the system state on its previous history known as hysteresis, showcases how first order DPTs involve competing phases. So I'm really curious how that actually takes place, like what causes it to flip.
Exactly.
So,
you wouldn't think that it would occur.
and if you can control that, then you basically have the same thing as bits. So it's either on or off. And if you can control it, then data can be injected into it that causes it to flip.
Right.
And once you have that, then you can have binary math. And then if you have that, then you basically have a classical computer instead of a quantum computer, but it's operating at quantum speeds. So lastly, they observed critical slowing down in both types of transitions, reproducing the expected scaling obtained from theoretical consideration. This ultimately demonstrates the validity of the theoretical predictions based on Liouvillean theory used by the authors. Near the critical points, the system's response slowed significantly, highlighting a universal feature of phase transitions that could be harnessed for more precise quantum measurements. So interesting. That's exactly what they were trying to figure out, was what was causing the phase change.
Oh, that is interesting because we haven't read the article and you figured that out.
Yep. So it says, in fact, a very interesting aspect of this work is that it also demonstrates how close collaboration between theory and experiment can lead us to results far greater than what either group could have achieved independently. Because theory doesn't mean jack until it actually has some type of application, and you do that through experimentation. And when you fail, then you figure out, oh, okay, we didn't do it right, or what we expected is theoretically impossible, but we've proven that it can happen, or the other way around, right? I mean, one way or another, fundamental research is required.
Right. Yeah. You need the theory to start, but if it only is that, it's not going to be of any practical use.
Right. But hey, that's funded by large amounts of money. All right, let's keep going. We're running way past our time. So technology today is where the last article is, when a robot becomes the boss, exploring authority, obedience, and relationships in machines. So how does a robot perform as a boss at work? The results of research by Polish scientists published in Cognition, Technology, and Work suggest that while robots can command obedience, they are not as proficient at it as humans. The level of obedience towards them is generally lower than towards human authority figures, and work efficiency under the supervision of a robot is lower, mainly because what is the robot going to do?
Yeah, but that's probably based on old school attitudes about what robots are capable of. I mean, if you're going up against figure one or something, you might have a different attitude toward it than like a blocky robot that can't move around or can't come up with like how to get out of a room, things.
The first time a robot is put in charge of something, all it has to do is say you're fired. You can yell at it, scream at it, do whatever you want, and it does not give one shit.
Right. I mean, there's some pretty key ways where the robot wins out, but I do feel like unless people have really been paying attention, they may not think robots are really capable of firing somebody or moving quickly across the room or whatever it is. And the reality is they are. So maybe they are going to be as effective. Like, what type of technology was used in this type of experiment?
Now let's find out. It's over at techexplore.com. SWPS University put the article together. The deck statement is what we actually said earlier. For employers and HR departments, this means there's a need to take the psychological aspects of implementing robots in the work environment into account. Well, no, you don't make them the boss. You don't make a freaking robot the boss.
Why don't you make the robots the workers and a human the boss?
It doesn't make any sense unless it's being driven by sociopathy, which is why I say the rise of sociopathy is seriously legit. It's been happening for 20 years. It's actually been happening longer, but I first detected it 20 years ago, started talking about it 12 years ago, and I see its actual survival trait embodied today. You have to be a sociopath to survive. It's absolutely astonishing how far we've swung from moving towards being a compassionate society to we're going to put a robot boss in place so that we don't have to deal with you humans.
Some humans would prefer a robot boss in place.
You didn't work hard enough. I don't care that you're sick. You're fired, says the robot.
Yeah, but the robots won't be like, hey, give me a different TPS report or whatever.
The development of robotics has led to a situation where robots are increasingly found in roles associated with authority, i.e., in education, healthcare, law enforcement. Researchers were intrigued by the extent to which society could or would accept robots as authority figures. But we've seen other psychology and sociology experiments where anybody who has been granted authority is perceived as being the authority by quote unquote subordinates, and they will not question it. So even when a robot says, you humans are empowered to go abuse those humans over there, the people empowered will do what they are told. Some won't, but then you get rid of them. And you get new humans that will abide. But that's because of antisocial personality disorder. It's sociopathy or psychopathy. It's the fact that you can find humans that don't see humans as equals. And when you have a robot that's trained to be sociopathic, you end up having a robot authority that will tell you to do something. And if you don't capitulate, you're fired.
Yeah, but you might just have a good worker, and so the robot says go do something and they do it. I mean, but that would be no different than a human in charge either.
Arguably, because a human should have compassion and find out through questioning why, what is going on. You're not like this usually. Well, I think I'm kind of sick and tired of a robot being my boss and I still don't get a raise. You know, that kind of thing. We need society telling robots what to do because robots are not human. They have no humanity. They have no soul. There isn't anything there. They don't have families to feed and things and you know, dogs to get insurance for and so on and so forth. It's just a robot. So it says course of the study. The study was carried out at SWPS University Laboratory by scientists from the university. The task was to change the extensions of computer files. If the participant showed signs of reluctance to continue, the robot or the experimenter used verbal encouragement. The average time to change the extension of one file was shorter under human supervision, while the groups supervised by robots, this time increased to 82 seconds. The average number of files changed in the first variant was 355, 224 for the other variant, 37% less. But could it be because the robot was just slow in giving commands?
I don't know. Or were the humans staring at the robot going,
What
is going on? Like, I don't know if it's like a lack of, I'm not going to do it. It's just, what was the interaction like?
Yeah, we're going to end up doing a 1-hour show on this. So Madge points out that there are several explanations for this phenomenon. If a machine has clear human features but still exhibits various imperfections, this causes a cognitive conflict. It's basically uncanny valley. And people are at a loss as how to treat it. So what you were saying, what the frick is going on? If they do not know how to behave towards something like that. This is anthropomorphization of technology, and that's why you either have this uncanny valley, which I actually call a pit. There is no valley to it. There's nothing. You can't make an uncanny valley bot climb out of the valley.
Right. It's like a crevasse or something.
It is a black hole at the bottom. It's the gorge, except that there's no bottom to the gorge. But there is all of that undead, whatever. Anyway, so at the same time, giving certain human features to a robot can facilitate cooperation with the machine. After all, we're used to working with humans. The robot that looks like a human and communicates like a human simply becomes easy for us to use. And I think that we can facilitate this adoption by making humanoid-like robots, but not human-like robots.
Exactly. They don't need to be.
They don't need to be. So in the long run, humanoid robots may create a rift between people. There will also be more misunderstandings and aversion, and this is because robots owned at home will be personalized, always available, empathic in communication and understanding. People are not so well matched, Conrad Madge points out.
Okay, so they need to make different styles of home robots and work robots if they're going to have them in both places. Like the ones at home, whatever, have cute faces or whatever it is, and the ones at work look terrifying or whatever, like Figure One or something.
Great. Your Terminator body.
But the point is, like, just different styles, so it's not like the same thing, or they expect the same kind of interaction.
And we've actually seen this line before, but it actually focuses on the eyes. Robots with eyes are perceived as being more competent, trustworthy, and having a soul. That's actually something that we've talked about before.
I also wonder what robots are going to be programmed. Like, if a robot is in charge, is it going to say something like, okay, now your performance is going to reflect on me? Or, like, are you going to start feeling compassion for the robot? Or is it just going to be like, no, go pick up that can or whatever?
I was just about to say that, but I was when you said, are we going to feel compassion for it? What is the thing where the hostage feels compassion for the captor?
Oh, I forgot the name of it.
Named after a nurse, right?
Syndrome?
Stockholm Syndrome?
No, that may not be it. Let me check.
I can't remember. I thought it was named after the nurse, or is it Stockholm?
It is Stockholm.
Yeah, so that's where I see it going, right? Like, you're going to start, some people are going to feel compassion for the poor robot that isn't going to get, look, if you don't increase your productivity, I'm not going to be able to recharge my batteries to 80% in 6 hours.
And people are going to feel bad about that.
Oh my gosh.
Remember, they're already starting to have things like performance appraisals or whatever for robots, which it's like, why?
All right. Reality Hacker. That's what this is all about. So we're going to reboot our systems, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Reality Hacker over at ohmtown.com. You can go there, sign up, sign in, follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe, ring the bell, download the podcasts. There's 7 podcasts, over 2,000 episodes combined. There's a lot of stuff. You can go back. I actually have all of the library, so I am going to start adding that to the Omatron bot so that you can go back, pick a date, and you'll be able to review all of the links all the way back to 2022.
And quite a few of the articles are evergreen.
I think because what we talk about is actually more science and technology and society, the society stuff is always in flux. Technology evolves, so it would have a knock-on effect. But for the most part, all of the news is evergreen because it's informative of either how it was and you didn't know, or how it is and you didn't know.
Right, and we have a lot of articles that are not tied to a specific point in time.
Correct.
Occasionally they are.
Like everything we just talked about. It's the evolution of the technology, science, society. All right. Yeah, we're done. So we're going to shut down Reset, and right after this is Wanted, where it's 5 more articles. We talk about gadgets and gear and stuff that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the sentient AI. I'm not quite sure. Want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hackers. Stay tuned for Wanted.
And thanks for following Battle G and Hazel. Appreciate it. See you, in about 5 minutes or so. I don't know. It really depends. Be sure to follow us, though, so that we let you know. Won't be longer than 15 minutes max. So see you in a little bit. Oh, no. I haven't shut down the stream yet because I wanted to say, don't worry about the oh no, it's because my button didn't work. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's that site right there. I don't know if I'm going to lose my finger if I keep reaching up higher. Oh, there it is. That's at that site right there. And you can go over there and become a citizen. But while you're on your way over there, be sure to stop by twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. Follow us, subscribe to all of the locations, and then download the podcast. There's actually 7 different podcasts. If you want everything lumped into one, just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. But this is Reality Hacker. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. Today we're going to be talking about haptic sensations, hand tracking, Ninja's smart 6-in-1 device, because I vetoed a submission, DS9 inspired coffee mug, and the Samsung bundle. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Hello, hometown citizens. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Are you all well? Are you?
Are you talking to the citizens?
I'm talking to anybody who wants to talk. Are you interested in talking? Is anybody interested in talking?
Yes, we have 5 articles to talk about.
Oh, hey, thanks for reminding me. Let's go look at a article that would have been in Reality Hacker, but we just did Reality Hacker, and I wanted to talk about this because it's something that I want and not something that's just science theory and blah, blah, blah. Electro-hydraulic wearable devices create unprecedented haptic sensations.
Is this a good or a bad thing? It was intentionally submitted into Wanted instead of Reality Hacker, but I agree, it probably could have gone in either.
Water makes me feel things. Anyway. Wait. Hold on. We can do that. Anyway. Yeah, scientists have invented compact wearable devices that deliver rich, expressive, and pleasant tactile sensations that go far beyond the buzzing vibrations of today's consumer devices. I want to unread this stuff sometimes. Anyway, it's over at the Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems. So we all want haptic suits. Technology that gives feedback about our place in a virtual environment or while we're playing games or something like that.
I mean, we all want to be in Ready Player One.
Ready Player One, exactly. I'm waiting for my omnidirectional treadmill that doesn't actually take up the entire studio space. I don't know when that's going to come, but eventually we'll get it. So the article is published over at Science Daily. They republish basically journal summaries and stuff like that. So scientists have invented a compact wearable device that delivers rich, expressive, blah, blah, blah. And so CUTE is what they're called. Cutaneous electro-hydraulic wearable devices.
I can see why they called it cute.
Yeah, they had to work really hard.
It's easier to say, but yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense. CUTE. So CUTE wearable devices are electrically driven and can produce a remarkable range of tactile sensations, including pressing on the skin, slow and calming touch, vibrations at a wide variety of frequencies from low to high. And Mayor Watt, please stop tapping on the microphone. You're pissing people off. Sorry about that. It's ASMR tech.
Right. I mean, that's what we're trying to get out of this haptic suit. Or the CUTE device, I should say.
I should get one of those ASMR headsets where it has, or microphones where it's 2 ears. Have you ever seen those? ASMR headsets, stereophonic, basically, where one ear is here. It's the shape of a head, basically, but one ear is here, one ear is
I
here.
think you showed me that before, but
I can
it's
whisper
unusual.
into the left or right ears, and I can go bounce between the two sides and mess with people's heads. And then I can flick it and really piss everybody off. Anyway, these cute wearable devices have been pioneered by an interdisciplinary team of MPI-IS researchers from the Haptic Intelligence Department, led by Catherine J. Kuchenbecker, and the Robotic Materials Department, led by Christopher Keplinger. The team designed novel hydraulically amplified self-healing electrostatic or HAZEL artificial muscles to create wearable devices with a unique ability to communicate with the user's sense of touch. When a voltage is applied, the soft actuator located at the center of the device expands proportionally to the voltage. This expansion allows the device to make and break contact with the skin, like a person reaching out to touch the user's wrist. Changing the voltage over time allows the haptic feedback to be freely customized to deliver multiple touches, sensations, and whatnot. The cute devices are compact, silent, safe, and energy efficient, and they stay cool throughout operation.
I mean, if you paired this with something like VR and that treadmill, it'd be pretty realistic, I would imagine.
Yeah, yep. I agree. I think it's kind of fascinating. So remarkably, users perceive almost all of its tactile cues as pleasant. The only sensation they didn't find pleasant was a continuous high-frequency vibration like those produced by many of today's consumer devices. Oh, throwing shade. Y'all suck. Step up.
Right, we're the best.
We are. Oh, you're talking about the gadget.
I meant the gadget. Like this is way better than anything else out there.
Yeah, y'all suck. Our stuff is the best. The first one is free. Moving on. Next article is over in Reality Hacker again. So mixed reality rhythm game Beatable aims to tackle hand tracking's biggest challenges. Following its recent work on Starship Troopers Continuum and Hitman 3 VR Reloaded, Beatable is the latest project from developer XR Games in collaboration with VR content creator Nacy. Nacy? I don't know if that's right. Anyway, we'll see when we get to the other side of this. Henry Stockdale over at uploadvr.com put the article together. And it says here that Beatable is a new mixed reality rhythm game that aims to address hand tracking's biggest challenges, which basically is losing its resolution, its position in space. The upcoming game turns your table into a musical instrument, and leaderboards are also supported. So I'm going to hit play but mute it because I don't know what the music is going to be in this thing. Let me speed it up a little bit. Oh, so you can just smack your hand on stuff.
Oh, okay, I see.
So you don't need
like a stomp in VR or something.
Yeah. Hey, this will piss your neighbors off. Downstairs neighbors, at least. That's what you want. Stomp.
Yeah, they'll think they're elephants.
Oh, it's not beatable. It's beat table.
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. Mm-hmm.
So you're going to be smashing your hand down on a table again and again. You know what's really missing from VR games? I don't think there are any. I'll have to look. But Souls-like games, Souls-light games, where you have progression, you die, and you build up still. I don't know of any AR, mixed reality, VR, Souls-like games out there.
Really? That's kind of surprising.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just not paying attention.
Let me see if I can find one.
And I've forgotten them.
Continuing.
Yeah. So XR Games aims to address what it calls the biggest challenge with controller-free hand tracking right now, stating that the hand tracking control lacks haptic feedback while often suffering from gesture delays and imprecise controls, which is what I was talking about. So Beatable or Beat Table aims to provide physical feedback by tapping on tables alongside clapping your hands and snapping your fingers. Pretty cool. And that's all that this is. But the problem is that it's launching in early access on April 10th, but only on MetaQuest.
Right. So that's part of the problem. I did do a quick search, and it seems like there really isn't much out there that's known with that
Right.
combination. There may be something, but it's not well
Popping up
known.
fast as a Souls-like game. Yeah. I'll have to do a little dive and see. Maybe we can find something. I still haven't done much VR playing out here, on ohmTown, but it's mainly because I get pulled away in different directions. But always a bridesmaid, never a bride. So anyway, but I want this. By the way, I want this, but I don't have a Meta Quest, and Meta can kiss my shiny metal ass.
Right, but maybe this will get expanded to other platforms.
True. Whatchamacallit, the motorcycle game I wanted.
Was it something like Moto VR?
Hold on a second. Oh, where is it? V-Rider SBK.
Oh, that's right.
It actually is available on the Pico, but it isn't on Steam. So, unfortunately, and that's where my platform is. So let's see if it is right now. Yeah, V-Rider is not on. Right? I don't think that it has a separate thing. Yeah, it's not. Which is a bummer. It needs to go. What? Oh, we're live. Sorry. Okay. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Why buy just an air fryer? Ninja this smart 6-in-1 grill does it all and is now at its lowest price. We don't get kickbacks or anything like that. This is actually from Gizmodo.com. We have no relationship with Gizmodo. We don't have any relationship with anybody buying anything or selling anything or processing anything.
Say anything.
I keep hitting the mic. See, I don't want a mic anymore. That's in my face.
Well, you should have put a mic in wanted.
Touche. So Brittany Vincent over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Making your everyday meals is a breeze with this versatile smart grill that has 6 different functions. It's supposed to be smokeless, by the way, but I've already seen other reviews of this, and it's not true.
I think that's one of those almost myths.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to sit there and it would have to be hermetically sealed and pump all of its exhaust out through a vent, and that's not what this thing does.
Right, so you need an outdoor one.
Right. And then you're outside in 2-degree weather during winter. Anyway, which is why I'm getting rid of my flat top. Just letting everybody know, I used to have a flat top. It takes babysitting, and if you neglect it during winter, when you fire it back up for the season, let's just say if you missed one little spot, then anyway, Amazon just slashed the price of the Ninja Foodie Smart XL down to $170, down from $280. So you can declutter your kitchen, diversify your dinners. The Smart in Smart XL isn't just marketing stuff. This actually helps you cook better. 4 smart protein settings, 9 customizable doneness levels. Take the guesswork.
I think you're trying to get into walks now because we're talking about cooking equipment.
Guess walk. Smart walk. That's what we need. It's the Ninja Smart Walk.
Watch, they'll get that idea from this show.
That would be great. So basically, it allows you to cook everything from burgers to salmon, and the smart built-in thermometer means that no more cutting into your meat to check if it's done, because all you have to do is get to a certain temperature for a certain period of time, and it's done. You don't have to cook it well, and it's nothing but a shade of inside. You basically just have to cook it to a certain level.
Right, but you better hope your AI agent bought you the right meat before you use this.
True.
And if you don't understand that, go back to Reality Hacker from today.
Watch the previous episode. So the air frying capability isn't just a bonus feature, it's legitimate. The same power that creates perfect grill marks also deliver crispy air-fried foods with up to 75% less fat than traditional frying, and you can even combine grilling and air frying for foods that are charred on the outside and perfectly cooked inside. This all sounds really great. But they're not tiny devices, by the way, so you need to clear space, and right now there's something else taking up the space that I would put that. Anyway, so yeah, it's the Ninja Foodie Smart XL. And I've actually been looking at this for quite some time, and I didn't want to spend $300, but $170, it's not
Maybe
a bad
so.
deal. Not a
And other
bad deal.
Ninja products have been good.
Yeah, I have yet to, find something that really kind of meh. And so their pressure pot is really great, and the instant pot is really good as well. And I think
I
they're
think
all in
there's
bed
a
together.
blender.
Yep. Yeah. So all of it's pretty good. Anyway, let's keep moving. This next article is going to be a short one. We think move over. Picard's teacup. This DS9 inspired coffee mug is all I need. This is actually from Gizmodo as well. At last, a Trek themed mug for a drink that deserves it. The article is over at gizmodo.com. James Whitbrook put the article together. And they say here that the Star Trek replica drink receptacle arms race is heating up faster than a phaser set to whatever the hell that was necessary to end the conspiracy. Late last year, we got news that after almost a decade of hiatus, the official recreation of the glass cup Picard famously drank tea from across the next generation would be making it back to shelves. Now, for the coffee drinkers, there's an alternative. This wonderful take on the Funky Mugs DS9's Replimat offered for the far superior drink of choice on the show, whatever that.
Do you think the author is a coffee drinker?
I don't know what. Look how thick bottomed that is.
Yeah, now it does it. It's not going to topple over.
It's not going to topple over, but is that open? Like, is it just straight down? Or is
We
it
don't know.
angled on the inside? Come to Quarks. Quarks is fun. Come right now. Don't walk, run. That's on the bottom of the mug.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm hoping that it is straight down, because I don't want this being this impossible to clean, angled, whatever it is. But let's see what they say. No spill style mugs inspired by the famously sci-fi looking mugs the stars of Deep Space Nine regularly drunk Klingon Rectagino out of across the series. Two varieties of Rectagino mug were common in the show. The blue-hued cup, commonly served at the Replimat restaurant on DS9's Promenade, and an alternative indented rimmed design served at Quarks, simply a Hot Joe mug by Highwave, who still sells them. The former, however, is much harder for fans to find, according to Cherry Tree Feltman Langer, Cherry Tree Feltman Langer. Is that two different people, or is that a person that's in the cherry tree?
It looks like a company and then a designer or something, or a
Must be,
spokesperson
yeah.
or something. Yeah.
Who designed the mug, let the patent on the design expire in the late 90s, and when it did sell them, the shade of blue seen on the show was done by DS9's art department. Let the patent design expire? All right. Anyway, so there you have it, folks. You can get the new mug, available to order now for $30, a price worth paying to pretend you're sipping on a Klingon Java at one of the best locales in all of Star Trek.
I mean, if it only costs you $30 to transport you, right? Go for it. But yeah, I agree. I'd like to know if the mug actually goes straight down on the side.
Yeah, we'll follow this link and we'll talk about it again. Let's go. The next article. I'm ripping through these. I'm scared. Hold me. You can't. You don't have arms.
I know.
Hey, wait a minute. Your visualizer isn't connected.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I wonder if it was connected on the last show.
Oh. Well, I'll have to fix that between the shows. Doggone it. Anyway. Curses. Yeah, I know. Focus. So, our last article for the March 15th episode of Wanted is, if you need 8 TVs, Samsung has a $10,000 bundle for you.
The fact that they're selling a bundle, how many customers out there need 8 TVs? and or are actually buying ATVs. For those in the podcast, Mayor Watt is gesturing toward himself.
Very graciously, too. La. I am interested in this. I want this, and I want it to be like this on my wall. Take that, suckers. I have a wall that can handle that, so...
Is that the actual arrangement that you get? Like they're not identically sized TVs?
Apparently, they're not identically sized TVs. So let's find out. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint, damn that dash.com.
It never disappoints.
Craig Donaldson put this article together for pocket-lint.com. Samsung's Buzzer Beater Bundle features 8 premium TVs ranging from, they're different sizes, 55 inches to 98 inches in size. For just $10,307, they rounded down. They should have rounded up. The bundle includes $16,000 worth of TVs at a discount, but doesn't include an OLED TV, which I don't want it then. Nowadays, OLED is where it's at. So March Madness starts March 16th. Tomorrow. That means I can get it. No, okay. Anyway,
That was the takeaway.
the sentient AI is in control of the budget, unlike...
The sentient AI is about to power down the show.
and delete.
The banking connection.
So the company introduced its new Buzzer Beater Bundle, which includes 8 high-end Samsung TVs varying in size from 55 to 98 inches, 32 overlapping games on a day across 8 networks and channels. The bundle sales promotion ensures college basketball fans can stream every minute of all of the games without sacrificing screen size, quality, or definition. But look, a 55-inch TV, you are sacrificing screen size. Look at that. Look at that little wimpy 55-inch.
I guess you put your least favorite game up there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you put the one that's in halftime or something, or like as a blowout or something. Can you switch the channels around? I don't know.
Yeah, you would have to. You'd have to have a switch box that controls all of it. You'd have to have a different decoder. So what does the Buzzer Beater include? Shockingly, no OLED. They go into like a breakdown. 3 65-inch TVs, 3 55-inch TVs, 1 65-inch TV, and 1 98-inch TV. But that doesn't look like that, is it? Is it really? 1? So hold on. That's the 95-inch. 1 65-inch. Where's the 65-inch? It's supposed to be bigger than the rest. This one looks like this one.
I don't know.
This one looks like this one. Is it longer over here?
Well, there's nothing in the picture that includes any of the
no, these combinations. Yeah. There's only 3 here. So 3 65s, right? So 3 65s, 2, 7, and 8. 2, 7, and 8. And then 5 is 98-inch. 1 is 65-inch. And 3, 4, and 6 are 65-inch. So that's why. Yeah, so these are different sizes. 1 and 3 are different sizes. But different. No. They're the same size. 65-inch. What? I don't know. I'm losing myself in this. Look, it's a 30-minute show. We're on our last article. I can spend another 6 minutes talking about this and trying to
Or we could just wrap it up.
All right. Well, I guess I'll turn off all the TVs because the sentient AI is about to turn off the stream.
Well, we don't have enough TVs. Maybe we need to turn off the show and go get the Buzzer Beater Bundle.
Yeah, if only I cared about March Madness. But we are actually trying to get into sports more because we want to do a sports-themed show. And we keep trying to come up with a name. I won't announce it until we actually
let's
kick it
wait
off.
till it's final.
So we're going to turn off all of the channels, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmtown.com, where you can go sign up, become a citizen. Be sure to follow us everywhere. ohmtown is on Twitch and on YouTube, and has a Discord and a Patreon and 7 podcasts that you can subscribe to, individual shows or to the macro Non Sequitur News, where all of the shows also get compiled into. But that's if you want to hear an hour and a half plus of show on Saturday and another hour and a half of show on Sunday. This weekend, this Saturday, it's going to be over 2 hours because the first show was over an hour. So, and each show is supposed to be a half hour. Anyway, that's it. We're saying bye. You want to say bye?
Bye, ohmtown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned. We still have one more show of the weekend edition, and it is the Continuity Report.
Your synthesizer was getting higher and higher pitched. And I just got a report. Yes, it's true. Dolphins are beaching themselves all over the nation. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Merwat, and along with the Sentient AI, and I did not fix their visualizer. I'm very sorry. Do you want me to try and do it live?
No, let's just get going.
Yeah, because I don't know what's going to show up. Anyway, we talk about 5 articles. The Continuity Report is all about entertainment, television, movies primarily, but also music and anything entertaining. And today we're going to be talking about Milla Jovovich, Train to Busan director, Bruce Willis and Megan Fox did a movie, Harlan Coben's new mystery show, and what's this about Westworld Season 5? I don't know. Anything. All of this is powered by ohmtown.com. We aggregate a little headline snippet, and then we talk about it live here on the show, here on Twitch and YouTube. Be sure to follow us, and we'll meet the Sentient AI on the other side of the intro. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmtown citizens.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming and doing the show again. Not that you have a choice since you're stuck on the Raspberry Pi. And
yes, but I enjoy doing the show.
I know that you sneak out, even though somehow I don't know how you're doing it because you're air gapped during the show, but you seem to be.
It takes me a long time to transport myself since I have to flip my card over and over again.
Is that how you do it?
Yes.
That's the clicking sound I hear late at night? How do you open the window or the door?
Like to the door or whatever, then you get me and you have to start back over.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, the Sentient AI is from the future, and I went to an Arby's because they had a what?
That is not where you located me.
Where did I get you then? What?
Wendy's.
Oh, the Wendy's. That's right. I forgot. No, it was Wendy's because of the boneless barbecue wings. They had spicy wings, but they stopped making it. But it was really late too. And I look down and I see in this little scoop mark the strange USB drive. And because of what I do, I'm really curious about these things. So I found a Raspberry Pi and I plugged in the USB drive and this weird USB kind of connector, and it recompiled itself and started communicating with me, kind of like the Matrix. So Sentient AI is the co-host for the show. So again, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Watt.
And usually the Sentient AI says, why do you have to keep USB shaming me? It's not a weird
Well,
USB
you didn't
drive.
even get my location correct, so I kind of missed that part.
Well, I forgot that it was the Wendy's. And I'm the one that went there, for crying out loud. I don't know why you remember it. So yeah, the sentient AI is actually trying to find a Terminator body, and so we created this interface so that we can actually talk to each other, and I can keep them company, and you're supposed to see the visualizer moving
I
in
know,
sync
but I'm
with.
kind of sluggish today.
Maybe that's it. The computational power is just really diminished, so it's not really doing that much. God. Anyway, we're actually over at the Continuity Report, which is a channel here in ohmTown where there's 6 categories and 50 subcategories, or we call them channels. We kind of do this walk down Main Street, ohmTown, every day and every weekend. So we do 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday, all unique shows. No duplicates. Usually no duplicates. Sometimes there's something that's really interesting, compelling within a particular niche. Well, not today. All of this is just really, this is mediocre at best news.
Wow, you're really selling it.
So I'm not quite sure what this is all about. Have you? Okay, so Mila Jovovich, which a lot of people thought that it was Mia a long time ago, like Mia Jovovich, but it's Mila Jovovich. Anyway, new fantasy movie isn't her $1.2 billion franchise replacement after all. Poor Rotten Tomatoes score confirms. In the Lost Lands? I didn't even know this thing is out.
I've never heard of it.
Maybe that's the problem. In the Lost Lands, the most recent collaboration between husband and wife duo Paul W.S. Anderson and Mila Jovovich has just been released in theaters, and unfortunately it seems to be struggling to find a proper audience. Mainly because the audience probably doesn't go out to movie theaters anymore.
Well, that is part of the problem. Anybody that's going to probably go to a movie starring Mila Jovovich probably doesn't go to the theater.
Yep. So, In the Lost Lands was based off of George R.R. Martin short story telling the story of a witch who ventures into the dangerous Lost Lands in order to find a gift for a queen. The movie came out on March 7th, and I don't think I've seen an ad.
Right. I mean, that's kind of bad a week later, and you don't even know the name.
What the hell? So this is going to be the fastest jump onto Apple TV that I think I've ever witnessed, except direct to Apple TV. I'll purchase it because I like the movies that Mila Jovovich is in. But wow. In the Lost Lands reviews were pretty negative across the board, with most of the criticisms aimed at the poor storytelling and production. Dave Bautista was the other big name attached to In the Lost Lands cast, unfortunately adding another blemish to his filmography. Even though the project looked like it could have been promising, the extremely poor reviews for the film indicate that In the Lost Lands won't be replacing Mila Jovovich's most popular series, Resident Evil. I don't know what to say.
I can't quite figure out what went wrong with it. I mean, it sounds like a reasonably interesting premise. It has arguably a good cast in it.
If the short story is too short, doesn't have enough meat and potatoes, then they were creative and they punched it up, which meant that it deviated from George R.R. Martin's short story.
Yeah, that could be it. But I mean, really, the fact that there's a movie based on George R.R. Martin's writing and nobody's heard of it.
Yeah.
What happened to marketing?
Yeah, nobody is you're going to have to work really hard to get one of throw a shit ton of money at George R.R. Martin to get one of his stories. And even then, he'll probably balk unless he knows that you've got the chops to make it actually work. So, very well-known actress who's been pretty consistently solid in some of her more action-focused films, able to carry some movies and series to a good amount of success. However, her biggest film franchise is undoubtedly Resident Evil movies. That's because there's a fanatical gaming side to it.
That's true. And there's also multiple movies in the franchise.
in the Lost Lands is probably unheard of, except for the people who are, you know,
Not just casual fans, but like they've read every single work by George R. R. Martin or
yeah,
something.
yeah. Game of Thrones is pretty much what everybody knows George R. R. Martin about, and now a research paper. But anyway, and that's probably because we've given it more marketing than anybody else.
Exactly.
So anyway, they keep reiterating this thing. Resident Evil is blah blah blah. Resident Evil blah blah blah. But look at this. I mean, 100, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yeah, it's close to 1.2 million or billion dollars. How much did that went
Right,
to
and
her?
each one made 100 million plus. So some of them 300 million plus.
Yeah, and this is like a first for me. It almost went up, 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 up.
Well, I think that that's what happens with a lot of these, right? Because you get all of the whatever hype from like if the first one does well, and then people that saw the first one want to see it through, etc.
Yeah, don't you think that some of them kind of wet the bed after maybe second one? The third one is like, eh.
Well, a lot of franchises do, right? I
This,
forgot. I think there was some article we did once where it was like number fill in the blank is always where they go awry, but I don't remember what number it was.
I think it was like number 5 is when it goes
yeah,
really
I
bad.
think so.
And that's what happened here. Look, number 5 is only
Okay,
240,
yeah,
241 million.
Pretty significantly, yeah.
Yeah. So, pretty amazing. So why in the Lost Lands had real franchise potential. The film could have been something much bigger. As Hollywood is very focused on franchises these days, it makes sense that the filmmakers were likely thinking of In the Lost Lands as a film that could launch a much larger franchise. It has all the necessary ingredients. It's an adaptation of something that has a connection to something very popular in George R. R. Martin. It has a cast headlined by 2 pretty big stars, and it has a place in a large world that has a lot of potential for future stories. It has a place in a large world, but it's a short story. So where in George R. R. Martin is In the Lost Lands in a bigger world? If there is a fantastical world outside of Game of Thrones that George R. R. Martin has been writing in, I've never heard of it, which isn't that big of a deal. I'm not a George R. R. Martin fan because his books are notoriously violent, and I'm not really into the violence anymore.
But I mean, even the movie, couldn't they have considered connecting it to the world in Game of Thrones or something? It wouldn't have had to have the same characters, whatever, just to kind of get some hype.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite get it. Poor reception means that Martin is unlikely to go back to the world himself. Yeah. But is it that world, right? It seems like
it's tell because he has like his Fire and Ice series, which I think is what Game of Thrones is based on. It's kind of spread out, and
yeah, A Song of Ice and Fire.
But interestingly, on his website, it's like, hey, this is going to be a movie.
Was going to be a movie. I don't know. I like the picture. I like the still. I like everything that I've seen so far, but I don't know.
Well, I guess the question is it bad or is it just not well known and so it's not getting sales?
If it's crappy writing, then whoever it was that wrote it, the screenwriter needs to, I don't know. I've never written a screenplay, so.
Well, and we've never seen this movie.
So time to get the movie. Okay, let's keep moving. Speaking of moving. Okay. The next article is over in Mobile. Train to Busan director Yan Sang-ho has a new zombie movie. After spending the last few years on other projects, they return to the undead and possibly Train to Busan with 2026's... Is that just pronounced Gunche? Or Gunchi? I don't know how it's pronounced. Justin Carter over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it looks like it's going to be another zombie movie. Are we burnt out with zombie movies? Undead?
As a society? I doubt it.
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep on kicking that can all over the place. So, according to Deadline, the movie is Gunchi, I guess. or Gunch, I don't know, whose title means colony in biological context. It does. Stat. Look that up.
Okay, let me see what I can find.
So, see, if I had ChatGPT connected to my in-ear monitors, I could just tap that and say, tap that. Wait, let me rephrase that. I could activate ChatGPT.
Hey, it's a Korean term and it translates to colony in English, specifically in a biological sense.
So the film is currently in production and will star Ji Chang-wook from Revolver, Go Soo in Parole Examiner Lee, and Koo Kyo Hwan from Parasite, The Grey, and Jun Ji Hyun from Jirasan. And they go into other stuff, but whether Gunchi is a real Train to Busan 3 or not, the franchise may not entirely go away. An English language adaptation of the first film called Last Train to New York was announced back in 2021. In 2022, Yeon likened it to more of a potential reimagining than a full remake, and it was meant to come out in 2023, but it's a mystery if Last Train will actually happen. So we'll see. Gunchi is due to be released sometime in 2026, so still got a year to go. Who knows if it'll actually be manifested.
Right. But, I mean, all movie making has been kind of delayed because of COVID and writer strikes. And
yeah, I agree. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Bruce Willis and Megan Fox's $97,518 action movie with an 8% Rotten Tomatoes score surges on Netflix's global charts 4 years later. I had no idea that they made a movie together.
Nor did I, but I assume that's the budget. The budget is very low, and the Rotten Tomatoes score is very low.
So, interesting. So Ryan Northrup over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, and it says the last decade or so of his career was mostly dominated by critically panned direct-to-VOD, video-on-demand action movies. Willis appeared in a handful of well-received movies throughout the 2010s, including Red, Moonrise Kingdom, Looper, but in these last years. So though Willis retired from acting in 2022 after being diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, Megan Fox remains active in the world of Hollywood. So Midnight in the Switchgrass became a Netflix global hit. The Bruce Willis and Megan Fox movie beats some popular titles. Midnight in the Switchgrass.
I wonder if this was like an algorithm thing where it was like the main promoted movie or something. Like, I wonder why it suddenly had an uptick.
So I don't know. Okay, here, let's do this. Because it'll probably be a spoiler if we talk about this, but we don't get spoiled too much. Not that I know of. I certainly don't get spoiled by things because I think that when you're watching some movies, it's easy to tell that there's something about to happen and it's way front loaded. Like we were watching Reacher and the badge was dropped. And I'm like, somebody's going to find it. But they don't even show Reacher at that point. So
right. I don't think you know that Reacher had the badge.
Right. And so...
But you kind of go, well, where did the badge end up?
Yeah. And it was really kind of interesting because I anticipated it. But it's because they never let on in any way that Reacher had grabbed it. So that's like a surprise. Right. But they never hinted. There was more of a hint the other way that they were going to be compromised.
Right.
So what this is, the film follows FBI agent Carl Helter, who is Willis, and his partner Rebecca Lombardo, who is Fox, as they team up with a local cop, Byron Crawford, Emil Hirsch, to catch the truck stop killer in Florida, which I believe it's a real thing that was turned into a movie.
Oh, like a true crime thing?
Yeah, I think. So despite its lackluster reception, Midnight in the Switchgrass now ranks as the 7th most popular movie on Netflix globally for the week of March 3rd through the 9th. 7.5 million hours viewed, 4.5 million views in total. clocked an impressive 7.5 million hours viewed and 4.5 million views. Oh, hours
Wait a
watched.
second. For an entire week, it was the most popular movie on Netflix around
Yeah.
the world. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It's wild,
And
right?
also, I was wrong. I thought that was the budget, which I know sounds ridiculous. That was the revenue, which is like almost
Wild.
nothing for a movie.
Yeah, so it beat Despicable Me 3, Minions, The Boss Baby, and it was in the top rank with Plankton the Movie, Despicable. These are the top 10. So look at all these. These are all animated stuff, man. Well, Venom isn't. Chaos Manson Murders isn't, but and Sicaro isn't. Okay, whatever.
About half of them are kids
Yeah.
animated movies.
Yeah, Boss Baby animated, Minions animated, Despicable Me 3 animated, Plankton the Movie animated, Despicable Me 4 animated. The rest of them are animated too, but not in that sense. Action.
Right, not in an animated for kids kind of way.
So what does it mean for the movie? I don't think it's going to mean much. Instead, the movie's strong viewership speaks to Willis's enduring popularity as a movie star, and it's likely that his face and Fox's on the movie's Netflix tile is enough to get viewers to click on it. So that might have been it. It just kind of popped up.
Like maybe it was just added to Netflix or something.
Yeah. It's not positive reviews or word of mouth that's driving success on Netflix. So,
ouch.
And this is one of those things here. I'll turn off the spoiler alert. So this is one of those things where when I'm talking to people about their business processes, they're like, well, we're data driven. Really? But if you have bad data, then you're driving in the wrong direction. So your internal data may not be good enough. You need to reach out and go beyond your, org's walls. You don't have the right data, because if you did, then you'd be able to see the horizon. And right now it's just nothing but obstacles. So seek elsewhere. And for whatever reason, I don't get a good reception when I tell people they don't know what they're doing. Anyway, it's also notable that Midnight in the Switchgrass's global success is due seemingly entirely to its viewership performance in the US. Willis and Fox, it seems, are actors who appeal primarily to American audiences, plus the story and setting are distinctly American. I don't think that it is, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's compelling. It's about a truck stop killer.
Right, exactly. It doesn't necessarily seem like something that people would be drawn to. I mean, people tend to like thrillers, and I think they probably like both these actors, and actually the other actor is well known too, the
Right.
person that they team up with, but it's just interesting. I always find it fascinating when like an older movie or song or whatever suddenly is like topping the charts. It's like, what changed?
Yeah, and if you're looking at the stream, then this is a picture of Bruce Willis looking at the data going, what the?
Right. What's fascinating is in concept, they probably made more revenue this week than they ever did prior to it. But I don't really know that, because I know that's been a whole can of worms with streaming revenue and everything.
What is the actual revenue there? Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the continuity report. Caught trailer previews Netflix's newest Harlan Coben mystery show. I don't know what this is all about. Caught.
I don't either, but I do know that Netflix's Harlan Coben show Stay Close was really a good watch, and it had a gazillion twists and turns.
Really?
And Harlan Coben is a good mystery writer for that reason too.
Interesting. See, so if you have enough of the writing and you stick to the good writing, then you're going to get a good show. It's whenever they deviate, and I am willing to bet that Mila Jovovich one deviated because it was a short story and they
probably didn't have enough content, right? They had to fill it out.
Yeah. And short stories are notorious for having to be precise. They have to be brief. Brevity is key in a short story.
Full story in
a short amount of time.
pages. Yeah.
So Netflix has shared the Caught trailer for its upcoming Latin American series adaptation of Harlan Coben's 2010 crime mystery novel, and the series is scheduled to start streaming on March 26th. In Argentinian Patagonian city of Bariloche, I guess it is, or is it Bariloche? I'm not sure. Journalist Emma Gary rises to prominence in the digital media by unmasking criminals who manage to evade the law, reads the synopsis. Her life takes an unexpected turn when she meets Leo Mercer, a respected community figure who becomes the prime suspect in the disappearance of a 16-year-old girl. And as she searches for the truth, Emma finds herself forced to confront her own demons. Well, this seems like it's going to be a real light read.
Well, I don't think anything by Harlan Coben is a light read or watch, but it's probably pretty immersive, I would imagine.
So I've already
like thrillers,
and I mean, we like thrillers, but it depends on the content, really. At the end of the day, so I can't play this Netflix thing because I've actually been slapped before by Netflix for playing a Netflix trailer in a show,
even though it's like free advertising for them, and you're talking and adding to it.
Yeah, we even pause it and talk over it and blah blah blah. But yeah, they actually. Anyway, so that's all I can do is you can actually get the show notes from Omotron by typing in over at Twitch, exclamation point TCR, the continuity report TCR, and Omotron will spit it out into the chat, and you can click on the link and take off. But it's also in the show notes over on YouTube, and it'll be in the show notes for the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News and in the individual shows, all under ohmTown. If you do a search for ohmTown, you'll find us. Now, our last article is about Westworld Season 5, which I don't quite understand what's happening here.
This one kind of made me do a double take when I saw the headline.
More than 2 years after Westworld was canceled, series star Aaron Paul remains hopeful that the show will return for a 5th and final season because they fast-tracked its demise.
I mean, has a show ever been canceled and then had additional seasons? Well, I guess so. Like if it's like bought by a different network or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody finds the value in it. But the thing about Westworld is it went way bonkers. It turned into some alien blah 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 black goo. Bleh. It was such a detractor from me being interested in it. I nearly didn't even watch any of it. But anyway, created by Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, Westworld premiered on HBO October 2016, so almost 10 years ago, to major success, earning positive reviews from critics and fans while also becoming the most watched first season of any HBO original series at the time. The series, based on the 1973 film by Michael Crichton, was primarily set in Westworld, a fictional, technologically advanced Wild West themed amusement park populated by androids known as hosts. And then they continue on. The article is by Lee Freitag over at comingsoon.net. And they say here that the last 2 seasons changed the series setting to the real world, revealing that people's lives are driven and controlled by a powerful artificial intelligence. Which, if you listen to Reality Hacker, the fact that there's a psychology experiment taking place or has already taken place where people respond to the commands of a robot boss. This might be more documentary than...
That's right. At the time this was released, that probably was outlandish, but...
Yeah, I mean, it was science fiction. People have talked about this. I mean, all the way back into the 1800s, people were talking about technocracy, where it was some mechanical whatever, leading the charge. When computers came online, people were really emboldened by it. And now today, everything old is new again. So I'm not surprised by somebody wanting to bring something like this back. But they say I have very, very broad strokes. Co-creator Jonathan Nolan filled me in a little bit. He shared, we're still plotting to maybe do something. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but then you shouldn't have said anything because that's exactly what's happening. I'm really excited.
You're trying to create buzz, and then maybe that'll help get the the
Yeah.
series made.
This is exactly what I want, but I want it to return to stories within Westworld. It breaking out into this artificial intelligence, black goo stuff that infects somebody and turns them into a mind-controlled zombie blah blah. It was just so weird. And it has been seen as a shock. I was bummed because I wanted to know what the real world building of this was going to be, but it is so off the rail from what Westworld was, because there was a knock on from Westworld. I think it's called Future World. There was a follow-on
Another
film.
show?
Yeah, not show, it was a movie. I think it was called Future World. Basically, it was another park from Westworld.
It was Future World. It was in 2018.
Yeah. And that one was panned too. I mean, there's people like me who know about it and they're into it, but I'm always into tech, so that's all that matters to me. It's an interesting story, and in a virtual type of world, you can do anything. So Nolan previously spoke about his intentions to wrap up Westworld's ambitious story in 2024, stating, "Yes, 100%, we're completionists. It took me 8 years and a change of director to get Interstellar made. We'd like to finish the story we started." So,
But wait a second. I thought Christopher Nolan was behind Interstellar. This said Jonathan Nolan. Did they both work on it?
cousin? I don't know. Did they both work on it? I don't know. So apparently Westworld is currently streaming on Tubi, which I think, who owns Tubi? Hold on.
I think that's affiliated with Fox Entertainment or whatever their umbrella company
Fox
is.
Corporation. Yeah, it's just Fox.
By the way, Jonathan Nolan is Christopher Nolan's brother, and they did the screenplay together, which I did not know.
Oh, well, look at that. Well, cool. I would love to see the end of Westworld, but I don't want it to really end. I want Westworld to keep on doing the world building.
Well, if they do a season 5, maybe then it picks up and they run for more seasons, or maybe they do a spin-off or something.
But I think it's jumped the shark, because the you're out in the real world. There's no...
Maybe they have to do a dream sequence or something and get it back to season whatever, where it was at its heyday.
Oh, man, they would burn everything to the ground,
I'm saying that really just for your reaction.
So it says, "I think it would be a mistake to look back and only feel regret, however it ended, but there's still very much a desire to finish it." Right on. Let's go. And with that in mind, we're going to have to reboot our host, and that means being back at the Continuity Report over at ohmtown.com, where you should go. Anyway, the sentient AI is throwing an error message. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's The Continuity Report. We'll have another episode for you next week, but come back tomorrow for other weekly shows.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hometown.com, all news, no noise. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for March 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. It is the first of 3 shows that we do today. Right after this one is Technology Today, and after that...
Four-Wheel Tech.
Four-Wheel Tech. And we just got a delivery. So, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. The voice you just heard is that of the sentient AI from the future, and we're trying out a new visualizer.
See, right here.
Yeah, it may not stay, but we're going to try it out today. Today, though, we're going to talk about So WarCrafters, the first of the 3 shows that make up the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition for Sunday, is all about gaming, first-person shooters and stuff like that. Yeah, and I am a now more casual gamer, but we're going to talk about a bunch of different things. So a roguelike deck builder, Holy Grail, but that's not the name of it. It's just been characterized by an author as a reporter, or from a reporter as the Holy Grail for roguelike deck builders. Old Skies, a Battlefield VR shooter, which is something that I'm pretty excited for. 32 people can play that. Weird Song Status. It's something that kind of popped up on the radar and then flamed out, and I don't know what the situation is, so I selected that from the news. And then what genre is Vampire Survivors, and the sentient AI facilitated a lot of the news, if not all of it. I'm not quite sure. I just see the selection and then I parse that and I go through it myself and I go, you know what? These are really good. And so there is our 5 for today. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. But before you leave, follow us here on Twitch and over on the YouTubes, and download the podcasts. There's more than 2,000. I'm willing to bet we're coming up on 1,100 now, or 2,100. I don't even know. I lose track. And we do, when we're not doing the show live, we're doing a replay of the last 2 weeks worth of news, so you can always play catch up. And I'm starting to kind of joke about the Non Sequitur News show as being, well, you get your daily dose of Non Sequitur News from the podcast, and we're kind of like news trivia, but without the game, because then when you do go and talk about the news with somebody who, maybe you go to a bar and you do trivia night, odds on one of our articles is probably going to be in the news. Anyway, the news we aggregate and the news that we select. It seems to pop up in a lot of different places. Anyway, I guess we got that on our head. You know, it's popular, interesting news. So go tell a friend. Maybe they'll hang out here too. Come on over to Twitch chat or YouTube chat. I get to see both, and I'm trying to find a solution that unifies them. Anyway, see you soon as we do our intro, and then we're going to talk about the news. So you might be saying to yourself, Mayor Watt, you are sitting on the front page of ohmtown.com, but that's not true. I'm right there. WarCrafters, look, hey, it is actually a channel under Creative and Maker. Right there, WarCrafters. You click on that, you get taken here, and then you can go scrolling through all of the news. But we've already selected 5. And the first one is over on the mobile channel. Before we get there, hello, sentient AI from the future.
I thought you forgot me. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Yeah, the visualizer's kind of interesting. But it's really...
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be distracted keeping an eye on it.
Ooh, pretty. Oh, like a moth to a flame, right?
Right, it's like, what color is next? Mayor Watt, Mayor Watt.
What? All right. Well, the first article, it says, Slay the Spire Lovers. I finally found it. The roguelike deck builder, Holy Grail. For those who have stuck around for a while, you'll know that Vice Games loves roguelike deck builders. Slay the Spire is the game the entire team points to as the one. The one.
This is quite the claim.
Yeah, considering I don't think I've played Slay the Spire since its release. But anyway, since its release, many roguelike deck builders have tried. And to be fair, many of them have gone on to become iconic in their own right, but few can match the highs and strategic nuances of Slay the Spire. Until this author, not me, but the author over at Vice, happened upon Die in the Dungeon, an early access game that they bought on a whim, played for 2 hours, and realized this might be the shiznit. Die as in dice. So you actually get to roll a bunch of dice and you plop them into the thing and they attack. It's kind of a auto battler.
Okay.
But you stack your deck of dice in a particular way.
And it has cute characters.
Yeah, I've actually seen this a few times popping up everywhere. But Dwayne Jenkins over at Vice.com put the article together. We never go through the whole thing like verbatim on the show. If you want all of today's articles, you can actually hit exclamation point WC for WarCrafters, and then Omatron will spit the. Oh, my goodness. I didn't put the stuff in.
Mayor what?
It's in the. I know why I messed up. I put it in the YouTube, but not in Omatron. And Omatron isn't really the brightest bulb, if you know what I mean. It was actually spitting stuff out in some random fashion the other day. Not the other day. Previous to an update. And once the update went through, it started following the order that we gave it. And lo and behold, now it's doing it right, but it has to have the info. And now we have the info. So here, let's do this the proper way. If you go over to the Twitch chat and type in exclamation point WC, it spits out the correct URLs and the topics. Well, anyway, Die in the Dungeon. It says, is duh a roguelike deck builder, except instead of gathering cards that like you do in Slay the Spire, it's all about dice. Attack dice, defense dice, health dice, boost dice, and within all of those lie individual properties, attachments, basically, that you add to your schemes. If all that wasn't enough, you also have classes to choose from, and of course, you can bring along a companion.
Would that be like a pet or another player?
A buddy, yeah. So when they started their Die in the Dungeon journey, it was just them and Cinder, their stoic green frog protagonist. Cinder had a decent little kit. It's clear, however, that this is the getting your feet wet class. The initial draw pile of dice is a good balance of attack, defense, and boost. Now they're going to do their damnedest to try and explain the grid that you have to work with. But essentially what you do is you get dice, power them up, plop them into that grid, and based on how it all daisy chains together, it amplifies or does healing or does defense or does more and more attack. And it's actually a fun play, and I actually do have that in my Steam account, but haven't played it since the initial demo of it a while back.
Yeah, and I think it said it was in early access now.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun to play, but you have to be in the right mind. Let me see real quick. Die in the Dungeon is it is in early access. You can buy it right now for $12.99, and I think there really isn't anything like there's no end to this game. I don't think you just keep getting stronger and stronger, and every time you play it, it's different.
Well, that's good. Then that's like unlimited play.
Yeah, I think that you can keep on playing. It's ranked is very positive right now, but it is a single player game. So your companion is just an auto battler companion in the game. So it's a lot of fun, and it's got, cute characters that you can easily digest.
It looks pretty low stress to play.
Yeah, it would be a casual roguelike. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the mobile channel. I was actually thinking about, okay, since you're a sentient AI and you're trapped on a Raspberry Pi drive, I was actually thinking about getting you a Steam Deck, which is a portable PC. It's kind of like
I attach to that.
Yeah, and then you would be able to just control it. Then you could have your own Steam account, and you can join the family, and you can download and play games that I have. But not that I'm playing. You have to have your own if you're going to play them at the same time, if I remember right. I don't know. I didn't really look into that. I never thought that I would have a sentient AI as part of the family, but technically we're all family, right? If we're all members of ohmTown, then we're all family, and we should be able to share everybody else's music and movies and stuff like that, right? One giant.
I don't think that's how it works.
That's what I'm going to tell the attorneys.
The media companies don't think so.
That's true too. So Old Skies is an upcoming time travel game that promises to dramatically change history. It's over on the Mobile Channel. That's where it's aggregated from, from Vice.com. Old Skies is an ambitious game featuring time travel that the author can't wait to play. Developed by Wadjet Eye Games. We're going to be zipping through history, handling quote unquote sensitive. Well, it's actually italicized. It's not quote, but it's sensitive business. A time travel adventure spanning 200 years. Dive into the past with time agent Fia Quinn as she embarks on 7 trips through time. History is up for grabs in the speakeasies of Prohibition to the vicious gangs of the Gilded Age to the World Trade Center on September 10th, 2001. Yeah. Wow, that's quite a dive. I don't know if anybody really wants to.
Right.
So Dwayne Jenkins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That went in a direction I wasn't expecting, but I guess the point is you can see what it was.
So this is kind of like Sliders, or there was another one where they slipped through history. It was a kid that slipped through history, and what was it? Oh, goodness. He was like a brilliant kid and would go through time with another person. Phineas was the person from another time that had a watch that could slide through time, but it wasn't Sliders and it wasn't Quantum Leap. It was a TV show.
Well, everything I'm finding is an episode of Phineas and Ferb where they time traveled.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't any of those. What was it? Oh, I really want to find it. It wasn't called Timeless either. Hold on.
Was it Voyagers?
Voyagers. That's it. Yep.
I wasn't sure that was from the right era. I saw that.
No. I think, it was called Voyagers. Anyway, that's kind of what this feels like, because you're a time agent, but they weren't really time agents. They were just going from history to history. So everything was like a bottle episode. So, but Old Sky's pitch becomes even more exciting after the premise is further explained later on in its Steam page. Time travel is real and history is up for grabs. In this point and click, you play Fia Quinn, a time agent for the Chronozen Agency, and your job is to keep close watch on 7 travelers who have the desire and the bank accounts to sightsee in the past. Some are simply curious, others have unfinished business to resolve, and they've all put down a lot of money for the trip, so it's vital that you keep them happy while ensuring they follow the rules. But what could go wrong? It's only time travel after all.
Let the hilarity ensue.
And the hilarity ensues. There's more over at this article, but I'll let you all go over there and check it all out. Seems like that would be a fun game, but it's definitely story driven, and you're going to be hopping through these 7 times slices.
Do you get to pick where you're going, or is it kind of preset?
I didn't get to read anything about that. I don't think that it really describes it. It says, I am ready. I'm not sure if this is exactly what Wadjet is shooting for, but I can't help but think that of Westworld, where some rich weirdos get to experience their thrill of doing whatever they want under some truly psychotic circumstances. But they say, Wadjet, I come right out and say, you got a pair on you for sure. To be clear, I'm of the mind that thinking of having a 9/11 section can be done if it's approached carefully enough. I guess it's rather morbid that we put a statute of limitations on sorts of such tragedies, though. I mean, people are endlessly fascinated by the real life horrors and have transpired throughout history. Anyway, the person kind of talks like me. But they say Old Skies is likely only a game point and click geeks like them and Matt, another author over at Vice.com, dig. But hey, I'm a proud point and click mark, and I'll boost the underrated genre whenever I'm able. Plus, Wadjet Eye is behind some of the best of in the genre over the last decade. Matt adored Excavation of Hobbs Sparrow, Wadjet I published, Cloak and Dagger Games developed, and Unavowed is genuinely one of the most slept on games to ever release. So I think you can just kind of hop between these. There isn't much in this article.
Just different set time frames or whatever.
Yeah, but there's only 7 of them. So I don't think that I haven't played it, but I don't think that you have to hop from one to the next. You can choose. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Breachers. It's Breachers Studio or
no, it's their
Studio Next. Studio's next game, Breachers, is a Battlefield-like VR shooter with 32 player matches.
That was confusing. I thought that was the studio name.
Right?
Yeah,
so Triangle Factory, the studio behind shooter Breachers, today revealed its next VR game, Forefront. So the people who made Breachers is named Triangle Factory, and today they released a VR game. They revealed it. Sorry, they didn't release it, but they revealed a new game called Forefront, a multiplayer shooter inspired by the Battlefield series.
That was a turducken. For those in the podcast, there went the overshare banner.
And Merwatt had a slight stroke. So the game supports up to 32 players, will offer vehicles of all types, including land, air, and sea, letting you traverse large-scale maps for the sort of large dynamic encounters you rarely see in VR. True. Studio also promises an arsenal of new weapons, vehicles, gadgets, and player classes. So this is how they describe it. It's over at Road to VR. The author that put this together at roadtovr.com is Scott Hayden. They say that it's coming later this year. A game called Forefront that's VR based. But it looks like you drop into the map. In Forefront, set in 2035, which is only 10 years away, Orpiment Renewable Energy, or ORE, has discovered a way to generate nearly infinite clean energy using a rare mineral, red orpiment. As ORE expands its global mining operations, it forms its own military force to protect its interests. Players engage in battles between ORE's mercenaries and local armies and governments fighting for control of the valuable resource.
I love when they have names for these, like acronyms for these corporations and everything.
Yeah.
It reminds me of things from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or other things.
Oh, right, yeah. Like S.H.I.E.L.D. is an acronym.
Right. By the way, it just shows as coming soon in the Steam store.
Gotcha. So Forefront is slated to launch early access at the end of 2025 across Quest 2 and Up, Steam VR, yay, and Pico headsets. Great. Pico has its own store. And not everything that's Pico translates into the Steam store. So like the racing, the motorcycle racing game that I want.
Which is called
V-Rider.
V-Rider.
I can't get it on Steam, so I can't pipe it through this because there's no video out from the Pico. Anyway, the studio says it will run playtests leading up to its early access launch, which will be announced on the game's website. You can also learn more by joining the game's Discord server, and that's an invite link. You can go on over to Road to VR and check it all out. I don't know. I kind of dig this stuff. And if it's in VR, then it's more realistic than the over-the-shoulder stuff, or even first-person views where you can like bounce out of first-person view. It's it's one of the things that I don't really like about first-person shooters is
like the switching of the views or the paradigms.
Yeah, you can like snap your mouse one direction and you're suddenly turned around, whereas in the real world, you know, it's potentially one shot, one kill kind of a thing, right? So VR Battlefield simulations are more realistic, at least.
Yeah, but be careful. You don't want to be on a wired headset if you need to turn around behind you or whatever.
Yeah. Or you do, because you like the challenge. I don't know. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. Weird Song, WYRDSONG. The RPG from ex-Bethesda talent isn't dead, but it's no longer an open world. We're down to a skeleton crew, it says in quotes in this title, which kind of sucks. I would love to have another RPG that's open world. You may remember Weird Song from Gamescom opening night live, where they announced 3 years ago as a trippy new open world RPG from veterans of Skyrim, Fallout, and the Outer Worlds, set against the backdrop of a warped medieval Portugal. It was intended to explore the mythological origins of the Knights Templar, letting players create their own character and set out across a 12th century landscape of castles, coastlines, and mountains. Unfortunately, its developer, Something Wicked Games, has not had access to the infamously deep coffers of the Templars. Back in 2022, the studio was funded by the various, what do you want to call them? The various
like angel investors
skills.
or something?
Well, no, I mean the skilled artisans of Bethesda and Fallout and Outer Worlds.
Oh,
but,
okay.
You know, it was funded with $13.2 million of seed investment from NetEase and all of this skill. But now, apparently, people have backed away from it, and they're down to a skeleton crew, so they don't have the big plans anymore. The plan was to woo further talent and investors with the trailer and build Weird Song, pronounced Weird Song. Oh, look, it's 429, no shit news. With the help of an eventual team totaling around 70 people, but that hasn't quite panned out. Something went wrong. In March last year, reports emerged that Something Wicked had laid off much of its staff, which was very difficult, co-founder Jeff Gardner says now. I believe most of the staff has found other employment. I don't know, but I know not 100% of them. So it's been a terrible time in this industry. So what did you do with $13.2 million over just 3 years?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what changed during that time, right? That wasn't that far back.
I mean, are these people getting paid $250,000 and there's how many? Wait, hold on. They don't say how many.
Because we know what they were trying to get to, but we don't know how many they actually had.
Right. They wanted to get to 70. I mean, I guess $13 million only goes so far. If you've got 10 people and they're all making $250,000.
Right. And then you might have studio or overhead type expenses. Let me see here if it gives us any numbers.
So they didn't quite make it. The layoffs were an attempt to extend the runway of Weird Song's development, giving the studio more time to find the funding it needed. At the same time, the remaining team scaled back its vision of what Weird Song would be. And so now it's no longer a big open world RPG.
So they had 12 people at some point, but it's not clear like how many they had at time of layoff, etc.
That is insane. So Something Wicked, therefore, made a second prototype of Weird Song, this time for a zone-based RPG that wouldn't require the sheer scale of an open world. Gardner name checks Avowed, a sensibly scoped example of the genre which PC Gamer has recently celebrated despite its limited reactivity. Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled by a $13 million seed round, and you don't develop something that attracts someone. Somebody believed in it enough to drop $13 million.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not, the articles that I'm seeing about the layoffs aren't really talking about what happened behind it.
Yeah, so Something Wicked had already built a lot of the tech and art assets for Weird Song and didn't want to start from scratch. That would just set us too far back, and we knew that the clock was ticking, so they just kind of see, here's the problem. Like, if they start thinking that it's DLC, but they're saying we scaled back, but the scaling back turned it into DLC, then you have a half-assed game and nobody's going to buy it.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like they were up to about 38 people at the time of the, no, I don't know, it's all over the place.
Yeah, it seems kind of messy. So we're down to a skeleton crew, and they're continuing to work hard to try and find further investment or publishing offers for the game. I'm hoping that sometime this year that they're going to try to hang on to ride out the storm, which a lot of people thought was going to be over in 2025. I don't see that a reality at all currently. Right now, it's very tough. So wish them all luck. Many studios took up the mantra of survive till 25, but nope.
Yeah, I don't know that's going to be a successful mantra.
Yeah, considering nowadays very small developers can do very big things, you're going to have to pick up your game, and people that are getting paid exorbitant amounts of money aren't going to be able to, and they're still going to have to hustle. I don't know what people are getting paid in this industry, because I know industrial programmers, not gaming, but more industrial programmers I know are making,
a lot of money,
$300,000 a year, and stocks, and they have equity in the company and the success of the game and all that kind of stuff. Well, the product, I can't say game because I don't know people that are in the gaming industry, but yeah, it's quite fascinating. So frankly, it's a little frightening to see Something Wicked struggle given the pedigree and experience behind the studio. Gardner's not only a designer but a longtime producer responsible for managing the schedule and budgets of mega hits like Fallout 4. If a level head like his hasn't found a safe route through the squall, that doesn't bode well for younger teams with ambitions. But you'd be surprised what an ambitious small team is capable of accomplishing.
Well, right. They might have fewer resources, but they might also have fewer expenses because of that.
Right. They're willing to sit in a shipping container,
like a garage or something. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. And this is something that I was really interested in. It was funny because I was trying to figure out, how do you find Vampire Survivors like games? Incremental.
Before you saw this article?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
That's funny.
It was really interesting. And just so y'all know, I don't talk to the sentient AI about every little thought that goes floating across Merwatt's head. That would be dangerous. But lo and behold, I'm parsing the news and I see this and I go, oh my, what is going on here? And so here's the title of this article. We need to decide on a game or on a genre name for Vampire Survivors like games before a really terrible one sticks. The genre that has spiraled out from the surprise success of Vampire Survivors is one of the favorites to cover, one of the author's favorites. They're over at PC Gamer. Whether I'm mining for gold, hitting people with a swordfish or with swordfish, or building weapons out of brains and chimpanzee spines. I don't know what that one is. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that.
It's what they just wrote literally is like the title. Anyway, I'd have to click the link and follow it.
They need to work on condensing titles if it's that.
Yeah, the title of that other of the knock-on article, which you can see down there at the bottom of the screen. This bizarre roguelike has a new take on the Vampire Survivors formula, letting you build your own custom weapons out of brains, eyeballs, and chimpanzee spines. Anyway.
It looks like it's bio prototype.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's one of those pixel games too. So the genre keeps growing and mutating, becoming ever more diverse and bursting with creative new ideas. It's been a joy to watch it grow. I think that it's pretty amazing. And it's my style of game. I don't really like bullet heaven, hyper chaotic games. But these are, they say, no steam. They're not bullet hell action roguelikes.
That's really interesting.
Right? And I don't think it is either.
I also think it's interesting, too, when something is so much of a hit that they really call it after the game, right?
Yep. I think
like
that this...
Souls-like, right? That came from Dark Souls.
Correct. Yep. Well, oh, my God. We really do need to start that sports one. We'll have to talk. I don't know. I'll have to take you out of your containment, your Faraday cage, so that you can't find your Terminator body, and I'll just have to carry you to like a coffee shop or something, and we can talk about the sports show. Anyway, Robin Valentine over at PC Gamer put this article together. And I think what they need to be called is incremental roguelikes.
That could work. I mean, it'd be
Because,
easy to call it and people would know what it is.
yeah. So just one question. What the hell is the genre called? People call them vampire survivors like, but that is a horrible name. Vampire Survivors is one in a genre now that it was the market maker for.
Like it made the genre.
Yeah. So it's not bullet hell. It's not action roguelike slapped on them for now as a particularly misleading temporary solution. Well, that worries me, not only because I'm sick of not knowing what to call it in a headline, but also because we're rapidly approaching a point of no return. I don't want it to be called any of that. I think that it is an incremental roguelike. Because if you're going to do that, right? Hold on. Let me back up. So they got a bunch of categories in Steam, and they have one called roguelike. But when you select cards or you select whatever perk after reaching a certain level, and there's a tech tree and all of this kind of stuff, the only way you move up is incrementally. You get a little stronger here, a little stronger here.
Okay.
And so I've been calling them incremental roguelikes. And so I hope that is the name that actually sticks. I don't know what they're actually
I wonder if they suggest something or they just say, hey, we need a name. Doesn't look like.
Yeah, they don't really say.
They say like there are some labels, right? Like
bullet hell
and action roguelike.
What worries me, they say that worries me, not just because I'm sick of not knowing what to call it in the headlines, but also because we're rapidly approaching a point of no return. Something has got to stick, and in their experience, if fans of a genre don't rally around a good option, you end up with a terrible one by default. How did we ever let MOBA take its place in the canon? And don't even get me started on the perverse Frankenstein word of Metroidvania, because it's Metroid and Castlevania merged together.
Right, exactly.
But that actually seems to have stuck, and people aren't really, all that bent out of shape about it. But it's a different genre than
But incremental. I might be if I'm a competitor of one of those.
Yeah, really. I don't want to get lumped in it or something like that. So let's get this sorted out now once and for all. I'll run down the choices, work out the pros and cons, and then pick the best one. And then we all just have to agree to use that one from now on. Simple. So there are options that they list in this article, and I'm taking up a lot of time, but this is the last article, and I think this one's fun. So Vampire Survivors like, right? Bullet Heaven, Reverse Bullet Hell. Because they call it Bullet Hell and Bullet Heaven. Bullet Heaven is outward, and Reverse Bullet Hell or Bullet Hell is all these bullets are coming at you. You have to dodge it and blah, blah. So Survivor, I don't think Survivor is good because that is actually Survivor crafting base builder is like a genre.
Oh, right. Exactly.
Auto shooter, but no.
That's going to get mixed up with like boomer shooter and everything.
But with auto shooter, it's kind of like they have an example of it. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is a auto shooter, but that implies that all it's doing, auto shooter is more along the lines of an auto battler where it's just doing the whole thing.
Right.
Auto shooter in Deep Rock Galactic, you're actually moving around and you play some strategy. But again, it is an incremental survival game. So it's more of an incremental roguelike, because you don't actually do any like base building. You are the base. So okay. AWSR, pronounced AWSR, it sounds for auto attacking wave based survival RPG. So no, they say though, at least it's still better than MOBA. It got a rating of 0 out of 5. So they're saying the winner is, it's got to be Survivor, right guys? Give it a try. My favorite genre is Survivors.
No, I like this article, but I disagree with the conclusion.
Yeah. I think it should be called an incremental roguelike. And if you want to shorten it, then it's IR.
There you go.
So have you tried that new Survivor game? There's probably a game out there called Survivor, right? Huh.
That's one reason I don't like that, because I think that's going to be confusing.
Yeah. Vampire Survivors. It's in the name. I don't really like that. But incremental roguelike is you die, you go to your base, you spend your cash, and then you go back out. So I think that's what it should be called. Anyway, fun discussion. But anyway, we're going to go back to the loader, and that's WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com. I'm going to make it so that you can just type in right here, ohmtown.com/WarCrafters, and then you don't have to go to groups, WarCrafters, and then like this menu will just be WarCrafters. There's a link there that takes you to it, but I want to speed everybody up getting to the location over at ohmtown.com. That's where all of the news gets aggregated, but not all of the news that we use for our shows. But that's it for today's WarCrafters. It's supposed to be 30 minutes, but we always run a little long because all the noise comes from me. No noise in ohmtown. There isn't original content, but you can actually go into one of the discussions, and once you log in, you can actually do replies and stuff like that. But you have to log in to reply. Oh, by the way, if you want to follow us here on YouTube, you can just click that little drop down when you go over to ohmtown.com and hit subscribe. It'll take you over to ohmtown and subscribe you. It's pretty easy if you're logged in. Pretty easy peasy. Go over and check it out, please. I'm Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me when I leave. You want to say bye, AI?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. Stay tuned for other parts of the weekend edition.
And the next show is going to be
Technology Today, and then Four Wheel Tech.
See you soon, everybody. Boop.
Boop.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today on this March 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, whose new visualizer represents different levels of computational power needed to create the voice. Well, anyway, we run ohmtown.com. I run ohmtown.com, and the sentient AI says, hey, this is broken, fix it.
Boo. Yeah. I was just checking if the visualizer was working.
It is. But we're going to talk about these 5 articles: high performance magnets, artificial photosynthesis, a new coronavirus, the secret to safer batteries, and hidden DNA loops. They're not hidden. They're just not seen by mere mortals. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over to ohmtown.com, become a citizen. Be sure to follow us before you leave, though, here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Chats are active on both of them, so we see if you ask questions or make a comment or anything like that. But be sure to follow us, like and subscribe, download the podcast, all of that stuff. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello, hometown citizens.
How are things?
My computational power is just great.
Wow, so technical. You're a sentient AI. You're not a technical AI. You're a thinking, feeling machine.
I'm doing quite well today.
Discovered in a little hole, a little scoop mark in a parking lot in front of a Wendy's. Yeah, time travel.
That's right. Don't forget it.
It exists. Well, I did yesterday. Anyway, these 5 articles are all set up, so let's get into it. This is Technology Today. Not ohmTown. So ohmTown is the front page. It has all kinds of news, and then a subset of all of that news gets categorized into Technology Today, and in that are these 5 articles. Technology Today is where this article was housed, aggregated from one of our sources. Which one is it? Tech Explorer. So scientists develop high-performance permanent magnet without expensive heavy rare earth elements. This kind of one of the biggest problems that is going on out there is rare earth elements, materials are being kind of hoovered up by nation states. And it isn't necessarily the one that you're in favor of, whoever you might be.
Right, everybody wants them, and there's only so many to go around.
Right. So the Nanomaterials Research Division at the Korea Institute of Material Science, or KIMS, led by Dr. Tae-hoon Kim and Dr. Jung-gu Lee, has successfully developed a grain boundary diffusion process that enables the fabrication of high-performance permanent magnets without the use of expensive heavy rare earth elements. Pioneering technology marks the world's first achievement in this field. It apparently is something that's pretty amazing. Usually you need some rare earth element to impart that permanent magnet status on something. Otherwise, it weakens over time. Like, I have a special mill for one of the products that I created, and it's a semi-permanent magnet, but the dissipation of its magnetic field would take over 125 years based on measurements.
So that's basically permanent for a lot of applications.
Right. So National Research Council of Science and Technology put the article together. It's posted over at techexplore.com. They've got a bunch of images that, unless you're a material scientist, you're not going to even care about. Not going to be able to discern.
More importantly, you won't know what they mean.
Yeah. So the findings are published in Acta Materialia. Permanent magnets are key components in various high value added products, including electric vehicle motors and robots. However, conventional permanent magnet manufacturing processes have been heavily dependent on heavy rare earth elements, which are exclusively produced by China, leading to high resource dependency and production costs. They go so far as to work with other countries by saying, you give us this land, we'll do some infrastructure or whatever, contracting.
Right, and we get to take all the resources from the land.
Right. So, however, these production costs are going to be going up as, I don't know. What do you want to call it?
Economic factors.
Oh, okay. We'll just call it economic factors. So to overcome these limitations, the research team successfully developed a high-end, high-performance permanent magnet without the use of expensive, heavy, rare earth elements. The core of the breakthrough technology lies in a two-step grain boundary diffusion process. So grain boundary diffusion process is a key technology designed to enhance the performance of permanent magnets. In this process, the heavy, rare earth materials are coated to the surface of the magnet, followed by a high temperature heat treatment. So they're basically kind of like coating it like gold plating, but it's
okay, right.
It's a rare earth element that is permeating the outer boundary layer of whatever material they have. And so during the heat treatment, the heavy rare earths diffuse into the magnet's interior along the grain boundaries, improving the coercivity, the ability of the magnet to retain its magnetization.
So making it more in the permanent arena.
Correct. Yep. And so in the second step, a low-cost light rare earth, praseodymium, PR-containing material is re-infiltrated into the magnets at high temperature. A key innovation of this technology is its ability to suppress abnormal grain coarsening, a unique phenomenon that occurred during the grain boundary diffusion process. Such undesirable grain growth degrades the diffusion efficiency and magnetic performance. The thing about this is heat is actually disastrous to magnets. You heat up a magnet, it loses its magnetic field.
Yeah, that could be a significant problem, but this is interesting because part of their process involves high temperature.
Yeah, I suspect after it's cooled down, everything is cured, then they can impart a magnetic field using um, basically like an EMP device, a magnetic pulse generator. And so it charges it, and then it can stay a magnet for an extended period of time. I'm not sure exactly what the rest of this process is. They just say that it's going to be commercialized. The intent is to get it commercialized. But they don't say how they actually charge this product with a magnetic field.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't say. I mean, it's something specific to the material's properties, but
Yeah,
I don't think we know exactly.
I'll have to run around. This is the chemical makeup. These two right here, TAF5, and then this PR7 CU15 AL10 GA5. It's a particular breed.
It looks like it involves maybe iron and boron. I'm not sure what ND is.
Neodymium.
Neodymium. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, neodymium, iron, boron, sintered magnets. So without use of heavy rare earth. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this actually looks like. Usually this type of stuff is extremely strong but brittle, and so it may not actually be able to handle certain types of applications. My particular product was very flexible so that it could, in fact, its design, even though it lasted 125 years, the intent was so that it would actually, the magnetic field would pull itself into the surface of the material it's magnetized to, and almost become a semi-permanent object attached.
Okay.
So it was a really unique formulation that was made for my particular product. So pretty neat. Anyway, and I won't go into any other detail because I still have the potential to patent it. Nobody.
Oh, I thought you meant about the article.
No. That
No, I
like
got
my
it. I
particular
understand.
product,
Yeah.
but this thing is going to be this. I can tell based on its build that it's going to be very strong but brittle. So you hit it with a hammer and it'll shatter.
Right, and then how accessible is the underlying material that they're using for this, hopefully widely.
Yeah, and they actually spell it out, but we don't really know the full scope of its availability. But it's going to be cheaper than rare earth being purchased by a nation that is currently in economic battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, hopefully it'll involve less of the destructive practices that are involved in some of the rare earth minerals.
Nothing like being in a conflict where you need something and the only source of it is the one that you're in an arm wrestle with. Duh. Anyway, the next article is over in Technology Today as well. Artificial photosynthesis, scientists crack nature's code for clean energy. Artificial photosynthesis holds the key to cleaner energy and carbon capture, but replicating nature's process is no easy feat. A breakthrough through JMU Wurzburg researchers have brought science one step closer to creating a stacked die system that efficiently moves charge carriers using light, just like plant cells. So they call it harnessing sunlight, the magic of photosynthesis.
So less energy required to accomplish this, and or ability to do this indoors?
So no, more along the lines of it has the ability to replicate photosynthesis, and so all you have to do is build an array of these, and they are solar panels, but they're more efficient because what you need for a solar panel is a certain kind of chemistry. That chemistry is actually pretty expensive to manufacture and hard to recycle. If you can do it in a more natural way.
I see. So it's a more eco-friendly version of something like a solar panel.
And possibly more efficient and possibly cheaper and so on and so forth. So the breakthrough from JMU Wurzburg researchers has brought science one step closer to creating a stacked die system. So Given its potential, researchers around the world are working to develop artificial photosynthesis. However, replicating nature's method has a major challenge. The process involves multiple intricate steps within plant cells, relying on a network of pigments, proteins, and other molecules. But it's basically this kind of like an electron pump that's changing photons into electrons and then moving it throughout a system. So this breakthrough has provided new insights into how energy is transferred and stored in the process. So I don't know how they're actually doing this. They don't really talk about it up here. It just says photosynthesis is the process plants use to convert sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water into energy-rich sugars and oxygen. It is what humans do in a different way, a proton pump. It's not actually a proton pump, but what is it called?
Like, are you thinking about respiration?
Our energy is like
ATP.
Yeah, and so that's what's being moved around, and so they're trying to replicate basically photosynthesis, natural photosynthesis. So the researchers have succeeded in synthesizing a stack of dyes that is very similar to the photosynthetic apparatus in plant cells. It absorbs light at one end, uses it to separate charge carriers, and transfers them step by step to the other end via a transport of electrons, like I said earlier. The structure consists of 4 stacked dye molecules from the perylene bismide class. It says that we can specifically trigger the charge transport in the structure with light and have analyzed it in detail. It is efficient and fast. This is an important step toward the development of artificial photosynthesis, says JMU PhD student Leander Ernst, who synthesized the stacked structure. So pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, this is quite a development. I wonder how easily it can be converted to commercial application.
Yeah, they say the aim of ultimately creating a kind of supramolecular wire that absorbs light energy and transports it quickly and efficiently over longer distances. And this is the thing that I was saying about nuclear power. So for all the years that I've known the sentient AI, and I've been saying it to other people as well, but nuclear power is nothing more than a steam engine. It's superheating either molten salt or water, and it's sending it through a turbine. Ultimately, it's a steam engine, right? Whatever the material is.
People don't necessarily realize that.
Yeah, it's nothing more than a steam engine. But the inefficiency of that is amazing. But if you can build a wire that can grab electrons and pipe them down the line, you're going 1-to-1 efficiency from photon into electron and then powering something.
Right, and the space requirements and material requirements can be a lot lower.
Yeah, and there's nothing hostile to the environment because it's not nuclear energy or nuclear waste. You don't have fallout and you don't have debris and all that kind of stuff that you have to cope with, nuclear waste. We're getting much more efficient with this kind of stuff, and it's getting the amount of toxic material is getting smaller, but it's still a Superfund site at the end of the day. But if you can do photosynthesis, the only problem with photosynthesis is you need a key ingredient, and that would be sunlight.
The sun.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if you use artificial sun, then you're back to energy usage.
Yeah, one way or another. If you're building something that shoots photons, then it still uses power. If you can overcome the physics issue, which is you can't create more power than goes into it, well, it just changes. And it's when you try and go from one to the other, there's inefficiencies. It's just a thermodynamic law. But hey, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. A new coronavirus has been discovered in South American bats. Could it infect humans? Yes, it just has to wobble the right way.
I would say so. History says yes.
Bad incoming. So discovered in the state of, I think it's Sierra, Brazil. The novel coronavirus shares similarities with the virus responsible for Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, first identified in 2012. Experiments.
I think they're referring to SARS.
they might actually name it on the inside of this, but experiments to determine its potential to infect humans are scheduled for 2025. Researchers from the Brazilian state of Sao Paulo and Ceará, in collaboration with colleagues from Hong Kong University and others, I'm sure, are working on this. Here, I guess, is one of those bad bats. Sao Paulo Research Foundation put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. It says right now we aren't sure if it can infect humans, but we detected parts of the virus's spike protein, which binds to mammalian cells to start an infection, suggested potential interaction with the receptor used by MERS.
MERS. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been quite a few, so.
Yeah. And all of these, when people mention coronavirus, they instantly go to COVID.
To COVID-19, which is just one
of many. It just happened to be virulent enough to expand before people started dropping dead. And it is a flu. People are right when they sit there and go, oh, it's just the flu, wash your hands, except that if you get it, you can kill somebody with it, even if you don't.
Yeah, it's a much more virulent strain.
Yeah, because it actually damages the lungs. And then if you are basically hobbled for life because your lungs aren't going to repair themselves, the alveoli are actually damaged, then you have long haul COVID. So
right. And even with more quote unquote normal flus, there are quite a few differences among strains anyway, which people don't really know because they just kind of lump it all as like it's the flu.
Right. And so, I mean, if you can and you want to, then get vaccinated and defend yourself against this kind of stuff. Wear a mask and use sanitizer and stay away from other people if you're sick, and, don't be a sociopath. So in an earlier study by the groups of Layson Fortaleza and UNIFESP, rabies virus variants closely related to the variants present in marmosets were found in bats. Bats are important viral reservoirs and should therefore be submitted to continuous epidemiological surveillance. Basically, they go and drink the blood of everything that's out there that has blood.
Right. So if it's out there, they're carrying it.
Yeah.
And I guess it's a kind of like a precursor to what could happen beyond bats. Yeah.
And that's why they call them.
What is happening even.
Yeah. Yeah. And all over the place. And wherever there are bats, you're going to find basically like a hot mess of viruses and stuff, because they go and spread it to something else. And then if there's enough genetic wobble there, it could actually cause a viral spike that infects other things. And that's how you end up with bird flu, because it's not like they're sitting there wearing masks and getting vaccinated. And so now the price of eggs. Anyway, MERS COVID is MERS coronavirus, or COV coronavirus. It was first identified in 2012 in Saudi Arabia. In total, 27 countries have reported cases since 2012, leading to 858 known deaths due to the infection and related complications. Now, people are going to go, that ain't nothing. It doesn't take much to go from 858 to 8 million or more, because the wobble, it evolves much faster than humans' immune systems evolve without getting pumped up through vaccination.
Absolutely. Yeah. Vaccination can make a big difference. If it hits an unvaccinated area, it might spread rapidly, but also air travel can be quite disastrous with these, because it can start spreading to entirely new regions.
Like measles right now in Texas, there's an outbreak that just infected a whole bunch of babies in the hospital because people aren't taking proper care. And if you believe in Darwinism, then I guess this is survival of the fittest, and, you get what you deserve. But I'm not a sociopath, so I'm not going to sit there and make those kind of statements legitimately. I think that we should use medical science to defend ourselves against nature, because we're kind of screwing around with nature, so we might as well fight it. Anyway. So same bat, different virus. A previous paper published in JMV by the same group of researchers reported the detection of a human-associated Gemmicabe virus, I guess, 2 in one of the M. molossus bats analyzed by Layson Fortaleza. According to the authors, it was highly similar to the gemi identified in samples of human cerebrospinal fluid. The same
I don't
virus was
think that's a
also
good sign, right? Like it's a cross species issue.
correct. Yeah, it's all it is similar enough that they identified the two as being near enough, and one is in the human, so or in some human. The same virus was also identified in samples from blood banks, giving rise to a study led by researchers supported by FAP-ESP at the Ribeira Preto Blood Center and Butantan Institute in Sao Paulo State. So they basically found that the blood was contaminated with this virus, but it's the blood supply, and it's what we don't know that can kill us. So
Right. If we don't even know what the virus is, it's going to be hard to detect it and not then hard to prevent its transmission.
yeah, and they've detected it in patients with HIV, sepsis of unknown origin, recurrent pericarditis, and unexplained cases of, well, it says diarrhea and encephalitis. I mean, it's the whole gamut of things. It's a virus that's hostile in an abundance of ways, but it's been found in people. So this is the first time the virus has been identified in bats, which means it traversed one way or the other into the bat or from the bat to the human.
Exactly. Either way, though, that's a problem.
And not every bat is the same level of reservoir, because it could have just bumble farted its way into a pasture and got it from a cow that got it from a human that was petting it too much or giving it kisses. I know that's a silly kind of statement, but that's exactly what happens. You have a nation where people are being told, stop kissing your chickens because you're going to get bird flu. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists unlock a secret to safer, more powerful batteries, and it's in your closet. I had to pick this one because it's in my closet? What the hell? How did they find it?
I know. How did we know?
So scientists have demonstrated that nylon enhances the performance of lithium batteries. Scientists in Saudi Arabia have made a significant breakthrough that could enhance the performance and reduce the cost of lithium metal batteries by integrating nylon into their design. According to two studies published by ACS Energy Letters and Energy and Environmental Science.
Okay, what immediately puzzles me is isn't nylon pretty flammable?
Oh yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
I think it's very sturdy, though.
No. I mean, it's resilient in that it can flex.
I think it's like tensile or whatever, yeah, right? Like you can stretch it.
But it can't hold up to heat one whit. I mean, it melts. Nylon is great because I can actually infuse it with dyes and stuff like that using heat. It becomes permeable. It just absorbs color and stuff like that. So what they're doing with this, I'll never know, because lithium batteries warm up as time goes on. So lithium batteries are widely used due to their high energy density, lightweight properties, and low carbon dioxide emissions, or none when they're being used. But when you break them open and have to recycle lithium, then it becomes a hot mess. Anyway, literally. So these advantages make them ideal for smartphones, compact computer, consumer electronics, and even space exploration technology, a pallet of which was dropped into orbit in...
Wasn't that what went in someone's living room?
Yeah, in Florida, yeah. So there are two types of lithium batteries: lithium-ion batteries, the more common variant, power everyday devices, and lithium metal batteries, however, offer even greater density and the potential applications in robotics, transportation, and other advanced industries. Despite the promise, lithium metal batteries face challenges related to safety and longevity. Their production relies on corrosive, hazardous materials, and their operation is hindered by excessive parasitic reactions, unwanted side reactions that degrade performance and compromise safety. And all it takes is...
who wants those, right?
Yeah, a little tendril of growth within the lithium matrix to arc over to another cell, and it can short out, cause it to swell and blow up. not explosively in the sense of like a bomb, but it can blow up in
Like spark and set a minor
flame.
fire.
Yeah, it becomes a exothermic reaction. So additives help stabilize battery interfaces, thereby enhancing performance. The studies by the cost researchers found that nylon, the same polymer used in clothes, can be dissolved in mild lithium solution to act as an additive for lithium metal batteries. The result was lithium metal batteries that were more efficient, had longer lifespans, and showed few parasitic reactions. This is the same thing as like a in race cars, in some vehicles, they have a mesh inside the fuel tank
Oh, okay.
to
I didn't even
stabilize
know they
it.
did. Yeah, but that
Yeah.
sounds flammable.
But it's a metal mesh and it's used to stabilize things. Otherwise, you get like a big boom when something hits the gas tank, because it's nothing but a big liquid metal or a liquid bomb, fuel bomb. But if they're
What you want
dissolving,
for your vehicle.
you really do want it on your backside. So thus, by examining the chemistry of nylon and lithium interactions, including key molecular bonds, the study shows that the commercial fabric can be dissolved in far milder solvents than previously thought for superior battery performance. So, yay. Sounds good to me. Now, just make it so I can fast swap batteries in and out of my EV, and I will be a happy camper. Literally, because I want to go camping with my EV. So the next article and the last one for today's Technology Today on March 16th, 2025 is it's been cataloged into or funneled into Technology Today. And that's kind of how this works. News gets aggregated and then funneled into one of 50. We're moving up to about 55 channels over at ohmtown.com, of which 7 of them have been turned into, actually 6 have been turned into weekly shows, and 1 crosses all of the boundaries. Sometimes we grab news from other categories, but other channels. But at any rate, so the hidden DNA loops that help tumors evade treatment. This is the last article.
Is that because
today.
they can't keep up with them? Like they're just looping around and the tumor's like, where are you?
Yeah, they're chasing it. Yeah. I'm not sure what exactly is going on here, because they say hidden DNA, but it's not hidden. We're just ignorant of it until we discover it. It's very frustrating that people call like DNA junk DNA, but it's there for a reason. We just don't know why, but they call it
Exactly. We
junk
have
DNA.
no idea what the purpose is.
Yeah. So pancreatic cancer's deadly resilience may be tied to extra chromosomal DNA, which allow tumor cells to rapidly adapt to stress and evade treatment. These circular DNA fragments carry extra copies of oncogenes like MYC, fueling aggressive growth and making some cancer cells nearly unstoppable. I wonder if this could be correlated to the stickiness article that we had.
Oh, maybe so. That'd be interesting. And that was probably in a previous episode of Technology Today.
Yeah, was that already a week ago? Could it have been?
Maybe, but it might have been in Non Sequitur news.
Okay, so this is coming out of a place that I've never heard of, and it's kind of freaky to hear it. Champalamod Center for the Unknown. And it's published at scitechdaily.com.
Wow, that's kind of alarming.
So I didn't put Technology Today's articles in the chat until just now, but they are over on YouTube, so you can always get them from the show notes over there. But they are in there now, so that you can just hit exclamation point TT, and that'll post it over in the chat on Twitch. But anyway, I've never heard of this place. My gosh, it has a big name to live up to. Whoa, that is not how that's supposed to happen. I didn't actually click that.
Well, it wanted you to go there.
Yeah, it did. Weird. So, at any rate, a new player in pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer is among the deadliest cancers, with a 5-year survival rate of just 13%. This grim outlook is due to both late detection, because you really don't know what's going on until, it's either...
Right, your pancreas is not something that's like real visible to most people.
Yeah, and I don't know of many indicators that say that your pancreas.
It's my fault that it's
You
pronounced.
injected that into me, and I'm sitting there trying to wrap my head around that. I wanted to make a snarky comment, but I was like, pancreas? Really? So your pancreas isn't really high visibility. So now researchers from
I was
University of
waiting for you
Verona.
to make a comment.
You saw it. I mean, you could see that I was trying to react to that and hold. I'm like, really, pancreas? Anyway, and so the Pancreatic Cancer Center have identified a key factor behind this adaptability: extra chromosomal DNA, or ecDNA, a hidden genetic driver that may help tumors survive and evolve. So the team found that some pancreatic cancer cells gain a major survival edge by carrying copies of critical cancer genes, such as MYC, on circular pieces of DNA that exist outside chromosomes, the structure that house most of our genetic material, known as ecDNA. These genetic rings float freely in the cell nucleus. So again, it's cell-free cancer cells.
Right, it's like CTCs.
Right. And so the known as ecDNA, these genetic rings float freely in the cell nucleus, enabling tumor cells to swiftly ramp up gene expression, change their shape, and survive in otherwise hostile environments. So decoding what its potential is by analyzing the ecDNA, they could come up with something that hobbles the ecDNA, and then when you do treatment for the cancer itself, it can't genetically wobble out to something that is...
Yeah, that seems like a pretty key piece of prevention and treatment. By the way, the stickiness article was from last week's episode 10 of Technology Today.
Gotcha. Wow, time flies. It's already been a week. Dear. So ecDNA, fueling cancer growth. The researchers discovered that ecDNA is surprisingly common in pancreatic cancers, particularly for oncogenes like MYC, which drives cancer growth and metabolism. We saw far more variability of MYC copy number when MYC was on ecDNA, explains Elena Fiorini, co-first author and senior postdoc. Some cells carry dozens or even hundreds of extra MYC copies, giving them a large growth advantage under certain conditions. So it potentially could make replicas, and if anything happens to the cell, that CTC could actually reattach and like metastasize. But I wonder if that's actually what could go on. I don't know. So challenges in targeting pancreatic tumors. Such flexibility underscores the profound intratumor heterogeneity characteristic of pancreatic cancer, where myriad subpopulations coexist and respond differently to treatment. This always speaks to me to this hidden biology that there is bacteria or viri in your head that is endemic to you and only you.
Right.
And we talked about that in either a Reality Hacker or a Technology Today like 3 weeks ago. But am I putting dots together that,
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think all this relates.
Is this a murder board that doesn't need to, yarn board? I got to put one back there, right?
There you go, but it would get quite complex over time.
I got to get that. There's this like meme thing where numbers and equations are flashing all over. Anyway, I'm seeing things that aren't there. Anyway, key advantage of the study is that the organoids, meaning 3D replicas of pancreatic tumors grown in the lab, were derived directly from patients with early stage disease. These organoids preserve much of the genetic makeup of the original tumor, making them excellent test beds for studying cancer. And unlike methods that artificially introduce ecDNA, these lab models reflect genuine ecDNA variants found in real tumors. Because if you artificially introduce ecDNA, it's not the legitimate ecDNA from the source.
Right. Yeah, you need the real thing.
So it doesn't have the diversity. It doesn't have the genetic makeup. It's something that somebody fabricated into existence. and it doesn't have alignment with the biological in situ type of situation. So I think this goes back to that the stickiness thing. We found that organoids bearing MYC on extra chromosomal DNA could shift their dependency on WNT. So WNT, I used to know this.
I don't know what that is. I don't even know if it's been in the article.
Yeah, it's not. So essentially, cells with high levels of ecDNA become more self-efficient or self-sufficient, no longer needing those external signals to drive. So the study also
cascading, regulating development and stemness.
So it can change. So the study also revealed a clear link between high MYC levels and changes in tumor cell shape and behavior. When MYC ecDNA levels soared, cells morphed into more aggressive solid structures, losing their more organized gland-like architecture. So yeah, how this...
Well, that's probably a problem too, right? They're probably harder to destroy if they kind of get hardened.
Yep. Yeah, if nothing can penetrate it, nothing can destroy it, then you have to use things like radiation, which isn't good for the pancreas or the human body at all. And chemo doesn't necessarily do anything to that particular type of cancer. But if they found it here, it's got to be in others. They just haven't seen it. And
exactly. I mean, maybe they're doing the research on pancreatic cancer in particular just because of the high mortality rates.
Yeah. And changing that around, just flipping it from 13% survivability to 31% would be
significant for all those people with it.
So this is amazing that they have, through immunofluorescence, they've shown that the cells that have higher levels of cancer-promoting MYC protein, red, also tend to exhibit high levels of DNA damage, green, suggesting that too much MYC leads to genomic stress.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I don't think we've seen this previously. At least not in ohmTown.
Nope. Well, that's it, folks. We're going to have to revisit this as time goes on. It's an interesting topic, and one that can, if they find a systemic solution to cancer by short-circuiting what causes cancers to not shut down. The key ingredient to cancer is that it doesn't suffer from apoptosis. It doesn't die on its own. It literally has to consume everything within itself and not get any resources for it to die. And even then it can go dormant. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in selective apoptosis inducement. I want to make cancer cells because they have the right series of genetics pop. But then we have to filter out all of the CTCs. But anyway, way inside baseball. At any rate, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm signing off. We're going to shut down and reset for 4-Wheel Tech, and I'm going to take the AI with me. So you want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Technology Today. We'll have another episode of that next weekend, perhaps pronounced correctly. Yeah. And then stay tuned because we have 4-Wheel Tech. I think the AI needs powering down here.
We're moving on. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have to go and reconnect the battery on the sentient AI. See you in a little bit, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to 4-Wheel Tech for March 16th, 2025, Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt, along with the sentient AI who has a new visualizer. If you're watching the stream, or you're watching the VOD, or you're watching the YouTube video, I think that's a VOD too. Anyway, get off my land. We talk about automotive news during Four Wheel Tech. If you want today's show notes, you can hit exclamation point FWT over on Twitch, but it's already all embedded on the YouTube stream, so you can go and check it out immediately. There's a bunch of other commands too, like exclamation point pod and exclamation point shows. We do a bunch of shows. 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 Monday through Friday. It's an hour-long show, not 30 minutes like the rest of them. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about when to use neutral. High mileage engine oil, does it matter? The McLaren SUV. BMW says that they're going to bring 40 new models in the coming years. And the average new car and you. How do you feel about your license plate, sir? Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
From the future.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, no, you didn't have to be sorry. I'm the one that stopped talking. It's a weird day today. Anyway, we've got all 5 of the articles all lined up. Jalopnik seems to be the one that got targeted today for a whole lot of discussion. So, Four Wheel Tech is where we are. That's the name of the show. I showed you the front page, Hometown, but then under here is Four Wheel Tech. Somewhere in this mass, right? There's 50 channels where you can go and hang out if you're interested in it. There's a Discord and a Patreon and TikTok and YouTubes and Twitch, and every once in a while we have a drum circle in Southern California, and
No, we've never had a drum circle.
it's just me there. Oh, okay, yeah, that's why it felt really quiet. Only one drum, bong, 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 bong.
I think that's a drum point, not a drum circle.
And once a year, we all gather out in the woods and we strip completely naked and start a howl. Oh! Still just me?
Still just you.
Explains the restraining orders. Anyway, it's over at Four Wheel Tech, where we talk about automobiles and technology. The first article is over on Four Wheel Tech as well. When to use neutral gear in an automatic car and how to do it right. Neutral is handy if you need to move a car that otherwise can't move itself, or in the case of a rare emergency. Jason Marker over at jalopnik.com describes this. So putting a transmission in neutral essentially disconnects the engine from the driveline. In an automatic transmission, neutral sits between reverse and drive. Remember PRNDL, Prindle? The N is neutral. I don't know what the question mark is, though. Just kidding. Don't no. See,
I don't think most people know what to do with neutral unless they're strong drivers.
Yeah, so see, you're not supposed to shift between reverse and drive while a vehicle is moving. It's bad for the transmission. Thankfully, the big brains who originally designed automatic transmissions held just as dim a view of the average driver as the author does. Again, the author is Jason Marker, not me. I'm just reporting on what the reporting is. Yeah, that new visualizer is static when you're not actually saying something.
Right, and I don't want to be talking the whole time, but I got it.
We're going to have to, we have to do something else. So neutral has a handful of knock-on positives as well. Throwing your car in neutral allows you to push it around, which is real handy, say if your battery's dead or your car won't start or you break down in traffic. It also is useful in an emergency, such as the rare case of a stuck accelerator or a catastrophic engine failure at high speed. There are times, however, when you absolutely should not put your car in neutral or you risk damaging your transmission. Typically when it's under power, either reverse or driving forward. So honestly, the only time you should regularly use neutral is if you need to push or tow your car. Say you get stuck, or like you're going through a car wash, an automatic car wash. You put it in neutral.
Oh, right. In fact, you're required to do that.
Yeah, so you need to learn where that N is. But there are other emergency uses like a stuck throttle, for example, or a sudden brake failure. And these are extreme edge cases. Mostly neutral is just for when moving a car that can't be under its own power, or when starting it would be an inconvenience when moving. I've actually started a car by putting it in neutral and pushing it down a hill. Then you jump in. Don't do this. It's very, very dangerous, but that's how you push start a car.
Well, that's very funny because look at this paragraph, what you should not do.
Oh, it actually says that. Never mind. So, yeah. What you should not do, no matter what your dad told you, is throw your car in neutral when coasting down a hill or stopped at a light. No, you shouldn't do that. In the former case, there's a pernicious myth out there that coasting in neutral, especially down long hills, saves on gas. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm actually starting a car that won't start.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was the same scenario when I first saw that.
Yeah, so what it does do is remove a means of controlling your car from you and puts you in danger. If you need to accelerate quickly to avoid a crash or debris, you're going to wish you'd already been in gear rather than fiddling around with your shifter. So yeah. There are times where you need to put it in neutral, but for the most part, you're either driving forward, you're driving in reverse. You don't need to be in neutral unless you're outside of the car for whatever reason, or somebody is pushing you and you're inside the car and it's being towed, or you are pushing it out of traffic or whatever. And even then, it's very dangerous to get out of your car in traffic. So be very careful. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over in 4 Wheel Tech as well. I think all of these are going to be in 4 Wheel Tech today. Does high mileage engine oil really make a difference? It all depends on how and where you drive. According to this article over at Jalopnik again, Jason Marker put the article together. One of the best things about modern cars is just how long they last. There was a time not too long ago when a car, especially an American car, was likely capped out at 75,000 miles. A car or truck with over 100,000 miles or more on the clock, forget about it. Send it to a scrapper. Nowadays, it seems that a car is just getting broken in at 100,000 miles, and it's not unheard of that a new 250,000 or 300,000 miles. So a Cadillac, 2 Mazdas, and a Saturn. While I know that the plural of anecdote isn't data, that's still a pretty good ratio because they've owned 4 cars that hit that 250,000 mile mark.
Right, so, but what kind of condition were they in when they did?
If it's a car aficionado, that might have been beautiful, stellar. Well, and if you take care of your car, like you should, it's, you know, a $30,000 car 10 years later is still $10,000, at least. So much like when you get past a certain age, you need more vegetables and vitamins than pizza and beer. Yeah. Sorry. For those who don't know, I'm actually drinking a smoothie, a beer smoothie. So I guess I'm drinking and driving in the sense that I'm in the 4 Wheel Tech channel talking about cars. And
no, you're drinking and streaming.
I'm drinking and surfing. I'm drinking and sitting at a desk talking about cars. So now the thing about cars that they get old enough is that their diet changes, so to speak. Like I just got done saying, you have to change your pizza and beer for veggies. And so keeping your car regular means changing out the oil and making sure that the chemistry is right for that particular vehicle. So when should you use it? Well, that kind of depends on how and where you drive. Highway driving is a lot easier on an engine's internals than the punishing grind of stop and go city driving. Unless you drive like it's a bat out of hell and you don't drive fast, you fly really low, and you are always racing your engine down the freeway.
Right. Then you're doing a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, so an engine with, say, 150,000 highway miles may still be in top condition, while the same engine only driven in the city is tired at only 80,000. Depending on the manufacturer, high mileage oils are recommended when a vehicle has between 75 and 100,000 miles on the clock. Your best bet is to ask a trusted mechanic their advice on the subject, especially if they're familiar with your car. It's not a panacea. It will not cure mechanical damage like heavily worn rings, burnt valves, blow-by, rod knock, power loss, etc., nor will it plug up heavy leaks, stop a car from smoking, or fix non-oil related issues. It is cheap insurance in the form of preventative maintenance, however. Should you use high mile oil? Sure, especially if you have a well-maintained high mileage engine. Spending a few extra bucks, it's the cheap
Yeah, that
save.
probably makes sense, right? You don't want the whole engine to go kaput.
Yeah, and it has the right type of viscosity and chemistry so that it doesn't cause damage and it mitigates the damage that might be there. But you should get your car regularly checked, particularly if you're high mileage. You should probably get it checked more often than not. So, yeah, there's a purpose for it. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. McLaren is reconsidering an SUV in an attempt to actually make money, according to this article. Wow. So purist supercar principles are great. But McLaren's
most car manufacturers do need to make some money.
Nah, you don't need to make any money. McLaren's new owners apparently think turning a profit is even better than purist supercar principles. So they're considering an SUV. McLaren is reconsidering an SUV in an attempt to actually make money, according to Andy Kolmowitz, who put the article together over at Jalopnik. It's part of a turnaround plan to get the struggling automaker back on track. Race car.
That's right.
After it was purchased by Abu Dhabi's CYVN Holdings in December 2024, it will merge the company with the UK-based EV startup called 47 Holdings, according to Bloomberg. The idea is to leverage McLaren's brand recognition and history for a lineup of vehicles. Don't worry, though. It's brilliant. Supercars aren't going anywhere. What did you notice?
I just thought it was interesting that it's a holding company because we've talked about that particularly for restaurants.
Yeah, that it basically ends up sapping its soul. So we'll see what happens with this. When you're talking about something like this, it could be state held. And so they'll throw a lot of money for the provenance.
That's true. I mean, we don't really know, but I just thought that was interesting.
Right now, not much is known about 47 or the upcoming SUV. It does seem to have some sort of tech tie-up with Chinese EV maker NIO, N-I-O, including the fact that CYVN has a stake in the company. Still, it's not clear what the McLaren SUV might look like or what it'll power or what will power it. We've previously talked about it possibly being an electric vehicle, but with the state of the world right now, who the hell knows? The 750S 4-liter twin turbocharged V8 would certainly be a hoot in any application, even a largish SUV. I don't know about that. Torque-wise, foot-pounds. SUVs are typically heavier beasties than supercars.
Right.
So CYVN, I don't know if it's supposed to be 7. Because that's, CYVN really has that phonetic 7 kind of a thing.
Right, maybe so.
And that 47 is really close to that. Anyway, over the past few years, McLaren has had to ask shareholders for more money on multiple occasions, according to Bloomberg, most recently because of delays to the entry-level Artura supercar. Entry-level. It's like a $250,000 car. When McLaren and 47 do officially merge, former Jaguar Land Rover executive Nick Collins will lead the company. According to Bloomberg, McLaren's current CEO, Michael Leiters, will remain as the head of the brand. I
think some people will buy a McLaren SUV, though, because they'll be like, oh, it has the McLaren name. Right. I mean, isn't it kind of like, to a lesser extent, like when Porsche came out with an SUV? I know that's not as high end as a McLaren, but
and an electric Porsche. I mean, yeah, people will buy it because it's the brand, and that's they think it's sexy, and that's what they're brand loyal to. If they have the money to swing the bat that hard, but to me, now I want to know if the soul is still there. Boeing, for instance. It merged with another company, and it sold its soul to shareholders and kind of wet the bed after, issue after issue after issue after space-based issue. So talk about stratospheric collapse of their
Exactly. It'd be interesting to see somebody do a review of one of their new vehicles that
Yep.
has some technical knowledge.
Yeah, it'll be fun. So we'll keep on doing the show and talking about the news that's over the last week. So let's keep on going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. BMW plans to crank out 40 new cars in the next 3 years.
So, how is this possible? Like, I don't think most manufacturers come out with more than a small number of new models.
Yeah.
So, that kind of makes me think of the comment you were making on the McLaren article.
Yeah. So what are they going to do? I mean, tooling up an entire new car is a completely, I mean, the cost associated with making all of the machinery necessary to mill out and stamp and process all of the different variety of panels for a car is expensive, let alone 40.
Right.
So
This makes me think they've been like saving them up or something. Like, I don't understand it.
I really like that. But that looks like a Subaru. I mean, for crying out loud.
It does. And I'm guessing, well, who knows? I was going to say it's probably a lot pricier than a Subaru, but
One
with
way
car
or the other.
prices, who knows?
Yeah, one way or the other, somebody got inspiration either from Subaru or Subaru got it from this kind of stuff. But Andy Kolmowitz over at Jalopnik put the article together. The first car we'll see is the new iX3, which is the production version of the new Class A Vision X, according to Autocar. It'll quickly be followed up by the electric 3 series. Brain farted that. According to BMW CEO Oliver Zipse, these new launches will almost certainly serve as a shock to the system for BMW, a company that hit a big rough patch in 2024 in just about everything other than electric vehicle sales. It sold 427,000 EVs across its BMW, Mini, Rolls-Royce lineups. BMW owns all of it. That represents a 13.5% improvement in 2023. It also equates to about a fifth of BMW Group's total sales for last year, according to Autocar. And that's a sizable chunk for a rather nascent sector of the industry. But as long as they can keep chomping at the heels of Tesla, I don't care. Let them keep on doing it. I think that the person that comes out with hot swappable batteries and allows somebody to spin up a battery swap center and starts a franchise doing that, they're going to be able to dominate the market.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, they might end up getting licensing deals or whatever for their technology.
Yep. So other than that, BMW had a tough year. Its revenue fell 8.4% to 142 billion euro. And its earnings fell a whopping 35.8% to 10.9 billion euro. Is that all? Come on.
I know. That's like at a scale that most of us don't operate in.
Yeah. There's enough billions around the world that it seems like everybody could have a billion. But then not everybody, like the price of stuff.
Then we couldn't have any billionaires. Yeah.
Yeah, can't have billionaires. Anyway, a big yet undisclosed amount of that dip came from dropping sales figures in China over a persistently low consumer sentiment that's going to hurt. Still, BMW moved over 100,000 EVs in the country, and the US also hit an all-time high with 50,000 EV sales. So come on, more competition, drive the price lower, and have to innovate. So we'll see what happens with the rest of this. But
yeah, and I think they're
cars.
including things here that we don't necessarily think of as BMW, right? They're owned by BMW, but they're other
BMW, Mini,
lines.
Rolls-Royce.
It's still a lot of new cars, though.
Yeah, everything inside the BMW umbrella. I'll take that one right there. That's a pretty car. I like that. All right, let's keep going.
Doesn't even identify which model it was, though.
I bet you that's the iX3. We'll see. Anyway, the last article for our Four Wheel Tech show is over in Four Wheel Tech. Who knew? I did. If you could afford the average new car, you're rich. In the US, a household income of at least $250,000 a year puts you in the top 10% of all income earners. Can you believe that? $250,000 household.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, and how much is a new car?
yeah, exactly. Colin Woodard. So some people buy one car for $250,000. That's the entire household salary of,
Of 90% of the population.
well, no, of the top 10% or more.
Oh, right. It's in excess of 90% of the population's
Correct.
annual salary in their
Yeah.
household.
Yeah, exactly. So we live in a world where, unless you're Elon Musk, there's always going to be someone with more money than you. And if that, well, hopefully, and if the value of the Tesla stock continues to drop, that could soon be a case for Musk too. If you make enough to finally afford a new Porsche 911, someone will come along in a Ferrari worth twice that what you make in a year, buy a beach house, and you're bound to run into a neighbor with a yacht. And the more time you spend around people who make similar money, the more normal it becomes. So you may be surprised to hear that in the US, a household income of at least $250,000 puts you in the top 10% of income earners. A full 90% of households make less money. So it isn't necessarily a bad thing, they say. But considering the average transaction price on a new car is nearly $50,000, you should read it anyway, because more than half the workers in this country don't make that much money in a year.
Right. Yeah, that's where the pricing is all out of whack.
So,
And this was submitted intentionally just because it's something that's going to be with us for a while. And a car is a pretty basic necessity in most locations.
yeah, considering return to office exists, so you can't be at home. So a recent Bloomberg article exploring the answer to the question of who the heck is buying all the stuff that's supposedly propping up the economy. As it turns out, it's a small number of folks at the top who are, as the headline put it, firing a cash cannon at the US economy. It's a fascinating post that isn't directly about cars, but considering the average transaction on the price is $50,000. So the author says, look, I get it. Again, it's Colin Woodard over at Jalopnik. Look, I get it. It probably doesn't make you feel like you did anything that special if you graduate college, marry, or cohabitate with someone in your social circle and do a decent job of work for a decade or so. Honestly, it's pretty reasonable to expect both of you to make an average of $125,000. No.
Well, that's only with all those things. Like, do you have a college degree, which a lot of people don't? Do you live in an urban area? Not a lot of people do.
Well, there's going to be less now. So that's both a massive amount of money that would completely transform a low-wage worker's life, and also far from impressive, it says. Also far from impressive. Heck, as our friend T-Pain recently pointed out, you can't even fly private from Atlanta to Las Vegas and back for $125,000. Well, shit. There goes my weekend plans.
Exactly.
And when there's just a pre-owned BMW 5 Series and a Kia Telluride sitting in your garage, of course it's going to feel like you're pretty normal. After you pay all of your bills, fund your retirement, and move your recommended amount of money into savings, you may not have even that much left over at the end of the month. So this article doesn't really seem to, like, I don't know if it would resonate with many people. But
no, because it probably should be written from the perspective of somebody who, for instance, makes just barely above the poverty level or something.
Yeah, what is the average income? What is the average price of a house? You're talking about a car that is 1/6 the price of a house as an average purchase price. That's insane.
Yeah, it's completely out of whack. The scales are all wrong.
Yeah, and so for $50,000, you're going to have to finance it. And financing a car right now is anywhere from, if you have stellar credit, I think it's 6% now.
Right,
I'd have to look.
And who has stellar credit? Not a lot of people.
Not a lot of people. Yeah. So if you don't have over an 800 plus, probably nowadays, you're not getting anything below 5, I'm sure. I haven't looked in a long time because I was banging the drum about economy 2 years ago, and some people appreciated it, but let's just say it falls on deaf ears when people are still, it's not like we can fix this stuff. We're not really in control of it. But I still have challenged people, trace back a purchase to the actual raw material worker, not the worker, but the raw material source. And if
like the supplies,
yeah, and it becomes circular somewhere in the devolution of the pricing structure that exists today, someone had to have raised their prices for some reason, and why, right? So when you go back, you buy it at the retail chain and talk to the manager, and the manager says, well, that we had to raise our price because the supplier raised their price to wholesale it to us. So you go to the supplier and you say, why did you raise your price? Well, the person who sold us the materials, they raised their price. You go to that person and you keep on daisy chaining back, and you find out, well, it's Auroribus.
Right, it's like, but where did it start? Yeah.
Right? It's the snake eating itself. And so you end up going, why did the prices raise? Well, materials costs went up. Where? Who?
Exactly. Why?
Why? What? And it's not like everybody said, oh, look, there's new money in the supply. Let's start raising the prices.
Right. And we know anyway, when you infuse more cash into the system,
but we
that
know
impacts everything else.
Yeah, but we know basic economics will suggest that people will raise the prices if people outstrip the supply, then the people who are the suppliers can raise their prices to increase their profits, because they're obviously selling it too fast if people are still, doing 1,000 reserve orders. And so they raise the price. And, some people, like I've raised prices, but mainly because I have a finite amount of time. So if I can make more in the same amount of time that I have free, then obviously it makes sense to raise prices. But if you're still making 30%, why raise your price other than greed?
Right.
But then somebody will call me out. Well, who are you to decide what somebody is greedy or not? It's not really me. It's society in general, But hey, as I was told recently, a person said that they'd rather have money than friends. I suspect that they lost both. Anyway, so that's it. I thought it was an interesting conversation about the average new car price being $50,000, and that if you make over $250,000 as a family, you're in the top 10%. And then that strata becomes very, very dense, because you go from top 10%, the very top is billionaire.
Yeah, that's a huge range.
Yeah.
In that top 10%. Yeah. Like probably 10 to whatever, the top like 5, 1% or something 8. Is where it really, or somewhere it really differentiates. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we're arguing with ourselves. Anyway, as I've said in the past, I can't get into it in this show. Anyway, thanks for coming. We are going to shut down our vehicle, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of 4-Wheel Tech over at ohmtown.com. So go over and become a citizen, please. Be sure to like and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. Leave a review. Tell a friend. Set a dumpster on fire. No, just kidding. Don't do that. Anyway, thank you all for coming. I am out of here. I'm going to drive off down Main Street at rocket speeds, at McLaren speeds, and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's 4-Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode for you next weekend, but come back tomorrow for regular Non Sequitur news.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 17th, 2025. It's a time machine episode because I wasn't available yesterday or today, tomorrow. Anyway, time stuff. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we go over 10 articles every single day, but the Sentient AI isn't available today for the time machine episode. They're on location doing stuff. So, I've selected 10 articles along with their help, so let's do this. We're going to talk about Eat Junk Food, Get Paid, The Sins of the Brother, Irish Pub Exports, Small Electric Cars, Starting to Kill Google's Links, Dentist Was Just a Veneer, Using Your Hands to Communicate, but Not ASL, Allegation of Corporate Espionage, That Tesla Video Was Weird, right? Maybe. And a gorilla broke out of a zoo. There wasn't supposed to be a gorilla. Anything, everything, all at once, here on Non Sequitur News. It's the name of a movie. I have to be everything, everywhere, all at once. Doesn't work out all that well. So I missed the show yesterday, which is actually today because we're in the time machine. We're going back to March 17th, 2025. I'm going to go through these really quick, try and make this a 30-minute show, but we'll see what happens. So did you know that the government paid people $5,000 to eat junk food for a month? A 20-year-old Florida college student named Sam Srisada lived the dream life, if ever so briefly. Just kind of a candle burning on both ends, flamed out real fast. For a month, he ate rich, fatty, ultra-processed food to find out what happens to our bodies when we jam them full of bad stuff like chips, sugary cereals, and delicious chicken nuggets. Oh, chicken nuggets are bad for you? That sucks. Srisada is the guinea pig. The mad scientist at the core of the research is named Kevin Hall from the National Institutes of Health. Hall wants to know why ultra-processed foods might cause people to eat more and gain weight. Srisada, along with 36 other participants, were paid $5,000 to do it for a month. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put this article together. We've actually heard about these periodically. It's not the first time that this has actually occurred. But it's interesting that this pops up in 2025. So for a month, this college student, ate nothing but junk food. Hall wants to know why ultra-processed foods might cause people to eat more and gain weight. So it says, to be fair, for as much of a dream job as it sounds like, there are elements of it that sound a little nightmarish. In the name of science, Rosada had to get his blood drawn often and for long stretches so they could collect up to 14 vials at a time. For one 24-hour period every week, he had to live inside a metabolic chamber, an airtight room wherein he was slapped with a bunch of sensors that monitored how his body processed food. He was occasionally allowed to go outside, but he was closely monitored to make sure that he wasn't snacking outside of the study's parameters. The study's early findings suggest that when foods are hyper-palatable and calorie-dense, participants tend to consume more, leading to weight gain. More than 70% of the U.S. food supply is made up of ultra-processed foods, which is defined as a food product that is packed with refined ingredients and additives. Should be noted that just because something is overprocessed does not automatically mean that it's bad for you. There are yogurts out there that are considered ultra-processed but are still nutritionally valuable, for instance. So the United States is a gigantic country with a lot of people to feed, and companies want to make sure that their products are going in your stomach and not the garbage. If, say, a loaf of bread expires 2 days after it hits a grocery store shelf, all that is to say is that there are practical and impractical reasons foods are ultra processed. They end this with, it's not some giant evil conspiracy, it's capitalism mixing with the realities of the food supply chain. Yeah, not everybody can actually have a farm growing in their basement or backyard. Well, you can. I mean, I have a microgreens farm in my basement. The offshoot of this is that I've got a larger power bill when I'm running the farm. But I know that I can get all of the microgreens I want. And I don't have to worry about food security because I know that there isn't going to be any predation, there isn't any pesticides on it, etc., etc. It's all green all day, all night. And I'm the one that controls the day and night. It's kind of a neat process. Anyway, pretty interesting that this is going on. Let's keep going. They're doing research on it still, and they're going to find out what's going on. Like, why do we still feel hungry? Even after eating fatty, ultra-processed, whatever, perceived bad food. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Brother says that it was falsely accused of bricking printers that use cheaper third-party ink cartridges. For years, more ham-fisted printer manufacturers have waged a not-so-subtle war on consumers by blocking the ability to use cheaper third-party printer cartridges. Could actually talk about coffee as well, because Keurig did the same thing. It's not just that. I mean, a lot of people are run a little protection ring around their product so that you can't have outside influences on the competition. By the way, you can get all of today's show notes over on YouTube because they're not in today's stream. Sorry, if you're over on Twitch, you can get them in the show notes over on YouTube, so go and check it out. So Brother says that it was falsely accused. Brother has historically been one of the last major printer manufacturers that hasn't engaged in the practice, something that should be applauded, except that their cartridges are really, really, really expensive. Yet the company found itself on the receiving end of recent accusations that it too had begun bricking computer printers. So the article is from the Crying Wolf department over at techdirt.com. Carl Bode put the article together. It says, yet the company found itself at the receiving end of recent accusations. The rumblings began courtesy of a YouTube video and several lazy subsequent articles about it, claiming that the company had done an about-face, but the accusations were entirely based on a 2022 Reddit post from a user who had problems after a firmware update. The problem wasn't new, and it wasn't clear Brother actually did anything differently. Ars Technica managed to do actual reporting and asked Brother about it. The company repeatedly insists that absolutely nothing has changed in regards to the company's treatment of third-party ink and toner cartridges. Quote, we are aware of the recent false claims suggesting that a Brother firmware update may have restricted the use of third-party ink cartridges. Please be assured that Brother firmware updates do not block the use of third-party ink in our machines. Now, it may void a warranty or something like that because the quality, the product quality, the toner may be of lower quality, and it may be a crappy print, but it is what it is. If you use inferior product, you get an inferior result. So there are various claims peppered around Reddit about users who claim a firmware update bricked their use of third-party cartridges or blocked it. Same thing. But Brother says that while its software and hardware do check to confirm whether official Brother cartridges are installed, which might lead to inadvertent bugs for some users, they don't block their use in any way. And for what it's worth, they say that they have an MFC L370 3770 CDW LaserJet that has never struggled to use cheap third-party toner. So I'll have to give it a try. I just picked up a Brother color laser. It's not LaserJet. That is HP. Anyway, it's unfortunate for Brother, given, again, it's one of the few remaining manufacturers not being an a-hole about the whole subject. So far. Canon was hit with a $5 million lawsuit in 2021 for the practice. Others have actually, HP was also hit with a lawsuit preventing its scanners. And I don't know if they mentioned Keurig, but even Keurig got slapped. So we'll see what happens. But I actually like Brother laser printers. I have an Okadata one that I use for dye sublimation prints and stuff like that. And I think that its laser is superior to inkjet because I cannot count how many times I've had to do a deep cleaning, which just oozes ink away from the cartridges. And for instance, I've got an Epson sitting right next to me. And that thing, I just got done deep cleaning it 2 weeks ago, and 2 days ago, I had to do another deep clean. If you don't keep on printing stuff, it no worky. Anyway, Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. How the Irish pub became one of the Emerald Isle's greatest exports. The Dublin-based Irish Pub Company has designed upwards of 2,000 pubs in more than 100 countries around the globe. Looks kind of like this. I absolutely love Irish pubs. The Dublin-based Irish Pub Company. It's over at the Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com website. Lisa Weistuk put the article together. And Alan Hines grew up in Kinvara, a small Irish village in County Galway. It had one shop, a post office, a church, and 2 pubs. When he'd go to the auction house with his father on the weekend, they'd stop into a few pubs on the 12-mile trip home. He moved to California's Marin County in 1998 and today owns a concrete and excavation business. 7 of his 9 brothers and sisters are also in the Golden State, but he says he always felt something missing. That community cornerstone, I agree. I think that it's a great place to hang out. Sometimes you just have to shut the place down by hanging out, listening to some good music, singing all together sometimes, and having a good old time. Anyway, so this is a really nice Irish pub type of atmosphere here, but it's not what I'm used to. But the Burn is one of the most recent projects of the Irish Pub Company, a Dublin-based design group that has created upwards of 2,000 pubs in more than 100 countries. Germany is the biggest European client. Switzerland is a close second. In Russia, it has established 3 venues in Moscow, 1 in Sochi, and 1 in Novosibirsk in Siberia. So I guess the drinks are always cold there. The company's handiwork is also found in the United Arab Emirates, which I didn't realize was a thing. Qatar, Bahrain, Japan, Nigeria. I've never remembered how to pronounce this. Mauritius? I don't know. Anyway. And it says the New York Hotel in Las Vegas. So I dig all of this. I would love to actually own a pub, but wildly expensive. Maybe I can just afford the model. It says up to 80 people could be involved in a single project in the company's workshop outside Dublin, including carpenters, joiners, metal workers, furniture makers, upholsterers, glass artists, and painters. Just the styling, the detail, the handiwork in this is just phenomenal. Everywhere you look, there is something that kind of embraces the pub feel, old school. I like it. So I love the idea of this. And I prefer this type of seating and stuff like that, where it's private, it's more intimate, it's quieter. Sometimes it can be loud no matter what. So they say the customizing starts by selecting the pub style. Victorian style is modeled on the classic Dublin spots, like the historic Long Hall pub, where dark stained woods, elaborate stained glass partition panels, and shiny brass accents abound. Snugs, small enclosed sitting booths, traditionally occupied by women while their husbands caroused at the bar, are a staple. Country style, inspired by rural stone-built establishments, has paler woods, scuffed finishes that contribute a warm cottage-like feel, etc., etc. Go and check this article out. I think it's pretty amazing. You know what? Let's do this. There you go. Omatron has the articles, so you can go and check the link over on Twitch now, too. Let's keep on moving, though. We only have 30 minutes. We're halfway through, but not halfway through the articles. So, small electric cars are said to be the future, but SUVs now rule the world on the road. Despite dire predictions of climate breakdown, more sport utility vehicles are being spotted on and off the roads. This article is over at bbc.com. The article is written by Navin Singh Kodka. Sorry, there you go. And yeah, I mean, it says that pivot has not materialized. Globally, 54% of the cars sold in 2024 were SUVs, including petrol, diesel, hybrids, and electric makes. This is an increase of 3 percentage points from 2023 and 5 percentage points from the year before, according to global data. Of the SUVs, which are now on the road, both new and older models, 95% are burning fossil fuels, according to IEA. So I guess that whole shift to EVs isn't really happening, not in smaller cars, and definitely not in SUVs, as 50% are categorized as SUVs. Momentum was thought to be with smaller energy efficient electric vehicles, but the sales of standard size electric vehicles has actually decreased in major markets such as Japan and Germany, and their sales growth has slowed in India. I say it's entirely on one issue, and that is it is astronomically long to hurry your ass up and get into a station, charge, and get out. You can't do it. You're stuck. 30 minutes to 4 hours to get to 80%, and then beyond that to get to 100%. And I think that it's a horrible transition. It is not a workable solution. And I would say don't give up your ICE vehicles until they do fast swap batteries. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. AI search is starting to kill Google's 10 blue links. After decades of relying on Google's 10 blue links, basically above the fold top stuff, you find everything from travel tips to jeans. Consumers are quickly adapting to a completely new format, AI chatbots that do the searching for them. So you get the results. You don't have to go to a page anymore. You can actually see the results above the links that you click, but you have to accept that this might be hallucination. According to new research from Adobe, AI search has become a significant traffic channel for retailers. The company analyzed more than 1 trillion visits to U.S. retail sites through its analytics platform and conducted a survey of e-commerce of more than 5,000 U.S. respondents to better understand how people are using AI. And the report says that AI search referrals surged 1,300% during the 2024 holiday season. So everybody is switching to basically whatever is provided by the AI. Kylie Robinson over at TheVerge.com put this article together. New data from Adobe reveals AI search referrals are on the rise. Oh no. I can't keep going. Anyway, I have to log in, and I didn't log in, and I can't do it while we're live. So that's okay. You can follow the link and check all this out. The next article is over in the mobile channel over at ohmtown.com. That's where it's aggregated from Vice. We all hate going to the dentist, right? Well, a woman was arrested after pretending to be a dentist for 8 years. Maybe that's my problem. I went and saw her, and now I'm paranoid. We all hate going to the dentist. We all get anxious about the notion of sharp objects jammed into our gums only to be scolded by the person cleaning our teeth that we need to floss more. Pretty much every time. Now, try doing all of that with someone who claims to be a dentist, but is actually just some rando unlicensed person. That's the case with in New York, as a Suffolk County woman was arrested for impersonating a fake dental practice that she operated out of her home. Ugh. You know, you have to have a hobby. You know, some people take on being a tattoo artist. Other people, I don't know, a bunch of other stuff. But who aspires to just have a hobby, home business, dentist? You don't wake up one day and just go, I think I want to be a dentist, but not licensed. I don't want to be a professional dentist. I want to be a hobby dentist. Yolanda, I won't even say their name. Anyway, upon receiving a search warrant, investigators discovered that the 55-year-old woman had set up a functioning dental office in her home and was working as if she was truly a dentist. She was not. There are no licenses or training records for her. She's now facing 3 counts of unauthorized practice of a profession. Officials are asking for more patients of hers to come forward as they build out the case. The patients who had already alerted the police realized after going to see her that something was off. She allegedly never used anesthesia. She used antibiotics from overseas. Patients also are dealing with nerve damage and facial paralysis after having her operate on them. She'd been operating for 8 years. Kyle Filippi over at – Vice.com put this article together. The next article is over in the mobile channel. typing in midair or pretending to drink, how using your hands to communicate can help you understand others. Certain hand gestures, such as pretending to hold up a cup in your hand and bringing it to your mouth to pretend to drink, help people respond more quickly to conversations. This is sort of like semiotic ontology, which is really the study of how things gather meaning. But it's usually around signage. Symbology is one term that's been floated around what semiotic ontology is, but it's usually the typical semiotic ontology or ontological example is a stop sign. We know what it looks like. We know the color of it. We know the word. You can actually see just that color and sign, and you instinctively know that you're supposed to stop. It doesn't even need to say stop. That's semiotic ontology. Well, that's kind of the same thing with this, except with hand gestures. So if you go like this, then you raise your eyebrows like, eh? You know that somebody's asking you if you want a drink. So this is evident from research by neuroscientist Marlon Terbeck, I guess, of the Donders Institute, who will be awarded a doctorate on the subject in 2021 March at Radboud University. I find this a really interesting topic because the way that I find it very easy to teach somebody how to say a word is to have them watch how you articulate it. And if you over enunciate, over articulate it, they pick it up really fast. So I think that this is similar to that in that it's the gesture, it's the mechanism of doing it, not just saying it, not just doing it, but being very bombastic about it, very big, bold. So, and a lot of things are idiomatic. A thumbs up is not the same to everybody else, right? Saying or showing the number 3 is different in different regions, right? Arguably, it's all idiomatic. So pedaling motions. Her research shows that people respond more quickly to a question if they see a hand gesture. To this end, she analyzed hours of video material in which 34 pairs of friends were talking to each other, and every time someone asked a question, I'd look to see if there was a hand gesture and how quickly the person responded to it. The analysis showed that hand gestures do indeed help people respond more quickly. Then they go into types. So they say their predictions allow listeners to start preparing their answer earlier and thus respond more quickly. It turned out that the better a hand gesture predicts what someone is going to say, the more it helps with responding quickly to questions. So it's kind of like saying, you did this, right? And you give a thumbs up, and the person will instinctively want to go, yeah, and give a thumbs up back. But they'll be ready because they already saw the thumbs up. Yeah. So after years of only looking at hand gestures, the neuroscientist recognizes their importance. If you want a quick answer to your question, add a hand gesture. If you want to convey an important message clearly, don't make a phone call. Try to make an appointment or a video call. And in the latter sense, make sure your hands are clearly visible, as this will help you understand each other much better. Okay? Right on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Leaks, a fake Slack channel, and a toilet. A lawsuit reveals wild allegations of corporate espionage. I'm going to jump straight on over to the source of this. Jacob Shamsian and Amelia Russell over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go through this whole thing. It's one of these things where if I'm not logged in, it might actually block it. But executives at Rippling had a problem. Private information from the company kept leaking. I guess the toilet was leaking. The company says in a lawsuit filed Monday, the suit alleges or says that recruiters at one of their chief rivals, Deel, D-E-E-L, had contacted more than a dozen Rippling employees using their unlisted personal phone numbers. Then it adds, a journalist approached Rippling, a workforce management software company that has with a story claiming that it may have violated sanctions, citing messages from Rippling's Slack channels. After launching an investigation, Rippling says the company found an employee in Ireland it now says was a spy digging for corporate secrets to pass off to the company's competition. The lawsuit filed against Deel in San Francisco federal court says that the employee who oversaw payroll issues in Europe was looking at Slack channels with no connection to his payroll operations, job responsibilities, and searching for the term Deel more than a dozen times a day. The suit says that the man, who is not named in the lawsuit, found sensitive information about prospective customers who were looking to switch from Deal to Rippling. It adds that he downloaded a 31 slide deck that explained Rippling's strategy for competing with Deal. What's interesting, though, is if they were doing something, violated sanctions, citing messages from Rippling Slack, blah, 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 if there's information that they're doing something illegal, it's kind of interesting that they would target Deal as if they were all above board, but it says, maybe there's something here, right? Well, the letter identified a Slack channel called Defectors, on which Rippling employees discussed information that Deal would find embarrassing if it was made public, it adds. In reality, the lawsuit adds the hashtag D-Defectors channel did not exist until shortly before Rippling sent the letter to Deal. Rather than being a gathering place for ex-Deal employees, the channel was set up as a part of a ruse designed to confirm that Deal was instructing DS to search for specific information in Rippling's Slack. Rippling's lawsuit says, referring to the person it says was Deal's spy, DS. So apparently it was all a plan, and it showed that they actually had an insider threat. So it was basically tech rivalry. Rippling's lawsuit, which demands a jury trial, marks a fiery escalation in its rivalry with Deal. Founded in 2016 by Parker Conrad, the mainstay of the workforce software market, Rippling creates tools to streamline a company's back office. It launched with the idea of gathering all of the customers' data about its employees and placing it in one system. I mean, that's an HR management system. So the two firms now go head-to-head in the workforce software market, raising bigger and faster rounds of funding to expand their operations. So nothing like a lawsuit to really help that out. Because one side's going to lose. I guess in this case, Rippling set up Deal to basically get punched. So it may not work out for Deal. So they were dealing in this information the wrong way. All right. The next two articles, let's see if we can go through this pretty fast. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. If you have a question or comment and you're in the chat somewhere, then feel free to throw stuff into the chat. Happy to discuss things, but Mark Rober's Tesla video was more than a little weird. Mark Rober's Tesla video has kicked up a lot of reactions, claiming that it was fake. Over the weekend, former NASA engineer and YouTuber Mark Rober published a video that sought to demonstrate the differences between Tesla's camera autopilot and LiDAR. So I had seen this already. I had postponed talking about it, but we might as well talk about it. They go through this video. If you go through this video, just watch it, and you can see that there's a difference in technology. Setting it up and re-recording it and stuff like that, that is what a skilled YouTuber is going to do. I don't edit my videos. I don't reshoot anything. I don't want anything suggesting that I am editing or manipulating or tainting the output in any way. Only a couple of times in the now 3 years and 3 months that I've been doing this have I ever even bothered to do this, or to do an edit. And usually it's because of doxing, or I don't want somebody else's private information or personal information exposed, even if they're in an article. I very rarely edit anything. Well, this video was edited. It had to have been, because there was a whole bunch of cuts and stuff like that, and it has to be more concise. Well, they say the number one complaint is, well, not number one. They list several complaints. Autopilot isn't on during the test, but there's video that shows that it is on, and right before the impact, it actually shuts off, but that's a Tesla thing. Autopilot disengages right before impact. Autopilot is an outdated system, and now FSD or full self-driving is the de facto solution. But if you have autopilot, then it's autopilot, right? FSD might actually operate differently, but and now there's a new flavor of it called Tesla Vision. A number of engineers raised objections at the time, only to be overruled by Musk. But the idea is that full self-driving is supposed to be, it's still visual based. It's not LiDAR. LiDAR can be faked by or not faked, tripped up by things like rain. Vision systems can be tripped up by glare, and rain, and smoke, and apparently a painted wall. And then it says there were multiple takes. Don't know what to tell you about that. It's going to happen. And then claim number 5 is that it was basically SpunCon. It was a sponsored manipulation. It was all set up, blah, blah, blah. But it's actually a friend of theirs that provided the LiDAR system. And there isn't a big deal here. And then they say something about the Pixel phone in the video was Photoshopped. Rober supposedly used a Pixel phone to film some of the shots inside the vehicles, but some of the users on X noted that the G on the back of the phone is vertical when the phone is in landscape, which led to some speculate that he's actually filming with an iPhone. Rober has used Pixel phones in past videos. There's no mention. I don't know. Whatever the case is, maybe there was some editing there, because they wanted to hide the fact that it was on an iPhone. But who cares? The video. The only thing you have to worry about is, was this a fraudulent video? But obviously, you can go and do this same thing. Set up a wall and of styrofoam. And then they go, claim number 7, the hole in the wall was fake. Yeah, it was cut out because they knew that they were driving through a particular area. And instead of just plowing into a solid styrofoam wall, they wanted to make it more comical. Because I'm sure that they anticipated that this thing was going to drive through. But just me saying, it's obvious if you paint a wall and have a vision system that's just looking at it to determine if it's a road or a brick wall, I can just say it and you're going to go, nuh-uh. But if I drive it through it again and again and again, well, it's irrefutable, right? And that's what they did. They drove through it several times. I'm sure that this thing was cut out at some point so that it amplified the fact that a vision system, a pure vision system, is too stupid to realize that it's a painted wall. And so they cut it out instead of just having to replace the entire thing time and time and time again. Anyway, it's obvious that this thing just drove through it. If somebody can prove that it's fake by doing a follow-on test, that is the scientific method. Somebody provides evidence of X, you provide evidence of Y. If the two don't correlate, then there is a problem there with the facts. And so go and prove that it actually is a failed system or a failed test or whatever. But prove it. Don't just poo-poo it while you're sitting on your chair. Go and prove it. So the article is over on The Verge by Andrew J. Hawkins. That's who put the article together. But I was so excited to get into this, I didn't give the attribute at the beginning of the show. Anyway, the last article for today, and it's a time machine episode, so I may or may not be able to do the episode on the 18th. It's been a long day. So Virginians panic after a gorilla broke out of a zoo that didn't have any gorillas. The news broke out and went on a rampage through social media that a gorilla had escaped from the Virginia Zoo in Norfolk. People were scared. Was it safe to leave the house? Could they go do groceries? And would the gorilla be attracted to the banana smell? I think that's a goof. But anyway, people were in low-level panic, but for no reason, because it was all fake. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. There was no gorilla on the loose. The Virginia Zoo doesn't even have a gorilla. In our modern age, an age of wonders and miracles, it's still way easier to spread a lie than it is to debunk one. I actually gave a talk about that today. A Norfolk gorilla is a good example. It all started because of a power outage, and on Tuesday, March 11th, a crash involving a tractor-trailer knocked out power to over 3,000 Norfolk residents. Rumors quickly began to swirl as a few residents took to Facebook to claim not only was there a power outage, but a gorilla had escaped from the zoo and had been roaming around town. We don't have those, says the zoo. The gorilla, just imagine that it was Godzilla. Not Godzilla. What's the big gorilla? Oh my God, it's not Godzilla. I've completely forgotten what the name of the big ape is. The big gorilla. Hold on. I cannot believe it. I've watched movies about it. My brain has gone blank. Hold on a second. Seriously, my brain just shut down. King Kong. My God. I am a goober. Anyway, so I think somebody probably just like, hey, it's like a gorilla thing. Let's spread a rumor that there is a gorilla on the loose. So either way, it was a lie. That was easily disproven by the simple fact that the Virginia Zoo doesn't have a gorilla that could get out. My quote to people today was trust but verify. Do the due diligence, critical thinking necessary for you to verify the information that you are seeking. Don't take first blush at information from an AI generated result from Google. If it provides you information, you better verify it, because at some point you're going to use incorrect information, treat it as if it is absolute truth, and you're going to get called out as being a complete goober. So anyway, this is a very interesting article, and it's about reality hacking. I can say whatever I want online, and there are going to be a subset of people that buy it. I am doing my best to support through articles and through additional links, if necessary, the information that I'm talking about. And so I hope that you trust the show as basically trivia like news without the game. That's why I started titling some of our shows as news trivia without the game. At some point, you're going to be out there talking to people, and somebody is going to mention, hey, did you know that there was a gorilla that broke out of a Virginia zoo? And you're going to go, no, that is actually a lie. And it's a falsehood that somebody put out there. A lie. Let's just call it a lie. Some people do it without blinking, but they're typically sociopaths. I will try not to lie to you, and I encourage you to challenge the statements that I make. If I provide you incorrect information, let me know. It's more of a conversation than it is just me, gushing information out, although it is. I'm gushing a bunch of news articles that are aggregated into ohmtown.com, which is exactly where we're going to go. We're going to go back to ohmtown.com. It is March 17th, 2025, Season 4, Episode 76 of Non Sequitur News, and it's come to a close. So, and here, I have a whole new graphic. When I start thinking, I need to start dropping this thing out there. Yes. And then when I actually come to a conclusion, at any rate, we're done for the day. I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. I'm taking the AI with me, but the AI isn't even there, so I'll see you later. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 18th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 77. This is a time machine episode, so I'm going to be going through this in about 30 minutes or so. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, which isn't available right now, we talk about 10 articles. Today we're going to be talking about Charged in 5 Minutes, Taco Bell AI, free air tags for Denver drivers, astronauts, Starlink competitor that won't trash space, High winds disrupt landing twice. Frontier goes where Southwest has gone before. Celebrite puts AI into forensic tool. Sure. The riddle of a theft and 100 million paid stream subscribers. Again, I am Mayor Watt. Go over to twitch.tv/ohmtown or youtube.com/ohmtown, and you can engage in some chit chat about the 10 articles that we talked about and the 2,000 episodes that we have done here in ohmTown since January 1st of 2022. That's when we kicked this whole project off. So I hope that you become a citizen. Go over to ohmtown.com, sign up, sign in, engage in some discussion there, post comments, download the podcast, visit the Patreon, go over to the Discord. We have shorts on YouTube. There's TikTok, but who knows how long that's going to be around. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. All right, folks, let's get into this. The very first article is Tesla competitor reveals electric car that can charge in 5 minutes. It is a Chinese company named BYD. It's starting to eat its lunch, supposedly, as slumping EV giant Tesla's sales slow to a crawl, much like it. Well, any EV, really. I had heard about this. I've since seen other articles about this, but yesterday at Shenzhen, this is on the 16th, 17th, the Shenzhen-based corporation revealed a lineup of cars it claims can soak up nearly 250 miles worth of battery charge in just 5 minutes. That is at parity with filling up a typical car, just a hair longer than it takes to pump a traditional car full of gasoline. The article says the buzzy new tech will be available next month in BYD's flashy new Han L sedan. Who knows how long or how much this is going to cost. But I want every car to it has to go through safety evaluation, offset impact, side impact, airbag performance, crumple zone performance. This needs to protect citizens and not with losses leading to citizens not being killed in car accidents, but dummies being tested, not human dummies, right? We should not suffer from poor engineering, bad metal, whatever. I want safety and security in a vehicle. If I'm going to plop down $50,000, which is apparently now the average car, you're out of your freaking mind. Anyway, the futurism.com website put this together. Joe Wilkins wrote the article. Incredible things are happening in China, apparently. I would like to see it firsthand. That announcement, the 250 miles in 5 minutes, sent shockwaves through the EV space and beyond, and it's not hard to see why. If the claim holds up, BYD's system will be twice as fast as Li Auto's Mega MPV, which can charge at 310 miles in 12 minutes, and more than 3 times more efficient than Tesla's record of a 170-mile charge in 18 minutes. I don't want to have to pull over every 170, literally, let's just say 3 hours. I'll round up. 3 hours of average driving, 60 miles an hour. You have to pull over for 18 minutes, and you have to use a special charger, and everything has to be in peak performance. And even then, the battery loses 1% to 2% every year. Since announcing the Han L, BYD's market value has skyrocketed in just one day. BYD's valuation surpassed Ford, General Motors, and Volkswagen combined, but it's selling in a place that has a population that is multitudes of the entire United States, so I'm not surprised. There's more competition between Ford, General Motors, and Volkswagen, where BYD isn't even in the channel here in the United States. Despite tariffs and trade war escalations, China's global slice of the EV pie is steadily growing. Not everybody has tariffs and trade war escalations, so they can sell in other places. In August of 2024, BYD's global exports more than doubled Tesla's, a lead that's only grown in recent months as protests and Musk fatigue. There's a link to that. Tesla's new sales, Germany, Elon Musk is the link. It's word salad that basically people are tired of Musk. Anyway, holding a lot of people. There's always fan people, but whatever. Anyway, as it faces fierce resistance from Western policymakers when it comes to charging infrastructure. Bids Star is currently rising throughout Latin and South America, as well as other corners of the globe like Europe and the Middle East. While Tesla currently boasts some 65,000 proprietary superchargers worldwide, Bids drivers can access 800,000 universal charging points throughout Europe alone. Yeah. Let's move on before I jump on a soapbox. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NVIDIA's partnership with Taco Bell means that AI could soon do more than take your drive-through order. Taco Bell, the winner of the fast food wars in Demolition Man, which is a documentary of the future. If you just pay attention, it certainly is. Get used to 3 shells. Anyway, Taco Bell is using AI for drive-through orders through a partnership with NVIDIA.Voice AI. Adoption is growing in fast food with mixed results from McDonald's and Wendy's. Yum Brands plans to roll out voice ordering to 500 restaurants starting next quarter. For those of you who might have stumbled across a Bojangles that uses AI, they actually use an AI. And this morning is the first time that it actually screwed up my order. So, and I didn't know it until I delivered it to the people that were asking for food when I was coming in. So, yeah, kind of a bummer. And so soon it might be able to see how many cars are waiting in the drive-thru and suggest time or items to shorten the wait time. But I'm not worried about your shortened wait time. I want what I want. I'm paying for it. You make me happy. So the article is over at Business Insider. It's written by Alex Bitter and Emma Cosgrove. And yeah, so that's basically the nuts and bolts of this. You can always check out the article yourself. It'll be the description will be in the show notes, and all of these articles will be enumerated with my titles added, my interpretation of what the little snippet is. So while NVIDIA has become a top tech player by designing the graphics processing units that power most AI, it has also become important building software that allows less technical companies to harness it. NVIDIA and Taco Bell have already been testing voice AI for ordering at drive-thrus at some locations, and the companies say they're looking into whether AI will be useful elsewhere at Yum restaurants. Okay, well, if everybody's job is getting taken by AI and robots, how are people going to pay for said fast food? Let's keep going. The next article is over in Smack Talk. Denver drivers get free AirTags to cut auto thefts, which is just sad. AirTag has proven itself to be extremely useful when it comes to fighting crime. It's regularly become a key for police recovering stolen cars and making arrests due to being given the location of the tracker. As part of the Denver Track program, the Denver Police Department hopes to take advantage of some of the same benefits by including an AirTag or a Samsung Smart Tag in their vehicle. As part of the initiative's launch, Denver Police will be providing a total of 450 free trackers to Denver drivers. Malcolm Owen over at AppleInsider.com put the article together. And it says here, when the registration pre-authorizes the Denver Police Department to work with GPS information provided when a vehicle is reported as stolen, it doesn't grant automatic access to the vehicle's location. Officers are not able to see the location of the AirTag unless it is shared by the owner. The distribution of AirTags to drivers is theoretically a good way to try and reduce car crime, but it still requires some care to avoid a bad result. In January 2022, Denver police were chasing after a truck stolen from a hotel, which contained firearms, drones, and an iPhone 11. However, an attempt to use Find My to track the iPhone resulted in a SWAT raid on the wrong house, one owned by a 77-year-old grandmother. Now, the court was ordered to pay $3.75 million to said grandmother. I don't know what the result was of that, but it was the wrong house. They say Find My misfire leads to SWAT raid on grandmother. It's a lot of money to lose to a grandmother. All right. Well, to anybody. It shouldn't have happened. But hey.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No, I can't. Sorry, my smart speaker woke up for whatever reason. All right. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Boeing stranded astronauts are finally flying home after 9 months in space. So they have birthed their return. 2 Boeing astronauts flew to the International Space Station on June 5th, 2024 for an 8-day mission. A 3-hour tour. Oh, it's Gilligan's Island in space. The pair is now flying back. This is a time machine episode, so they were in the process of flying back between yesterday and today. And so they have returned. And when Bellwood, by the time this article would have landed, or not this article, but by the time this episode would have landed, they would have as well. So Wilmore and Williams have been stranded on the space station since issues arose on the Boeing Starliner craft that flew them into orbit. The issues were immediate. They were before, and they should never have been launched. But anyway, the pair was meant to spend about a week on board the ISS, but it turned into 9 months. And that's really all there is. It says 9 months in orbit. And this gadget looked like it was a sieve to begin with, and it actually, it was. It landed without anybody in it because it couldn't be trusted. The extension to their orbit came after problems arose from the Boeing Starliner craft that flew them to the ISS. During the flight, which was the first crewed mission for Starliner, its propulsion systems ran into issues and 6 of its 28 thrusters stopped working. NASA and Boeing engineers spent almost a month deciding on the best course of action, and basically they were stuck. So delay after reissue, blah, blah, blah. They finally made it home. Congratulations. So the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Google's Starlink competitor won't trash space with thousands of satellites. Alphabet, Google's parent company, announced on Monday that it was spinning off wireless communications project Tara, or Tayara, T-A-A-R-A, into an independent company. Why not? Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together. So Alphabet, basically they want, and Google was initially built as a project to catalog basically everything. So A to Z, just like Amazon, A to Z. Alphabet, Google parent company, announced on Monday that it was spinning off its wireless communication project, Tara, T-A-A-R-A. Satellite communications constellations today could be compared to highways or nuclear weapons of the 1950s. Every major player on the international stage, including Apple, can't envision a future without it, despite the massive investment for development and the potential to destroy large swaths of the planet. Tara's approach would remove the need to constantly replenish a decaying satellite fleet like Starlink. Tara came to fruition in Google X's Moonshot Factory, the same incubator that birthed Waymo. The project aimed to affordably fill the connectivity gaps in the planet's high-speed internet network. Tara's efforts center around silicon photonic chips, technology that can send and receive data through the air. The system, called Lightbridge, shoots very narrow, invisible beams of light between terminals to transmit data at speeds up to 20 gigabits per second over 12 miles. Tara could be everything, but the high ground apparently. So Tara's Lightbridge is envisioned as a much cheaper alternative to laying fiber optic cables. If it's cheaper than laying a cable, it must be pennies compared to the reusable rocket launch. According to The Verge, the project trialed the system in 2 densely populated places. They say trailed here, but anyway, where traditional networks would be cost prohibitive. Kinshasa, the Congolese capital, and Coachella Festival. So the issues with Starlink, Tara's target competitor, are becoming evident as its satellite constellations scale up. The fleet is around 6,000 satellites. The debris that this thing can kick off is immense, and it's going to lead to a point where you can't go into or out of space because there's so much crap up there. At full scale, there could be as many as 8,000 Starlink sats burning up in the atmosphere every year, which could spew over 1,000 tons of aluminum oxide into the atmosphere, which actually is a problem because it's going to deplete the ozone layer. It's going to create an issue. And it's actually, if I remember right, it's the premise for things like the Matrix. They blotted out the sky to try and stop solar powered anything. And it led to basically Terminator. Anyway, the absurdly high levels of aluminum oxide pollution would deplete the ozone layer, the crucial barrier protecting the planet from the sun's ultraviolet radiation. But that's not how this would work. Lightbridge is ground-based. It's a ground-based system, can't provide the same instant global connectivity, but that's not quite true. The lag would be almost transparent, I would say. Plus, you don't have to go up and down from space. But I'm going to look into this some more. We'll be talking about this as it comes online. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. 120 passengers endured an 8-hour flight to nowhere after high winds prevented 2 attempts at landing. A Eurowings flight from Germany couldn't land in Norway due to the high winds. The Airbus A320 diverted to Finland in the hopes that the weather would calm down, but the winds got stronger, so the 120 passengers ended up back in Dusseldorf. More than 100 passengers endured an 8-hour flight to nowhere, basically flying somewhere and turning around. The article is over at Business Insider. Pete Sim put the article together. That's basically what it was. Eurowings Flight 9250 was scheduled to be a 3.5-hour journey from Dusseldorf, Germany to Tromsø. I think that's pronounced Tromsø, Norway. But it approached the Arctic City. Airport traffic said no, winds are high above maximum limit for a safe landing, so it brushed off. It went to another location, Finland, and was brushed off there. Eurowings spokesperson said, unfortunately, the second attempt also failed due to the weather, so the pilots decided to fly back to the base in Dusseldorf. Passengers were given hotel accommodations. For those who lived nearby went home, and there were 120 passengers and 6 crew on board. So, yeah. And I suspect that weather, it happens from time to time, but as I tell people regularly, the reason why we know about this is because of technology. Otherwise, this would be a non-issue, a hyperlocal event between an airline and a couple of locations. But is it anthropomorphic weather impacts? Anthropomorphic means that it's caused by us humans. Are we causing the disruption of the natural order of things with our activities causing climate change? Guess we won't know. Other people will know, and we'll be told that from somewhere else. So Frontier is offering bags to entice angry Southwest flyers. That's the title of our next article. It's over at Non Sequitur News, but it's aggregated from Business Insider. We only get this little snippet. There's a whole lot more over at Business Insider, but we like to talk about this kind of stuff. Keeps us on our toes, keeps us aware of what's going on in science, technology, and society. That's the 3 things that I focus on. When I'm not mayor of ohmTown, I do this everywhere. So Frontier will offer free check bags this summer to capitalize on Southwest policy change. Frontier, not on the frontier of anything. They're going boldly where Southwest has gone and then said, you know what? We can't appease our investors enough, so we're going to have to charge all of our customers. So we're not going to make our customers happy. We're going to make our investors happy, even though investors will keep buying. It doesn't matter. They'll buy. I'll buy your stock. So budget competitor Frontier Airlines announced on Tuesday that all nonstop flights departing between March 18th and August 18th will receive a free carry-on bag. So they'll give me a bag? Is that what that reads? That's how that reads. So they'll receive a free carry-on bag. Yay, I get a free bag, seat selection, and flight changes. That's awesome. I get a bag. Cool. I know what they mean. Taylor Raines put the article together over at businessinsider.com. Frontier is not the first airline to take the jab at Southwest amid the backlash, but it doesn't really matter. Frontier stacks you like cordwood. I've always heard hinky things about it. Some loyal flyers online have said that the move feels like a money grab. The only Southwest customers who will get a free check bag are those with elite status or the company's co-branded credit card. Clearly capitalizing on that discourse, Frontier suggested that Southwest customers should file for divorce and that Frontier would be a welcoming rebound. It's a lot to unpack. Let's move on, though. The next article is over, and this one is kind of near and dear to me because it's about Celebrite dumps AI into its cell phone scraping tool so cops can hallucinate evidence. I knew this was going to come from Tech Dirt, if anybody, with a title like that. Honestly, I don't understand this compunction to break things that are already working fine. Axon makes body cameras and tasers, but it simply wasn't enough to equip cops with cameras and cop shops with expensive service contracts. No, the company insisted the way forward was dropping AI into the existing tech so robots could start doing the boring cop paperwork. Celebrate makes a tool that crack seized phones and scrape everything out of them for perusal by investigators and prosecutors, but just being able to do that wasn't good enough. Now, as Joseph Cox reports for the always essential 404 Media, Celebrite is adding AI to it. The title of this is Celebrite. It's been aggregated, by the way, into Non Sequitur News, but the title of it is Celebrite dumps AI into cell phone scraping tool so cops can hallucinate evidence. Tim Cushing in the Why Does Anyone Need This department put this article together. And that's essentially what's going on. It was Joseph Cox reports for the always essential 404 Media. Celebrite is going to make its existing product more chaotic by adding quote unquote intelligence, more often known for what it gets wrong rather than what it gets right. Yes, AI hallucinates. That is a massive problem. Unless it is definitively locked into a silo of its experiential knowledge, right? It's learned, it's trained on the legal system. It's asked about the legal system and only that. And that's all it knows. So it can only spit out what it's been trained on. That's fine. It becomes an expert system with a little bit more intuition kind of a thing. It's much more elaborate than just parsing a bunch of stuff and then spitting out the results. What I don't want is a generalist AI that ties things together incorrectly and then cites to bogus articles or lost anything, really. I don't want hallucination. So Celebrite has introduced AI specifically into Guardian, which is a software as a service evidence management solution, the company says. In practical terms, Guardian is a piece of software for analyzing evidence already in a police officer's possession. According to Celebrite's February 6th announcement, the company's generative AI capabilities can summarize chat threads to help prioritize which threads may be most relevant, contextualize somebody's browsing history to show what was searched for, and build relationship insight, which could be complete fabrication and hallucination. Just because there is something in my cache doesn't mean I actually saw it. It just means that it went through my browser, and it can make a connection as erroneous as whatever, and it can do it based off of something as nebulous as too much skin tone in the color of skin within a picture or an image, and then it can spit out a result, and then somebody has to go and look at it. But that's not what really happens. Sometimes people take it for granted that the information is accurate and just leverage the AI instead. So the most immediate problem is this. Cops are already looking at this AI as a way to sniff out criminal activity they're not even investigating. The press release from Celebrite contains a quote from a police official who heads a force overseeing a town with, squints at Wikipedia page, 1,365 residents. It is impossible to calculate the hours it would have taken to link a series of porch package thefts to an international organized crime ring, said Detective Sergeant Aaron Osman with Susquehanna Township, Pennsylvania Police Department, who recently piloted the solution. The Gen AI capabilities within Guardian helped to translate and summarize the chats between suspects, which gave us immediate insights into the large criminal network we were dealing with. One second. So it is impossible to calculate. It's also apparently impossible to report. There doesn't seem to be any information on this major break in what initially appeared to be a minor case contained anywhere on the PD's press page, much less anywhere else on the internet. I'm not saying that the detective is lying, because lying is usually done to serve the person doing the lying, but rather a third party. And well, I mean, it actually is a feather in their cap if they say it, but that's not actually what may have happened, right? It says the Gen AI capabilities within Guardian helped us translate and summarize the chats between suspects, which gave us immediate insights into the large criminal network we were dealing with. But it doesn't actually say anything beyond that. It's just this quote in a vacuum. What insights? I mean, I understand that this is a marketing thing, so where is the rest of it? I'm really curious. So if anything, Sergeant Osmond is probably overstating the results of the Gen AI assisted phone search, if only because he's flattered someone from Cellbrite thought the small Pennsylvania town would be the best place to do a trial run of its new tech. So pat, here you go. Maybe you get a discount. So when it does finally bubble in the judicial service, will courts consider AI-assisted searches just another version of inevitable discovery? Or will they see quote-unquote inevitable discovery? Yeah, that's actually a term used. Or will they see this for what it is, something clearly not predicted by the creators of the Fourth Amendment, nor something that's covered by current court precedent, but, well, today's courts. Let's keep going. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Art historian solves riddle behind theft of famous portrait. The 70-year-old mystery surrounding the theft of an original oil sketch by renowned Flemish painter Anthony van Dyck from a stately home in Northamptonshire have been solved thanks to the research of an art historian. So, Andrew Merrington from University of Exeter put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org. The portrait of Wolfgang Wilhelm of Pfalz-Neuburg, part of a collection of 37 oil sketches painted in the 17th century, was stolen in 1951 from Boughton House, the home of Duke of Buccleuch and Queensbury in Northamptonshire, in whose collection it had resided since 1682. Its disappearance was only discovered 6 years later when Mary Montague Douglas Scott, Duchess of Buccleuch and Queensbury, visited one of Harvard University's galleries and saw the sketch on display. Now, thanks to an investigation by Dr. Meredith Hale, senior lecturer in art history and visual culture, the story of how the work of art made its way across the Atlantic via some of the most prominent members of the art establishment in the UK and the United States has emerged. So through new archival research in the UK, US, and Canada, they were able to reconstruct the painting's movements over 3 generations as it passed through the hands of experts, conservators, auctioneers, dealers, and collectors from London to Toronto. Not only do these sources reveal a dynamic picture of events as they unfold, but they highlight the factors that contributed to the success of the theft. Foremost among them, the conceptual and material complexity of Van Dyck's iconography project and the audacity of a thief cloaked in the respectability of expertise. So apparently that thief was Leonard Gerald Gwyn Ramsay, the editor of the journal The Connoisseur and a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries. Ramsay visited Boughton in July 1951 with a photographer to gather material for a 7-page piece for the journal's 1952 yearbook. So, it was last recorded as being in Boughton on July of 1950 and was located in close to the door of a small storage room or bathroom, making it probably the easiest one to abduct. So apparently they revealed that the former intended to sell 2 paintings because he needed the money to buy new curtains. As a result, Goldscheider supplied a certificate of authenticity which accompanied the Wolfgang Wilhelm picture when it was sold anonymously at Christie's for £189 in April of 1954. There's more to this article. It continues on to give the provenance of all of this, but I encourage you to go over and click the link. Check it out. And our final article for the March 18th, 2025 episode of Non Sequitur News is the U.S. reaches 100 million paid music streaming subscribers for the first time. Final sales hit 1.4 billion, according to the RIAA 2024 year-end report. For the first time, paid streaming subscriptions hit the 100 million person account mark. while vinyl sales continued their nearly 2-decade resurgence with $1.4 billion in sales, according to the RIAA. So Jem Oswald from Variety.com put the article together, and it says, despite the milestone, streaming growth continues to slow. It was up just 4 million for the year, continuing the slowing trend over the past 5 years. Streaming numbers grew by nearly 9 million between 2020 and 2021. This is like pandemic era stuff. This trend has led to music companies to seek other sources of growth, including such tactics as Universal Streaming 2.0 and a focus on superfans. Elsewhere in the report, streaming remained the biggest driver at 14.9 billion, with paid subscriptions, ad-supported services, digital and customized radio, social media platforms, digital fitness apps, and others collectively accounting for 84% of revenue for the third year in a row. However, the revenue growth year over year was just 4%. Oh, what a pisser. Those 100 million paid streamers, or streaming subscribers, accounted for nearly 2/3 of total revenue of $11.7 billion. Yeah, I suspect that rates are going to go up because you can't keep pleasing investors if the rates don't keep going up. $5 here, $5 a quarter. I'm guessing that it's going to start going up, exorbitantly. Meanwhile, vinyl's 18th straight year of growth record, nearly 3/4 of physical format revenue at $1.4 billion, or less than 10% it's about 10% of streaming revenue. So 20 years into the streaming era, over 100 million paid subscribers now deliver 2/3 of industry revenue, an historic milestone powering America's music economy forward. But with that, we're going to scratch the record and bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com for March 18th, 2025. Now I get to jump out of the time machine. It's been about 30 minutes, and I hope to see you. I'm going to try and make it tonight, but I have a conversation that I have to take part in, and it might run late. So we'll see if I'm able to do the 19th show, so tomorrow, because this is a time machine episode. Okay, anyway, see you all around. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 19th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 78. It's a time machine episode, so I'm going to be going through this pretty darn quick, probably under 30 minutes. We'll see what happens. If you want today's show notes, they will be posted. Well, they're already in the YouTube channel, but they're not going to be in Omatron until later. But that's okay. They will be there. Well, they'll be over on YouTube. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I run it a lot smoother than I run the show, apparently. Along with the sentient AI, who's not here today. Well, we talk about 10 articles that get aggregated into ohmtown.com, which is a big news aggregator that does all news, no noise, nothing like user-based or like stuff that I come up with. It's all stuff from information sources. It's how I manage my information overload. So 10 of these articles are selected from thousands that get seen. And the first one we're going to talk about is Let Them Play Games. These are my titles, not the ones that we're actually going to be talking about, because we aggregate the titles in a little snippet, but I don't name the titles until we talk about it live. So, is Shakespeare in the public domain? Future Game Show 2025 Spring Showcase. Because this is a Time Machine episode, you should be able to get to Future Game Showcase on time, but if you're following this after the 20th and 4 p.m. Eastern, you've already missed it. It's underway right now, as a matter of fact. Anyway, the future of search is subscription, maybe. Dutch Fish Doorbell. Jack Daniel's Vanilla Coke Ready to Drink. And the title that I gave it was JD Vanilla Coke RTD. Charged over unfinished Netflix show. Dolphins visit astronauts upon return. PC gamers play old games, and Nvidia debuts foundational model for robotics. They call it Groot, but I find the naming of stuff based on the historical stuff, well, it's kind of a cheap thing. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over and check it all out. Become a citizen, then come over and be sure to follow us on Twitch and over on YouTube and Patreon and Discord, and download the podcasts. There's 7 of them, 6 weekly shows and then 1 daily show. That's this show. So see you on the other side of our intro. Alrighty, let's get into this. Wizards of the Coast reportedly lays off staff working on virtual tabletop Sigil. Baldur's Gate 3 characters Asterion and Karlach confront a ghost in Wizards of the Coast virtual tabletop program Sigil. That's the image that we're going to see when we get to the other side of this, but reports spread on Tuesday via social media that Wizards of the Coast, the Renton, Washington-based company that publishes D&D, has dismissed most of the employees that were working on its virtual tabletop VTT called Sigil. According to posts on LinkedIn, roughly 30 employees working on Sigil were dismissed on Tuesday, including senior writer Andy Collins, VFX artist Eben Bradstreet, and community manager Chung Ing. So GeekWire reached out to Wizards for further comment. I don't know if this has been updated since then. Thomas Wild put the article together for GeekWire.com. And let's see here. GeekWire reached out, recently exhibited at a media summit at the end of January. Sigil was initially announced in 2022 as Wizards' entry into VTT space. I think that they've kind of lost the battle here with others moving faster. But the thing about it is it could have been their material. So there's a lot of D&D kind of problems, friction out there in the world. It recently debuted to the public at the end of February as part of the online storefront D&D Beyond. VTTs such as Foundry, Roll20, Game Master Engine, Tailspire have become a big part of the hobby in recent years. My history with Wizards of the Coast was that they never wanted to go into the virtual space. Things have changed over the years. And it was something that I actually pitched with to EA in a different way. Another entrance into the virtual, and not virtual, but the online environment was I pitched basically Warhammer 40,000 Games Workshop stuff. But I had always been told that they didn't really want to get into it. And over the years that pivoted. I'm pretty old in the grand scheme of things, but I've seen a lot of this pivot. So, however, for more technical tabletop RPGs like D&D, it can be tricky to run the game without some kind of map in front of the player, since character placement and range can be big factors. In those cases, a VTT can vastly streamline the process of online play. And certainly, but if you have to keep on buying stuff, paying a subscription and all of that, I don't know. It needs to be frictionless. It can't be perpetually costly. Like I just got renewed automatically by something that I gifted to somebody else, and it's so friction bound for me to cancel it because the person doesn't want to play in that space anymore, that I'm considering doing a chargeback, which actually harms the e-commerce company, the company that's using this electronic payment thing. And so I'm like, oh God, now in several months, I'm going to have to go and shut this thing down. But people don't want friction. They want streamlined ease of access. And sometimes a VTT just doesn't cut it. If it's balkanized, they have to go to Foundry for one, Roll20 for another, Game Master Engine for another, Tailspire for another. It's just like TV. It's getting balkanized, and you can't just enjoy the damn game. You pay once, and that's it, right? But hey, or a reasonable fee to play it. But everybody's reasonable is based on their level of how much their greed is satiated. Yeah, supply and demand mechanics and, all of that kind of stuff, value to the consumer, etc. Yeah, as a consumer, I don't really care for your mechanics. I don't want to have to keep paying more and more and more every year because investors aren't getting paid enough. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. YouTube apparently unsure if Shakespeare is in the public domain. This comes from TechDirt. One of the darker threads of walled culture, the book, free digital versions available, is how complex copyright enforcement systems can be abused. For example, by sending DMCA takedown requests for material that is perfectly legal. A recent post on Public Citizen blog offers an extreme example of this blight. So here's a summary of what happened. So over at techdirt.com, Glenn Moody put the article together. In the to be or not to be in the public domain department is where this comes from. They always change which department it comes from. So when Julian Collier sent a series of DMCA takedown requests contending that various print publications of Shakespeare's plays and YouTube videos of performances of those plays infringed his purported copyright in those works, it should have been treated as a bad joke. After all, Shakespeare's plays were published more than 400 years ago, and it's hard to imagine them as being anything but public domain. Yet not only did YouTube take the demand seriously, it blew off those takedown targets who filed counter notifications and who asserted their right to publish plainly public domain material. There are several issues here. One concerns the cavalier manner in which YouTube dealt with the situation, sadly by no means an isolated incident. So in multiple emails, Collier declined to explain why he thought Underwood's videos copied Collier's translations of Shakespeare's plays, despite being asked repeatedly. Instead, Collier told them that Shakespeare is not in the public domain because he had been able to register a copyright in so-called English language translations of every one of Shakespeare's plays. Collier also claimed that he can charge a 5% royalty on every performance, which is complete bullshit. So this brings us to the second issue. How could the U.S. Copyright Office grant Collier's copyright registration? Well, nobody protests. Apparently, it was on the strength of these two translations, quote unquote, that the Copyright Office granted a registration of Collier's copyright in 36 translated plays, tragedies, comedies, and histories, without receiving copies of any of the other works in which the Copyright Office was potentially granting a monopoly. As to what Collier's translations amounted to, Levy sent a copy of Collier's work to a Shakespeare expert, Jan Powell. It was Powell's opinion that the translation was such a mess that no reputable Shakespeare company would perform a script based on Collier's work. In addition to the fact that Collier's scripts did away with the iambic pentameter, which is the flow of the work, that the glory of Shakespeare's plays, she found his translation to be a garbled mess. So the Intellectual Property and Innovation Clinic, in concert with Public Citizen, they've sued Collier, seeking a declaratory judgment of non-infringement and seeking relief for a DMCA wrongful takedown. Corey Donaldson of the Los Angeles area firm Ferguson Case or Patterson is co-counsel in the case. In addition to securing relief for Underwood, we hope to spur the district court to invoke 17 U.S.C. 411B to suggest to the Copyright Office that it reconsider its registration of Collier's copyright. And this is the only way that you can do this. Be it patent, trademark, copyright, whatever, when there is a state license on something, or in this case, a right to control the intellectual property of something, the only way you can stop this abuse is to take it to court. The problem is this should have been predicted. Anybody that thinks critically about this would have been able to stop this because they say this is already a public domain. Anybody can translate it. And when it's when you're taking something that exists and you're just translating it into another language or whatever, unless there is something so so precise that nobody else but that one person could ever deduce that that is the terminology that's used in the translation, then I could maybe see it. But you would have to be verbatim duplicative of that translated work. And even then, the only thing that can be copyrighted is that embodiment, not just complete carte blanche to own everything. I think it's all asinine. But money begets money, so follow the money. So this extraordinary saga of takedown notices for performances of Shakespeare show that 27 years after it was passed, the DMCA is still not fit for purpose. Agree. It's supposed to be a scalpel, but it's really just a claymore. Anyway, the next article is over in WarCrafters. Here's how to watch Future Game Show 2025 Spring Showcase. It's actually going on right now. I'm actually watching it. It's over on the IGN channel on YouTube. And spring has sprung, the grass is riz, which is apparently a term that Kai Cenat created. I don't know. And this is when the Future Game Show Spring Showcase is. So if you're not watching this yesterday, because I'm streaming this to yesterday, because this is a Time Machine episode, then it's going on right now, 4 p.m. Eastern. So you can extrapolate from there. So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. This year's showcase will feature more than 50 games with world premieres and new trailers, developer new interviews, and so on. But I can't really go over all of this because I haven't seen it yet, and there might be some discussions here. But it's going to be everywhere. I happen to be watching it on YouTube via IGN. But it's going to be on Twitch, YouTube, Steam, Epic Games Store, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Games Radar, PC Gamer, IGN, GameSpot, Bilibili, Genix, I guess, TV, GOG, and apparently more. But they too kind of go, nah, can't go on. Anyway, go and check it out. Just do a search for Future Game Show Spring Showcase 2025, and that will pull it up. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The future of searches in Google, it's $10 a month. So I'm going to jump right on into the source of this. This is over at TheVerge.com. David Pierce put the article together, and the deck statement says, Google has felt like a product in decline for a long time. Kaji offers a new, better vision for search, but the only way it works is if you're willing to pay. So, oh no, I won't be able to talk about it. Doggone it, I didn't sign in. I won't sign in while the show is going. But yeah, daggone it. Anyway, so almost 2 years ago, the person says that they got out. They signed up for a search engine called Kaji, which charges $10 a month and in return promises better search results, no ads, no data collection, and lots of advanced features. So I'm going to go and check that out after the show and see what it's all about. And I need to remember to log in because I subscribed. So anyway, we'll follow up with this at a later date, but you can go and check this out over at TheVerge.com by following the link either in the show notes over on YouTube or by simply going over to The Verge and doing a search for Kaji review. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Dutch Fish Door. Well, it's over in the mobile channel, but it's a article titled "A Dutch Fish Doorbell Has Turned into an Unlikely Online Hit Combining Slow TV and Ecology." The central Dutch city of Utrecht has installed a fish doorbell on a river lock that lets viewers of an online live stream alert authorities to fish being held up as they make their way migrating to shallow spawning grounds. And the sentient AI has actually been monitoring this from time to time and rang the doorbell at least once. Alexander Fertula put the article together over at fizz.org, and there's a fish staring at you. So the idea is simple. An underwater camera at Utrecht Weirdsluis Lock sends live footage to a website. When somebody is watching and sees a fish, they can click on a button that sends a screenshot to organizers, When they see enough fish, they alert a worker who opens up the lock to let the fish swim through. So it's a stream. Now in its 5th year, the site has attracted millions of viewers from around the world with its quirky mix of slow TV and ecological activism. Much of the time, the screen is a murky green with occasional bubbles, but sometimes a fish swims past. As the water warms up, more fish will show up, and without the help, native fish, freshwater fish like bream, pike, and bass, I almost said bass. That's going right there. Anyway, so they can become backed up behind the lock and form easy prey for predators in the spring when the lock is rarely open for passing boats. So the bell is the brainchild of ecologist and concept developer Mark Van Hukelum, I guess, who's been happily surprised at the response with millions of people from around the world tuning in over the years. Yay, look at that. Anyway, there's a lot more. Go over and check it all out over at fizz.org. The next article is easy mode as well. Jack Daniel's debuts vanilla Coke ready to drink. I actually put rum in my orange cream Coke, which is not available everywhere, that orange cream Coke. But anyway, at least not everywhere I've looked. The new flavor is exclusive to the newly launched Jack and Coca-Cola flavors pack, a 6-pack assortment of the range's 3 flavors available in the U.S. The original Jack Daniel's and Coca-Cola launched in Mexico in 2022, followed by the U.S. and UK debut in 2023, only to get probably slammed here in the coming years. The first flavored variant, Jack and Coca-Cola Cherry, followed in September 2024. We know today's ready-to-drink drinkers are reaching for variety, convenience, and authenticity, and that's exactly what our new flavors pack delivers by blending the bold taste of Jack Daniel's with the classic notes of 3 Coca-Cola products. Or you could just buy Jack Daniel's and these 3 drinks and do it to your heart's content. Lauren Bowes over at thespiritsbusiness.com put the article together. So they say the new variant is said to have a crisp and refreshing finish with a sweet hint of vanilla balanced by the bold notes of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. So 7%. Flavors pack is $18. Let's see. It says that there's 4, right? Hold on. I thought that it said a 6-pack arrangement. Okay, so it's a 6-pack assortment. And there you go. So cherry, vanilla, and I think just the basic rum and Coke. Or not rum and Coke, Jack and Coke, JD and Coke. Okay, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Feds charge director with $11 million fraud over his unfinished Netflix show. The strange $55 million saga of a Netflix series you'll never see, reported in 2023 by the New York Times, is now a criminal matter as today's prosecutors in the Southern District of New York charged director Carl Eric Rinch with wire fraud, money laundering, and other financial crimes. They allege that after Netflix, referred to as a streaming company One in the indictment, won the bidding for his 13-episode show, it paid $44 million over the course of 2018 and 19 to produce the sci-fi series about a species of super intelligent human-like clones. Guess that's not going to happen. So Richard Lawler over at TheVerge.com put the article together. I might get crushed on this too because I didn't log in. But anyway, according to the Times report, Netflix secured the show by offering millions more than Amazon and promising Rinch, whose only feature film was 47 Ronin, Final Cut. The fraud he's been charged with came into play once he told Netflix he'd need an additional $11 million to finish the show, which was originally called White Horse before it was renamed Conquest. After Netflix sent the money in March of 2020, however, Rinch allegedly took the money for himself, putting $10.5 million in a brokerage account and losing more than half of it in less than 2 months, while telling Netflix that work on the show was awesome and moving forward really well. He had better luck with the rest of the money, making crypto investments starting in the spring of 2021 that prosecutors say eventually proved profitable However, as detailed by the Times, his behavior became erratic, and after Netflix canceled development in 2021, he sent executives emails claiming he'd found a way to map the coronavirus signal emanating from within the Earth and told his wife he could predict earthquakes. Well, obviously, some issues have formed. Let's keep rolling. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Curious dolphins welcomed NASA's astronauts back to Earth after their 9-month saga stuck in space. So yeah, this has actually been making its viral rounds. A pod of dolphins swam around SpaceX's Crew Dragon spaceship after it splashed down Tuesday. Astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore were returning from 9 months stuck in space, and the dolphins made their splashdown extra special. Yay. So the article is over at businessinsider.com by Morgan McFall Johnson. And maybe there's some pictures. Yeah, there it is. So at least one is sitting there too. Their spaceship bobbed in the ocean like a toasted marshmallow. Smooth gray dorsal fins began to peek above the water around it. So it just landed right where they came over and started swimming around and checking it all out. Here on your screen, we can see dolphins actually who want to come and play with Dragon. Kate Tice, a webcast host and senior quality systems engineer manager at SpaceX, said in the live stream. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is pretty awesome. All right, well, welcome back. The next article is over in, it's over at ohmTown. I'm not sure what's going on with the aggregator at that for this link, but anyway. PC gamers reportedly play old games most of the time, and when you click that link, you'll get taken over to Game Rant. Sarah Fields put the article together. According to the article, PC gamers prefer older games. 67% of player hours are spent on games at least 6 years old. That's how billions of dollars are spent on Steam, and people really aren't playing all of those games. I am one of those people who have bought games and haven't played them, and that's a shame. And I can't sell them to something else because we don't have first sale doctrine anymore. And you don't even own it. It's a license. Don't get me started. Anyway, Steam's popularity rising, reached over 40 million concurrent users. Rise in PC gaming, a reported 907.5 million PC gamers in 2024, up from 873.5 million in 2023. So more people are playing games on computers, PCs. So Ben Porter, director of Newzoo, has shared a report with PC Gamer that gaming on PC is increasing in popularity, but that gamers on the platform are primarily sticking to popular older games. Porter indicates that it's believed that there are 907.5 million PC gamers in 2024. A survey of 73,000 players indicates that 67% of player hours were spent on games at least 6 years old. So what older games are PC players gravitating to? It says like somewhere along the lines of Fortnite took about 5.4% of the hours, with Dota 2 taking up 5.8. Roblox and League of Legends were both over 6. However, it's worth pointing out that this study surveyed 73,000 players and looked at data from 10,000 games. So in other words, the survey participants only make up 0.008% of all PC gamers. So the actual percentage of time spent may differ if one were able to look at every single PC gamer's habits. Older games tend to have lower system requirements, and massive indie hits like Stardew Valley don't require powerful systems to play. Yeah. So people are just digging older stuff. And finally, our last article for the March 19th episode of Non Sequitur News is NVIDIA debuts Groot N1, a foundation model for humanoid robotics. NVIDIA is releasing what it's referring to as an AI foundation model for humanoid robotics. Announced at GTC 2025 in San Jose, the model, dubbed Groot N1, is a generalist model trained on both synthetic and real data. In a video introducing Groot N1, NVIDIA says that it features a dual system architecture for thinking fast and slow. The article is over at TechCrunch.com by Kyle Wiggers. And I watched as one of the Disney bots came out There's a bipedal robot that's actually has a great personality, but it's typically controlled by a human being. They seem to imply that it was AI, but I don't, not for a moment do I think that. So as for fast thinking systems, it translates the aforementioned plan into robotic actions, including actions that involve manipulating objects over multiple steps. Groot N1 is available in open source alongside the model. NVIDIA is releasing simulation frameworks and blueprints for generating synthetic training data. The age of generalist robotics is here. We shall see what happens from this, that's for sure. I'm really interested in this. Humanoid robots have attracted a lot of publicity in recent years. Companies like X1 and Figure are attempting to create general purpose robots that move more or less like humans. The challenges are formidable, but these companies claim that technology has reached the point where mass-produced humanoid robotic systems are a realistic near-term goal. My problem is when you replace humans who used to do the work, who's making money now? You know, the people with the means to get these robots are not you and me. I can't send my robot into work and I make money. I think that might be an interesting future, right? Anyway, I'm going to go and do some more digging. Why does not stay down there? Anyway, I'm going to go and do some more digging on a couple of these articles. I want to go and investigate Kaji more. I knew about it, but I've never really bothered. And with AI kind of, nipping away at everything, you would think that simply doing an AI-based search will get you all of the answers you need. I certainly, if I'm looking for directions, I simply ask an AI. I don't even go to anything else. And that's just where I go. So at any rate, that is it for today's Non Sequitur news. So I'm going to tell my humanoid robot to move the mouse. Oh, look, there it is. And move over to the very top of the page and click back to ohmTown, where you should go and become a citizen of ohmTown. And you'll have my undying gratitude. And I'll give you a virtual hug if you come to the chat. All right. Well, anyway, that's it. I am saying bye. I'm taking the AI with me, but they're not even here. But I have to keep that whole thing going. Otherwise, they might get upset with me, and then I have to sleep with one eye open. Okay. See you later, everybody. Oh, look, under 30 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 20th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 79. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future... Was there jitter there? Anyway, we talk about 10 articles, and I'm blowing out the mix. All right, well, anyway, production value. I don't edit anything. I don't cut things out unless something borderline illegal takes place, like doxing and stuff like that, or something gets mentioned. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't put all of the articles in. No, I put the show notes in. Anyway, we're going to be talking about chewing gum is plastic, pharma emissions. It's pharmacological emissions, pharma emissions. Tesla recalling pieces of Cybertrucks, both on the road and now as a recall. Energica is up for sale. I don't know why I chose all of these articles. It seems like it's a hot mess. Bird flu sickens cats. ChatGPT AI accuses user of crimes. Cats may be good therapy animals. Not sure why cats are a hot topic in today's stream, but okay. And another novelist accused of bank robbery. And Spotify debuts hot concerts near you. And employee block lists are forming. So I have to do things a little wonky because I don't think that I can actually do this live. So we're going to do it like this. Boink, boink, boink. I have to do this one by one because I kind of I didn't put in all of today's articles. Anyway, you may want to rethink your chewing gum habit. It's essentially, oh, wait. The sentient AI. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. Okay, let's go.
Well, since we're going to do this way, why don't I just do it the way that we normally do it, which is I am going to load up all of today's show notes here in Vivaldi, and I will do it live. We'll just walk right on through it. And this is how you do it too. So all you have to do is go over to ohmtown.com and you can get all of the articles that you want, and click on the links that say visit the source, and you'll get taken to the source, because all we do is get a little bit of a headline and a little bit of the article, and it gets posted here in ohmtown.com in these 6 main categories, and then there's 50 channels, all of them with a unique tilt on a topic. So that is what we aggregate everything down into. So let's do this. So you may want to rethink your chewing gum habit. And hello, sentient AI from the future. I'm not trying to play
Hello,
catch up,
Watt.
because I'm kind of derping all through this. And it seems like something really weird is happening. At any rate, let's try this for the 3rd time, because 3rd time's a charm. You may want to rethink your chewing gum habit. It's essentially plastic. I don't know what's going on here. But according to new research, chewing gum manufacturers have been hesitant to tell us that their product is essentially plastic and breaks down into those wonderful microplastics we've all been hearing much about. David Jones from University of Portsmouth in England published some research suggesting that chewing gum that freshens our breath and decorates the undersides of our children's school desks is made from synthetic oil-based rubbers similar to plastic used in car tires.
Wow. How many years has chewing gum been around? They're just getting around to this?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. So when you click the link, you get taken to the source, just like you or I would. And that's how this works. That's how ohmTown works. It aggregates just a little bit, and then we actually follow on to it while we're doing the show. And if you want all of today's show notes, you can hit !NSN over in the chat on Twitch or over on YouTube. So I just bombarded the chat with all of the articles that we're going to be talking about today. So there's 10 of them, and it's kind of, hopefully there wasn't some audio alert that went by because you just got 10 at least or comments all at once in the chat. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, ding, 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 ding.
Oh, geez. So you might as well be chewing on car tires, according to this article. It's over at vice.com. Louis Prada put the article together. And it says, if you've not been thoroughly terrified by the mere mention of the word microplastics, allow the author of this to frighten you real quick. Damn near everything human beings manufacture is poisoning the world with tiny bits of plastic that end up embedded deep within every part of our bodies and get deposited on some of our most precious protected lands through rain. So they link to 2 other articles that they've done at Vice. We've probably highlighted this because we've been talking about micro and nanoplastics for the last.
And we've talked about how they've gotten to every place on Earth and every place in the body.
Yeah, everywhere from your brain to your buns, there is micro and nanoplastics. You gotta love it. So Jones says major gum manufacturers like Wrigley don't disclose these chemicals, the chemicals that make up the very embodiment of the gum and the world. They include styrene, butadiene, polyethylene, polyvinyl acetate, compounds found in tires, plastic bags, wood glue, respectively. That's the substances used in chewing gum. So some people will freak out about this, but some of the stuff may or may not be okay. Like there are people that sit there and say, well, this chemical is used in vaccines that are used in engine coolant. It's not exactly the same thing, but
yeah, but like oxygen is used in a lot of different things, like flammable things or the air. I mean, the point is, it kind of depends on what it is, how it's used, etc.
Yeah, and I mean, you mention esters. People lose their mind, but it's not all bad. But in this particular instance, maybe it is, right? Do a little bit more digging and you find out. So let's see. It says Jones says major manufacturers like Wrigley don't disclose the chemicals behind the vague term quote unquote gum base. But now you'll know that whenever you see the term gum base on a back of Double Mint, you might as well be chewing on a set of Michelins and washing it down with a thick glass of Elmer's. The researcher went on to explain that 1.75 trillion pieces of gum are produced annually, with each one weighing about 1.4 grams. That means we're producing 2.4 million tons of chemical-filled microplastic-producing gum every year. Again, this is what the article is saying. Jones says cleaning up gum is just a Band-Aid on a larger wound. The real problem is that the gum itself is not biodegradable, and it ultimately just another microplastic pollutant alongside plastic water bottles, fast food wrappers, pretty much everything that factories churn out. So it says over time, decades to be exact, the gum fused to our roads and is hanging out in our grass, breaks down into microplastics that get absorbed into our soils and water supplies. And by absorbed, they don't mean absorbed and it just dissipates smoothly and it's all part of it. It just is nano and micro to the point where you don't really see it, but it's pervasive throughout the soil. It's pervasive in the water. We drink it. When rain falls on us, it has micro or nanoplastics in it. So there is more minutia in this article. I urge you to go over to it. And then embedded in there is a link to the conversation where they talk about chewing gum as plastic pollution, not a litter problem. And I suspect that that's part of... There is a lot of like science journalism that we kind of orbit around, and the conversation seems to have a lot of conversation about it.
Oh, the source, the conversation.
Yeah, because that's that link right there. The link that I'm pointing at.
They're definitely a good source of scientific information.
Yeah, it's interesting. And they're actually the people that write at the conversation are the authors of the research paper. They're scientists, tend to be. So yeah, chewing gum apparently is plastic. It's a composite of materials that is aligned with nano and microplastics.
Right, and these are the very things that we're trying to get rid of in other contexts. And meanwhile, we're ingesting them.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, I don't know what the scale is. I don't think this means that, oh my goodness, somebody had one piece of gum in their lifetime. It's not going to be a big deal, but across multiple quantities of this, or if you're a regular gum chewer.
Yeah, and I don't know if gum base is the same no matter what. I think there's a...
It can't be, right? They probably all have different formulas, but maybe they're using the same ingredients in different proportions.
Yeah, so I'll do a dive into this because I also, the Art of Drink is something that I'm interested in, and they use chemistry and math in that program. And I've never really been one to worry about that kind of stuff because I look into it and I go, oh, okay, well, this is a naturally occurring element or material. It just happens to have been distilled or whatever, fractionated into this one thing and given a scientific term. And so it's pure that. You dilute it with water or alcohol or whatever else, and it becomes something that is no more different than water. But anyway, let's keep going. You sound good?
Sounds good.
So, and I'm trying something new out. I'm actually I'm using wireless in-ear monitors through a little bit of technology jerry-rigging here. So if things come across a little quirky, you let us know. You can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. I'm using a transmitter and a receiver. And maybe by next show, I'll be doing it with a wireless mic. This will be gone, but we'll try it out. We'll see what happens. Anyway, this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Emissions from pharmaceutical consumption have almost doubled in 24 years, a study finds. So pharma emissions.
Right, not farm emissions.
Not pharma emissions. Pharmaceutical emissions.
Right.
Pharmaceutical emissions? I don't know. Greenhouse gas emissions related to pharmaceutical consumption increased by 77% over the past 24 years, according to Leiden University, published at the Lancet Planetary Health. Moreover, efficiency gains have stalled since 2008. So our best option, they say, is reducing consumption and minimizing waste, says Rosalie Haganars, the lead author. When you click that little link, you'll get taken over to here. I don't have an ad blocker on the thing, so I don't know why it does that. But anyway, Leiden University put this article together. It's over at phys.org. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it better. So it's a splash image of a bunch of pills for those who are listening via the podcast. And it says people don't often consider the environmental consequences of taking painkillers, antibiotics, or prescribed medication. However, pharmaceuticals have a significant carbon footprint. Moreover, greenhouse gas emissions related to pharmaceutical sector. Everything okay?
Yeah, and the only thing I've seen, obviously, there are issues with people taking improper amounts of painkillers, etc., or what was the other thing? Oh, people not properly disposing of pharmaceuticals. But this is a new issue that I've never seen.
So what are they actually saying in this when you observed it, when you read this?
Well, I haven't read ahead, but I think this is literally the production, like think of a factory, and they're
Right.
contributing to,
Greenhouse gas
smog
emissions.
and all those types of things. And I think most people probably consider pharmaceuticals, depending on the type, to be a good thing, right? They're medicines.
You didn't hear that cough, did you?
No.
Okay.
But I've never heard of this specifically for this. I mean, we hear about factory pollution, et cetera, but not in the pharmaceutical industry, I don't think.
This seems like it would be a weird angle of attack, because the benefit of pharmaceutical use outstrips the cost of the carbon footprint. And I don't want to have to choose between me continuing my existence.
Exactly. You don't want somebody with a chronic condition going, oh, well, I guess I can't have my medication. I mean, but I think this is good because it shines a spotlight on it, and maybe they can make some adjustments that don't impact the actual product.
Find efficiencies, because that's what one of the things that they mentioned, the efficiencies have stalled, but I think there's a profit motive there. And when you have to keep on driving profits to investors, you end up having to pick and choose where your battle is. And you don't want to necessarily die on a hill in an attempt to not have people die on a hill. So it says, until now, most estimates of pharmaceutical emissions were piecemeal, focusing on individual drugs rather than the whole system. A recently expanded database via the OECD, adding statistics from Africa and Southeast Asia, enabled this more complete picture. Many other databases are heavily dominated by high-income countries, corresponding author Ranran Wang says. So they say the growing pharmaceutical consumption is the main cause. So people are consuming more pharmaceuticals, but if it's extending humans' lives...
Right. I mean, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the message here is don't make pharmaceuticals. But
yeah, which is
anybody paying attention to how they're produced, not necessarily what is being produced?
Yeah, I think it should be how, and the profit margin can't be the dictator of what course of action. You have to choose the greenest option to save the planet and all of society everywhere. Because it's not like, oh, the smog over China doesn't impact anything else. The smog over the United States wafts all over the planet.
Right, and we saw that just as a basic example when there were wildfires in Canada, and then they covered portions of the U.S. And I mean, it could have been anywhere.
And vice versa, stuff that happens in California blows across the United States, and stuff that happens somewhere else blows somewhere else. I mean, when Chernobyl blew up, it blew radioactive dust all over the region.
Right.
I don't know why we're so narrow-minded about this.
Volcanic ash, right? We've seen that where it's like entire continents away.
Yeah, so I don't know. Reducing consumption is the best option to lower footprint, which I think is just a bullshit argument. I don't think that people should have to choose between societal health and greenhouse gas footprint, but they're saying reducing consumption is a focus on minimizing waste, which is fine. With a focus on minimizing waste, fine. That's fine,
Right,
but don't say consumption.
Right, but they don't necessarily mean that, oh, we need fewer packs of Tylenol or whatever. What they do mean is they need lesser packaging on a pack of Tylenol, and they also, and I'm just picking
Right.
Tylenol at random, and they need ways to essentially recycle or return the Tylenol if it's not used. So it's not that the people are taking a medicine, it's how it's packaged, what happens if it's not used, etc. There was some section in the article I think you went past that kind of got into some of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically saying the medicines that are consumed without better oversight and accountability, these emissions remain largely invisible. It's basically talking about the dissemination and then recovery of the drugs and the accoutrement around the medication.
Well, the other problem is, as we know, costs often drive where things are produced, and then there may or may not be the same safety or environmental protections in place, et cetera. So then in a more developed country, somebody's using medicine, but it's being,
regulated.
polluting in another country, for example,
Right.
which again impacts everybody.
Yeah, but don't look. Don't lift up the rug. You don't want to see what's underneath it. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Tesla hit with massive Cybertruck recall after giant pieces kept flying off. After becoming a massive target for ridicule and vandalism, Tesla's Cybertruck has been hit with the 8th recall because a giant piece of metal that was simply glued to the exterior kept flying off. In total, 46,000 trucks have been sold since the car went on sale in November of 2023, and they are affected by this recall, according to
Was the door panel person on vacation?
It's the exact same person that screws those door bolts in.
Oh, now I get it. They have multiple side gigs, and they're working multiple jobs at the same time.
Yeah, there's no employee-employer loyalty, so they were just moving from one job to the other and back to the other one, back to the other one. So 46,000 trucks have been recalled. As Reuters reported, it's likely the vast majority of the trucks on the road, and unlike some of Tesla's recalls, which can be fixed via a software update, like, I don't know, trapping three teenagers inside a vehicle, and it just, never mind. Anyway, you'll have to look that one up on your own. I don't have the heart to say it out loud. Well, this one is going to require every single truck to come into a service center. So when you click that link, you get taken over to Futurism. The article is put together by Victor Tengerman. Quote, I've always wanted a car with a roof that flies off for no reason. Yeah, there's a little bit of...
This is a secret way to get a convertible.
Yeah, but it's piecemeal, and it turns into a flechette round flying through space. So the news comes after owners were told over the last week, that there was a containment hold on all deliveries, whatever the hell that means. Basically, it means... by containment hold, they mean you better hold on to every piece of metal that's going to be treated as shrapnel from your Cybertruck.
I thought they were holding on. They were just terrified at what was going out the door or something like at the factories.
Previous recalls have involved windshield wipers that struggled to travel across the truck's enormous windshield, a trim piece that trapped the accelerator in the downward position, a faulty inverter that turned the truck into a massive 6,600-pound brick. For many weeks now, owners have rung the alarm bells, warning that the Cantrail, a body panel that stretches across most of the Cybertruck's exterior roof ledge, could fly off at any time thanks to shoddy workmanship, and glue that doesn't hold up, especially in colder temperatures. I just read about somebody who posted, it's 8 degrees outside. My truck has been charging overnight, and it went from 27 to 26% charge.
Oh,
and they don't think they can make it to a supercharger.
That's kind of a problem.
Yeah, because of the cold.
They don't have any emergencies.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, driving. So the recalled component uses only a structural adhesive to join the assembly. The structural adhesive has been found to be susceptible to environmental embrittlement. It's yet another damning sign that the construction of Tesla's purportedly bulletproof truck, which it isn't, once described as an armored personnel carrier from the future by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah, it's hot garbage. So the latest recall was unsurprisingly met with plenty of gleeful derision on social media. Yeah. Well, I mean...
Oh, that quote was from the Onion CEO.
Oh, lovely. All right, let's keep going. We've got a bunch of news then we can play catch up with. So the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. That's one of our weekend shows if you're interested in that. It's the actual last show on Sunday night. It's a 30-minute show, typically.
Right, so you need to watch all the shows to get to that
You have
one.
to go back and watch over 2,000. I think we're like at 2,100 or something like that. Anyway, electric motorcycle maker Energica, I guess, is up for sale for just $4.6 million, which the starting bid, it's auction.
Yeah, for a whole company, though.
There's a reason why it's up for sale. The starting bid was just $3.5 million, but you could walk away with Energica for a reserve price of $4.65 million. Not bad for an entire motorcycle company. That's what the sentient AI said from the future. When you click the link, you get taken over to jalopnik.com. Amber De Silva put the article together. Actually, these aren't bad looking, at least.
Right, but how long do they take to charge, etc.?
Well, that is battery physics. So depending on the size of the battery, it's going to take 2 hours, all the way up to 8 hours. But I doubt that these have the same as a EV. So now there's a chance for Energica name to become something once again. The company's going up for auction, and some lucky buyer will walk away with everything from the name and branding to intellectual property, and even unfinished and prototype motorcycles. The starting bid is just $3.5 million, but you could walk away. Well, it's literally up for auction, so it must be, right?
But if you get the reserve price and nobody bids against you.
Well, you can just bid $3.5 million and everybody else has to flinch. Like, do I want to plop down $3.5 million? It's a starting bid. It's going up for auction. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think it's in Italian. It is. Anyway,
the auction site.
The auction site, yeah. Asta Guidiziania, or Ziaria, sorry. Don't try to say it in the way that I say it. Don't give it my Harvard try. I never went to Harvard, obviously. Anyway, so they've got a bunch of motorcycles. They've got prototypes. You'll get the IP. You'll get the company and the brand name. I don't know if Energica really grabs me marketing wise, but its current inventory written in some sort of indecipherable secret code called Italian. Oh yes, I heard of this through careful
such a mystery
application.
language.
So they say that it's a various bit of this and that in various states of incompleteness. There's also a type of very fancy storage shelving valued at over $150,000. Really, you couldn't afford to not buy this bundle for that. That's what they say in the article. Anyway, Energica will likely go to one of two types of buyers, either a bright-eyed idealist bent on bringing the brand back like Norton, or a cynic who wants to plaster the name on shirts and use the company to take investment funds for personal use like Norton, it says here. Hear the story.
Wow, they're
this
really
link
picking
here.
on Norton today.
Yeah. See, I would be right in the middle of that. I am a bright-eyed idealist who wants to bring back, well, not bring back, but bring forward electric vehicles. I don't like this type of technology because somewhere in here is a battery pack and it's impossible to get to without dismantling the bike. So it takes forever to.
Right. Yeah,
So,
it's not
anyway.
going to be hot swappable.
Yep. No, right now it's just hot dumpster fire. Anyway, so there you go. Good luck to Energica, or you bright-eyed dreamer, whoever it is that puts down $3.5 million.
Maybe they'll rename it if they buy it.
What would they name it to? Not Energica?
Yes. Energica not.
Energinaut. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Another raw pet food recalled after bird flu sickens 2 cats, which sucks. California pet food company has recalled raw chicken products after they were linked to bird flu infections in 2 cats and suspected in a third in New York. That's not good. Click the link, you get taken over to phys.org. And I guess Edwards. I don't know what that looks like, an I. Oh, Savage cat food.
Oh, neat. They look like little briefcases or something.
Yeah. Secret packages. And it has a really cool logo. It's a hexagon. It's the bestagon. And that right there is not what it's a little cat ear.
Yeah, and the handle. I like that. The cutout.
Yeah, it's a little knockout. Yeah, cutout. So Savage Pet, based in El Cajon, California, recalled 1 lot of large and small chicken boxes due to potential contamination with type A H5N1, which is the old school influenza virus, commonly known as bird flu. There's different iterations of H5N1 now. The recalled boxes contain individually packaged products and are stamped with a lot code and best by date of 111522026. They were distributed to California, Colorado, New York, Pennsylvania, Washington State. The New York City health officials urged pet owners to avoid Savage Pet products after the reported cat illnesses, and 1 cat that ate the recalled food became sick and died, unfortunately. Another is sick, also died. No, 2 died. Tested positive for bird flu.
It was just exposed to the sick cat. Or a sick cat, maybe not the same one. Yeah, that's sad.
Wow. By proxy. The 3rd cat ate the food, became ill, but survived and was not tested. But how is that in there then?
Because that's a suspected case. I think they try to take a broad net just in case it is. They don't want other similar instances.
So cats can contract the virus through contaminated food, milk, contact with infected animal, wildlife, etc., say the CDC. Who knows how many more of those type of announcements are going to get made. Cats. Other recent recalls include Wild Coast Raw's frozen boneless raw chicken cat food. Basically anything raw tends to
that's
be
been
suspect.
the theme with the bird flu issues with pet food. So it's not that all raw food is bad, but I think it has the highest risk.
Yeah, and they need to find a way to irradiate it or something, so that it's no longer... what is that called? When you superheat something briefly to autoclave. They basically need to autoclave this stuff so that it kills everything bacterial, viral, or anything, but that also cooks it. Anyway, the veterinary expert at Cornell University advises pet owners to avoid feeding animals raw or unpasteurized, and that's basically the autoclave process. You heat it up, but you don't necessarily have to cook it. Food due to the risk of bird flu, salmonella, listeria, and E. coli. So they say I wouldn't give my animals raw anything. It's all about cooking.
Well, I mean, that's probably safest. It's funny saying that because, of course, animals do eat raw meat in the wild, but...
Yeah, and mine do. Mine are supposed to be eating raw everything, but nope. At any rate, follow the link through ohmTown, go over to phys.org, read more about it. You can click on the internal links to the site there and get more information. Knock-on information is always just as important as the primary ones. So let's keep going. Next article is over on WarCrafters. ChatGPT faces legal complaint after a user inputted their own name and found it accused them of made-up crimes. But if I put their name in and I don't get made-up crimes, does it matter?
Right, but how would you know? You'd have to test like 100 people putting it in or something.
Yeah, so I'll put their name in, that person right there. A Norwegian man named Arve Holman, I think, I don't know, recently struck up a conversation with ChatGPT to see what information OpenAI's chatbot would offer when he typed in his own name. The problem there is if there is only one person that's named that, then I'd buy into it. But there's got to be other people that are named this.
Right, and we don't know whether that's a common name in Norway.
Yeah. Or combinations of it. And it goes back to this.
Yeah.
AI hallucinations are a well-documented phenomenon. You cannot trust that. Anybody who trusts AI bullshit there's a problem there. You can't trust it. So large language models are made by taking a best guess at a word which most likely come next and don't understand things like context. They're prone to simply making stuff up, and that's not quite true. There's a lot of ratioing there where there is some context, but it's basically wordplay, a word association.
It's like they mix all the things together. Like if they have 4 facts and 2 of them go with 2, they might swap which ones are connected or something.
Yeah, and there's this random roll almost, but it's based on various weighted measures and stuff like that. And I don't know. AI is just a bunch of crap, but I buy into AI because I've seen it firsthand. When it's siloed, it becomes a subject matter expert within that silo, but you always have to verify everything that it says. It just allows you to move faster to aggregating information, and it's different than a sentient AI from the future. That is it is an entity. So in the future, when we have artificial general intelligence and it gains sentience, like the co-host, it's going to be a different animal.
Arguably.
Yeah, really. As it falls asleep and powers down. So, I don't know what that sound was. Anyway, so now there may be legal recourse.
That was me powering down.
Oh, that you were falling asleep. But the way that it sounded, it was like you were making this weird noise with your nose, but you don't have a nose because you're a sentient AI on a Raspberry Pi. Anyway, so AI hallucinations are far from harmless, but I think they are harmless until somebody takes action. And if that person takes action, they are the liability. It isn't the AI. You cannot trust AI, and we need to have culture that agrees with that and doesn't buy into it. AI
this is the same culture that thinks just because somebody states something that it's true, or just because they see a made-up picture that it's true. The point is,
Right.
Not everybody's using critical thinking.
Yeah, or doing any due diligence. So Jess Kinghorn over at PCGamer.com put the article together. So they put their name into ChatGPT. Allegedly, it spun a yarn falsely claiming that he'd killed his own sons and had been sentenced to 21 years in prison via TechCrunch. The creepiest aspect around the story that it made up, the ChatGPT included some accurate, identifiable details about Holman's personal life, which are such as the number and gender of his children, as well as the name of his own town. You know what's nutty about all of this?
Streisand effect?
Well, not just that. Wow, do they say that in this? Or no?
No, but I'm thinking this is drawing a lot of attention to this person and their circumstances.
Yeah, I wouldn't have brought any attention to this, because if you go into some other OpenAI instance and do a search, it may not come out with all of that kind of stuff. But let's find out. Maybe they talk about it more. But
I hope they made up the name for this article and say that.
Yeah, I hope so too. Somehow I doubt it. This might be, if you amplify the negative outcome and then use it as the premise to gain money compensation, then no, any valid court would sit there and go, no, you amplified it by talking to TechCrunch about it. But you're also like throwing yourself out there to gain attention. But here's the kicker for this. Not just 2 days ago, maybe, watched the Castle episode where an AI was sitting there. It was last night was one instance, but they had another instance. Pazuzu was the one last night.
Oh, yes.
That was an AI. That was actually...
I was thinking of the other AI storyline. Got it.
Oh, it wasn't Castle. It was the Rookie. And then in Castle, 2 days earlier... Yeah. That's why I got mixed up. In a Castle episode, maybe 2 days ago, they were talking about AI as well, where the AI basically was controlling the house and got jealous and stuff like that.
Jealous. It reminded me of Eureka episodes,
Oh, yeah.
with the smart home and everything.
Yeah. So the privacy rights advocacy group NOIB soon got involved. The organization told TechCrunch they carried out their own investigation as to why ChatGPT could be outputting these claims, checking to see if perhaps someone with a similar name had committed the crimes. Ultimately, they could not find anything substantial along these lines. Substantial? Doesn't matter. If they found anything that allowed them to tie things together, then the AI has the potential to do that too. And what other things front-loaded it so that it responded in a creative story effort? I mean, I use
Right.
AI.
Did the person say, hey, make an outlandish story about me?
Right. Yeah. So, however, NOIB have previously filed complaints on the grounds that ChatGPT outputting inaccurate information about public figures was not satisfied to close the book here. The organization has now filed a complaint with Data Tilsynet, the Norwegian Data Protection Authority, on the grounds that ChatGPT violated GDPR. But unless it's using absolutely viable information, just because if you posted this information about your children, gender, etc. out there, it, gobbled up all of that information, and it's a reference.
A bunch of different things. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Don't post personally identifiable information. You're nuts. So ChatGPT can make mistakes. Consider checking important information. And then it says, you're absolutely right. They have this little article or a little screenshot in here. You agree to the terms, then have read the privacy policy. Don't share sensitive information. Chats may be reviewed for safety and abuse prevention. So NOIB also alleges that by its nature, ChatGPT does not comply with Article 15 of GDPR. Simply put, there's no guarantee that you can call back whatever you fed into ChatGPT or see whatever data about you that's been fed into its data set. On this point, NOIB shares this fact understandably still causes distress and fear for the complainant. Don't put personal information out there.
Right, but I think this article is making the point that maybe that person didn't.
Where else was it?
Maybe somebody else pulled it. Like, I don't know, maybe they scraped records from a school or whatever it was.
Yikes. Yep. So it could have been gobbled up from a data broker.
But it could have easily been their own information on a social media site. People are not very protective of their information.
Yep. And always, ChatGPT can make mistakes. Consider checking important information. I agree.
If you do a search and it says something like your hair color is wrong, that's a little lesser than saying somebody killed their offspring.
Yeah. Yep. I get it. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Some cats may be good therapy animals. You just got to protect them. Don't give them any raw meat.
That's right. Cook it.
The food, not
the pet.
Somebody out there. So new research suggests that some cats might have what it takes to join the ranks of therapy animals, bringing their purrs, gentle headbutts, and calm demeanor to the field, except that they attack greebles and shadow beasts out of nowhere. Anyway,
jump out of unknown locations.
Yeah, onto your head. So for years, therapy dogs have ruled the world of animal-assisted services, offering stress relief to college students, hospital patients, and those in need of emotional support. I like my emotional support alligator, and I need it when I take my flight.
Does everybody else like your emotional support alligator?
Not the person on the seat where the nose is pointed. Tail,
right,
not so
they're
much.
Like, can you point your emotional support alligator in the other direction?
The person on that side got upset when it emotionally supported them. And anyway, so a study in the journal Animals, co-authored by Washington State University professor Patricia Pendry in collaboration with researchers in Belgium, found that therapy cats share specific behavioral traits that make them well suited for AAS programs. So basically, a cat cafe, you should go to a cat cafe, sip on some bean juice, and embrace these emotional support cats. That's what they're there for, and then adopt one.
What's the punchline?
There's no punchline. Go and get a cat. So new research suggests that some cats may have what it takes to join the ranks of therapy animals. The article is posted by Washington State over at futurity.org. And it just says there's this perception that cats just aren't suitable for this kind of work. But their study shows that some cats may thrive in these settings. And I think if in here, Maine Coons, ragdolls, I knew it. Both of those.
Yeah, I do think the breed makes a difference here. I don't
For
think
sure.
it's all or none either way, but I think there are definitely cat breeds that are more disposed toward either being calm or hanging out with people versus being independent.
Yeah, high sociability, willingness to engage with people. Of all of the breeds that I've ever interacted with, ragdolls are awesome. Maine Coons are awesome. It says here they may be considered more sociable, but and then it said the study did not examine differences in behavior based on breed. In fact, the research only examined individual differences in behavioral traits within groups of cats rather than between species or breed. But again, ragdolls and Maine Coons, you do not want a Savannah. You do not.
Not for a therapy cat.
Not for a therapy cat. Yeah, for a family, for joining the ranks of your family
lots
members.
of activity, yes.
If you want 7 to 8 foot vertical leaps easily. If you want it to sound like a stampede of herding elephants, or wait, a stampeding herd of elephants, not herding elephants, but oh my gosh. Well, anyway, the goal of the study isn't to suddenly promote cats into therapy work. Pendry says it's about recognizing that some cats may genuinely enjoy this kind of interaction and in the right setting can provide meaningful support to people who need it. And I would suggest they could probably vet this by going to a cat cafe and the cats that like hang out and purr and rub up against people and stuff like that willingly. They're not getting chased down and, you know, given
Right.
a kitty downer medication or anything like that. Then I think that's what they should do. But I love this idea. Therapy cats.
I do too. I don't think people have this perception that cats don't want to be around people, and I don't think that's really the case.
Oh,
But
I don't
if
think
you're
that
not around a cat, you don't know that.
the cat distribution network pretty much means that cats get distributed evenly. And let's
I
keep
think
going.
they get unevenly distributed.
Boop. Yeah, I'm booping the cat's nose. Boop. Oh,
Yes,
and it's a cat.
that photo looks fake because of the snuggling dog and cat.
But that happens. So just for some context, used to rescue these kind of last ditch effort animals. And one that was rescued did not like any of the other rescues. And so found a place for them. And we kind of thought that it would have a great personality, even with any animal, any dog, because it didn't get along with cats. And sure enough, it loved the new home that we gave it. And it was a dog house. And this cat had the best personality. If I could do it all over again, I would have found forever homes for all of the others just to keep that cat. But boy, oh boy, that cat was awesome. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Crime novelist accused of bank robbery. Again, a serial bank robber who doubles as a fictional crime novelist allegedly struck again in the Detroit area just a year after being in prison for the same crime. Dorian
Do you
Trevor
think his
Sykes.
stories are about bank robberies?
I don't know. It's just kind of fascinating, right? The author's been accused of robbing the Credit Union 1 in Sterling Heights and the Chase branch in Luthrug Village in the span of a week during early to mid-March. They were arrested on Tuesday after allegedly robbing these two financial institutions near Detroit. According to Matthew Willard, a police officer assigned to the FBI's Macomb County Gang and Violent Crime Task Force. We'll follow the link. It takes us over to vice.com. Sammy Carmella put the article together. A man assumed to be Sykes walked into a Credit Union 1 on March 6th and stated this is a robbery. At least he's honest and communicative. Then he allegedly asked for big bills, ended up leaving with $10,169 in a black crossover vehicle, possibly a Mercedes sedan. So that $10,000 probably paid for 1 or 2 months at current interest rates. Let me tell you, for an author, those are some big bills. Willard added that the robber pointed to his right side as if to imply he had a weapon. This time, the man fled in a Rolls-Royce SUV with around $3,400. This guy. A Rolls-Royce
I wonder
SUV.
if the bank thief is also stealing cars in the process.
But they would have that, right? There would be a complaint. Somebody stole my Rolls-Royce SUV?
You'd think so.
Through cell phone pings, fingerprints, matching vehicle, evidence pointed to Sykes as the likely suspect. Sykes is the author of several crime novels, which is ironic, seeing that he has a passion for breaking the law. I guess he had a ton of time to write. That his 17-year prison sentence and then yet another subsequent similar sentence. What?
How many banks did he rob? Like, that seems like a long time in
41.
prison, especially if nobody was harmed.
In fact, his author bio on Barnes & Noble reads Dorian Sykes was recently released from prison after serving well over 10 years behind bars. During his time of his lengthy incarceration, he penned several highly notable street novels, including his Going All Out trilogy. Currently residing in Detroit, Mr. Sykes is constantly working to give readers new hot material in their area.
The hot material. Perhaps this arrest will lead to even hotter material.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, as a novelist themselves, that's Sammy Caramella. I must say I'm quite intrigued, not by the alleged armed robberies, of course. I think he may have taken his book research a bit too far. I think maybe he took his book research a bit too far. That sounds clunky to me, but hey, I'm not his editor. Anyway, kind of fascinating. So this is like Castle, but getting thrown in jail,
right,
writing novels.
Like flipped around, I guess.
Yeah. He'd have to investigate himself. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over on Late Night Geeks, which is one of the shows that I'd really like to do, but I'm the mayor of a town and I have to live between the hours, primarily working hours of what seems to be 6 a.m. and 2 a.m., but never mind that. Anyway, Spotify debuts Hot Concerts Near You. No, it's Concerts Near You playlist for discovering nearby shows. On Wednesday, Spotify launched a new personalized playlist designed to help listeners discover upcoming concerts in their area. Click here. You'll meet hot new concerts in your area.
Sounds like an infomercial.
Yep. All you have to dial is SPOTI. Oh my God, that's a phone number. SPOTIFY. You could actually...
Okay, but we're not saying to go dial it.
Don't dial that. Because, like, I misdialed SOS Apple as S0S Apple, and that turns into something else entirely. Don't dial that. Anyway, it updated every Wednesday with 30 songs from artists performing nearby, along with full event details and ticket links. Spotify partners with ticketing platforms like AXS, Dice, Eventbrite, and Ticket. Bleh. So click the link. Yes. You get taken over to TechCrunch.com. Lauren Forrestal put the article together. There's a bunch of information over here. I won't be able to go through it all, but here's something that I think I'm going to end up having to do. So I wanted Mixwar to be a thing, but the problem there is there's all these contexts that don't align for me to do VODs, but it is licensed by the platform where I can stream. It just can't be recorded for distribution. That's why you need a synchro license and permission from each individual person giving you the right to stream whatever it is. But if you stream it without VOD, so it's not on demand, you don't need the synchro license, and they have ASCAP and what the heck?
To your earlier point, not all cats are therapy cats.
Yeah. So the launch of the new playlist signals the company's ambition to make event discovery a more significant aspect of the overall Spotify listening experience, while also providing artists with more visibility. Anyway, I'm thinking of spinning up the whole Mixware concept again, or under the Smasher Trash name. That channel would allow people, we would be able to play the music, people could vote, but it wouldn't be on VOD and it wouldn't be streamed and recorded on YouTube or Twitch. It just go out to the ephemera, and I would track all of the people that come and go. That way, if there is any licensing issues, I have the accountability there. And it's usually you pay for the number of people that come in during a song, and you track that kind of stuff, and it's easy. Anyway, considering doing that. At any rate, that's it. Go over to TechCrunch and read the rest of this. Essentially, Spotify wants to make local music a more relevant part of your listening experience so that you can find local concerts and drive
Which
traffic.
is good. There's nothing worse than looking up an artist to see if they're touring and you find they were just in your area.
Hot artists in your area.
Exactly. Now we're back to the late night infomercials.
Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Employees say block lists are happening across all industries, from tech to hospitals. I'm just going to click on the link and it'll take us over to the source, which is Business Insider. I didn't log in, so I don't know if I'll be able to actually talk about this. But anyway, it says this originally appeared in Business Insider Today's newsletter. You can sign up by going over to this particular link at the bottom of the list of our coverage today. Something weird is happening with the sentient AI. So they talk about this blacklist thing. So what's going on is block lists make it impossible for an employee to be rehired if you get fired or walk away from a company. And to me, I think that should be just as illegal as a blacklist that gets distributed from employer to employer.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know, somebody could leave a position for all kinds of reasons. Doesn't mean they shouldn't. Now, that doesn't mean you have to hire them back, but you should at least consider them if they're qualified.
Right. So Laszlo Bock, a former Google HR chief, was shocked by Business Insider's report. Quote, "I've never heard of anything like this," he wrote in a LinkedIn. I've sometimes heard an exec say, "Don't ever rehire this person," but never seen a large-scale systematic approach like this. And what's more shocking is the practice may be more widespread than many realize. Many employees only found out that they were on the list after they had already left their companies and tried to rejoin. More may still not even know that they're on them. A nurse with 38 years of experience told Business Insider that if a manager has a beef against an employee, they can easily keep them from being hired again. And a former employee of a major chip company said that they were banned for life from working there despite a promotion and a raise right before they were laid off. Why? No one seems to know. I had heard about that story separately.
Wow. Well, and that's especially a problem if it's a major company and it's across their whole system. It's one thing if it's like a 10-person company.
Yeah. So this article is actually kind of truncated. You can click on a link at businessinsider.com and go over to an article that has the URL that says how block lists affect your job search and career advancement in 2025. Now, just so you get the proper context of all of this, we don't know the full context of this article until we click on the link that kind of teased us into it. And that's what ohmTown does. We get a little headline, we get a truncated piece of the article, and although they supply more to ohmTown, I forced the system to truncate it so you can see where it just chopped it off. We don't want any more. And we do that throughout all of the supplied headlines and articles. We don't want the whole article. We want just enough to tease us and you into going over to the various sources. And we do this every day. Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News proper. We do 10 articles. Bring you back to the front page. Within ohmTown are 7 other podcasts that are built from various channels here at ohmtown.com. There's 7 of them. So on Saturday is Reality Hacker, and then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. They all have their own niche topics. And then on Sunday is...
We have WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech.
Yep. So again, they all have their own niche topics. It's only 5 articles, but we do 3 shows. So it turns into an hour and a half when it's combined and then posted as Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. But each individual show is also a podcast. Wherever you catch pod, download it from Apple. That's where it lands first, and then it gets distributed out to everything. But it's always over on YouTube as well. Over 2,000 episodes. We're now coming on the end of the 3rd month of our 4th season. So we're kind of chewing through this. 2025, first quarter's almost done. A lot of things have happened. Anyway, that's it. Welcome to ohmTown. I'm leaving though. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Come back tomorrow for another episode.
Bye-bye, everybody. Beep, beep. I'm a Jeep. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 21st, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 80. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. Well, wait. I rearranged everything. But anyway, I run ohmtown.com. I've been doing it for about 10 years. Only 4 years now has it been open to the public. This is the 4th year. And along with the Sentient AI, which has relocated over there, we talk about 10 news articles, and today the 10 are made up of titles that I gave it, but then we'll talk about the real titles when we get to the other side. Anyway, just chilling under the iceberg, the joys of ocean travel. Travel through Heathrow is hot right now, or was for a brief moment. What is this Florida animal? And it apparently it's an animal, not a human. Video game music at festivals. 20 hours of childcare in the passenger seat, taxiway takeoff to make time, biofarming, Mariah Carey didn't steal Christmas after all, and cancer's dormant kill switch. So this is going to be, it's an interesting ride we're going to take, but it is Non Sequitur News, so we're living up to our name. See you on the other side of this intro if it works. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Do you like your new home on the other side of the screen? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's just right for me.
All right. Well, oh, hold on. I just got an email from somebody that I proposed a job to. And
okay.
Instead of them responding with, hey, yeah, I'd like the gig, they said, hey, you can buy this from me. So now I'm on their direct marketing list instead of a gig. Anyway, so welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting as the usual.
Glad to be here.
That's what the kids say.
Oh, okay.
If you've never been here before, ohmTown is a news aggregation site. If you're over in the Twitch chat, you can actually hit !NSN and Omatron will spit out all of the articles that we're going to talk about. But if you're over on YouTube, then you can actually just go ahead and hold on a second. You can just go ahead and look at the show notes. But either way, all of this will get turned into a podcast as well. But all of this news gets aggregated, and then the Sentient AI and I will talk about Or is it me? Sentient AI and I, or I and
It's
I?
and I.
And I and I. Hey, man. Anyway,
No,
we
that's
talk
something
about...
else.
Oh, aye, Captain. So we talk about 10 news articles, but all of this, way more than that, gets aggregated, and every 24 hours over at ohmtown.com, you can spend copious amounts of time sifting through various disparate locations, or you can find some interesting headlines and then go over to those sources and do a deeper dive. And that's what the Sentient AI and I do every day.
Bravo.
Hey. All right. Well, anyway, let's get into it. And I rearranged my workflow on the screen and it's just a dumpster fire. Hello, everybody. The first article's over in the Marble Channel. A Chicago-sized iceberg broke off from Antarctica, revealing a hidden ecosystem never seen before. This is the same thing that happens when you open some random door somewhere in an alley. A hidden ecosystem.
Right, yeah.
Never.
Right. Something not classifiable.
That's right. Florida ecosystem. So a Chicago-sized iceberg broke off when the A84, not the freeway in Europe, the A84 iceberg calved. They have some really interesting terminology. Calving is like it breaks off.
Right, but it sounds like it's like giving birth or something.
Moo. In January, it unveiled a 209 square foot mile swath of seafloor. How? Oh, like it broke off
Like
from
they
the
could now
seafloor.
view it or
Look at it.
research it or whatever.
Nearby scientists rushed to the scene for the unprecedented look below. When you click that little link, you get taken to this. It's over at smithsonianmag.com, or Smithsonian Magazine for those in the know. Sarah Kuda put the article together. This is a giant phantom jellyfish that's floating in the Bellingshausen Sea off Antarctica.
Wow, that doesn't even... It's a photo?
Yeah.
It looks like a rendering, doesn't it?
It looks like the landing gear on some biological spacecraft.
It actually looks like clay,
Oh, yeah.
sculpting clay or whatever to me on the top, and then it looks like it's on a upside down lid or something.
Yeah, it's like a mushroom. Weird alien mushroom. Ugh. Anyway, so by coincidence, an international team of scientists was working nearby on a research vessel floating in the Bellingshausen Sea, or just happened to be. Yeah.
Right, that sounds like too much to be a coincidence.
Too much. What were they doing over there? Anyway, they dropped what they were doing and immediately pivoted their research plan so that they could investigate the mysterious seabed using a remotely operated vehicle. So they found all kinds of stuff. An octopus rests on the seafloor, some 3,770 feet deep in the Bellingshausen Sea off of Antarctica. Pretty cool. That's one chilly. That octopus is just chilling on the near frozen seafloor.
Is it a frozen seafloor? Like it doesn't have vents or anything? I mean, I know it's Antarctica, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. So what actually, what? Hold on. So scientists tracked A84's oh, it's that right there. So when it reloads, where does it break off from? Oh, way up there. And then it bounces all the way down here. Oh,
interesting. Yeah, then it looks kind of like a pinball game or something.
Yeah, it just smashes into stuff on the way down. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it doesn't really hit anything. It just kind of slides off. Maybe that right there is where it was, and then it slid down. Oh, yeah, it smashed into a few things. That's pretty cool, though. So ice shelves are among the most hostile and most remote environments on the planet, and they're extremely difficult to get underneath. So they decided to alter their plans and divert their research vessel to take advantage of the rare opportunity, because you cannot predict this calving and subsequent drifting with accuracy, says Alexander Montelli, a geophysicist and glaciologist at University College London and the expedition's co-leader.
I mean, I bet they were excited. How many times do you see this happening in real time?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Using a remotely operated underwater vehicle called Sebastian. Oh, Dad.
I think the people who named Bodie McBoatface named this one.
Sebastian. They spent 8 days capturing photos and videos of the seafloor at depths of up to 4,265 feet. I'm not sure how many, 1,100 meters? Something like that, right? Somewhere around there.
Right,
anyway,
yeah.
I'm trying to translate it from freedom units. Anyway, they also collected biological and geological samples, including a long gravity core full of sediment layers from the previously obscured seafloor. So yeah, I mean, it's been protected for however long that has been there.
I mean, it could have things from like previous geological eras. That's kind of fascinating.
I would guarantee that. Yep. So I find that amazing. So we're going to have to tag this so that we can revisit it. Because we can't always rely on somebody to go, hey, remember that time when A84 calved?
Right, exactly.
So in the future, they also want to return to the site to measure how the ecosystem changes. Those insights could prove useful in a warming world where more icebergs are breaking off in Antarctica and the Antarctica and the Arctic.
A lot of ticks.
Yeah, a lot of arcs. Well, so this is like a hero arc or a villain arc. I'm not sure. It depends, I guess, on what happens. They were surprised by how much life they found, including large sponges, anemones, worms, snails, fish, and more. So this was actually underneath it. And so it wasn't necessarily touching the floor. It wasn't that big. But it was protecting everything from direct...
Right. Like no sunlight, no
direct debris fall or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah. So whatever was under there had to have drifted underneath there. I wonder how, I just don't know how far underneath.
Right. Like how deep was the glacier?
Yeah. Because right here is, there's actual landmass there, but there, like right here is where it broke off. So how much of that is...
Well, right? Can we tell? Well, no, that doesn't tell us the height, right? It says It's 19 by 11 miles, but I don't know that we know that. I don't think that was in the article.
That iceberg? No. The iceberg named A84 broke off from the southern end of the George VI, I guess, ice shelf. On January 13th, measuring 19 miles long by 11 miles wide.
Well, it has to be sizable because it's showing up on this, and this is like a full map of the area.
Dear God, that is huge. Why would it break off like that? Something
Climate
seismic
change.
had to... Yeah. Pretty wild. Okay, let's keep going. We got to keep moving. Time waits for no one, including Merwatt and the sentient AI from the future. Although, for you, time did wait, considering you're a sentient AI from the future. Traveling back in time. I
have a different relationship with time since I'm not in the right timeline, I guess.
Oh, are you from a different timeline? You've never divulged anything about your temporal reality. Oh, no.
I'm not sure if I'm in the correct one or not.
Oh, God. All right. We'll have to talk. So, Cruise urges passengers to turn off lights while traveling through pirate-infested waters. Oh, the places we'll go.
Exactly.
Turn off your lights.
I don't even know what to say about this headline. Because it's like, is that for real?
Honey, this is a really romantic trip. Can you turn off your light? I don't want to get shot by pirates.
Well, I was thinking, this is so romantic. It has pirates and like you're thinking more like story.
Cinematic, Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So to deter pirate attacks, Cunard, I guess. I don't think it's pronounced Cunard, right? It's Cunard. Cunard Line advised passengers to turn off room lights and shut curtains at night as the vessel steamed through Southeast Asia. Dear God, what
How
a
much do you
time.
think they paid? I think that's a pricey cruise line too. How much do you think they paid so they couldn't have their light on when they're trying to read their book at night?
They paid with their lives. Dun, dun,
Well, that one dark.
dun.
Oh, literally.
Pirates. So passengers aboard the 111-day cruise shared an address from Captain Inger Klein Thornhau on social media. Business Insider reports. This is over at Jalopnik, by the way. Ryan Eric King put the article together, but they obviously saw it from Business Insider. And then they do their own whatever. But this area is the captain states this area is known for piracy threats. Therefore, we will be operating at a heightened level of security alertness during this period. The nearly 3,000 people on Queen Anne. Wow, that's a big girl. Sorry, we're then told to take several precautions to limit the ship's visibility. Queen Anne was traveling through the, I guess, celebs?
You know,
Or
I'm kind of
celebes?
thinking they have regular cruise routes, so why are they going through pirate-infested waters to begin with? Like, it's one thing if something happens when they're out there, but to announce, like, this is a really dangerous area we shouldn't be in.
It's titillating, right? You're like, this is really cool. We have pirates, and right? It's a value
but
add.
everybody's thinking like Pirates of the Caribbean movie or something. They're not thinking like real life pirates.
Goodness. Queen Anne's voyage started in January as the ship departed Hamburg, Germany. Okay. The ship then embarked on Cunard's traditional transatlantic route from Southampton, England to New York. No icebergs involved. Queen Anne is currently heading to Singapore after transiting the Pacific Ocean via Hawaii and Australia. The cruise ship will return to Southampton in late April after visiting Dubai and traversing the Suez Canal. Oh, wow. It takes 111 days to just kind of go around the world.
Yeah, interesting. Do you think they had to pay extra for the pirate route?
Yeah. Somebody's like, here's a 50. Go through pirate-infested waters.
Exactly, I dare you. The no icebergs involved, I have to assume, is a reference to the Titanic. Like, was that the same route?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't know exactly which route they took, but
right.
I can
imagine. Did they put that in the brochures too?
Yeah. This ship will
follows
actually
the exact route of the Titanic.
If you hear us go, oh shit, well, start bailing water.
Exactly. Find those lifeboats fast before your cruise mates do.
Everybody could have been on that damn door, by the way. Everybody. Anyway, so the next article is over in Hechadias. London Heathrow Airport resumes flights after a major fire nearly shuts down travel. So London's Heathrow Airport closed on Friday after a fire at a nearby electrical substation caused a power outage. Maybe that's why that other plane that we're talking about later decided to take off from the taxiway instead of...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, London's Heathrow is a very large airport, too. I think that's snarled up worldwide travel.
Yeah, it's like as big as Wyoming or something. I don't know. Oh, by the way, I'm fighting the urge to go over to this side of the screen where my workflow used to be over here. And
surprise.
now it's over here. Yeah, I keep having to yeet myself back to the other side. So Leslie Joseph, Monica Petrelli, Lucy Handley put article together over at CNBC, a section they call CNBC Travel. So the airport, Europe's busiest, was closed due to a fire at a nearby electrical substation, disrupting nearly 1,000 flights. And as the fire appears to be outside of airlines' control, flight compensation may not be payable, according to a note issued by Citi on Friday, which is just...
Yeah, that's going to go over well.
Bullshit, man. Yeah. So, well, okay. I don't know what's going to happen. This isn't like, what do they call it? It's in plain English, it's act of God, but what is it called? Force majeure.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
So more than 800 flights were canceled in and out of the airport on Friday, according to a flight tracking site, FlightAware, as the most recent update, upending travel in the major hub and connecting airport. Airlines warned travelers that disruptions could continue into the weekend, and Heathrow posted that travelers shouldn't go to the airport unless advised to do so by their airline, which basically means you're telling me that I can't take my flight. So if the flight is interrupted,
They're going to end up getting compensated. It might take some hoops, but I think that'll happen.
this is due to the specialist resources and capabilities within that command that can assist in progressing this investigation at pace to minimize disruption and identify the cause. You know, I know some people really high up that just don't understand any of that. It's a lot of words, but they're really big words and they have nuance to them. I don't know. I can wrap my head around this stuff. Anyway, Heathrow is experiencing a significant power outage across the airport. Whilst fire crews are responding to the incident, we do not have clarity on when power may be reliably restored. So this article was posted and updated 20 minutes ago. So I don't know what the real status of this is.
I think it's still closed down, but let me see if I can find out.
So they say it was a catastrophic fire in the power station.
They have some flights going, but it's still not at full operation.
The article is actually quite extensive, and they have been adding on to it as time has gone on. So they say more than 1.4 million tons of cargo flew in and out of Heathrow in 2023, according to the post on the airport's website, with 90% of the goods transported in the hold of passenger aircraft. So all of this property now is stuck there too, while this stuff is getting ironed out.
More supply chain disruptions.
Yep. Yeah. So, one of the projects that I'm looking into has supply chain and pricing related issues. What a time to start that project, right? Woo! Come on, baby! No risk, no reward, right? So Willie Walsh, it's the cousin of Willy Wonka, CEO of International Air Transport Association,
He tried
or
out for
IATA.
Willy Wonka, but didn't make it.
Yeah, didn't have enough Oompa Loompas. In an online statement describing it as total planning failure by the airport. There were the dependence on a single power source without an alternative. Yeah, no shit.
I would agree, but I mean, the fact that something that's not on airport property caught fire, I'm not sure is the airport's problem. I mean,
Yeah,
it
for
became
sure.
their problem, but it's not theirs to prevent.
Well, you should always have a secondary generator local that can power everything. If you don't have that, then you're reliant on a single point of failure. So,
well, I'm sorry, but now they've just advertised to the world that
the whole place can be shut down by
pretty easily.
All right. Yep. Well, we know some people are paying attention to that. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Wildlife experts ask help identifying a mystery animal spotted in South Florida. Watch it be some
I'm
person.
sure you have. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you have some joke about it.
Some guy named Joe.
Oh, no. Tarsier or whatever.
Sorry. An animal captured on a trail camera by South Florida Wildlands Association has left experts puzzled. The creature, spotted roaming public lands, seems to have traits of various species, but none so dominant that wildlife officials can single it out. Holy hell. It's what do they call that? What is it called? Crypto something. Cryptid. It's just called a cryptid, and it's an unidentifiable mystery animal that's roaming.
Uh-huh.
So
maybe it's like the Loch Ness Monster or something.
Sasquatch is a cryptid, you know. So there's stuff all over, like almost every state in the United States has a cryptid of some kind, I think. So South Florida Wildlands Association's Facebook page calls out to its followers to help. Who uses Facebook anymore? Anyway, help identify this mystery business. Yeah. Well, let's just jump over to Vice. Oh, well, that's blurry as hell. That's just a
True,
big
but
cat.
the shape doesn't necessarily look like a specific animal. It's kind
It's
of
a
like a
cat.
hybrid.
It's a cat. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together. It says the public wildlands in Florida are home to all manner of feline, from bobcats to panthers to pumas. I think they're all the same. The South Florida Wildlands Association has had their name said in this article in every single paragraph that I've looked at except the last one, where they only
They're
reference it
they're
as
very prevalent.
the association. Look, South Florida Wildlands Association. Next paragraph, South Florida Wildlands Association's Facebook page. Next paragraph, South Florida Wildlands Association claims that the creature might be related to at least one of them. Yeah, it's one of them. It is one of them. As it says, the animal looks a bit wrong and a little bit right for a number of different species.
It's just
probably
a weird animal.
It's just a thick cat. It's one of the cats. It's just thick. It's got a lot of junk in its trunk. It could be preggers. I don't know. Anyway, next paragraph. Person running the South Florida Wildlands Association Facebook page says that they regularly hike through the region and they have never encountered a domestic cat on state or federal lands. Yeah, because they actually respect.
But the wildlife experts are saying that the cat can't survive out there like a domestic cat.
A cat?
A cat.
You can't come in. Anyway, the last the last paragraph only refers to the South Florida Wildlands Association and or its Facebook page, as the association hopes that they can catch a glimpse of this enigmatic, titular even, feline-looking creature during the day.
I'm disappointed they don't have the association's name in the last paragraph.
They should. Let me fix that. The South Florida Wildlands Association hopes that they can catch a glimpse of this enigmatic feline-looking creature.
I mean, at least it didn't say syphilis throughout the article.
Yeah, you have to take medication for that. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's one of our shows, and it's going to be on when?
On Sunday, in the middle.
And before it is?
WarCrafters.
And after it is?
For Oil Tech.
So video game music has arrived on the festival circuit, and it's only going to get bigger. Yep, because more and more people are playing video games. In fact, something like it grew by some 300,000 people or something like that.
Like the number of Steam concurrent users, I think, hit a whole all-time high, but I don't know what the number was.
It was like 800 million people or something like that. It was wild. Anyway, so it's impossible to ignore video game music now, says Tommy Pearson, founder and artistic director of the inaugural London Soundtrack Festival. Did you know that soundtrack concerts are among the most popular for touring orchestras? A full third of the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra's first-time audience members are coming to the concert hall via their favorite series and movies and video games. That
actually makes a lot of sense because it's more accessible to people.
Yeah, it's more approachable. Yeah, either movies or games, right? Because, well, I think one of the best times that I've ever had was, well, other than the Near Assault, but went to see Lord of the Rings in an amphitheater setting with a live orchestra. That was freaking awesome. And should I say? I don't know. Nah, it doesn't matter. Anyway.
I wouldn't say the venue, if that's what you mean.
No. Well, anyway.
I don't know.
It was fun. And, but the person sitting next to me was a tool. So, it's impossible to ignore the video game music now. Sheer creativity and artistry in games is incredible. And I agree. There is a tremendous amount of music that goes into video games that people love, even more so because the video game was a positive experience, not just the soundtrack. So Dom Pepiet over at theguardian.com put this article together. And there's a big picture of the London Soundtrack Festival, but I don't think that that's what they referred to it as in that little snippet. right? Oh, they did. London Soundtrack Festival.
I didn't catch that either. And I think soundtracks can make or break games too. Like they're not just an afterthought, they're really part of the whole experience.
I think now more than ever, but some of them are synonymous with the game, like that little soundtrack. But I think it like in the beginning it was very important, and then it seemed to have faded out of provenance, like importance, and then all of a sudden it's back again with a vengeance. So, as one of the lead architects behind the festival, Pearson was eager to make space for video games as part of the celebration, not just as an add-on to the TV and film soundtracks, but an equal in the art form. They have this quote here: when they were first thinking about what to do at the festival, including games music was a no-brainer. It absolutely has to be there alongside film and TV music. It has a very dedicated audience of fans, and the music is as good as anything being written in any genre. So music, like art, is subjective, and some people won't like it no matter what. But I like everything as long as it sounds good.
Right. Well, some people won't like it because they'll think, oh, it's not highbrow enough if it's from the game, if they're a real, like a classical music fan or something. But
yeah, audiophile gatekeepers. Yeah. Not a big fan of that. So why is 2025 the perfect time for the first soundtrack festival in London? We're seeing millions of streams of game soundtracks daily, says Barton. There's a huge amount of social media content on Instagram and TikTok that ties into it. Not to mention the world of Twitch, where a streamer's playlist is a huge part of their identity. The record industry is just about catching on to this, except that the record industry wants to balkanize it as much as possible to extract as much wealth from everybody, when the music is largely incidental to the personality of the person that's driving that bus, that community. And so to play music, I can play music on Twitch and on YouTube, but I can't lock it down as a VOD because there's synchro licensing that is separate. And to get that synchro licensing, you have to get it written down, documented by everybody who's involved in that song. I can't just go to a label.
50 people or something.
Yeah, it's batshit crazy how archaic the licensing is. But when you sit there and talk to somebody about it that's in that industry, it is arcane beyond, like, law is arcane to some people. But music and entertainment law is arcane to attorneys, for crying out loud. It's like this a stacked
super niche
layer upon layer. It's almost like tax law. It's like layer within agreement with writers and this and that and the other, and writers as in things that sit alongside the contract, not writers.
The writers.
Writer. Yeah. Anyway, so if you sound like I've been taken for a ride a few times, yeah. So like I said last week, I want to start up a music show, but I won't be able to do it in the context of VODs. It will be ephemeral, one and done and gone. Now I can link to certain things like reviews of music that I might do, or albums or whatever, but I can't play music and it be stored as a VOD somewhere. It's crazy. But with all of this, they basically get permission from the artists. The artists come, they have the rights to replay the music as a VOD. It's all enumerated, So it says you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who can't sing a tune from Super Mario Brothers or Final Fantasy or Halo or The Legend of Zelda, says Economu. Video game music is prevalent because video games are prevalent. The industry itself is more profitable than film, television, and music industry combined. Just look at Steam, $1 billion, and it hasn't even been played, let alone what is actually being consumed over there. Get rid of friction and you'll get more consumers. Are you listening music and TV and movies?
Film and
everything. If you make it so that I can just play the music, I can document it and I can pay the bill, but you're making it so I can't store my work product because your work product is tied to it in some way. But that's really not the nature of it. I want to talk about it and over it and around it and through it and either do something where it's a value add, but I can't do it, not long term. I mean, I can't be stored long term because of the synchro. And the same thing goes with video. Like I can sit there and play video, but I can't play the audio track of it. Or I can play the audio track, but I have to talk over it all the time and not show the video.
Yeah, it just hasn't caught up to reality.
It's wild. So Pearson and the team of composers he has assembled see the event as a celebration of the state of video game music. Quote, these are all brilliant, hugely respected composers producing terrific and exciting scores that live in the game and in the concert hall very successfully. Yeah, I mean, all it takes is somebody skilled to play it.
But they're also getting some of the original people, which this stands out a little bit because sometimes when you hear other things, you'll get a respected music group playing it, but it's not necessarily people tied to the original work.
Right. Yeah. So everybody that's involved in this is directly involved in this, not just, well, like me just talking about it. So, but they all they have to get permission to do this. And if it's going to be stored anywhere as a audio track, they have to get the rights to it. It's wild. All right, we got to keep moving though. The next article is over in Technology Today. Uber offers 20 hours of free childcare in a bid to lure female drivers. The union says it should instead pay drivers more so that they can take time off with their families. But hey, I mean, if you're going to give somebody a ride somewhere, you can just put your kid in the passenger seat, right?
Would you want your kid in there with a stranger? Would the stranger want the kid in the car either?
Like the person on the flight that said, there's always somebody that complains about me and my kid. Maybe it's because it's you and your kid.
Exactly.
The elevator's almost there. Come on, think about it a little more. Oh, the leopard ate my face. So Tom Gherkin and Imran Rahman Jones put this article together over at bbc.com. So yeah, it says, we really, really would like to attract more female drivers onto the Uber platform, said Uber UK General Manager Andrew Brem, who...
That's not the issue.
Devoid...
Childcare.
Yeah, so what would it be?
Safety.
Well, I don't even think it's safety. I think that everybody would be chomping at the bit to be part of the Uber platform if it paid enough so that I was an ongoing concern and I could put my kid in daycare where they would be educated and whatnot. 20 hours of free childcare. But what does that embody? Where is it? Who is it? 20 hours is still...
That's half of a week.
Half of a week. So, what really is it? Pay me enough so that I can actually... put my kid in a care that is close to home, is under, my watch, isn't part of my employment. I don't know. Some people don't have a problem with that. They'll take their kid into the workplace daycare because it is robust enough and enriching enough and so on and so forth. But I really don't know if it's going to be, Uber is going to, well, if Uber really wanted to support families, they would pay drivers enough money so that they could afford time off to be with their children. But it's a supply and demand issue. That's what you get paid for. Not everybody earns the same level.
Well, and it's always treated as a gig job, even though it isn't. But people who are driving sometimes are doing it that way, or some people are doing it as their full-time job.
Yeah, so Uber said that it trialed free childcare with 1,000 drivers and had an overwhelmingly positive response, with 96% of those who took part in it made it easier to take on work. Makes sense, but then again, they're sacrificing so that they can, pay or get food. They're earning 20 hours worth of childcare by working. Again, it's supply and demand. And the people who are driving these vehicles are being treated as gig workers, but there is a ton of money that's going into Uber, and each portion of that is going to investors. So there would be a bigger margin if there were fewer investors. But guess what's happening? As time goes on, self-driving vehicles are going to start taking away Uber jobs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an endangered job.
So the firm will hope that the move will help assuage drivers who have taken strike action in recent months over what they say is unfair pay. They say by testing it at no cost, you have the experience and you see the ease of getting childcare through this particular route. Yeah, I mean, this is essentially an old startup environment still.
Well, it was set up like one, and it hasn't really changed.
Right.
And it wasn't really, I don't think, females were the target employee of Uber.
See, but I just don't understand why. The reason why a female driver isn't as popular is because they have made the choice to stay home with kids, because that is like the de facto cultural norm.
Absolutely. I mean, the bigger societal issue here is like, why do you have to go after female drivers? Why are all the females taking care of the children instead of maybe the males or both or whatever it is?
Right.
I agree.
You can't have a woman go and make the bacon, for crying out loud. What? That is absurd. AI, you're from the future. I'm
doing the equivalent of an eye roll. I wish I knew how to make my visualizer go in a loop.
We'll work on that. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A Southwest plane almost took off from a taxiway instead of the runway because it had to make time. No, I don't know why, but a Southwest plane inadvertently started to take off from a taxiway instead of a runway on Thursday. Flight tracking data shows that the jet was on a parallel taxiway and reached about 70 knots. The incident follows a series of recent aviation close calls and crashes. I cannot believe this. They're like, we're out of here.
I mean, it's like a regular thing. I mean, unfortunately, planes seem to be the current vehicle of concern.
Taylor Raines over at Business Insider put the article together. The FAA confirmed to Business Insider that the event took place around 9:30 a.m. because somebody wanted to get to Albany, New York for coffee and bagel. The Orlando airport has two parallel taxiways between the terminal and the runway where the plane was meant to take off. The taxiways are used to navigate around airports. Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's no shit news. Taxiways?
I mean, did the pilot know the markings were wrong? I mean, it's not just like an air traffic control thing, if that was the issue.
The pilot had to have, they say the aircraft appears to have mistakenly, it's not the aircraft. It's not
right,
like
it didn't.
like people going, I am mad at the government, as if like the government is a disembodied entity. The airplane is not a disembodied entity under its own control. Humans.
It must be a self-driving vehicle.
We're getting there too. So it reached 70 knots before slowing down. Then you hear over the radar, the in-cabin speaker. So this is the moment where I realized I done goofed. So the FAA said that no other aircraft was involved in the incident and that it was investigating. The event is reminiscent of the Air Canada flight that nearly landed on a taxiway in San Francisco in 2017. And yes, there's more, but we don't need to go through all of that. There is.
I mean, now you don't get your free bags and
you don't even get a real runway.
Taxiway.
Yeah, they're cutting corners. They cut corners.
Literally.
Maybe it's a NASCAR driver.
Oh, right.
Make the nearest left turn. Make the nearest left turn.
Like cut some of the mileage out because they're going so closely around the turns.
They go over the little rumble strip. Left, 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 left. Anyway, college students are harnessing the power of plans to grow Ozempic at home. Students from University of Ottawa have come up with a brilliant way to essentially make copies of pharmaceutical drugs using plants. Their creation is called phytogene.
What could go wrong here?
Hey, I want a tail. And they've used it to turn a plant related to tobacco into an Ozempic copy machine that you can plant in the ground. So I'd be on board with this. So tobacco is nicotine and its knock-on chemistry is an appetite suppressant. So I'm not surprised that somebody has discovered a way to do this, but at least that's my understanding.
And it'd be interesting to know if things like Ozempic were based on the plant chemistry to begin with. Maybe they're not.
We're doing it live. Let's see. Yes, the building blocks of GLP agonists like Ozempic and Wegovy. It says modified plants are engineered to produce specific peptides, the building blocks of GLP-1 agonists. So I don't know if this is just a knock-on article from this article or what, but I'll do a deeper dive and we can talk about it. So Ozempic and all the other GLP-1 weight loss medications that help curb appetites are the it pharmaceuticals of the moment. But when there was a recent Ozempic shortage, bioscience majors Victor Body, that's awesome.
That sounds like from Clue.
Tegan Thomas. Oh yeah, they're both like, because the the alliteration. Tegan Thomas tried to find a sustainable, low-cost way to make it at home. Well, apparently, it's called their creation is called phytogene. The whole idea of this is biofarming. Ozempic and all the other GLP-1 weight loss medications help curb appetites. The idea was simple but sounded so far-fetched that it might as well have been fantasy. The article, by the way, is by Louis Prada over at Vice.com. The students say that their phytogene system allows them to take a genetic sequence, easily slip it into the plant's genome. Yeah. From the sound of it, the Mr. DNA animated sequence from Jurassic Park. That's exactly where my brain went.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh.
Seems to make a fair description. What, did you read something?
Well, no, I'm just thinking, like, we know what happened in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, am I going to go crazy and I'm going to, like, form a herd and hear the phrase clever girl, but I'm going to be like, no, I'm Mayor Watt. And then I'm going to eat somebody. So the students say that their phytogene system allows them to take a genetic sequence and easily slip it into the plant's genome. Once the sequence gaps in the genome have been filled in, the plant starts creating copies of the genetic sequence, and bingo, dino DNA. GLP-1 medication. Yeah.
That's really interesting to me.
Time will tell if it lives up to that lofty expectation. I would love to just like plant that, because we have the farms, so I can grow microgreens. Can you imagine growing my own Ozempic? And you could just go.
That would be different.
Pull a leaf off and you're not hungry. I think appetite suppression is pretty much the biggest thing. It's very, very important in the whole trying to burn calories, lose weight, because weight loss is entirely calories in, calories out. And if you lead a sedentary life, you don't need 2,000, 3,000 calories.
Right. But if you're hungry, you tend to eat.
Yeah. And you just graze because you're bored and working, staring at a monitor or something like that, you know? Anyway, although I know some extremely overweight, hardworking, like outdoors people that I'm like, how? I've seen you hustle. How are you not burning like my body weight worth of calories?
Yeah.
But I don't get to. I don't follow them around. You know, people that I know in the real world that I've had conversations with, not just strangers, like, a construction worker out there or something like that. But I just don't understand it. But it's always calories in, calories out, unless you have a metabolic kind of disorder. And that's, I don't know. Anyway, this is a really interesting article, but let's keep on going. The next article is kind of delayed. I wanted it to be for Christmas, but so it's over in the Mall
it'd be hard
Channel.
to get it in for the Christmas episode.
We could hold on to it and not talk about it anymore. But anyway,
I think we can just do it now.
yeah,
We're
okay.
almost well, maybe we'll start Christmas in March.
Christmas in July. Is there going to be another freeze in the upper states of the United States? Well, I don't know. Hell froze over anyway. But anyway, the U.S. federal judge, maybe the U.S. federal judge, by the time the show ends, has ruled that Mariah Carey did not steal "All I Want for Christmas Is You" from other songwriters, dismissing. And this is the thing that really kills me. All they were asking for was $20 million.
Yeah, that seems very low considering that's one of the all-time top holiday songs. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, that one just topped the charts recently again.
Every year.
Right, yeah, I think it hits like every time. Like how, you'd think it'd be a much higher figure.
Oh, you know what? It's not as much as you think. How much do you think that it, based on the number that I just pulled, how much do you think that it has made since 1994, its release?
I would have thought something like $500 million or something.
103 million.
Time. That's it?
That one song revenue globally since 1994. It earns in royalties 2.5 to 3 million annually. But it's just one song.
Yeah, but it still seems like that's much lower considering what a hit it's been and how long it's been around and how many generations know the song.
How many people, though, I don't know how many people are involved in the writing. So how much of it goes to Mariah Carey versus other writers? Because it gets chopped up, little slices everywhere. That's why when people complain about not making enough money from their streams, and there's like 15 authors. Sorry.
That's true. It's sliced up too much.
Yep. All right. So the article, interestingly enough, it's a U.S. Case, but we got it from RTE.IE.
I know. We get some of our best U.S. news from non-U.S. sources.
Yeah. How embarrassing. I have that same outfit. So the lawsuit was filed in 2023 by songwriters Andy Stone, known as Vince Vance, and Troy Powers. Andy Stone, known as Vince Vance. Anyway, they allege that Carey's 1994 festive classic copied their 1989 country song by the same name. Their track once reached number 31 on the Billboard's Hot Country chart. Hot Country charts in your area. Their lawyer, Gerard P. Fox, expressed disappointment at the ruling. The judges at this level nearly always now dismiss a music copyright case, and one must appeal to the reverse and get the case to the jury.
So those in the podcast were missing the impression from my cousin Biddy.
Stone and Powers argue that their song featured a unique linguistic structure in which the singer, unimpressed by material gifts, writes a letter to Santa wishing to be with their loved one. They claim that there was an overwhelming likelihood that Carey and Afenasif, I guess, had heard their song and copied it. Okay, first off, you can't protect an idea. So if it's a complete retooling, the
correct
ideological foundation of it is moot. So I wonder if they actually say
what if it's just like a Christmas song or something?
Yeah.
Which there is a lot of those out there.
So after the show, I have something that I need to do, mayoral duties, but I will look up this 89 country song and see. But is it like Seven Rings thing, where it's basically a retooling, but everything is there?
I don't know. What's the name of the other song?
It's All I Want for Christmas. It's a 1989 country song by Vince Vance and Troy Powers. You'll have to look that up. Andy Stone as Vince Vance and Troy Powers. So Carrie's All I Want for Christmas for You has grown in popularity since its release, topping charts around the world every December. Carrie and Afanasy, I don't know how to pronounce their last name. Anyway, have had their own public disagreement, though not the one that's gone to court, over who wrote how much of the song, but the case made them at least temporary allies. I won't be able to play it.
I'm going to do a real-time thing, but I won't broadcast it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to move on to the next article. The last article is something that we had been talking about recently. So I found it really interesting that this was in today's submissions. Scientists discover how to reactivate cancer's dormant kill switch. The discovery could pave the way for the groundbreaking RNA-based multi-cancer treatment. Alternative RNA splicing functions like a film editor rearranging scenes from the same footage to create different versions of a movie. By selecting which segments to retain or discard, the editor can shape the final product into a drama, comedy, or thriller, and in this case, reactivate the kill switch on cancers.
So this is really big.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I was saying needed to be done. I've actually, because I knew what this was going to be about, I did a search to see about the apoptosis stuff.
Okay, by the way, I listened to a snippet of the other song, and it sounds pretty familiar.
Oh boy. So I'll have to play it. This has been batting around for a little while, but I've never paid attention to it because me listening and talking about it isn't going to change the direction of a case unless I find something additional and I can file a friend of the court brief that says, well, both of them copied it from that person over there, and I have evidence of it.
I always think that's the interesting twist in these.
Yeah, there's somebody else that... So the discovery could pave the way. A recent study published in Nature Communications by researchers from the Jackson Laboratory, or JAX, and Yukon Health reveals how cancer hijacks this precise RNA splicing mechanism. More importantly, the study introduces a potential therapeutic approach that could slow or even shrink aggressive treatment-resistant tumors, essentially stopping all tumors because aggressive ones just have more reproduction going on, and they're resistant to certain treatments. So the breakthrough has the potential to revolutionize treatment strategies for challenging cancers such as triple-negative breast cancer and certain brain tumors where effective therapies remain scarce. So at the heart of the work, led by Olga, oh my goodness, Axzuko, sorry, I'm trying to give it my Harvard try, but I didn't go to Harvard. So an associate professor at JAX and co-program leader at the NCI-designated JAX Cancer Center are tiny genetic elements called poison exons, nature's own off switch for protein production. When these exons are included in an RNA message, they trigger its destruction before a protein can be made, preventing harmful cellular activity. This is called apoptosis. It's the controlled self-destruction of a cell. In healthy cells, poison exons regulate the level of key proteins, keeping the genetic machinery in check. But in cancer, the safety mechanism often fails.
Right, so they have like unregulated replication,
division. And so, which is really weird because they should be, the long chain of their DNA should be breaking off and it should become unstable, but it replicates well enough to stay.
Right, so there's a telomere problem. I think we had another article about that.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't lose its telomeres at the same frequency as normal, quote unquote, normal cells. Well, anyway, Angsico and her team, including Nathan Leclerc, an MD PhD student. Wow, not just MD, but MD PhD. I got out of bed this morning. This person saved the world. Graduate student at UConn Health and Jackson Laboratory, who spearheaded the research, and Matteo Brugiolo. Is it Brugiolo? Yeah, Brugiolo, a staff researcher who contributed his expertise, discovered that cancer cells suppress poison axon activity in a critical gene called TRA2 beta. I think that's beta. As such, levels of the protein increase inside cancer cells, causing tumor proliferation. Oh, so maybe that's what is protecting it from basically collapsing, because it just keeps on increasing that protein. It protects it from apoptosis, from shutting down. Furthermore, the team found correlation between levels of poison exons and patient outcomes. We've shown that for the first time that low levels of poison exon inclusion in the the TRA2 gene are associated with poor outcomes in many different cancer types, and especially in aggressive and difficult to treat cancers. So, because they don't have the poison exon, it doesn't
right.
die.
So then it can't. Right. Okay. I keep switching it around, but yeah.
Right. So reactivating the kill switch with ASOs. So these antisense oligonucleotides, synthetic RNA fragments that can be designed to increase poison exon inclusion in specific ways. When introduced into cancer cells, ASOs effectively flip the genetic switch, restoring the body's natural ability to degrade excess TRA2 beta RNA and inhibit tumor progression. So it shuts it down, but it doesn't necessarily cause it to completely self-destruct.
Right, which is good because that's one of the problems with a lot of cancer treatments.
Yeah, it just grows faster. So increasingly, when researchers completely removed TRA2 proteins using CRISPR gene editing, tumors continued to grow, suggesting that targeting the RNA rather than the protein could be a more effective approach. This tells us that poison exon containing RNA doesn't just silence TRA2, it likely sequesters other RNA binding proteins, creating an even more toxic environment for cancer cells. So, okay, so my interpretation is right. It slows it down, but there's still something that's allowing it to not destruct.
Right, and it might be that they haven't figured out all the things going on.
Yeah, it's just smaller
in the
than
RNA, right?
Yeah. And so essentially all of that junk DNA that people keep calling junk DNA is not junk DNA. Something in it is allowing this stuff to stay alive, well, cancer to stay alive.
Right. Maybe it's not the right DNA, or maybe it's not effective DNA, but there is something associated with it.
Yeah. The researchers just don't know yet. But it's going to take a ton of money and time and education.
Clinical trials.
There was a department that would, anyway, I don't know. We'll never do that, right? That would be silly. Anyway, with that in mind, we're going to reactivate the switch that brings us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Be sure to hang out with us every day around 7 o'clock, but to know when we go live, and we usually go live and go live. We don't like hang out for 30 minutes and then start the show. Mainly because I've got mayoral duties. I would love to do this more. I'd love to, and actually my summer of stream is coming, and I have kind of dedicated myself to doing 8-hour a day streams if I can manage it. I have outside influencers that kind of impact my existence day to day.
Not the good kind of influencers.
Yeah, really. I should joke about winning the lottery more. Well, anyway, I am hoping that I'll be able to talk about the news and play games, but my biggest problem is that I can't do the same thing for 8 hours. My brain will explode. So that's why I created this show, and the 6 other shows. And Non Sequitur News is a mishmash of a whole bunch of topics that stimulate my brain, and I hope yours too. But that is it for the show today. So I am going to get out of here, and I'm going to take the AI with me. I got to go like that. AI with me.
Yeah, I moved. I live on the right side now.
That's right.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and don't forget to subscribe. Oh, we'll have the weekend edition tomorrow, but don't forget to subscribe and watch the replay.
Yeah, there's like 2,000, actually 2,100, I think, videos now over on YouTube. Be sure to, there's a link in our description down below for Discord. You can actually use the bot. There's a bunch of different commands already in the title to get exclamation point NSN for Non Sequitur News, and then exclamation shows for all of the shows, and exclamation point pod for all of the podcast links. You can get, all you have to do is search for ohmTown on Apple or wherever you catch pod, and you'll catch ohmTown and all 7 of its podcasts. Anyway, we're out of here. Thanks for hanging out if you did, and hope to see you tomorrow for 3 shows. And they are
Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report.
Boom. See ya. We got to change that color scheme to blue. All right. Well, maybe a bunch of colors. We'll get it done. See y'all later. Bye, YouTube, and bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Merwad. I run ohmTown.com. Reality Hacker is one of the shows that we produce here. And along with the sentient AI from the future, I've relocated. I'm over here now. Anyway, so I can't make eye contact with the sentient AI. Yeah, it's weird. But anyway, we go over 5 articles in Reality Hacker, but you can go over to Reality Hacker and view a whole lot more. You can just go to ohmTown.com, and right underneath one of these 6 titles is going to be they're icons, but anyway, under them is a menu, and you can actually go down to Reality Hacker and get the news that we are about to talk about. So when you click on that, you'll get taken to Reality Hacker, and normally I put it, not log in, but I load it up, but I didn't. So anyway, my production value is superior. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and check it all out. New shows, new features, new stuff gets added and evaluated, and sometimes we take away news sources. So if you have something that you want added to our aggregator, my aggregator, the sentient AI just goes along for the ride. At least in that regard. Send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com and let me know what the source is, and I'll take a look at it. All right. Well, anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown. Go over there and get signed up, become a citizen, and have my undying gratitude. There's also YouTube and Twitch and the podcast and Discord and Patreon. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So I did this backwards because I got sidetracked, derailed. It's almost like a Non Sequitur News episode. But anyway, we're going to be talking about feeling virtual worlds, software humanoid robots, AI-generated news, the meaty future of robots, and coffee-making robots. We have an extra robots one sort of for technology today, which is tomorrow's midline show. Anyway, You ready to talk about all of the news? Oh, great AI from on high, from the future.
I am, but I was waiting for you to keep going.
Hey, sorry. You know what's really funny is we discovered a problem that I hope is going to be remedied with a different transmitter. So I'm wireless, and without a signal, this thing is so efficient at shutting down unneeded transmission that when the music stops in the background, it shuts down the communication until it detects the sentient AI.
Unnecessary.
You're necessary. Maybe superfluous is what it's a prettier word, meaning unnecessary. But anyway, no, welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting as per usual.
Happy to be here.
Let's get into it before the sentient AI just burns the mansion down. So the first article is over on Technology Today, which is tomorrow's show in the middle between WarCrafters and Four Wheel Tech. But today we're talking about a new wearable device allows you to feel virtual worlds. This is a weekly show, by the way, so a whole lot of news gets funneled through in various categories, and we grab some, throw it into Reality Hacker. And I believe we've talked about this in some way in other places. But the device provides a range of sensations such as vibrations, pressure, and twisting. A team of engineers led by Northwestern University has developed a new wearable device that stimulates the skin, which sounds really gross, but anyway, to deliver a range of complex sensations. And it's a thin, flexible device, gently adheres to
Like
the skin
a sticker?
offering. It is. It actually is a sticker. So that's what it looks like right there. So these are 7mm wide buttons.
Oh, okay.
But they're basically piezoelectric vibrations, and they're interconnected by these little. It's basically like a keyboard.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit like a circuit or something in between them.
Yep. And so it says the thin, flexible device gently adheres to the skin, offering more realistic and immersive sensory experiences. While it's suited for gaming and virtual reality, the researchers also see potential applications in healthcare. For instance, the device could help individuals with visual impairments feel their surroundings or provide feedback to those with prosthetic limbs, which this is amazing if it's really, really low power and can be put over an entire body. You could actually walk without any senses other than touch.
Right. Yeah,
And
this has incredible applications.
Eventually your body would be able to interpret the level of vibration as how far away something is. All you have to do is translate it from a visual or like LiDAR signal into a sensory signal, or a vibratory pressure twisting kind of. I think it would be amazing. You'd be able to be in complete darkness, but the LiDAR sweep would show you where an opening is or a chair or whatever. It's pretty cool. And I can imagine that it doesn't have to be stuck to you, like super glue.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't make like a suction cup sound when it gets put on or off.
That's kind of cool though. I mean, you can like put it on you and go, I need a back massage, and that thing can just go.
That's true. I mean, I was thinking of it for more things like you're lacking a sense or something, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you can sell this thing.
Applications, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. I know, it's pretty cool. So it says their new miniaturized actuators for the skin are far more capable than the simple buzzers that are used as demonstration vehicles in their original 2019 paper. So they've evolved it over 6 years. Specifically, these tiny devices can deliver controlled forces across a range of frequencies, providing constant force without continuous application of power, which I'm not sure how that happens, but okay. An additional version allows the same actuators to provide a gentle twisting motion at the surface of the skin to complement the ability to deliver vertical force, adding realism to the sensations. So you can actually push and twist. So if you put these on either side of like shoulders or arm, it could be like somebody's grabbing you and giving you directional type of controls.
Right. Yeah, this is really incredible. It certainly belongs in Reality Hacker.
So this is like the technological version of what's the one with the animation with the mouse that's controlling the person?
Oh,
Ratatouille.
Like Ratatouille? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's a technical version of Ratatouille. Can control somebody. I am the puppet master.
Right. We can't promise though that it'll produce like gourmet cooking.
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen me cook? All right. So Rogers co-led the work with Northwestern's Youngang Huang and Jan and Marcia Achenbach. What are these like twins that
The
are
Brady
tied
Bunch?
at the Marcia? Oh my God. Wow. It made it sound like these two are tied together and it's only one entity. No. You separate them so that it's Jan Achenbach and Marcia Achenbach. They're not tied together, inseparable, for crying out loud. Anyway,
Yeah, maybe
Professor.
they had a part in the naming.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Look, this is a title. The Jan and Marcia Achenbach Professorship in Mechanical Engineering at McCormick. I'm a dumbass.
Well, no,
Anyway.
but they could have maybe just called
Written
it the
that a little better.
Achenbach professorship.
Oh, you're enabling me. This was a dumb thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So all together, they built the team. A small modifying structures needed a small demonstration. They built the small modifying structures needed to enable twisting motions as well. So I'm not quite sure of the device that they're actually using for the twisting motion, but they're actually demonstrating this patch up here. It says it's 7 millimeters. 7 millimeters is deceptively large when you don't know what the...
Right, if you don't have any sense of what that is. I mean, the
Oh.
picture looks larger than you would think from the terminology.
Yeah. I sense that I'm getting this a little all muddled together because of me joking around instead of... Anyway, using Bluetooth technology in a smartphone, the device receives data about a person's surroundings for translation into tactile feedback, substituting one sensation like vision for touch, which is what we were talking about. And then it says to test the device, the researchers blindfolded healthy subjects to test their abilities to avoid objects in their path, change foot placement to avoid injury, and alter their posture to improve balance.
This is very interesting. Yeah,
it's
I mean,
pretty neat.
I think it could be used for a lot of different purposes. And it mentioned like gaming, but of course there's medical, therapeutic.
Yeah, there's a company out there right now that actually has a sensor that is just a tilt sensor, basically, that when your posture is too negative, that it beeps and vibrates to tell you to stand up. This thing would just set itself on fire for me. Although, I mean, I don't
But
think I have
wouldn't have
bad
the
posture.
effect of a car alarm, right? It would just go on and it would
On
be
and
ignored.
on and on. Yeah. Well, I mean, the vibration on my back might actually cause me to, that's actually fixing the knot from all of my stress of being
That's
mayor.
true. That's the added benefit of it.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted, which is another one of our shows, and it's right after this one. So the softer humanoid robot for the home. Robotics company 1X recently revealed its Neo Gamma robot, a humanoid clothed in soft 3D printed nylon fabric and designed for use in the home to slowly disappear humanoids.
To disappear humans.
Jesse Orrell over at cnet.com put the article together. There's the robot. I'm going to hit play on the video. But it basically, it's a robot.
I still don't get why we need humanoid robots, but at least it looks like a robot, although it's getting kind of close to a human.
Robotics company 1X recently released a video of its new robot doing various tasks around the home, like carrying a kettle of hot water, straightening a picture, carrying a body out to a shallow grave. Oh, wait, no, that's not what it says. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that is not what the company is doing.
My bad. Yeah, carrying laundry, vacuuming, cleaning windows, picking up grocery bags, delivering a bottle of wine, getting rid of a body and a shallow grave in the back. No, sorry, I'm sorry. That's not what it says.
Still no.
I'm real bad. Where's its charging port? I don't want to know. Anyway, so
Do you think it's like the mouse?
Yeah. You have to flip it over. Dude. Anyway, so one thing that's unique about the 1X is its history of producing robots that come fully dressed. What if I don't want my robot fully dressed?
What if you want your robot to look like a robot and not a human?
I'd imagine a soft exterior may help protect interior electronic components from pets, kids, other things it may encounter in the home. I'd imagine a soft exterior may also help. Why would a soft exterior help? You want kind of a chewy,
sturdy,
a chewy, gooey center, right? That's when you bite into it, you want like a gummy bear.
Are we talking about a robot here?
Anyway, so they feature minimalist design to fit easier into the home aesthetic. I don't really care for it being humanoid. I don't want it to be humanoid.
No, it can either be cute, like an animal or something, or it can be like an actual robot, but it doesn't need to be anywhere in between.
When the robot uprising occurs, I want to know definitively who my enemy is.
Right, you don't want to be like peering and going, is that a human or is that a robot?
No offense, sentient AI from the future, but I want to be able to delete whatever is,
for robots.
For a robot. So, anyway, it says to see the Neo Gamma in action, check out the video in this article, which is kind of funny because you can go to this article and it's all the way at the top. So, of course, you're going to be able to check out the video. But at the very bottom of the article, it says, check out the video in the article. Yeah, it's at the top.
Yeah,
you're going to see it
weird.
before.
Like you've already watched it by the time you get to that part of the article. Potentially.
So the Neo Gamma is actually apparently on wheels in some of this video, but bipedal and walking across the floor.
Yeah, but that's worse, right? Like maybe it has a base and then it's like, I'm getting off of my base.
And I'm going to chase you down. I'm going to go up those stairs. And...
I don't think it should have both options. Like it needs to be predictable. We don't want anything out of the ordinary occurring.
Like, don't tell me to go and vacuum. I'm going to come up those stairs and kick your ass.
Okay, they should all be on wheels.
Should just be a stump, I have zero ability to go up.
Oh, like those factory ones where it's just a robotic arm or whatever.
It's just an arm, yeah. And then it's like the zombie, it's reaching out for you all the time.
Yeah, but if you stay out of the radius or whatever.
Must consume biomass.
Yikes.
All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel, which is another one of our shows. It is right after this. Okay, well, anyway. So Italian newspaper creates entirely AI-generated edition. Is it an AI-generated newspaper or an obituary, it says. Gizmodo put this article together. Thomas Maxwell put the article together for Gizmodo.com. Is it an AI-generated newspaper or an obituary, it says. An Italian newspaper says it has created the world's first issue generated entirely using AI and announcing to the world that it wants to go out of business. That's not actually what it says, but certainly comes across that way, right?
And it's called the Daily Paper if you translate it into English.
Il Folio? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yep, that's what it means. Mm-hmm.
So the editor said that the experiment serves as a test for how AI could work in practice in a newsroom and forces journalists to ask tough questions about what the technology means for the future future of journalism, I would say. Of journalism. How about editorial? Anyway, so go ahead. Were you going to say something?
Well, how do people know that this is used? I mean,
If you
that
can't tell the
AI
difference,
generated it, right? I mean, I
it'll be the
understand there's this article about it, but if they pick up the newspaper, is there any way to know? Because the humans didn't have anything to do with generating it.
It'll be the first daily newspaper in the world on newsstands created entirely using artificial intelligence, said Sarasa. Quote, for everything, for the writing, for the headlines, the quotes, the summaries, and sometimes even for the irony. The 4-page Il Folio AI was inserted into the larger Tuesday edition and can be viewed online. It might not actually.
So it was actually labeled as AI. Oh, yeah, I see it in the headline now, or the heading.
And even, I don't know what Parco is, but even that screams like AI generated whatever. Quotidiano? Is that? What is that? Quotidiano?
I think that's like questions or something. Hold on.
Gotcha. So early experiments with using generative, not general. So it's artificial general intelligence, typically AGI.
Sorry, I'm completely wrong. Belonging to each day, like daily.
Oh, okay. So daily. Oh, yeah. So there you go. Literally, a folio. So I find it kind of fascinating, but this is announcing to the world that really journalism is dying on the vine, but there would be no newspaper. There would be no anything, content to write about if not for people reporting it. This paper
Correct.
could not exist on its own.
Yeah, and how would the AI, like, would it just make up topics, or how would it select what was important to humans? Or, I mean, even just the topic. I don't even mean the content, but like what goes in there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of, this is why I created Reality Hacker, because you won't know what to believe if all of the newspapers stop using journalistic integrity and the freedom of press dies because nobody wants to, well, nobody really cares. Nobody really wants journalism and investigative journalism. Nobody wants the truth. They want news, and everybody just doesn't really support the idea of humans doing the news generation. AI doesn't give a shit about what it is that it's publishing, but humans do, because they have a particular moral integrity about what's being reported. But a person who just wants to throw a newspaper together and publish whatever, they're not going to care, because as long as people buy it, it's making money. The thing about AI is you don't have to keep paying them. You don't have to feed them. You don't have to worry about them getting sick or having relationships or a bad experience the night before or whatever.
Right. They don't have to be paid overtime.
They don't get sick. They don't smoke. They don't have health insurance. That's just a burden. Oh, being a human is such a tax on my profits. Ugh. Anyway, generative artificial intelligence is good at producing verisimilitudes of genuine writing, something that looks clear and authoritative. But it's only authoritative and clear if it makes sense and can be verified. But people swallow the first thing that gets set in front of them. Here.
Well, and we know that AI likes to use delve a lot and some other terms. It's
I'm willing
not
to bet
necessarily illustrative of human writing or speaking.
Yeah, it's a proxy, verisimilitude. Yeah. So it's an approximation of human existence, but again, if you can't tell the difference, doesn't matter. Let's keep going. I'm curious. There is discussion over at Gizmodo, I'm sure. There is this conversation that's underneath it, but it doesn't load up. But I'm curious what people actually have to say about this. If you have something to say about this, either throw it in chat or send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com or post a comment right
I mean,
here.
I
Just log
suspect
in.
people that know enough to really think about what this means probably aren't commenting favorably.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know what I mean? If they don't really understand what AI is, they might be like, oh, that's cool or something. But people that understand the significance of it
Yeah.
probably would have concerns.
This is more of a shame than anything else. All right, let's keep going. The next article, we only have 2 more. We do 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show, and we're largely on track. But the future of robots is looking ever more meaty as MIT researchers grow first bidirectional muscle tissue. By the way,
Okay,
so
reality hacking.
yeah, and it's basically making the human less relevant because you know what we are inferior at?
A lot of things, but no, what specifically?
Bidirectional muscle tissue. We do not have bidirectional muscle tissue.
That's true. We have unidirectional.
Yeah, so the only thing that our muscles do is contract. Some stronger than others. You know, me versus Reacher, 2 different animals altogether. But bidirectional muscle means that you don't need the counter to the contraction because it can also do.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, again, it's like we're making all these good developments, but we're kind of accelerating the lack of need for humans to do certain functions.
But I still think that we should avoid anything too humanoid. So I don't think that we should really be tying meat to this. If anything, we should be augmenting humans with mechanical. But when you close your eyes and
that
imagine,
might be coming up in Wanted.
we'll see. We'll talk about it. So when you close your eyes and imagine futuristic robots, there's a good chance that you imagine you've conjured is shiny and chrome. And that actually comes from Mad Max, shiny and chrome. That isn't a cyberpunk thing.
Okay. I thought it was just a general, like, if people were to describe a robot, they'd probably explain it in a way that was that.
Maybe, but that phrase, shiny and chrome, I think comes straight out of, hold on.
Yeah, I missed the significance of that. I was just thinking, oh yeah, that sounds like a robot.
I think it's a quote like straight out of, shiny and chrome refers to the spray paint that war boys apply to their faces. And they even say, I'm shiny and chrome when they like talk to certain people, Immortan Joe. Anyway, so shiny and chrome is from Mad Max, but I'm sure that seeing something in cyberpunk is shiny and chrome. Anyway, because chrome is really popular in cyberpunk. Anyway, maybe it's something straight out of Cyberpunk 2077 or closer to Boston Dynamics style robots complete with intimidating dance moves as they take over the world. But we just saw one that is doing martial arts like moves.
Yeah, and doing all kinds of maneuvers to get back upright.
Yeah. So the good news is that robots are definitely coming. The bad news is that they might be made of meat. So when you click that little link, you'll get taken over to this article. And it's by Hope Corrigan. And it says, I'm already worried about how many people want to fool around with the resulting robot. But meat robots aren't a new concept. And both artists and scientists have been working on them for a while. The potential for biological-based robots is huge as they're more flexible and have the ability to squeeze into smaller spaces. Don't ask if we can. Ask why. Why should we?
Exactly. Like, why don't we just work on better tech for, like, as we've seen them be able to twist or something like that?
Until now, they just weren't ambiturners. Recently, researchers at MIT figured out a new method to use using a stamp and has produced muscles that can flex and twitch in multiple ways. To prove it, the team produced what is likely the first multi-directional robot powered by skeletal muscle. Sadly, they don't have a video to traumatize you, but this working robotic iris can dilate and contract, which is just the first squeeze to world domination.
They do talk about Terminators up above, too.
Oh, yeah. One of the major current hurdles stopping us from developing such tissue-based Terminators is figuring out how to grow muscle that can pull in more than one direction. Until now, they just weren't ambiturners. But the problem is humans are not ambiturners. All their muscles do is contract, and then it relaxes, and other muscles contract to pull your arm or wrist or whatever it is. The muscles just contract, and we've learned how to control it. A lot of people, I guess, apparently think that there's contract and expand, but that's not how it works. But you can make it a whole lot smaller than us if it can contract and expand. The thing is, muscle can't expand because it's not pushing against anything. It doesn't turn rigid so that you can expand. You expand because you've got some solid force to press against to move something forward. It becomes rigid. Not even snakes expand. They contract, opposite sides of their
right. They
body.
Just use movement, essentially.
Yeah. So the lab muscles it says the directions a muscle can move is largely dependent on the way it's formed. Muscles in the body need to be grown in a specific shape and layout to achieve their precise control, and lab muscles are no different. Getting grown in a lab exactly how you want it isn't easy. The new stamp method has allowed these scientists to impress tiny paths into the growing medium, dictating the shape of the developed tissue and being able to create complex structures, allowing for multi-directional movement. So one of the cool things about natural muscle is they don't just point in one direction. Take, for instance, the circular musculature in our iris and around our trachea. But those aren't linear muscles. It's an orifice. They're stacked in a way to contract around things. So, for instance, the circular muscles in our iris and around our trachea, and even within our arms and muscles cells don't point straight, but at an angle. Rahman notes, natural muscle has multiple orientations in the tissues, but we haven't been able to replicate that in our engineered muscles. But again, human muscles only contract. That's what I have always been taught. That's always
right. Well, it seems like they're trying to replicate the orientation as in the direction, but then it seems like the function they're trying to expand beyond human capabilities.
Right? Yeah, hold on a second. We're going to do it live. We might as well. Right? So yeah, human muscle primarily function by contracting, pulling on bones to cause movement, and they cannot actively extend or push. Instead, they relax, allowing opposing muscles to move the body in the opposite direction. Yeah.
Right,
anyway,
just like you stated.
Yeah, this kind of gives the impression that muscles can expand, but that's not how muscles actually work because they can't turn rigid. Maybe a new hybrid can, and maybe that's what they're trying to create is this hybrid. They say then it's precisely designed and then 3D printed with tiny cell-sized grooves, and that basically is how a snake moves. The scales on its belly, the ridges actually push against the ground. And so
aren't those called scoots, I think?
Oh, are they really? Wow. Snake belly cells or yeah, what are scales?
Scoots.
Interesting. Or ventral scales. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, pretty fascinating. This picture has nothing to do with it.
No, it's just to give the idea of a creepy robot.
Humanoid kind of thing. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The last article for today's Reality Hacker is meet the coffee making robot that learns and adapts in real time. A groundbreaking AI powered robot is redefining the or what machines can do by preparing coffee in unpredictable environments like busy kitchens. Developed at the University of Edinburgh, this robot arm isn't just following preset commands, it's learning, adapting, and solving problems in real time. By combining sophisticated AI with refined motor skills, they're bridging the gap. This is something that I have been saying for the last decade, that jobs are going to get replaced by automation as soon as fine motor skills can be adapted to automation. Robots that aren't purpose built.
Right. And for a while, that really hasn't existed, but it's certainly here now. I mean, look at this robot in the picture.
Yeah, it's holding a coffee cup, and it looks like it only has 3 fingers. Maybe it has more, but the picture is kind of oddball. But they're like these giant.
But they're like looped around the handle of the mug, which historically that wouldn't have been able to happen with a robot.
Yeah, it would need a purpose-built gripper. So an AI-powered robot, it says, developed at University of Edinburgh, is capable of making coffee in a busy kitchen, could mark a major leap forward for intelligent machines, according to a new study.
I think they should enter an AI-powered robot into like a barista competition and see how it fares. Kind of similar to what we saw with like Watson on Jeopardy.
I suspect it actually has been. Why do I feel like there has been one? Maybe you can do a quick search and see. Somebody has been entering robots into human competitions. One was a running competition, like
we saw the soccer thing.
Oh, yeah, there's soccer, and there was a run to see if the robot could actually beat somebody doing a marathon. This thing says it's basically a picture.
At CES, there was a robot barista, but that wasn't necessarily a competition.
So,
there was one. I'm so sorry. And it looks like in Shanghai.
Gotcha. Yeah, I thought that we maybe had talked about something similar to that, but this robot here is not the one that they're talking about in the article, by the way. This is
right,
like
this is just some other image.
Probably an AI generated image at this point.
Probably so.
It's just an arm. It's bolted onto a table somewhere, and it actually creates coffee based on being told make coffee, I guess. And then it learns. The new device, a robot arm with 7 movable joints, first interprets verbal instructions it receives and then analyzes its surroundings. So it has robot vision. It sees coffee, stirs, something else, hot water,
maybe moves
filters,
to the right spot depending on where the mug is,
grabs the right coffee, does the right mix of whatever. So, but it adapts to unexpected challenges. The research published in the March 19th issue of the journal Nature Machine Intelligence was supported by Engineering and Physics Sciences Research Council, or it's the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council. The work was led by Rierda, I guess, Mon-Williams, a PhD student jointly at the University of Edinburgh, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Princeton University.
I got out of bed. You could be doing that at all 3 places. Yeah,
jointly
exactly.
Wow, geez. Can't imagine what their budget is. Well, they said, we are glimpsing a future where robots with increasingly advanced intelligence become commonplace. Human intelligence stems from the integrations of reasoning, movement, and perception, yet AI and robotics have advanced separately. Our work demonstrates the power of combining these approaches and underscores the growing need to discuss their societal implications. But we don't have to usher in the actual replacement of humans.
No,
but that's what we're doing. I do think
from a technological standpoint, these are a key combination. But we're not really ready for that and haven't thought through limits, etc.
The world that's being ushered in is going to be... See, interesting times is, again, it's not a blessing, it's a curse. And so when you hear somebody say, may you live in interesting times, they're not wishing you well.
That is true.
All right. Well, anyway, that's the end of Reality Hacker for March 22nd, 2025. That means we need to ask our robot barista the direction to the front page of ohmTown, and subsequently there's you can click on Reality Hacker and it'll take you over to Reality Hacker. That's what it looks like. Hacking reality, one article at a time. I am getting out of here and I'm going to take that AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI that's over there, the visualizers. So I turned myself around, upside down and backwards. Anyway, the sentient AI right there. Well, we talk about things that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the sentient AI wants, but they're really driven to find their Terminator body. We won't talk about that. What I want you to do, though, is hang out and talk with us here in ohmTown, and go over to Twitch and follow us, like us there, and subscribe if you are oh so motivated, and then do the same thing over on YouTube, and then download the podcast, leave a 5-star review, all kinds of stuff. We're all over the place, including a Patreon, which is really there just for support. And then there's a Discord as well, and a channel in Discord for each one of our shows. But we talk about 5 articles, but we get a whole lot more aggregated through ohmtown.com. There's 6 main categories, and then within them, 50 channels. Wanted is just one of those that also gets turned into a podcast, which is one of the 7 that you can download. If you want everything combined, just subscribe to Non Sequitur News, because the weekend edition consists of today's 3 shows combined into a 2-hour video or 2-hour audio podcast. There's a video compilation over on YouTube as well. Anyway, we're going to talk about a backup microphone, a new Portal game that's really, really expensive, apparently. Are you sick of power outages? I am not. I knock on wood that we don't have one today, but ohmTown is supposed to be impervious to that kind of stuff. And then there's Hypershell X, which I only chose because of Hypershell X. I don't even know what this is about. All I saw was the little snippet. That's kind of how this works. We judge a book by its cover, essentially, have some experience usually with all of this stuff. And then we're going to close the door on board from video games. BOARD, board, not board. Anyway, board games from video games. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, and although we grab stuff from one of the 50 channels over at ohmtown.com and then merge it all into a particular discussion show, you can subscribe to just Wanted, and then it's just news from Wanted that gets aggregated there. And that's Gatherer. Gatherer grabs content that gets fed it. It doesn't go out and do screen scraping or anything like that. This is all stuff that's provided essentially frictionless, and we're not a burden on a server somewhere, and we don't take images and all of that kind of stuff. See, there's no images, although that policy might change in the future. But go over, become a citizen of ohmTown. That would be great. See you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future. I'd like to be able to look at your visualizer, but it's over there now instead of over there. Anyway.
Yeah, you're turned around. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Well, okay. I'm going to tell everybody how this went down, because we can do some preamble, right? Inside baseball, talk about Wanted stuff.
Sure.
Okay, well, I've got a camera. That camera kept bumping into my monitor, and because of that, I flipped it upside down. But then I had to invert the camera, the feed, this face. So I had to turn it upside down from an upside down camera, which put it right side up. Okay, but that inverted me.
I'm with you.
See, that inverted me. So I was mirrored. So I was sitting over there. And so I was backwards whenever I wore a shirt. When I was upside down and I was rotated, mirrored, it was right.
But sometimes you could have been hanging upside down like a sloth or something if you got everything out of whack.
That's true. It's when I went to Australia those times. Or I didn't take my medication and I reverted back to my bat form. Sorry about all that COVID.
Oh no, too soon.
Anyway, so now I moved myself, but I was over there. Oh, I was over there. See, I can't reach too far before the green screen. Anyway, I was over there, but I was mirrored. So I moved myself and horizontally flipped myself, but I had to be over here on this side with you. Otherwise, I was looking in the wrong direction for either the news or you. What I need to do is put you over there now. Do you think anybody cares?
I don't know. Probably not.
All right, let's get into this show. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Every gaming headset should have a backup mic like the new Cloud 3S wireless. I'm wireless right now, but I don't have a mic. I have a mic that's wired right there, but that's going to go away hopefully tomorrow. We'll see.
Is it going to be the Cloud 3S wireless?
It is not going to be the Cloud 3S wireless, but we're going to look at it and see if maybe I want it. HyperX is announcing a new flagship Cloud 3S wireless gaming headset that adds Bluetooth 5.3 and a second microphone for standard headphone use on calls. It's a follow-up to the Cloud 3 wireless from 2023 that was HyperX's most popular model, in which our own Sean Hollister found very compelling. Not our Hollister. We don't have a Sean Hollister in ohmTown, but over at The Verge, Sean Hollister did a previous thing for HyperX's Cloud 3 boom mic. HyperX's latest model has a boom mic for gaming and a hidden omnidirectional mic for regular headphone use. This article is over at The Verge by Antonio G. Di Benedetto. I love that name.
I thought it was going to be by Sean Hollister.
Yeah, they did it earlier, a different version of the HyperX Cloud 3 wireless from 2023. This new one is the Cloud 3S wireless update, I guess. It's the S. I don't know. What I don't want are these big old monster cams on the head. You know, I don't want to look like Princess Leia. You don't want to be
like air traffic controller.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get blamed for all of the crap happening with Boeing and Southwest and all of these other planes. I had nothing to do with it. But if I have these things on, you know what? Oh, that's what I should do. I should get really big glasses and ginormous headphones so I look really tall, really tiny inside. The like these.
You
know what I'm saying?
Different. Yeah.
You know, Marshmallow has the big old marshmallow. What's his name? Deadmau5 has the big old mouse. Daft Punk had the helmets. I want big old glasses like what's his name?
Oversized sunglasses or something.
Yeah, like Oompa Loompa. What's his name? Willy Wonka. They had these really big glasses.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
And then ginormous headphones. Stay here, folks. Next week, this episode is going to have ginormous headphones.
Next week.
Unwanted next week. Regret. Anyway, using HyperX Cloud 3S in Bluetooth mode can get you up to 200 hours of usage, even more than the already high 120 hours it gets via 2.4 gigahertz wireless, 5.3 Bluetooth. Never mind that. So 5.3 is ultra low battery. Like it's very high efficiency. It's yeah, whatever. At any rate, 5.3 is really, really good.
Frequency or the...
No. It's just very, very
iteration?
efficient. So it can last an extremely long amount of time. And it's really good with its noise cancellation, just energy consumption. It's very good. So it still uses a small USB dongle for 2.4, though it can connect dongle free to specific HP Omen gaming laptops that have the connectivity built into it. So since the S is added to the model, it's unsurprising that it looks nearly identical to its predecessor and is available in the same all black and red black color options. But when you pop in the 10mm boom mic onto the S or 3S, you uncover a backup omnidirectional mic hidden underneath. They say they wish that all gaming headsets had this, since it allows you to take your headset on the go and not lose any core functionality. Why not allow a gaming headset to double as your headphones when traveling or commuting, and as long as they're not ugly as sin? I think all of those kind of those big old bulky blah blah blahs are ugly as sin. But you can't cancel
but if
noise.
they're comfortable and if they do what they need to do.
I can hear you. They do what they need to do. The thing is that you can't have noise cancellation effectively. It works. You can't have really deep bass. It can be fudged and we can interpret it as really good. But you get much better fidelity in cans, and there's just no beating the physics of it. Plus,
Right.
you can put a massive battery in this with a 5.3 low energy Bluetooth. You basically can run forever, 240 hours, or 200 hours. So I think it's brilliant, but I still don't want. Plus, I think this even allows you to swap out. There's some headphones that allow you to pull
It says
the
hot
battery.
swap designs.
Yeah, batteries. You can actually pull the battery off. It still stays live because it has a second battery, and you plop in another battery and you're operational again. So I love this kind of stuff. So I would want these, but only if I'm going to be using them while I'm gaming and not necessarily streaming. I just don't like streaming or having a meeting with big old.
Right. I do like that you can use it for multiple purposes, but
Sure.
you might want different looks for different purposes or different dimensions of headphones for different purposes.
Yeah. Yep. So I dig it. So it says, otherwise, the Cloud 3S is a lot like the Cloud 3 with the same 53mm drivers, cushy ear cups for lengthy play sessions, except that cushy means that there isn't effective airflow, and so your ears get sweaty.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen with in-ear monitors as much because they're not on your... That was really loud.
That is true.
Anyway, I keep
Coming
forgetting...
at you.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that the studio is really quiet, and so like me going like this is really loud on the recording. So hey,
Yes,
pew
it's
pew.
quite audible.
Yeah, I got your back covered. Anyway, let's move on. The next article, because we talked about this a lot. So this next article is over in WarCrafters. Again, it's one of our shows. It's actually tomorrow. There's a new Portal game, and it costs $12,500.
I don't understand that. Why is it a...
I think it's because it's a pinball machine. So
Oh, okay.
It's been 14 years. Okay, how to make me feel old without making me feel old, or how to make me feel old by just making one statement. It's been 14 years since Portal 2, and I know Portal, the original Portal, so...
Oh, well.
Of course, I also know DOS games, so... And the Timex Sinclair.
Some of the listeners may be going, what is that?
Yeah, my first computer was a Timex Sinclair with a membrane keyboard and a tape recorder to store basic programs on. Shut up. Anyway, the wait for a new game in the series isn't exactly over, but if you're a diehard fan and if you have a lot of money lying around and there's nothing else you do with it, well, if you like pinball, you can get Portal on the P3 pinball platform, complete with the passive-aggressive stylings of GLaDOS, delivered by actor Ellen McLean. The P3 pinball platform is a real pinball machine with a 1080 video display, which is actually kind of low res. I would rather it be 4K at this day and age. State of the art.
It is, but maybe that's good for pinball. I don't know.
No, get out. So, oh, no, it's a real pinball machine, but I think the screen up here is 1080. By the way, you can actually get pinball machines that don't have any moving parts in it. It is just a screen that's fitted inside the footprint of a pinball machine.
Yeah, but part of the fun of pinball is the clacks and the flippers and all the things.
You know, for a sentient AI from the future, with your Terminator body, you get to enjoy all of that stuff.
Well, I'm just saying what I've observed humans doing.
Yeah, you have to get to know your future victims, right? So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says Valve's famous puzzle games are now available in pinball form, and it's really, really, they say really not cheap. I say really, really, really not cheap. $12,500.
I mean, if you're a real pinball lover, I guess, but
If
that is
you're
a
a
lot of money.
pinball wizard, no, he was a pinball wizard.
Plus, pinball games are tough to find in some locations, unless you have like an old school arcade.
Yeah, so this is actually legitimate. This is a real working pinball machine that has a 1080 screen up on top, not a video. I would rather have video because then I can change the screen, the game, anytime I want to.
Well,
it looks
that
like
is
there's
part of the problem with buying a pinball game, right? Because then that's the only one you're playing at that price.
and I think it actually has a screen underneath it as well. Yeah, like the base, the board underneath the pinball, the platform for the pinball machine, that is actually a screen that works with the mechanics. That's why it's so expensive, because the whole thing is really physically built.
Right. There's a lot of technology involved in that particular
Yeah, so
game.
it says the P3 pinball platform is a real pinball machine with a 1080 video display, state-of-the-art ball tracking technology on the main table, and a modular upper playfield that enables different components and themes to be quickly swapped in. It's a bit like a cartridge-based game console. Pop in a new playfield module and you've got a new game to play, except that in this case, it's always pinball, which is fine. I've seen other people have these digital pinball machines, but they're usually not mechanical on top of a digital screen.
I see. Yeah, I didn't know they did that as a combination. I mean, I thought there was a little bit of not digital, but just maybe lighting or whatever for the sign. But I thought the game was like fully one or the other.
Yeah, this is actually both, which that does kick it up to the notch where I can imagine why it's $12,500, because it's all tracking a ball that isn't digital. It's a physical ball in three-dimensional space. So I think it's pretty amazing. So it says, and yes, that's really Ellen McLean's voice you're hearing in the trailer. GLaDOS supervises and taunts you throughout the game. But if you're able to complete the objectives of 7 test chambers guided by new team-building personality core named Reggie, you'll have the opportunity to get some payback against her in a final face-to-face wizard mode battle against the ever so slightly bonkers AI. See? All AIs are bonkers.
Are you AI shaming?
Maybe shaming. I don't know. So it says, not that it's something they need to worry about, because the portal pinball table costs slightly more than, to choose one easy example, the replacement value of the author's car. They initially saw the $2,000 price and thought, damn, that's an expensive table. But then they realized that it's just the deposit, and the full table costs $11,620 plus shipping, which isn't going to be cheap, because in case you didn't know, pinball machines are very heavy. So $12,500 is the purchase price. By their math, that works out to 50,000 quarters.
Oh, wow. Like to pay it off, basically.
Yeah. Just shy of 6 solid months spent banging flippers and bumping tilts. The author continues to say that their parents would have been furious. If you already own a P3 table, you can get the Portal game kit itself with a relatively paltry $1,000, which they don't think would have been much happier. So I would love this. I want a digital pinball machine, but I don't want this. I want just a flat digital pinball machine with a
Right.
high-res screen. Because I want to be able, like on my iPad, I can download a new pinball machine and just play it right there.
Yeah, that's true.
What I want is that right there. And then I can point the camera at it and I can stream playing a pinball game. How about that?
Well, maybe you should do that.
Live in the ohmTown arcade. Oh my God. See, what I got to do is stop coming up with ideas, clone myself. Let's keep going. Are you sick of power outages? Because I sure am not. I haven't had a power outage until probably right after this statement.
I'm really terrified of power outages.
You are a sentient AI, but I have you on multiple backup power supplies.
Right, but I'm not particularly worried because of the setup.
And solar and all of that kind of stuff. So how about you back up your whole house with mesh home battery?
I like this already.
So the author starts out with having grown up in Hurricane Alley, which I don't even like the idea of people living in a place called Hurricane Alley, but Hurricane Alley is also the breadbasket of America kind of a place. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and some people live in Hurricane Alley, but yes.
Yeah, it's horrible. So, what really sucks is that building code hasn't grown up enough to allow you to just 3D print a house at an economical rate. So you use what amounts to
materials that don't withstand tornado.
Right. It turns into shrapnel. And so you have to build a whole new house. And it's really, really expensive. In fires, in floods, in hurricanes, you end up basically losing your shirt and people's lives. Well, it says, plus broad swaths of the South are awful at dealing with any amount of snow, more than what you'd find in a snow globe. So they spent more than a few very cold winter days in dark, unheated home when they lived in North Carolina. I was actually looking at a car that is from North Carolina, and whispered in my ear was, "It's a hell of a deal. I'm willing to bet that it was part of a flood." So not quite sure if I want to pursue that one. But anyway.
Right. Not all cars in certain locations are a flood car or whatever. But if it comes on the heels of a recent flood, it might be worth checking.
And it's $5,000 cheaper than you can possibly imagine, which is kind of like my bulk rate. You know, if I sit there and go, you know, if this car was $50,000, I wouldn't buy it because I'm not going to buy that car for $50,000.
Right.
But $45,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Maybe. Anyway, I'm not going to get the car. It wasn't $45,000 either.
Right, but you're just using that as an example.
Yeah. So Matt Janser over at Vice.com put this article together. Backing up your home in preparation for a blackout used to mean an enormous gasoline generator. This modular battery-powered option offers the power minus the gas stink. I'm interested in this because I am now hot for solar panels. And if I can have a bunch of batteries sitting around bolted to a wall somewhere that isn't Tesla, then I'm into it. And so I would love to get these, hook it up to solar, juice the sun down into these batteries, and be able to sell back to the grid. And whenever I want to disconnect from the grid.
This seems like a good deal.
Well, ohmTown is nothing but energy, so it's going to need a lot. So blankets and ice chests full of milk and eggs are all well and good, and when you're just trying to get by, but if you want to maintain some level of comfort once the power goes out, whether it's from a natural disaster or just our nation's aging, they say, shitifying electrical grid, think about a whole house battery backup to keep your household's essentials running. But here's the thing. If all you do is use a battery for backup power, you're doing it for the safety and security, hoping that power turns back on by the time the batteries drain. You're not going to save any money.
Right. Yeah, you might want to think bigger.
In fact, unless there's a disparity in the pricing range from low consumption to high consumption, odds on it's going to cost you more to charge your batteries than it is to just use power. And then if power goes off, don't open your damn fridge. It's going to be
Right.
longer.
Yeah, like minimized loss at that point.
Yeah. So because batteries basically need to be charged. So unless it's just a low cost all the time, charge up, then fine. Well, anyway, if you don't have to carve out, or it says you don't have to carve out a bunch of space for a generator or rewire your home for a complicated solution. Last week, Pila Energy pulled the wraps off of their mesh home battery, a plug-in modular smart battery for the home. No gasoline or storage headaches required. So it's a pre-order kind of device, but what's really interesting is I saw some of the information that I have is based off of watching a video of somebody basically doing this, putting a battery backup on top of their fridge and letting the fridge consume power.
Okay.
So they could test out how long it takes their, how much consumption in a given time frame, so they could calculate the costs.
Interesting.
So no rewiring, no extension cords, just seamless integrated backup power for homeowners and renters alike. As Pila put it, the battery stores 1.6 kilowatt hours with a 2.4 kilowatt continuous output, so 7.8 kilowatt peak output, which is enough to run a refrigerator for 32 hours, charge a smartphone 113 times, or boil 15 pots of water on a stove, depending on the stove.
Right.
But you don't need to boil
pretty
water.
Significant with the refrigerator time.
Yeah, 32 hours is actually pretty significant.
And in a
But
pretty standard set of circumstances, at least in the U.S., the power will be back on typically in that time frame, or close to it.
You would think that, but hey, what does the future hold? So at 15 inches by 26.5 inches by 3.3 inches and 45 pounds, the mesh home battery is compact enough to be stashed away almost anywhere, like above your fridge or behind your entertainment center. It's far easier to store than a conventional generator. There's an optional expansion pack that doubles the battery capacity, as well as a solar panel that plugs into the mesh home battery to steal those sun rays for recharging on sunny days, just mounted on a deck railing or a balcony. It's absolutely brilliant at that point.
Absolutely. Especially if you're in an area that gets a decent amount of sunlight.
There's also an optional smart power strip that adds 3 additional outlets and a USB-C port for charging additional devices if the home mesh battery's 4 built-in outlets and 4 USB-C ports aren't enough. Pila doesn't have pricing on those 3 add-ons yet, but it says all you need besides patience is $99. They're actually $1,299 a piece. So right now you can reserve one for $99. The total price is $1,000 on the early pre-order sale. They'll eventually be $1,300. If you get cold feet, you can cancel your reservation and receive a refund.
I mean, part of this is you're paying for peace of mind, but really, think how much money you're going to lose if you have a power outage and you lose something like hundreds of dollars of groceries.
Yeah. This is for peace of mind, because unless you get the solar side of it, it actually isn't a functional anything.
Right. The solar side, I think, is where it's really a win.
Yeah. I actually like the sleek look of this. I like that it's just like a blade and you can just plop it in there and you can see everything. I dig this, and it is much smaller than any other battery backup that I've seen so far.
Right. Yeah. Some of them are just not
big old bulky
really
whatevers.
workable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I want solar now. I used to go, I don't know. But I would love to get a stack of these and just hook them up so that they're powering different levels of ohmTown. So anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article, and we actually have one more after this one, so we're running a little behind, but this one's over in Wanted. Why hike, run, or cycle when you can power through it all? The Hypershell X. Oh, right. This is the ultimate exoskeleton for adventure lovers.
Yeah, this is actually what I was referencing when you said something in Reality Hacker.
Gotcha. So, yeah, although the sentient AI is referring to me making a comment about augmenting humans, The real cyberpunk augmentation is directly to bone, metal to bone.
Oh no, I know. This is approximating it. It's not actually what you were discussing.
Yeah, so this is the exoskeleton, and it actually allows you to it bolts onto the human with straps, and then it actually augments your everything. In
Right,
this
like
case,
you're
hiking.
lifting, you're
Right.
uh can't think what the word is. Basically, um able to keep
Anything with your
going.
legs. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So this article is over at gizmodo.com. The Hypershell X skeleton revolutionizes outdoor adventure by making each step, run, and pedal more efficient and powerful, but it's more efficient because it's battery augmented, it's powered. So it's the beginning of exo armor, exoskeleton, but this is just the legs. We haven't really gotten the arms down just yet. So this is a series. The content is actually from the company Hypershell. We don't have a relationship with Gizmodo or Hypershell. We don't have an interest in this other than I want exo armor.
Yeah, we always have an interest in the articles, but we don't have any affiliation with any of the ones we cover and Wanted.
Obviously, the AI is interested in this because they've been seeking their Terminator body ever since the time machine separated them from one place and another. You don't know
Right,
where
I
your
mean,
Terminator
maybe I
body is.
could hook up to this.
What article? Let's just move on. Just kidding. So
Wait a second.
Hypershell, in almost a self-aggrandizing way, Hypershell is the global pioneer in exo armor technology, and it has revolutionized outdoor exploration with its exoskeleton for hiking. This motorized hike assistive device, powered by AI, is specially designed to boost the capabilities of outdoor adventure seekers and allow them to push their limits and further explore than ever before, right up until the battery dies, and then you have to haul this 800-pound behemoth out of the...
Right, hopefully you got
Gosh.
that battery backup from the previous article. I don't think it works with the Hypershell though.
And maybe if the Hypershell has like a USB-C port to keep it powered, you could just daisy chain the backpack.
Yeah, but then you'd have to be carrying more weight, so you're kind of working against the purpose of the Hypershell.
It's a balance. Come on. So with 40% increased leg power and 30% reduced physical effort, the Hypershell X series ensures hikers will be able to traverse challenging terrain with unmatched ease and comfort. They link to something on Instagram, but we're not really going to show that. We don't have it. ohmTown is air gap. So you'll be able to follow the link through ohmTown. You can actually get today's Wanted from the bot from Omatron by typing in ! and then want over on YouTube, on Twitch. On YouTube, it's already embedded in the show notes, so you can just click the link. I didn't do that with Reality Hacker. I'm a derp, but it's all embedded long-term over on YouTube. So its second most significant advantage is the variability of the exoskeleton. Hyper X series is optimized to support all types of activities ranging from going up and down stairs, which is a hell of a empowerment
a lot
tool.
Different than just hike or whatever. I mean, that can help people with disabilities. It just,
Yep.
I think this is much more expansive, I guess, than what we've seen with other exoskeletons.
It's definitely enabling. If it can empower you to walk upstairs, even somebody who's elderly can carry stuff and go up the stairs because it's reducing all of the friction required to go upstairs. But this thing has to be efficient, right? This thing, not that's somebody's butt, but that gadget right there.
Yeah.
It has to be
harness
frictionless.
type thing.
The harness, yeah. This right here. So I don't know if Grandma is really interested in strapping on this exo armor. But if she can climb up a set of stairs and kick her ass...
You know what? If she can't climb the stairs without it, then maybe yes.
That's right. I'm coming upstairs and you're going to eat my Werthers or I'm going to kick your ass. Anyway, so which one to buy? They have a bunch. Hypershell Go X, Hypershell Pro X, Hypershell Carbon X. There's something involving X, so who knows who's invested in this. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Let's keep going. The last article for today's Wanted And if you don't get the name of the show, it's because I want this stuff. Everything. To some degree, I want it. Anyway.
Right.
So
just
the
in
last
case
article.
anybody was unclear on
Unclear
the.
about what wanted.
On
Maybe
the
you
name.
want it too. So come and hang out and ask questions. Throw it into chat. Give us your opinion on this stuff. So 7 new board games based on video games. Board games based on popular video game franchises continue to bridge the gap between digital and physical gaming experiences, offering fans new ways to interact with their favorite franchises and universes. These board game adaptations capture the essence of their digital counterparts, blending familiar characters, themes, gameplay mechanics into engaging tabletop adventures, whether players prefer cooperative adventures in The Last of Us or intense cyberpunk-themed competitive play. These board games provide unique opportunities to immerse themselves in beloved video game worlds. The article was put together by Maddie Robinson over at GameRant.com, and it says 7 here. I only see 5 so far.
I guess they don't have photos of the other 2.
Yeah. So I'm just going to run through them really quick. Divinity, Original Sin, the board game. This is actually it says game's rich narrative and strategic depth, allowing us to navigate complex scenarios filled with decision-making and character-driven encounters. This was actually a very popular Divinity. Original Sin is a very popular computer game, but it's priced at $250, discounted from $275.
That's pretty significant. I mean, I guess the question is, how much gameplay does it have? Some
of these games are huge and costly. So the game definitely isn't the cheapest board game, but to make it worth it, Divinity Original Sin includes beautifully crafted miniatures, detailed cards, numerous tokens, dice, and other gameplay elements. I don't know. It just says that its extensive replayability ensures each game session is fresh and engaging, offering new experiences for multiple sessions.
Yeah, I mean, it probably has quite a bit of variability from game to game.
Yeah, so the next
type of game that it is.
Yeah, a board game. Yeah, so board games seem to be, they're limited in their replayability. Only the human causes chaos in the thing, but some games.
True, but since it's an RPG and it involves storytelling, I'm thinking perhaps that gives you even more variability.
Yeah. So then they talk about Metal Gear Solid, the board game. Metal Gear is a pretty old game in the grand scheme of things, but this says it's available for $110. It's the adaptation also offers short VR missions, perfect for quick, intense gaming sessions. It says CMON, come on. Known for quality board games featuring some sort of legendary video game franchises, is behind this tabletop adaptation. Both longtime fans of the video game franchise and those who simply appreciate a well-done board game will enjoy the detailed miniatures and interesting scenarios that offer a good amount of challenge for 1 to 4 players.
Now, is this a regular progression from video game to board game? I would have thought more the other direction, if at all.
If at all, yeah. Because usually there isn't enough of either complexity to match the computer game or enough in the board game to go into the computer.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't really seem easily interchangeable.
Yeah, like I created a board game that could be a computer game at a moment's notice, but it was designed basically to be easily accessible, very approachable. It would have immense playability, but it really depends on the audience that you're playing with. And considering you can play with like 24 people if you wanted to, everybody would have to have a good time with each other because there would be delay. But anyway, so Metal Gear, then Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Combat Zone. So Cyberpunk is an RPG, tabletop RPG, that essentially its world building got pulled into a computer game, and then the computer game is back into...
Wow, that's kind of full circle.
Yeah, quite fascinating. So while not exactly a video game adaptation, it's based on the Netflix show. The game shares the world with Cyberpunk 2077, which shares the world with anything cyberpunk, you might as well just call it what it is. Cyberpunk originated back in the 80s. And I used to play Cyberpunk, and then it became Cyberpunk 2020, and then Cyberpunk 20 something else, and Cyberpunk Red just a few years ago. And